Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mason Heichel, the starting quarterback of the University of Pittsburgh on Saturday, led the team to a 48-7 win over Boston College, went 30 for 41 passing with 323 yards and 4 touchdowns. He got the start over Eli Holstein in the game. Holstein benched for the first week of this season. Also, WVU ended up losing to BYU 38-24. Penn State got down early and stayed down, ended up losing 42-37 to UCLA. And in the NFL, AFC North in particular, all 3 AFC North teams lost during the Steelers' bye week, which just increases their lead in the division significantly. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, that's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. And none of us want to admit the following, but we all know the song. We all do. You're yes, then you're no, you're hot, then cold, up, then you're down, etc. I think we all know how that generally goes. And that is our team right now, currently. One week, they look like they're contenders. The next, you're kind of sitting there wondering exactly what you just watched. And the inconsistency is frustrating, bordering on maddening. But that's what made Awaken 180 so different and so much better for me. I dropped 35 pounds. There weren't any ups and downs to speak of. It was consistency. I dropped an average of 5 pounds every single week. I wasn't yo-yoing. I wasn't going back and forth. It was week after week after week of dropping the weight, and now it's been year after year of keeping it off. And you've probably heard me talking about my golf game lately. Yeah, I would say Awaken 180 helped a lot with that as well. Reap the benefits. Find out more about the consistent long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Family Morning Show. It is Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. What a weekend in sports, particularly football, college football and the NFL. Plenty of things to react to. Pitt's new freshman quarterback, Eli Holstein, got benched. Mason Heitschel came in through 30 complete passes and 41 attempts, 323 yards, 4 touchdowns. It was quite a sight. Pitt thumped. I feel like that was trying to find a word that was between thumped and stomped. Thumped. 48-7, the final score. Boston College lost to Pitt. WVU lost, which is something that I think many of us up here can celebrate as Pitt fans. Penn State also lost 42-37 to UCLA, and they are in big trouble. A program highly esteemed. Doesn't really have interest in playing Pitt anymore. And they've got their struggles this season. They went down early against UCLA, and they couldn't hold the lead. They really didn't hold any leads throughout that game. It was 42-37 final. Penn State scored most of their points in the second half, but it was too little too late. Yeah, I mean, it was a good game for UCLA, and that's something I personally celebrate. I know Austin Bechtold, the producer of the Pomp and Joe's show, he's got his hand in a few different cookie jars of teams across college football, but he likes Penn State and roots for them, and he was posting on X a little bit this weekend about that, and I saw that, and then I looked at the score. So I was like, oh, Austin's devastated. What happened? Yeah, 42-37 loss. And just another loss in a game where they really shouldn't have lost. So that's intriguing. And then in the NFL, the Steelers are in quite an advantageous position now. The Cleveland Browns lost in London to the Minnesota Vikings. The Baltimore Ravens lost 44-10 to the Houston Texans. I didn't think the Ravens were going to win, and I was hoping, obviously, that they weren't going to win. But I didn't think they'd not win like that. I didn't think they'd lose like that. 44-10. And then the Cincinnati Bengals lost to the Detroit Lions. The Ravens game, though, the most unexpected, I think. It's really odd to see how much they're struggling this season after so much promise. They're in really bad shape. And so for the Steelers, this is the big takeaway, and this is what we can talk about primarily this morning. 412-928-9370 is the phone number you can call and react on with me, so you can reach me this morning. We can talk college football, too. If you want to react to those games, you're welcome to. But really, we're going to just frame where the Steelers are right now. And if you don't already understand, I need you to understand how crucial it is for the Steelers to now beat the Browns and the Bengals over the next couple of weeks. It's finally time for the Steelers to capitalize on a position that they have. Now, I was disappointed that they lost to the Seattle Seahawks a couple weeks ago. They've had their issues at times on both sides of the ball. But they played a complete game against the Minnesota Vikings in Ireland. I thought it was, for the most part, a complete game. And the circumstances of perception change here a bit because of how the other teams in the division are doing. I still have my doubts about the Steelers performing against a team that is actually a solid playoff contender. But looking at it from the perspective of, how are the Steelers playing as compared to other teams in the division? Well, they're doing a pretty darn good job. Steelers 3-1, the only team right now in the AFC North over 500 after 5 weeks of NFL football. Bengals 2-3 after their loss to the Detroit Lions on Sunday. Ravens 1-4 after their loss to the Texans on Sunday. Cleveland Browns 1-4 after their loss to the Minnesota Vikings in London on Sunday. The Steelers are in first place right now in the AFC North. The Steelers remain as one of the teams with the best records in the entire AFC. Los Angeles Chargers, Denver Broncos, they're at 3-2. Jacksonville Jaguars, 3-1. Indianapolis Colts, 4-1. Buffalo Bills, 4-1. New England Patriots, 3-2. The Steelers are there. The Steelers right now are one of the top teams in the AFC. How to capitalize on this situation is you go and you beat the Browns and the Bengals this week. If they do that, my pessimism goes away. My doubts will flutter out of my mind and into the atmosphere. They're going to be gone. Now is the time. Pittsburgh Steelers, I'm talking to you. Now is the time. Now is the time to win. Now is the time to capitalize. They've got a unique opportunity here to bury the Browns and the Bengals. They've got the Browns this coming week. They play on Sunday, and then on Thursday, they have a Thursday Night Football feature against the Cincinnati Bengals. Win those games, and you're likely a shoo-in to be the AFC North winner. The Ravens are also putting themselves against history. If you remember a few years ago, the Steelers were 2-6 and then 3-7, and we were all talking about how many teams have come back to make the playoffs after starting the season with a 2-6 record. The answer is 0. It has not happened. So I know that if the Ravens get to 6 losses before they get to 3 wins, they'd have a steep hill to climb, and they would be going against history because it's never been done before. 412-928-9370. Give me a phone call. That's how you can talk to me. You can talk to me on X by tagging me in a post at Callas_33 is my handle. That's CALLAS_33. And we got a YouTube chat and a YouTube stream that you can look at. The chat is in the stream, so if you search 93.7 The Fan on YouTube, you can find the live stream where you can see us in studio, listen to the same audio that you would be if you were on the radio, but you just get to watch us in studio as well. But there's a YouTube chat where several people like to join. Love seeing the activity on there. Some of it more than other stuff. It gets a little weird. But we love the people in the YouTube chat. It's nice to have everybody in there talking, and there's already a bunch of people talking right now that I can see. So, get in there too. If you feel like typing out a response on there as you watch, the YouTube chat's the way to go. All right, 412-928-9370, though, that's the main way that you can reach me. If you want to get direct contact with me, if you want to speak on the air, that's how you do it. And I think we got Donovan on the line this morning. Good morning, Donovan. Are you there?
Yep, I'm here, Callis. How are you?
Good. What's up?
I want to talk about a little bit about college football, and then I want to talk about the AFC North a little bit, if that's okay.
That's totally fine.
First off, I will say this: if James Franklin wasn't in the hot seat, he definitely should be now. There was no excuse for him to lose against an 0-4 team coming into that game, and Penn State just looked atrocious. And Drew Aller's draft stock dropped tremendously that game. And then for the AFC North, yes, we have the lead, but we can't rest on our laurels. We need to take that momentum and continue, because I watched a little bit of the highlights from the Cleveland-Minnesota game, and Dylan Gabriel looks like he's going to be decent, and we cannot underestimate our AFC North rivals, because when we do that, that's when we tend to lose,
I absolutely agree with you, and thanks for the call, Donovan. That's it. Donovan's got it. And that's what I was professing as well to start the show, was that you can't let this slip away. I mean, they have to grind now, and they've got to grind against their AFC North opponents for the rest of the season. There's no off games, and they've got to keep winning, is really what I'm trying to say. There's a few teams that I would accept losses from at this point, but you can't, with the way that the Browns and the Bengals are now structured, with Dylan Gabriel getting the start and getting the call to be the starter for the foreseeable future, and then the Bengals having Jake Browning on top of a defense that has been bad for the last few seasons now. Yeah, I mean, you got to win. So Donovan's got it on point. You have to win those games. You can't slack. You can't get content. They really need to lock down those games, and it will be a disappointment to me. If either of those games end up a loss, it'll be a disappointment to me. They have to take advantage of their situation and win those games, because it's the nature of division games. Not only do you tack on wins to yourself, but you give your division opponent losses and push them further back actively. So they got to do it. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, Penn State, too, just to touch on Donovan's comment, I mean, this is bad. I mean, this is James Franklin being definitely on the hot seat. They are under a microscope. They are being scrutinized by College Football Nation for just how poorly they're doing. Do you blame it on Drew Aller? Do you blame it more on James Franklin? I don't know. Franklin, I know, notoriously has underachieved over the last several seasons. Penn State hasn't gotten to that national championship, or gotten the national championship win, excuse me. They've been there, but they haven't won the big thing. And that's been part of scrutiny against James Franklin in that program. And we know how they lost last year. It was a devastating loss in the college football playoff. And this season, everybody's looking at Drew Aller, everybody's looking at James Franklin, everybody's looking at, well, how will Penn State rebound? Penn State's going to be as dominant as usual, right? And no, they're not. They're bad. They're playing very bad. And they've had many setbacks, and they are now struggling this season, which puts even more of an emphasis on that scrutiny to the head coach and the quarterback. So, yeah, we'll see there. Football talk this morning, we're doing it. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Primarily reacting to the AFC North losses this weekend. All three other teams in the AFC North lost on the Steelers' bye week. So the Steelers, the only team left in the AFC North with a record over 500 through 5 weeks of the NFL season. What do you think? 412-928-9370. That's my big point of emphasis is win the next couple games. You've got 2 division games coming up. Beat the 2 teams from Ohio and set yourself up to be 5-1 before you have to start playing opponents that are a little tougher. 412-928-9370. That's the phone number you can reach me at, and there's another caller on the line. So let's take this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. Old German Rod. Couple questions for a couple points. Pitt quarterback, was he that good, or was Boston College that bad? And Penn State, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, with Franklin under the helm. And the Steelers, Mike Tomlin, play varsity football. Like he always says, they got to play varsity football for the next 2 weeks. And if they don't, I'm like Dave, your caller that calls in, fire them. Okay, have a good day. I'll listen to your thoughts.
Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. I do want to address that Pitt comment a little bit. It's a fair question. I mean, is it more the Boston College wasn't good, or is it more that Pitt was just really good? It's difficult because, Pitt did really well against Duquesne, 61-9. You'd expect that. Pitt, 45-17 winners over Central Michigan. You'd pretty much expect that, but those are 2 convincing wins. I think it's just the struggles against WVU and Louisville that may have prompted this decision. It definitely was interesting, and it surprised me a little bit, but, the backyard brawls, there's just something around that game that's weird. And, weird things happen. Pitt came back down 10 with 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter last year. West Virginia did something similar. They came back and after overtime won 31-24. Pitt blew the lead, so, who knows? Might just be some stigma around that game, some history around that game, just a weird rivalry. So, you didn't want them to lose. But sometimes you can dismiss that just, hey, that happens. This is part of what the rivalry is. The loss to Louisville, though, was tough. I mean, they were up by, 16? Let me check that box score again. Pitt scored 27 points in the first half of that game and still lost. Louisville started coming back. Louisville put up 17 in the second quarter, 3 in the third, 14 in the fourth quarter. Pitt did not score at all in the second half. So Pitt was playing really well early and slowly faded, which they definitely deserve to be criticized for. You can't not score in a half. That's just, unless you're going to rely on your defense and nurse a lead. And they did not successfully nurse their lead, which I think earned them a lot of criticism, because that is a conference opponent that you lost to after you had a pretty solid lead in the first half. So going into the game, it is a conference game against a weaker team, I guess, but you already played a team that you really should have beat the previous week and didn't do it. So would Pitt have been comfortable in that game and blown a lead too if Holstein was the quarterback? I don't know. Doesn't seem likely. Yeah, but I guess the more I talk through it, that is a fair question. From Old German Rod, one of our consistent callers here on the Fan early morning show. I guess it's a fair question. I don't know. But the fact that, again, it's not, I can't underscore a 30 out of 41 completed pass attempts for 323 yards and 4 touchdowns. You just, if you're not a good quarterback, you don't do that. I mean, if you're not a serviceable quarterback, those numbers just don't get put up. So the fact that he was able to do that as a freshman quarterback, there's some level of skill that takes to do, and you can't underestimate that performance. And I think anybody that's a Pitt football fan wants to see that guy play again. Mason Heinschel. Freshman, I want to see him play again. Again, you don't just put up those numbers. So you should be impressed by his performance. There's definitely reasons to be impressed and want to see him again. Could Holstein have done that? Maybe. But it's not an easy thing to do to just put up those numbers. And he did it in the conference game, and that just makes him more interesting right now. So is Boston College just that bad? I guess we'll see. Pitt plays Florida State coming up this Saturday. So that'll be a test. That'll be something to look at. Is what the quarterback situation is and how this guy performs moving forward with Pitt. All right, talking college football. I got a few more minutes left. And I'm going to continue to take calls. But talking college football, WVU and Penn State lost this weekend. Pitt was a 48-7 winner behind a freshman quarterback who started over Eli Holstein. So what do you make of those games? You can talk about that. And we're also talking about the AFC North. All 3 teams lost this weekend in their respective games. So the Bengals now 2-3. Ravens and Browns 1-4. The Steelers come out of Week 5 of the NFL season with the only winning record, the only record over 500 in the AFC North. So what do you make of that? 412-928-9370. Got a couple more minutes left for phone calls, so I'll take those as they come in. So feel free to get a line if you want to talk to me. We'll take this caller now. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, good morning, Harry. It's Mike from Fort Wayne.
What are you doing up so early this morning?
Dude, I'm up every morning listening to you.
Really? Well, you don't call in as much.
Morning.
I know you call the morning show a little bit more.
Yeah. I just listen. I enjoy it. So, and thanks for being there. We appreciate you guys.
Sure. All right, what's up?
Steelers talk. I'm cautiously optimistic because we finally have kind of an adult in the room in Aaron Rodgers. The guy has just had such great control of that command of the offense, and it's really refreshing to see. But I got a trivia question for you.
Ooh.
Do you know the last time the Steelers did not have a 3-game losing streak in their season? A 3-game losing streak.
I know they've had one ever since 2018. I'm going to guess
2017. Yeah, 2017. Yeah, yeah. So that's a long run, man, of at least. So you have to think, historically speaking, we're probably going to go up, not to be a negative Nancy, but we're probably going to go on a little bit of a skid at some point. I hope not. Maybe Aaron Rodgers will be the difference maker. We'll see.
All right, Mike, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, so that's the thing. I mean, the Steelers, you could go on losing streaks as an NFL team. I think every team can be a healthy team and yet struggle for 2-3 games in a season. 3 in a row it feels like a lot, but if you take that losing streak and then you move on from it, then you can still recover in your season. It can still be pretty good. That is interesting, though, that it was, 2017. The last time that they didn't have a 3-game losing streak during a season. And if you need to remember what 2017 was like, that was the season that Jesse James caught the ball against the Patriots, but he didn't survive the ground back when that was a thing, and so the Patriots ended up winning that one, and that was the season that the Steelers went into the playoffs to lose to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So you can recover from a 3-game losing streak in a season. The Steelers have just been really good. That I remember in 2018, and that rung a bell to me because I remember everybody was going nuts. When they lost those games, it was to the Raiders, Broncos, and I think the Chargers. They lost those 3 games in a row. And everybody was going nuts because we've never seen that before. Or it felt like we've never seen it before. I'm not going to sit here and wish that they go on a 3-game losing streak, though, is my point. I think that they can go on a losing streak, and that's okay. It just depends on who it's to and how they recover after that. Because, like I said, right now they have an advantageous position in the division. And they can't squander it by losing to the Bengals and or the Browns this week. You can't. You have to win. You have to win these games. Win against your division opponents. That is the bare minimum right now that the Steelers need to do. And take care of other games as they come. All right, one more caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry. This is GP. How you doing?
I'm good. You got about a minute.
Hey, Harry. Real quick, we're due for a trap game, and it's either going to be this week or next week. I'm going to say it's going to be this week. He's got one in his pouch, Tomlin. It's just like Franklin. There's similarities there between Franklin and Tomlin. The way this goes when they play down. You know what I'm saying, Harry?
I understand what you're saying, and I'm going to let you go with that one. Yeah, I hope they're not trap games. I hope this game against the Browns isn't a trap game. The Steelers lost to the Browns last season. They've lost to the Browns each of the last couple seasons, as a matter of fact, with quarterbacks you didn't think would be able to beat them. I really hope it's not a trap game. I hope that they play well. They absolutely need to play well, though. That's a fact. It needs to happen. They need to perform. They need to get this win against the Browns. They have to. Whether they do or not, though, I mean, we'll talk about that next week. Next Monday, we'll be reacting at this time next weekend to this game coming up on Sunday. But I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Family Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Dorans next. You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Chris Rose with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. We start in Philly, where the Broncos came back from a 14-point fourth-quarter deficit to hand the champs their first loss of the season, 21-17. In Seattle, Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold combined for 720 passing yards and 6 scores, but in the end, the Bucs came out on top, 38-35. In London, Justin Jefferson, 7 grabs, $123, helping the Vikings outlast the Browns, 21-17. In Baltimore, Cooper Rush got the start in place of an injured Lamar Jackson. Through 3 picks, the Texans take it to the Ravens as they fall to 1-4. In Cincinnati, Jared Goff threw for 258 yards, tossed 3 scores as the Lions held on to beat the Bengals 37-24. And Sunday Night Football, Stephon Diggs hauled in 10 grabs, $146. Patriots hand the Bills their first loss of the season, 23-20. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
So, you want to buy a house. You could go online, do your research, find the dream listing, go see it, and get catfished. Back to the drawing board. More scheduling, more viewings, more this doesn't even look like the photos. You could finally find one that does match the photos. Then comes the offer. Stress rash? Yep, make that 3. And here's the paperwork. Yep, never-ending paperwork. It's a lot. But you don't have to do it alone. Because there's an agent who's a realtor here to guide and help protect you as you find the home that's right for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
It's Nicholas Harry Callis. Get up with the Family Morning Show, and it's brought to you by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin yet another week and a Monday morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways as well as Route 28 heading into town looking pretty good for you. However, you will see that single lane each direction restriction on the Parkway East, one lane each direction between the Business 22 and Penn Hills interchanges. Also, Route 51 down to a single lane each direction in Jefferson Hillsborough and Pleasant Hillsborough because of ongoing work there between Cole Valley and Brewston Roads. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This football season, huddle up at Rival Sports Bar, Fox Chapel Waterworks, and Collier Town Square. Fresh pizza, hot wings, cheesesteaks, ice-cold beer, and 30-plus big screens showing every Monday night game. Rival, your sports home.
Hey, Colin Dunlap from my great friends at Schultz Ford and SchultzFord.com. Be sure to check everything out. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it's going to get cold. So you better get a vehicle to get ready for that cold. Get in that Explorer. Get in that Expedition. How about that F-150? Get you geared up for that cold weather. Listen, there's so much happening. Great people at Schultz Ford. All those spectacular locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Again, always online at SchultzFord.com. They got mobile service, too. You need anything done to your vehicle? Come right to your driveway. Get it done there. Pickup and delivery. If it's a little bit more extensive, they'll grab it, take it to the dealer, bring it right back. So there is that. And again, it's going to get a little bit cold. So be sure to be prepared for this winter. Richard Bazzi and his staff will treat you well. All those great locations, and always online, SchultzFord.com.
For Pittsburgh baseball fans, some memories just never fade. And on Sunday, October 26th, you can relive them with Clint Hurdle. Join the beloved manager at the Heinz History Center for the launch of his new book, Hurdleisms. He'll share incredible behind-the-scenes stories from his career, taking you back to those thrilling 2013, 2014, and 2015 playoff runs. Don't miss this special day. Find tickets and details at HeinzHistoryCenter.org. That's HeinzHistoryCenter.org.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. It is officially fall. It's spooky season. Most importantly, it's football season. You're going to have a bunch of people over at your house eating the dip, eating the chips, crumbs, nastiness everywhere with all that foot traffic. A perfect time to remember that carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery can be zero-resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Right now, you can get your entire home zero-resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. It's Fire Prevention Week. Dryer vents are one of the leading causes of house fires in the U.S. every year. This month, take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,800 reviews. So schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof,
Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Mission of Mercy Pittsburgh, free dental, vision, and hearing clinic for kids and adults. October 24th and 25th at the Convention Center. Doors open 6 a.m. Free to everyone. Mission of Mercy Pittsburgh. Visit mompgh.org.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. Reserve your spot for an exclusive tequila pairing dinner at Martirano's Prime at Rivers Casino, Thursday, October 9th. Experience a curated 4-course menu, perfectly paired with premium tequilas for $110 per person. Visit riverscasino.com for more information. The Panthers are back on the field, and Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan is your home for all the action. From pregame to postgame, coverage on The Fan is brought to you by Cranberry Dental Studio, Klein, Keppel, and Kuriak, Food for Thought, Nick Chevrolet, Hellman Electric, and NSS Light. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkways east and west getting a bit heavier heading into their respective tunnels. Outbound Parkway West, though, you've got a smooth ride out toward Pittsburgh International Airport. If you're traveling Route 28, that's looking good for you on the inbound side between Harmer and the north side. Same story for the Parkway North from I-79 down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge and onto the Crosstown. That's looking good in both directions from the Vets Bridge over toward the Liberty Bridge ramps as well as the outbound Boulevard of the Allies. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, it's Nicholas Harry Callis. After a wonderful Steelers bye week, everyone you don't like lost. How about that?
Even West Virginia.
Go to hell.
Yep.
All-time record for the earliest I've told Harry Callis to go to hell?
Yes.
Very good.
Very early.
How we doing, Dickerson?
Doing great. Feeling great. Great weekend. Ready to get this week kicked off. Got the Steelers, Brownies, Sunday. Got Pitt, Florida State, Saturday.
Oh,
Who's
yeah.
West Virginia got? Who do they have?
Bye week.
Oh, it's bye week.
How about that?
Okay.
They covered. It's all that matters.
They did.
You got to cover.
They effed me, too. Had them in a parlay, and obviously, and I teased it down.
We did the thing where I said Pitt wasn't going to cover, and you said West Virginia wasn't cover. Now Pitt covered by a smidge.
A little bit.
Just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Did Penn State? Actually, Penn State, my personal record book, lost by 30.5.
That is true. That is true.
Oh, we will get into that. Tough, though, on those kids having to travel.
It's rough.
It's real hard having to fly out to UCLA.
Yeah.
Tough road environment out there.
Tough.
Crowd noise.
Yep.
And when you're dealing with new coordinators, I mean, it's
like
just
new coaches.
You're guessing. You don't know what they're going to do.
Right. It's a tough deal.
It's way tough.
Yeah. Especially coming off of a loss at home, too.
Oh, boy.
Tough.
Man. Was that their first loss against an unranked team in like their last 50 tries?
Something like that.
The thing you always know about James Franklin is he wins the games he's supposed to at the very least.
Things are changing.
Well, when you have to travel.
Oh, true.
It's a long flight,
Yeah,
is what that was.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Cramped.
Yeah.
As somebody who just took a couple of long flights, I can tell you I wouldn't have been able to play a football game.
Mm-mm.
Difference is I'm not a football player.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How we doing over there, Harry? You having a good day, good weekend?
Yes, it was a great weekend. I had a little mini vacation to Erie.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
I watched Mercyhurst play football because my girlfriend's cousin's a coach.
Nice.
Oh.
So they beat the Long Island University Sharks. How about Sharks?
Nice.
They have some of the ugliest uniforms in college sports, the Sharks. It's like highlighter yellow and weird blue.
You know who that is?
West Virginia played them a couple years ago.
Oh, okay. Wow.
They were making the transition. They were one of the worst teams I've ever seen. Mercyhurst won, you said?
Yeah.
There you go.
A lot of my friends went to Mercyhurst. I used to go up there all the time.
I won a crew race up there.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. That was one of the few ones we would ever win, the Mercyhurst sprints.
Mercyhurst.
Some of the big local schools wouldn't go to that one.
There's a lot of schools right there, like
Mhm.
right next to each other, like Gannon, Mercyhurst, and there's Penn State Barron or something. Maybe?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're
Yeah,
all
you're
right there in that little cluster.
Did you get in the water, Harry?
Edinburgh.
No, we didn't go to the lake, but we played board games and video games all night because we saw her family, and then my aunt lives in Erie, so we stayed there for the night and into the next day. We played games like Clue, Mario Kart.
Oh.
Did you have any alcoholic beverages?
No, but my brother-in-law did. He was a little buzzed. He was funny.
He coaches for Mercyhurst?
Her cousin does, yeah.
What's he coach, you know?
He's the linebackers coach, and he's trying to be an NFL scout, I hear.
Oh, really?
His name's Mason. He's a nice guy.
Where'd he go to school? Like, where'd he go to high school? Did he go to Mercyhurst?
Oh, he told me where he went to high school, and Ambridge it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. All right.
Texter writes in, good morning, gentlemen. Question, would Doran in his physical prime play for the 2025 Las Vegas Raiders? Well, yeah.
Absolutely.
In your physical prime? What kind of question is that? Could you play for him now? That's the question.
I mean.
They stink.
Yeah.
They stink.
Yeah.
40-6 or whatever it was?
Why wouldn't I play for the Raiders?
That's a poorly phrased question.
I'd play for Raiders whenever they were in Oakland in my prime.
In your physical prime, you played in the NFL for 6 years, so safe to say in your physical prime you'd play for that bad team.
I thought I was going to get drafted by the Raiders because, Davis, he loved, fast guys. It didn't matter, like, how they played football. He loved fast and freaks.
Darius Hayward Bay.
Yeah, I thought I was going to the Raiders for sure.
The classic example.
Mm-hmm.
Texter, America needs to know, Crowley, how was the mayo chup beef? Didn't do it. Was talked off the ledge.
I thought you were marinated. Did you wash it off?
Wash it off.
Did you?
A little rinse.
My mom actually told me she wanted you to try it to see how it was.
My dad wanted me to try it. I saw my dad yesterday. He didn't know how it went on Friday, and he's like, how'd it go? I was like,
Didn't do it.
Got talked off.
So would you end up marinating the steaks in? Anything?
No. After that, you put the Gibson salt on. They were real thin.
Mm-hmm.
They were good, very marbled.
They looked good.
They were marbled, delicious.
Why don't you just?
They look like a good cut of steak.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get them from a butcher?
Got them from the place in the Strip District, the beef place.
The meats?
The meat place.
Strip District Meats?
Yeah, that was it.
That's my favorite spot.
Mm-hmm. They got good stuff there. You can get, like, alligator.
Yeah, that's where I get all my, quail. Remember you had my quail? That's where I get the quail.
You can get all kind of weird meats in there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Really good.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you just save one and try it, though? Like, you should. One.
You know what? That's a great point.
And you could eat it. You didn't need to give your family it.
Then I would have. Everything looked so good. If I would have done that, it wouldn't have been as good because I got fooled by the internet. Let's just call it what it is. Texter, could Crowman in his physical prime drink a 12-pack in a day? You can do that now.
That's easy money right there.
Easy money. I definitely had 12 pints in a day in Ireland. Oh, Ireland mentioned. There you go. It's not so much can you do it, it's what happens to you whilst you do and then the subsequent following day.
Yeah.
And with the guts, it ain't good. And the headache is bad. Back in the day, though.
Oh, man. I mean, I've definitely taken down a 30-pack before.
No question.
Like, more.
No question about it.
Like on a St. Patty's Day or something?
Yeah, you start drinking it early in the morning on a St. Patrick's Day. You're in college. You're in your prime. Space them out a little bit. Yeah, it's about a little over a beer an hour.
I'm not talking like a case of Yingling. I'm talking about, light.
Natural light.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like a Busch light.
Uh-huh. Miller.
Texter, how about Heinzel? Oh, yeah.
Pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Big one against Florida State. The Seminoles.
I told you Heinzel was good when?
You told me Heinzel was good in the summertime.
Yeah.
You said it might look better with him than any of the other guys in the summertime.
Yep.
But you're paying Holstein, and that made sense, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
If they didn't pay Holstein, people would have been going, oh, my God, why didn't they pay Holstein? You got to pay. Oh, he's going to Florida. Oh, my God. Geez.
Exactly.
So you did what you had to do, and then because of this new era, he's making money and got sat down, which, look, Pitt probably should be 5-0 right now. So I'm not going to throw all the flowers on Pat Narduzzi, but the idea of benching a quarterback making that kind of money who was 7-0 last year, that's not an easy decision. So kudos to him for making that decision.
It's really not. It's tough.
Texter, odds on Crowley pooing his pants after a 12-pack plus 425. Depends on the beer. Depends on the beer. I had a pumpkin beer I had never tried this weekend. Headache.
Immediately?
Too sugary, yeah. But it was delicious. It was the Trogs one.
See, I got headaches the first couple times I was drinking Guinness.
Yeah.
Real bad. So I had to, pre-treat them and take, Excedrin. Because I was like, this is a really good beer. Like, I'm really into it. This is my favorite beer now.
Oh, I love it. I got to
is.
bring your glasses, boys.
Then Saturday, I had, 4 or 5 of them. Didn't pre-treat. No headache.
No headache.
So I think that
You were having headaches at the end of last week. I don't know if it was Guinness related. You're fine. You're fine. Yeah, I came back worried about trying them out of a can because it's always been good out of a can. It's more like when you go to a place and you don't know if you're going to get a good draft or not. Out of a can's very good.
Yeah.
And I actually got 2 great drafts yesterday at a place where they had the pint glasses. They poured it correctly. Very impressed.
Nice.
Very good. A place in Bell Vernon. Speaking of which, Mark Caboli going to join us from 9 o'clock until 10 today. Burying the lead a little bit. We got Eric Carlson at 8:45. Big-time player.
Yep.
Hey, Eric, how's Dan Muse, who you're 12 years older than?
Seriously. How old is Muse?
How's that working out?
Age?
It's a good question. Hold on. He might be older than I think.
He's 40.
He's 43. Yeah. So he is actually factually older than Eric Carlson. He's got a big booming voice just like Sullivan did, who they'll take on tomorrow. Penguin season right around the corner. Dropping that puck tomorrow. Madison Square Garden. Muse v. Sullivan. I'm jacked up about it. I might wear my Penguins jersey tomorrow. Should we wear our hockey jerseys tomorrow? You want to wear Pitt? I wear West Virginia? Okay, cool.
Sure. I just wore it, but whatever.
It's a nice jersey.
How about taking on the rate? Wow. Jeez, hockey season's here.
Here. I'm going to have a hard time with it.
You know what? I was thinking about this the other day. Yesterday, actually. I think the Penguins are going to be a lot better than what we want them to be.
I think their top 6 is pretty good.
I think it's going to be one of those situations where it's oh my gosh, new flavor, new system, new voice, freshness, and I think they win more games than we want them to probably win, honestly.
I'm on that with you, man. And the hard part of it, tomorrow, I want them to win tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
You're playing the Rangers, you're playing Sullivan. I hate the friggin' Rangers. It's Flyers, Rangers. The Caps are now considerably in third. I just can't stand the damn Rangers. And I love Mike Sullivan. He's a guy who likes a Guinness as well. But how do you not root for your team? And I do think We'll see. We're going to talk to Carlson. Kind of want to hear the differences between Sully and Muse's system, but I could see if they're a structured bunch, I think they have enough talent to win more games than you'd like them to win, which is tough.
Uh-huh.
Texter, okay. Las Vegas Raiders, a hot mess. Can't imagine locker room vibes, but I guess it's worth it. I don't know, man. Is Kenny Pickett going to take my guy's job?
Is he getting close?
I don't know. That team.
What did Geno do yesterday? Did he do bad again?
I mean, they lost 40-6. He couldn't have done all that
goodness.
Good. Of all the games I paid attention to, I paid attention to that one. Not a lot because it got away from him quick. We got because of the international game. I signed up for Fubo, but on a free trial, and so I don't have Red Zone. But I did yesterday. It was glorious.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to cancel it. And then next weekend, there's a London game. So I'm going to use my wife's email, sign up for it, watch it, little Red Zone, cancel that sucker. How about that? How about that life hack? Got to make sure I don't forget because it's like $110.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Geno Smith, two interceptions. No touchdowns.
He has not been a turnover guy in the last 5 years, and he leads the league now. He's been terrible. Everything they do is bad. I thought that they'd be pretty decent, actually.
So did I. Man.
I mean, you bring in Pete Carroll. He knows how to win ball games. Geno Smith's been really good.
Chip Kelly, right?
And Chip Kelly. Now it's over.
Man.
Done. See ya. One of the worst teams in the NFL. I'm going to draft a quarterback. Maybe the Browns won't. That'd be great. Dylan Gabriel should be your guy. Keep rolling with that guy. He actually did play better.
Oh, yeah.
He was, and they call good plays. I mean, Stefanski's a good play caller. Texter, hey, they finally did the camera so we can see Harry. Harry, wave to the people.
Hey-yo. Good to see you.
Did you get your 6 hours last night?
Yes.
7?
No.
6.5.
Yeah, it was closer to 6.5.
What'd you get on the weekend?
I got 7 Friday into Saturday.
Nice.
Can I tell people this?
Please.
Yeah, so I did a sleep study. Found out I was getting like 3.5 hours of sleep per night. Working 2 full-time jobs was a lot.
That is so unhealthy.
And I was doing that for a year and a half. And I just started getting tested like in August. So
3.5 hours of sleep a night, no matter what line of work you're in, is going to kill you faster than smoking a pack a day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that part's true, but it might be.
But I love getting more sleep. I will say that. I mean, sleep is important. Rest is important.
You see that TikTok with all the college football coaches? There was like 10 of them. They asked how much sleep they get a night, and the average was like 3.5.
Man. So Harry's basically been coaching a Division I football team the last year and a half.
Basically.
Man. I don't doubt that for a second.
That's ridiculous, though. Not me.
Especially now.
And they're going. It's not like, it's not like us where we get to go home, we get to lay down for a little bit.
No, like James Franklin, he's going to lose to Oregon. He's going to lose to UCLA. He'll probably take a helicopter to the Whippeal this weekend.
Yep.
Ain't no rest for the wicked at all. And you get like, I don't know, a couple of weeks maybe in the summertime. That's it. It's always been a grind, but now. Now they get paid handsomely for it.
Yes.
Could never be me. I'd do it for $80K. Texter, bro is crying about 2 8-hour-a-day office jobs. Like I said, you either sleep or you don't sleep. I know it's not like he's out there digging ditches or anything, but he's
Well, my other job before
21 and a half hours a day, you're awake.
My other job wasn't a sit-at-the-desk job. It was TV production. So, I was going places.
He was going.
I was orchestrating a sports broadcasting program.
He was orchestrating. Morning radio alone will age you like a president. And then you add another job on top of it. We're happy to have you back full-time.
Well, it was always full-time. It was full-time. You like me better now? You like me better being...
I've loved you forever, but I tolerate you more now, yes. That would be the way that I'd put it.
West Virginia lost.
They covered it. What was the score of the Pitt game?
48-7.
The one that they played against West Virginia. I'm sorry to do that to you, but he had.
That had nothing to do with it.
He had to take it.
That had nothing. You didn't have to say that.
Give me something. I don't know that my team's going to win again all year. If they do, it'll be on the 18th against UCF after a bye. Get healthy. I do have to laugh at the irony of Rich Rodriguez being like, all these Pitt guys are hurt in the second half, and we've had like 20 guys out since then. Karma. That's like when Narduzzi was like, oh, nice weather for practice today. We're having a good time, and they didn't win the rest of the year. What goes around comes around. James Franklin. 25.5-point favorite. A coaching staff that was brand new.
I mean, I looked up and it was 10-0 in the first quarter. I was like, whoa.
That onside kick, balls.
Yep.
That took balls.
Why not do that, though?
That was brilliant.
Why not?
You saw it on film.
Yeah.
Worked to perfection. All of a sudden, it's 10-0, and you're in it then. Like, you're in it. And all of a sudden, they've got all the momentum, and their 16 fans are jumping up and down. Raucous environment. But we will not start with college football. We will absolutely get to Pitt and Penn State because there's a little optimism now for the Pitt Panthers. And Penn State fans haven't felt this bad in a long time. But Steelers fans, you can't ask for a better weekend. And we will break it down chapter and verse for Yins in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Wentz, 2nd and 5. Addison, he's got it! Touchdown! Shotgun, fake the pitch, soft toss, it's handled. Noel is in for the touchdown. The Texans have got their groove back.
Browning with protection this time, and it's intercepted by Anzalone. Anzalone works around Chase and out of bounds inside the 30.
Well, how the turntables. The Steelers don't play. The Browns go down in London. The Ravens, as currently constructed, might be the worst team in the NFL. And the Bengals put up a little bit of a fight late, but that game was never in question. The AFC North goes 0-3. The Steelers sit on their couch and watch. The Steelers at 3-1 are in first place in the AFC North. The Bengals at 2-3 are in second. The Ravens and Browns bringing up the rear at 1-4. Are the Steelers going to win the AFC North? 412-928-9370. We'd love to talk to Ians about that today. I feel better about it now than I did before because it's not just that the Ravens lost, Doran. It's that they played the worst offense in the NFL, statistically speaking. A team that scored 16 points per game coming in Houston. And they gave up a 40-burger. They provided zero resistance. I mean what I said. I think without Lamar, without Marlon Humphreys, without Roquan Smith, without Matabuke, who's not coming back at any point this year, I think that was the worst roster put on the field in an NFL game yesterday. And they're going to lose next week if Lamar doesn't play, and they may well lose even if Lamar plays. They're going to be facing 1-5, and the Steelers, well, they're going to be favored in their next two with a chance to be 5-1. How are we feeling about the Steelers in the AFC North?
I feel obviously really good about them where they sit right now. I think that they control their own fate. They control their own destiny at this point. It'll just come down to if they don't win the AFC North, it'll come down to them beating themselves. It'll come down to them beating themselves and not taking care of business against the teams that they have coming up right now in these next 2 weeks. Well, not even 2 weeks, I guess, the Thursday night game too. So I feel really good about where they're at. If they can stay healthy, if they could clean up some of the issues that they have, they don't have to be astronomical cleanups either. They don't have to be like, oh my gosh, it's a revelation. This offensive line is now top 3 in the NFL. No, they don't even have to be that. They just have to clean up some things and take care of their own business and go in and take care of the teams that they're supposed to beat.
Yes.
If they do that, yes, they can win the AFC North for sure. Look at it. It's awful.
Let's do math real quick. Are the Steelers good enough to go 8-5 the rest of the way?
Yeah.
I think so too. And if you do, you're winning the division. You might be able to win it at 10-7. You really might. Cincinnati's not going to get Joe Burrow back until December, and the way they're playing, I wouldn't even bring him back. People are saying maybe they'll try to trade for Russell Wilson. Someone in the press box, my friend James Rapien covers the Cincinnati Bengals. He tweeted out that in the press box, someone said Spencer Rattler would be better than Jake Browning. I don't necessarily disagree with that. Jake Browning made some throws at the end. He was also butt cheeks before then. They are as bad as it gets. The Ravens are as bad as it gets. And when you get Lamar back, you're going to have to win all but one game the rest of the way to get to 11 wins. And that's just not going to happen. Look at Buffalo last night, man. Look at what Green Bay did. Green Bay, I was thinking, hey, they might be the best team in football with what they did to Detroit. They go on the road, they lose to Cleveland. They go out there, they tie the Cowboys, a great offensive team, but a horrendous defensive team. The Chiefs have a couple of losses already. Pick a team in the NFL. They all stubbed their toe. I know that Denver's pretty good. Philadelphia had a lead at home in one of the toughest places to play in the NFL. They stubbed their toe. Point being, Baltimore, if they're sitting here at 1-5, even if you get Lamar Jackson back, you got to be damn near perfect the rest of the way. They're not good enough to be damn near perfect the rest of the way because guess what? Nobody is that good in the NFL this year. Anybody can lose to anybody, which is going to bring us back to Cleveland and Cincinnati these next couple of weeks. But, man, if the Steelers go 10-7, I think they got like a 75-80% chance of winning the AFC North. And why would I not think they can go 10-7? They go 10-7 every damn year.
Right.
So I think they're winning it. I'm not saying print the hats and T-shirts. That wouldn't be a great way to spend money, just in case. But I feel better now than I did when the weekend started because it's not just that all those teams lost. It's how each of those three teams lost, Oren.
And the way that the schedule sets up a little bit, too, I think that the Steelers have a chance to play their best ball whenever they do face their tougher opponents, going on in the middle of the year until to the end of the year when they have the Bills and the Lions and the Chargers and even, frankly, the Packers. I think these two games, you figure out a lot about yourself. You get a win. You go in there and you try to win any way possible just to get a W in the column.
Yes.
But I think that they're in control of their own destiny at this point. They just got to take care of their own business.
And when I look at the Steelers' schedule now today compared to before the weekend, the end is daunting. But you got Cleveland and Cincinnati. You're going to be a favorite in both games. Cleveland hadn't beat you in 20 years at home, apart from the COVID game that I don't count because it doesn't fit my narrative. You play Cincinnati and Browning, and their offensive line stinks, and their defense was never good. Green Bay's at home. Indianapolis is at home. Los Angeles on the road, going to be a home game. And they're what they were last year, man. Like, they came out gangbusters to start. That's not a bad football team, the Los Angeles Chargers. But are they elite? I don't think so. How many elite teams are there in the AFC? We'll get to that a little bit later on in the show. But then you got Cincinnati again. Chicago, tough place to play, and they're better than they've been. But I don't know. These next 6 games are all winnable.
Yeah.
Now, you can lose them. They're not going to win all these games, but they're going to be sitting pretty, man. And if you're 5-1 and the Ravens are 1-5, you're golden.
Yeah.
I do think they're the worst team in the NFL right now.
Raiders.
I think they're the second worst team in the NFL right now. The way that they're currently constructed.
Jets.
They're the third worst team in the NFL right now. Dolphins. Fourth worst team in the NFL right now. I mean, that was an offense in Houston that could not move the football. And they went up and down the field.
That's the thing, too. Like, when Lamar does come back, is this defense going to have a revelation? This is the second time I used the word in 3 minutes.
I love it.
Are they going to have a revelation where they become a really good defense again this year like they did last year? I don't see that happening.
I don't know how you're going to stop the run all year long whenever you don't have Matabuke. I mean, he's the straw that really stirs that drink. Ravens fans are talking about how much they miss Patrick Queen because Roquan Smith wasn't the same even before he got hurt. Humphrey wasn't the same even before he got hurt. Like, getting those guys back will help, undoubtedly, but their defense was cheeks before they lost all these guys. They remind me a lot, when healthy, of what Cincinnati was last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think Zach Orr is cut out for the job. I think he's going to get probably canned at the end of the season. They got Chuck Pagano on staff, but that hasn't helped to this point. Like I said, they're going to have to be perfect. You're going to have to win a lot of games 35-34, but that means you're going to lose a game 35-34 or 2 in there, even if you're playing the best version of football that the Baltimore Ravens can play, and you don't have Justin Tucker like he was prior to last year, where you can count on him to dig these games out. I'll tell you, I think Cleveland right now is the second best team in the division.
I agree.
And I think they're a tough matchup for Pittsburgh. I do worry about that game a little bit, the way that they rush the passer.
Mm-hmm.
And they saw exactly what the Steelers saw in the Vikings. They started lining up with extra offensive linemen, and they were playing with a bunch of tight ends, and they were game, man.
Yeah, they were.
I was happy for the Vikings fans because a lot of them, I'm sure, stayed in Europe.
Yep.
And, man, you go out there and you get the diarrhea. I guess I'm speaking just from my own experience. You go out there for 2 weeks. Your team goes 0-2 against the Steelers and Browns. I'm sure you'd have a great time outside of the stadium, but you'd never forget that. Remember that time we went to Europe for 2 weeks and we're away from our families and lost our jobs and blah, 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 and we went 0-2, and the second game was against Cleveland and Dylan Gabriel? But they were game.
Mm-hmm.
They played tough, man. I think right now I would pick the Browns to go on the road and beat Baltimore. I think I'd pick the Browns right now to go on the road and beat Cincinnati.
I can't disagree.
And I thought Gabriel was fine. I thought he was fine. Should the Bengals trade for a quarterback?
Probably not. You know, come in and learn a whole new system. Unless they have a quarterback that was on the roster last year that's out there that they could give them a spark that knows Zach Taylor's offense. I don't know who their backup was last year.
Browning.
I mean, behind Browning.
Oh. That's a level of knowledge I do not own. I do not have that. I do not know who the Bengals' third-string quarterback was last year.
So probably not.
Yeah.
What's the point?
Well, you can get Russell Wilson. Okay.
What are you playing for at this point?
That's the other thing. Like, do you want to keep your season alive until Joe Burrow gets back? Like, he's going to come in here. He's not going to know the offense, whomever you get. So it's going to take time. Now, we've seen it before. Like Baker Mayfield, when he signed with the Rams and Sean McVay, he got in on like a Wednesday and won them a football game. Like, it can happen. And they do have the weapons. But I didn't feel all that great about their chance to making the playoffs with a healthy Joe Burrow because of how bad their defense was. I think you almost punt on the season. You get a top 5 draft pick, and you hope Joe Burrow comes back healthy next year, and you infuse that group with some talent. Draft an offensive lineman in the top 5 and just see where it goes. I'll say this, too. I think the Ravens did a terrible job of filling their backup quarterback role. Like, they've always had a guy that was like Lamar light.
RG3, Huntley. I mean, they've always had somebody that could run that offense. Now you have Cooper Rush.
He's just not a fit, which is going to take away as well from what Derrick Henry can do. And the game script obviously got away from them in that regard. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. I know Cooper Rush, he actually had I don't know what it is now, he had a winning record as a backup quarterback, but you need a guy that's a reasonable facsimile of Lamar Jackson so you can keep running your stuff. And he's not that. If he was the Steelers' backup quarterback, I don't know that I'd feel all that bad about it, but there it just doesn't make any sense. So we're feeling pretty good about the Steelers' chances in the AFC North. We'll take your calls all morning long at 412-928-9370. The Steelers' warts were not on display this weekend because they didn't play. The rest of the AFC North, you get them under the microscope, and it is UGLY. It's ugly. How you feeling about the Steelers? Do you think they're going to be division champs? 412-928-9370. Do you think the Steelers will win their next 2 games? We'll get into that coming up after the break. First, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
College football this weekend saw some surprises. Penn State ended up losing to UCLA 42-37. West Virginia lost to BYU 38-24. Pitt won, though, however, 48-7. Beat Boston College on Saturday. Mason Heichel, the starting quarterback for Pitt, 30-41 for 323 yards thrown and 4 touchdowns. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. New York sports fans were Sunday's biggest losers. The Yankees were obliterated in Toronto, while the Giants and Jets' brutal seasons will end before Halloween. Elsewhere, forget Baltimore without Lamar Jackson. And the Chargers? Well, all they've done is drop 2 straight to NFC East teams. They're not looking good either. I'm Boomer Esiason.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey there. You hear that? Right, you don't. That's what it's like to order food for your workplace with EasyCater. No hold music while you wait to place your order. No tapping as you type in special dietary instructions or long, complicated searches for options in your budget. No crinkling of paper receipts. Just...
Dang, these are some tasty sandwiches.
EasyCater, the better way to order food for work. Order now at easycater.com.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer.
Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with cherry berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this direct.
Sunny today, high 84.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A key road closure coming up this morning. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. Out of the South Hills, part of the Montfayette Expressway project, Coal Valley Road is set to close between Route 885 in Jefferson Hillsboro and Route 837 in Clairton. Now, it will remain shut down through the end of next year, and there is a posted detour to go with that. Parkway West, you're in line near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East, heavy at Wilkinsburg, then again at Edgewood Twistvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. 51 northbound, coming out of the South Hills, you have traffic light delays at the key intersections heading for the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. The proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Steelers were off this weekend. Let's talk Taylor Swift album. What do you think?
No.
Did you listen to any of it?
No.
Me neither.
I heard it's mid.
Is that what your kids were saying?
That's what Rochelle told me.
I thought it was 6'7".
Do you know what 6'7" means?
Have no idea, do you?
No.
No clue.
Nobody can explain it to me.
Gas? Is that something that the kids say?
I think that's something that we said.
Yeah, that Ophelia one keeps playing on my radio. It's a banger, but I haven't listened to any of the lyrics, and I guess the lyrics are kind of mid, is what people are saying.
Mm-hmm.
Rolling Stone did a review that was quite scathing. We'll give a scathing review of the rest of the AFC North teams right now. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. They all stink. I think the Browns are the best out of the bunch at this exact moment. And, hey, the Ravens will get Lamar Jackson back at some point. The injury report is brought to you by Shenderovich, and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. Marlon Humphreys could be back at some point. Roquan Smith could be back at some point. Madubuike won't. I almost did a Rob Gronkowski there, which we'll play later on in the show. But they're not going to win next week because they're that bad. They're going to be 1-5 at the bye. Even if they become the Ravens that we all thought they could be before the year began, they're going to have to be darn near perfect to win the AFC North. I don't see it happening, man. If the Steelers beat the Ravens 1 out of 2 times, they're going to win the AFC North.
Yep.
And maybe if you lose both of them, you could win the AFC North because math. A lot of people, when I tweeted out yesterday that if the Steelers don't win the North, ... Well, look at their schedule. Look at the Ravens' schedule. Folks, math. Seriously. The Steelers win 10 games every year. They just do. They're not awe-inspiring. No one watched the first month of the season and went, oh, boy, there's a Super Bowl champion. But you know what? They're going to do what they always do. They're going to win 10 games.
Yep.
And if you win 10 games, based on the Ravens starting probably 1-5, you're going to win the division. 412-928-9370. Do you agree? You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Do either of the next two games make you nervous as a Steelers guy?
They don't make me nervous, but I still kind of squint because I know how these games do go for the Steelers as they have in the past. And 2 years ago, it just pops in my mind, as I brought up last week, Arizona Cardinals being terrible 2 years ago and New England Patriots being terrible 2 years ago. Both teams come into Pittsburgh and beat the Steelers whenever the Steelers should have won those football games.
Yeah, you lost to Bailey Zappi.
Yes.
And a Bill Belichick who was closer to dating a mid-20-year-old and losing a lot of games at UNC than he was to winning Super Bowls.
Yep.
Does he make it beyond 1 year, by the way?
No. He's one and done.
Will it be his decision or theirs?
Both. They part ways.
Little mutual decision there.
Yes.
If he wasn't Bill Belichick, I think he'd get some grace. Year one, all those transfers, it happens.
Mm-hmm.
But he's Bill Belichick.
Right.
He doesn't get the grace.
Right.
But we digress. I'm not worried about either of these two games, man. I'm not. The Browns game worries me more than the Bengals game, oddly, but really, if you don't win both, I'll be surprised. I think half a month from now, man, we're going to be sitting here talking about the 5-1 Steelers, and maybe they're not going to be all that impressive, but 5-1's 5-1. They have beat the Browns 20 consecutive times in the regular season at Acrisure Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
The Browns have to jump across the pond after losing a heartbreaker with a rookie quarterback where Myles Garrett didn't make the plays at the end of the game the way T.J. Watt made plays all throughout the game in Dublin, I might add. The travel works against them. You're playing on the road, that works against them. Mike Tomlin's excellent against rookie quarterbacks, particularly at Acrisure Stadium. There's not a lot of reasons to think the Browns are going to walk up in here and beat the Steelers. And the Steelers have already opened as a 3.5-point favorite.
The only way is if the Steelers caught this bye week, and we think it's at the right time because of injuries and getting stuff, aligned and getting guys healthy. But if they caught the bye week at the wrong time where they finally found that momentum and now that momentum has stalled because of the bye week. Like what you grasped last game in Ireland, and you found a running game. You had your backup running back run for 99 yards. DK Metcalf over 100 yards. Aaron Rodgers looked like he was, pretty good, obviously. The defense playing at a high level. If you lose all that momentum from the bye week, that's the way that I think that they can get caught. But you have to do it. They had to do whatever they possibly could this last week and this week here to figure out how they can regain that momentum that they had, because they kind of do. You just naturally lose it whenever you don't play.
I think it might be ugly. I think it might be an ugly game. But you've got Aaron Rodgers, and they've got a rookie quarterback making his first start on the road. And I realize it was a tough environment in London, and he didn't play bad. And they ran the ball better than they had this season. And their defensive line, their front four, is a tough matchup for the Steelers' offensive line. But I'll take the intangible stuff with the Steelers. I think from top to bottom, the Steelers are better, and I think they're going to win the game. And the bettors are already looking that way. The Steelers open as a 3.5-point favorite. That spread has already moved to -4.5, which I like it. I like it when the public are on our guys. I like when there's line movement, Doran.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, you talk about the rust factor. Always a concern coming off a bye. But I have faith because of how well the offense played. And I know the Jets are terrible. But the offense played really well week one. And you scored a bunch of touchdowns. And Rodgers threw 4 touchdowns. And he had never played in a Steelers uniform before. Like, they came in basically cold as an offense, and They played really well offensively. Cleveland's defense is good. I'm not going to take that away. We love to clown the Browns. That defense is really good. I think you put up 20, though, you win the game. I think they'll put up 20. I think they'll win the game. We'll get more in depth into the game as the week goes on. But
Can they protect Rodgers, though?
No. So get it out of his hand quick, run the ball, play an extra offensive lineman, play more Darnell Washington, get rid of some of the deeper, longer developing play action routes that really we haven't seen a lot since game one, and don't let Myles Garrett wreck the game. It should be Darnell Washington and Broderick Jones punching that guy in the face every single play. Every single play. If you block that guy, if you protect Rodgers enough, then Cleveland's not going to win the football game. And I think you're going to see the rookie quarterback make some mistakes, the way that he didn't make terrible mistakes in the Vikings game. I mean, this I've always thought is more of a advantage in college football. Choking on Zib. I tried to battle through it.
Sorry.
I tried my hardest there, man.
You did.
Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it.
I heard you gulp.
Couldn't do it. I almost swallowed the thing whole. Holy cow. I've always thought it's more of a college thing, like a tough schedule spot. This is a tough schedule spot. The Steelers been resting. Your quarterback's 41. He's got to have his feet up. He probably did get his couple pints of Guinness that he was pining for being over there in Ireland. You're rested. You're going to get some guys back. Highsmith might come back. That's a good problem to have.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to happen with Herbig?
Joey Porter Jr.
You're going to get Joey Porter
Jalen.
Jr. back. I don't know that Ramsey plays. We'll find out more.
No, Jalen Warren.
Oh, yeah. They got two Jalens.
Yep.
Different spellings.
Yeah, why?
Mm-hmm. I don't know why. You tell me.
There's a why.
Oh. So you're going to get back and healthy. Meanwhile, Cleveland, they got to fly 15 time zones to come back and play you on the road. You should win the game. How about Cincinnati? We nervous about that one? 412-928-9370. In 2 weeks, actually, shoot, by next Friday, will we be talking about the 5-1 Steelers? 412-928-9370. Your calls, texts, and tweets when we come back. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cleveland Browns lost to the Minnesota Vikings. Baltimore Ravens lost to the Houston Texans. Cincinnati Bengals lost to the Detroit Lions, all during the Steelers' bye week. Steelers 3-1 at the top of the division. All teams in the AFC North under 500 records and below the Steelers after Week 5 of the NFL season. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Dorn.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word. Quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. An Aldro home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of five-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
We want Rocky, and I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph is Rocky in this town. I don't care if he wins 4 games next year.
He's been knocked down and he's gotten back up again, is what you're telling us, Brett. The man's been knocked down, he's been kicked in the face, but you want a guy that's going to get back up and
Aaron Rodgers, yes, exactly, because guess what? Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl in 2010.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
At Columbia Gas, safety is their #1 priority. Remember, if you smell the rotten egg sulfur-like odor of natural gas, or see or hear any sign of a natural gas problem, leave the area immediately and call 911 from a safe location. Never try to find a leak yourself, light a match or candle, or operate anything that could cause a spark, including cell phones, light switches, or garage door openers. Learn more at ColumbiaGasPA.com.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
In St. Pete Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy, stains, cracks, bad epoxy job, you know who to call. Comer and Cross Concrete Floors. That number's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer and Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement ever. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every night. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And they make it so easy. They're all uniformed, pros, no subcontractors. They're going to be in and out in one day. That's all it takes. They'll fix the cracks and pits perfectly before applying your new floor. They even take your stuff out for you. How about that? So call Comer and Cross now for your best price of the year, starting with $750 off. Even their number's easy, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Call that now, or go to COMERcross.com. Comer and Cross Concrete Floor Coatings.
MLB's postseason is heating up. Who finds the spotlight? Who owns it? It doesn't matter what happened in the regular season. It's about this moment right here.
Oh, my word, what a play. Can't do it any better than that.
When the lights are brightest, these performers come alive. October hits different. postseason 2025. Baseball is something else. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, depending on where you look right now, AFC North futures odds. The Ravens at plus 100. The Steelers at plus 110. Why do the Ravens continue to get any benefit of the doubt? Because Lamar's great? Awesome. He ain't playing next week. The Steelers will win next week. The Ravens will lose, and it'll finally flip. And it will flip for good, I think. What say you? 412-928-9370. What will the Steelers' record be after the next two games? Will it be 3-2? Bad math. 3-3? I'll do it this way. What will the Steelers do in their next two games? Go 2-0, 1-1, or 0-2? That's easier on the brain.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the subject of the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. Based on the travel, even though I think the Browns are a better team and it's a tougher matchup, based on all that and the rookie quarterback, I think the Steelers win. Cincinnati still scares me. Why? Jake Browning's no good. They're no good. But Tomlin is 2-9 in road Thursday night games. 0-6 against divisional rivals on the road on Thursday nights. So he'll have to buck the trend. Brandon in D.C. wants to weigh in. Good morning to you, Brandon.
Good morning, guys. How are you doing? This is Brandon from D.C., huge Steelers fan. I've been listening to you guys for years.
Love it.
I've never called, but this is the morning, and I'm going to give my opinion on my boys. Hey, we're looking pretty good. I feel like we won the bye week, and I'm saying that because the entire AFC took L's. You can't beat that. We sat back with our feet up and watched the entire division burn down. That was fantastic, especially that I live in the area where the Baltimore Ravens are.
Yeah, baby.
They took that loss. That felt so freaking good. And, yes, they are going to lose again next week while we beat the Cleveland Browns. I am quite a bit nervous because Dylan Gabriel performed better than I thought he was.
Yeah.
But that shouldn't matter. They flying back from London. We should be able to take the Browns out. But it also is against the Browns, and that also makes me nervous. Also against the Bengals, they will not lose. October 16th is my birthday, and we will destroy those Bengals in their stadium at Paycor. Go Steelers. We're going to do it. We're going to win the AFC North.
Real quick here, Brandon, because I could feel a dismount coming from you. A little advice. You might already do this, but you should listen to the Ravens postgame show after they lose. Just put your feet up and have a cold one or two. That sounds like some good schadenfreude.
You know what? I will take your advice and do that next weekend.
My man. Thanks for the call.
Yep.
He's confident.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard not to be at this point, like when you're on paper or just watching, and just seeing how everything unfolded this past weekend and then knowing who you have in front of you.
And it might be more about the competition than it is about the Steelers. That's okay, too.
But you have to get better while you're going against this type of competition.
Absolutely.
If you want to be there in the end.
I think we'll probably get into this at some point this week, but can you blow the Browns out? Could you please?
One of them.
I think stylistically and roster-wise, the team that they'd be more likely to blow out is Cincinnati. But the situation probably lends itself to blowing Cleveland out and then winning a rock fight against Cincy because it's a Thursday. But I love what you've been saying about that game. It's about you.
Yeah.
You don't need to be all that fancy. You play an extra offensive lineman. You run it down Cincinnati's backside. And if you get out of there 13-10, you get out of there 13-10. No, I never care about style points on Thursdays. I know Steelers fans are obsessed with style points, man. And I listened to Josh Roundtree because I was driving back and forth between Bell Vernon this weekend. And I thought Josh did a great show. He's talking about style points. Steelers fans calling, saying they want style points. You got to show that you can beat the snot out of a bad team every once in a while. I totally buy that. Not on a Thursday. And really not in September either. We talked about that last week. You just win in September. You find a way to win. If they're playing the same level of football at the end of October as they are in September, it's probably not going to be good enough. But we're going to allow for the opportunity for them to get better.
I think people say that because you see teams like the Lions do that.
Correct.
You see the
and
top
the Eagles
teams,
last
the
year.
Eagles last year, yes.
And the Lions.
Yes. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, like they'll score points. Like you just see these teams take care of bit. I mean, look at, you want to talk about style points. Look at
Indy.
Yes.
They're the best team in the AFC right now. I don't know that they have the staying power, but they don't mess around.
No, it's crazy.
What? So we threw out the tweet, what will the Steelers do in their next 2 games? 60% of people, results are early, saying they're going to go 2-0. I think it says for Steelers fans more about the opposition than it does the team, because I don't think Steelers fans writ large right now are totally buying in, even at 3-1. You find a way to win one of these games with the style points, and you set up that titanic matchup against Green Bay, Sunday Night Football, Acrisure Stadium, I think some of the narratives will change. And I think that's a winnable game, too. Not to get too ahead of ourselves. We already got text. What are you doing? You're jinxing them, blah, blah, blah. We're just saying what we see. 412-928-9370. What will the Steelers do in their next 2 games? 2-0, 1-1, 0-2. Forget the ties. This ain't Europe. We ain't worried about the ties. And which game makes you more nervous? 412-928-9370. Also a former Steeler tearing it up right now. It has us asking an obvious question. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins begin the NHL regular season tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. The Penguins are going to play the New York Rangers, and Mike Sullivan, who's their new head coach. Remember, he used to coach for the Penguins, and now he doesn't. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West, a little heavy around the Bandit Carnegie, and then jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 heavy past Shaler Waterworks. And then again as you head past the 40th Street Bridge down toward East Ohio Street. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. And none of us want to admit the following, but we all know the song. We all do. You're yes, then you're no, you're hot, then cold, up, then you're down, etc. I think we all know how that generally goes. That is our team right now, currently. 1 week, they look like they're contenders. The next, you're kind of sitting there wondering exactly what you just watched. And the inconsistency is frustrating, bordering on maddening. But that's what made Awaken 180 so different and so much better for me. I dropped 35 pounds. There weren't any ups and downs to speak of. It was consistency. I dropped an average of 5 pounds every single week. I wasn't yo-yoing. I wasn't going back and forth. It was week after week after week of dropping the weight, and now it's been year after year of keeping it off. And you've probably heard me talking about my golf game lately. Yeah, I would say Awaken 180 helped a lot with that as well. Reap the benefits. Find out more about the consistent long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Never Ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart. 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray. Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra. And Emerson Hart of Tonic. If you kid on less. A night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
Prime Rib Night, every Monday at Hofstad's in Oakmont, 4 to 9. Be there.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Just how mad is she? Send flowers at oliverflowers.com. That's oliverflowers.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credit is on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credit extended balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Finn Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. What will the Steelers do in their next 2 games? 2-0, 1-1, 0-2. 412-928-9370, the number, and that's the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Let's go to the phones. Let's talk to Rob in West Mifflin. Hi, Rob.
What's going on? How are you, man?
Great.
I know I didn't hear you say Cleveland's better than Steelers, man.
No. They're the second best team in the AFC North right now, though, don't you think?
Yeah, they definitely are. Their defense definitely be biting, but it's going to be the same old, man. It's going to be a dog fight with Cleveland, and I'm not looking past the Thursday game because we already know. You just said the stats, and the stats don't lie. But I think the way Cincinnati is probably the worst looking. They're probably the worst team in the NFL right now, man. The way they've been playing. So, like I said, it's going to be a division game, but nothing's easy in the NFL. We've seen that yesterday with all the upsets. But I think Cleveland will be a dogfight, and they'll go up there and probably just, do enough to win to get out of Cincinnati.
I think
5-1.
Yeah, I don't know how many style points they're going to get. I do think they'll go 2-0, Doran.
Yeah.
I think Friday next week we'll be talking about that didn't look so good, but
you got a W.
Exactly. And if you're 5-1, Folks, you're going to win the division. Here's a text. With the schedule, Baltimore will have a lot of weak teams after their bye. They'll probably win 8 of their last 9 games. I don't know how anybody can say that.
Not by the way that their defense is playing.
Exactly.
I know they'll get Lamar Jackson back, but I don't see them fixing their defense, and that's the issue.
Lamar had been Superman the first few games. He was leading the NFL in touchdowns. I haven't looked at the updated stats this morning on touchdown passes, but it didn't matter. They were still sitting there at 1-3. And I understand who they played. Fair enough. But they gave up 40 points to Buffalo. Is Buffalo lighting the world on fire? No. Their defense is one of the worst in the NFL, if not the worst in the NFL. And Rob from West Mifflin, who's one of our favorite callers, he said, I think Cincinnati's the worst team. I think right now Baltimore's right there, too. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Anthony in Oakland. Good morning, Anthony.
Good morning. The difference between this Pittsburgh Steelers team and previous ones is going to be Aaron Rodgers. He sees that he has an opportunity for this team to win the division, have some home playoff games, and this is his legacy. He wants to go out a winner. He got criticized even in Green Bay for losing home playoff games, and I just think he's the one who's going to push these players and hold them accountable that we haven't seen around here in a long time. You can already tell the way he's holding Freiermuth and Austin, and he even threw a side eye at Metcalf when he was doing some drops. So, I mean, he's going to hold people accountable. He sees himself as circular 2020 Brady, and he wants to go out for his legacy.
Yeah, and he's a legit leader. And that's what I think
Thanks,
that's
Anthony.
what thanks, Anthony. Like, he is that legit leader that they've been missing since even maybe whenever Ben was here. We know that Ben was Ben, but was he that true leader that he was going to hold guys accountable? He was going to call some guys out and wasn't shy on his radio show, things like that. But I think whenever Aaron Rodgers does hold people accountable, he fixes what he's holding them accountable for. Like, it's not just like, you need to get better or you need to be in the right spot. Like, no, this is why you need to be in the right spot. This is why you need to get better. Yeah. This is why we need to be on the same page. This is how we fix it. Not just calling you out and putting it all on you. I'm going to help you get there. Even though I'm still calling you out and holding you accountable, and I want you to play at a high level, I'm going to show you how to do it. And you have to be able to grasp what I'm giving out to you.
Meanwhile, when the Steelers lost 5 in a row last year, you've got positive Russ. And that's not what you need.
No.
That's not what you need. Their offense was putrid. Their defense was missing assignments. And you had Russell Wilson saying, it's okay, rah-rah, everything's going to be okay. Aaron Rodgers ain't going to let that fly. He's just not. And all the guy does is throw touchdown passes. Like, is he going to stop being good in the red zone? I don't think so. And I don't think they've even scratched the surface.
Exactly.
So I'm optimistic. Can you win 11 games? You win 11 games, you absolutely win the division. You win 10, you might win the division. But the question is, what do they do over these next 2 at 412-928-9370? Texter writes in, I hate to say it, but the Steelers will go 1-1. They always find a way to lose a game they should win. They do. They do, which gives us pause. But I think they're going to squeak to a 2-0 record these next 2. So do you. What say you? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls. We have open phones up until 8:45 when Eric Carlson is going to join the program. Mark Caboli from 9 o'clock until 10. Coming up next, like I said, we'll take your calls. Also, we'll look around the AFC. Are the Steelers maybe right up there near the top? Am I allowed to ask that question?
Sure.
Is there anybody definitively better than the Steelers right now in the AFC? We'll get to that when we come back. First Fan Weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDK take care of that. It's the Fan Morning Show.
A sunny Monday ahead with high temperatures in the mid-80s. Mostly clear tonight with temperatures in the low 60s. Increasing clouds through Tuesday, then showers arrive in the afternoon with highs in the low 70s. And rain showers and foggy conditions Tuesday night with temperatures in the low 50s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming. Reunited and protected with mNext Spike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good-looking guys.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey there. You hear that? Right, you don't. That's what it's like to order food for your workplace with EasyCater. No hold music while you wait to place your order. No tapping as you type in special dietary instructions or long, complicated searches for options in your budget. No crinkling of paper receipts. Just...
Dang, these are some tasty sandwiches.
EasyCater, the better way to order food for work. Order now at easycater.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accidents, closures, and of course delays. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. Crews on the scene of a couple of accidents. One of them in the Homewood Brushton section of the city at the intersection of North Braddock and Hamilton Avenues. Meanwhile, Coal Valley Road set to close today between Route 885 in Jefferson Hillsboro and Route 837 in Clearton. It's part of the Monfayette Expressway project. That closure expected to last through the end of the month, and there's a 4-mile detour to get around it. Parkway West, your jam at the top of Green Tree Hill, Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yep, that happened last night. The Patriots walk up into Buffalo in what could be the last Sunday night football game in the history of that stadium. They did the cute whiteout thing, which doesn't seem to be working anymore. And they lose. Or the Patriots won, depending on how you want to look at it. The Steelers already have a victory on the road, I believe it is, against the New England Patriots, which has aged well. I think that's going to matter big time, potentially in tiebreakers at the end of the season if the Steelers don't win the AFC North. And the Bills, they struggled relative to their expectations with the Saints. They played the Dolphins, and it was closer than the experts thought it would be. And if I were to pick a team to come out of the AFC and represent the conference in the Super Bowl, it still would be Buffalo, but let's not pretend like they've bathed themselves in glory. In fact, I think the team that's looked the best in the AFC so far, Doran, is the Indianapolis Colts and Daniel Indiana Jones.
Yes.
They're playing the best football. They're 4-0 in the conference. They're 4-1 overall. Apart from the way Indy has played, is there another team that's played better football than the Pittsburgh Steelers in the AFC? 412-928-9370. I'm not saying the Steelers have played better football, but is there a team that's definitively playing better football than them other than Indianapolis? I think you can make the argument, no.
Maybe, and if you just throw the records out, maybe the Denver Broncos.
Sure.
Like better football. Yes, maybe the Broncos, maybe the Chargers.
I'm not feeling it with the Chargers anymore. I think they're exactly what they were last year. And maybe the Steelers are too. The Steelers have a lot of different pieces than they did last season. They're trying to play more through Justin Herbert, who has more interceptions now than he did all of last season. He's still a really good football player. I do agree with you on Denver. I think they're pretty good. And I think that they can take that on the road like we just saw in Philadelphia. They can win anywhere in the NFL. That four-man pass rush is as good as any in the sport. They had 70 sacks last year. They're going to be right up there again. They're scheduled pretty easy the next 3 weeks. They take on the Jets, the Giants, and Dallas. So we might be looking up a month from now going, ooh, boy, the Broncos are legit. But the Steelers, look, their only loss is against, I think, a good Seattle team in sort of a fluky end-of-game situation there. You beat New England, that's a quality win. I think beating the Vikings is a quality win. And, okay, they weren't all that impressive against the Jets. It's week one. Do we really have to keep killing them for beating a bad team by 2 points?
Mm-hmm.
No, you just find a way to win.
Right. We'd be crushing them if they lost that game.
Exactly. I don't worry about style points in September. I know you don't worry about style points in September. Now, these next couple of games, would it be nice to see them blow a team out of the water and not play with your food and not have to win a one-score game? Of course, and as the season moves on, I think style points matter more and more. But September is all about surviving and advancing. Can you make your season in September? I don't think so. Can you break your season in September? I don't know. Why don't we ask Baltimore? Why don't we ask Cincinnati? Houston's digging themselves out of a hole. They had a huge win yesterday. They're still 10th in the conference. You can see your season crater in September if these one-score games, when no one's playing their best football, go the other way. And I know the Steelers have a negative 2-point differential, and that generally means that you're playing with fire. Again, September.
Mm-hmm.
And there are things that they're doing that they didn't do last year, and the one that I always bring up is they're scoring points in the first quarter. They're scoring a touchdown per first quarter. Before this weekend's games, that was good for 7th in the NFL, and the one you bring up all the time. They're good in the red zone.
Red zone, yep.
Why are they going to all of a sudden stop being good in the red zone? Is Aaron Rodgers going to stop throwing touchdown passes? I don't think so. So apart from Indy, I think you throw a blanket over the other contenders in the AFC the way they're playing right now. I think New England probably deserves mention, too, because they did just knock off the Kings in Buffalo. And we haven't even mentioned the Kansas City Chiefs, who will take on Jacksonville tonight. The winner of that game is going to feel pretty good.
Yeah, and I don't know about that game. I have no feel for that game tonight.
If you're a Steelers fan and you would want to call up and say, I'll take Jacksonville over Pittsburgh, I don't think you can, and here's why. They're winning exactly the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Jacksonville has turned it over a little bit, but they've forced more turnovers than any team in football. So they're winning the turnover differential battle, just like the Steelers have so far and just like the Steelers had for the last 5 years. But you look around the AFC, man, it's wide stanking open.
It sure is.
I'd still, at the end of the day, pick Buffalo. I'll tell you what. If they don't find a way this year to play for a Super Bowl with Josh Allen, because he's still playing great, I don't know that they're going to do it. Like Kansas City, I don't want to totally write them off. They could be 3-2 after tonight with a quality AFC road victory. But I don't look at them and think that they're the Kansas City Chiefs we've seen the last few years. It doesn't mean they're not going to make the playoffs. Doesn't mean they can't be a contender, but I don't think they're as good as they have been. I'm looking around the AFC, and no one scares me.
Mm-mm.
And if you're the Steelers, you got Indianapolis coming to you later in the season. We know that Tomlin has struggled with Shane Steichen.
I just don't know what makes Indianapolis so good. I can't figure it out.
They've been doing everything.
Like, it's not like they have like that one guy or two guys. I mean, not like Daniel Jones is lighting the world on fire. But he is, but, he's not like that type of player. I can't figure them out. And they're clearly maybe they're just a good football team, like together.
Top to bottom.
Yeah, they're just a good team.
I think they come back down to earth, too. They might be the playoff team from that division, but I don't think they're as good as they've been. Hey, maybe I'm wrong. We see a quarterback come out of nowhere. We saw it last year.
Yep.
With Sam Darnold, who was really good yesterday until he wasn't. We saw it with Geno Smith, who's no longer any good.
Baker.
We've seen it with Baker Mayfield. Indianapolis, same thing. Like, you're not seeing Daniel Jones turn the football over a lot. Early in the season, that's how you win games. Are you looking around the AFC and thinking, the Steelers are definitely a cut below a lot of these contenders? 412-928-9370. Right now, I'm not. And we finally saw the Steelers' defense come to life the last couple of weeks. Let's go to Jim in New Kent. Hi, Jim.
How you doing, guys?
What up?
Two questions. One has to do with football, and one has to do with breakfast.
Okay.
Which one do you want first?
Hit us with the breakfast take.
All right. Well, I'm on the way home from work after a midnight shift. Should I go to Wendy's or McDonald's?
McDonald's.
Harry, are either sponsors?
Not currently.
All right. But just to be safe, I'll say Wendy's.
Yeah, okay. I'll go with Crowley on that one. All right.
You had your mind made up.
Do you think Do you think Rodgers, as the quarterback, could be the kryptonite to the Tomlin loss? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a great question, Jim.
It is. Really good question. Probably.
What I've liked
what you said in the beginning of the show, or what a caller said, like Rodgers is going to hide some of those things, and I think that'll hide some of the mistakes from Mike Tomlin.
I think Aaron Rodgers has provided a level of consistency at the quarterback position, the likes of which we hadn't seen since like 2018, Ben. Like even the game against Seattle, where statistically it was unimpressive and he threw one ghastly pick and then one that wasn't his fault, I still thought he played overall well enough to win. It kind of reminds me, and I'm not going full on here because Sidney Crosby's still a top 5 player in the sport. But more often than not, Sid's bad games, he still doesn't hurt you. I think that's what you get from Rodgers. Mm-hmm. There's this level of, okay, even if I'm not playing my best football, I'm still going to get you into the right plays. Yeah. I'm still going to get the ball out of my hand quick. It's been clean. And when the Steelers have lost these games through the years, a lot of it has to do with turnovers and stuff like that. That's a good call, 412-928-9370. Are there any AFC teams that you look at right now and say they're definitively better than the Pittsburgh Steelers? I guess you and I are saying Indianapolis by default because they're just, when they win, they win by 100. Anybody else? 412-928-9370. We'd love to talk this out with you on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All 3 of the AFC North teams that played this weekend lost in their games. The Browns lost to the Vikings. Ravens lost to the Texans. Bengals lost to the Lions. Ravens and Browns 1-4, Bengals 2-3. After this week, Steelers still in first place, and the only team over 500 in the division with a 3-1 record. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. Crowley here for Bet Parks. There is always another way to win on the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app. It's the only app I ever recommend. Bet Parks has your favorite classic casino games right on your phone. You can make your downtime fun time. You can play blackjack, craps, roulette, plus all your favorite sports like baseball. You got playoff baseball today. How about college football? Pitt, a 9.5-point road underdog taking on Florida State on Saturday. They got a nice little quarterback. Interested to see how that one plays out. On the BetParks app, you can also play hundreds of online slots games, and you can join me on the BetParks app right now. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. BetParks.com has all the details. So whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win. You must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Let's hear it for Tennessee. The Titans earned win number 1 by overcoming an 18-point deficit at Arizona. Yesterday's other winners included Baker Mayfield, who outdueled Sam Darnold, Jaden Daniels back from a knee injury, and how about Carson Wentz, who beat the Brownies in London. Denver upset Philadelphia. Then New England toppled Buffalo last night. So no teams in the NFL are undefeated. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
At Giant Eagle, we're focused on quality, freshness, and all your favorites. Because meals bring us together. Because recipes keep traditions alive. Because the right ingredients make it or break it. Because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better to bring you the best. Because it matters.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar, Rival, Fox Chapel Waterworks, and Collier Town Square.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-485-7220. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-485-7220 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-485-7220 to see if you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews busy with accidents in the Monday morning rush. The latest one, the intersection of Babcock Boulevard at the ramps to McKnight Road in Ross Township. Also one in Ohio Township at the intersection of Grandview and Crawford Roads. And one in Hampton Township on Wildwood Road extension at School Drive. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy just past the Route 8 on-ramp heading toward Shaler Waterworks. A little bit of stop-and-go traffic to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Got junk?
2 men and
AndAJunkTruck.com. You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2 Men and a JunkTruck.com. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Football Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much. You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I blew off a tease at the end of the last hour. I said there's a former Steeler doing work. That's George Pickens. George Pickens is 13th in the NFL in receiving yards, second in the NFL with 5 touchdowns. Woo! Now, there's been no CeeDee Lamb. I'm interested to see how that works whenever CeeDee comes back because he'll become the number 2 wide receiver. It might actually help him.
Yeah, I think it'd be better.
But I don't have revisionist history on it. I'm not going to go back and say that I missed the guy. I saw Tim Benz respond to a tweet. It was a media narrative that drove him out of town. No, it wasn't. Your favorite team traded him. He's a good player. There's no question about that. He put up great stats with bad quarterback play here in Pittsburgh. He is a very good football player. They don't have a number 2 wide receiver. They moved on from him. They don't get everything right. I think they got that one right. That's not a narrative-driven forcing a guy out of town. That was they couldn't win with the guy in their mind. So they moved on from him. Same thing with Deontay. Now, Pickens is a better player, more talented, but you can't win with guys like that in their mind. So it's not us. We didn't do it. In fact, you and I wrestled over it at the time. They clearly didn't want the guy at a position where they could use help.
Yes.
So that tells you everything you need to know about the teammate, the player that they had. He was late on a game at Christmas whenever he was coming back from an injury, for God's sakes. So enjoy him from afar. You're 3-1. I ain't crying about it. I'm not.
It would be nice to have him on the field.
It wouldn't hurt to have him on the field. Yeah. Wouldn't. I don't know how he and Rodgers would have coalesced because Rodgers is such a precision guy.
He might have made him better.
He probably would have made him better, but I do think Rodgers pulls his hair out.
How's him and Dak?
Oh, Dak's an improvisational guy. That's why I wanted him.
Oh.
There might not be a quarterback in the NFL. There's a small list of quarterbacks out playing Dak right now. Josh Allen, maybe Baker. Baker Mayfield.
He's something.
Sam
Darnold, too, though.
Sam Darnold was great until he wasn't. And I don't know that interception was really on him. I think he was trying to throw it away and it hit off a helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, he did almost throw one that was picked off on the goal line, but he was like 32 of 35 at the point where he threw the game-losing pick. Yeah. Baker's touchdown to tie the thing was, it was bonkers. Bonkers. 412-928-9370. The question we asked, though, are there any teams in the AFC right now that you go, oh, that team's definitely better than the Steelers? Dorn and I said Indy. Other people are writing in Denver. Denver, really impressive. You go knock off the champs on the road, that counts for some style points. That being said, they lost to Indianapolis, and they also lost to the Chargers, and the Chargers have kind of come back down to earth. You can make the argument for any of these teams being better than the Steelers, but you can also, make an argument that the Steelers have been better through 4 weeks, which is a nice place to be. And you grade on a curve, and it's all relative. The AFC not as good as I thought it would be, and the AFC North is a pile of white doggy doo-doo. You ever see them white dog turds?
No, I've only seen it in Step Brothers. Never seen it in real life.
They just sit out there, they bake in the sun a little bit.
They turn white.
Matt, North Carolina, to get us to stop talking about white doggy doo-doo. Hello, Matt.
I like hitting those with my golf clubs. My those are amazing in the backyard. Instead of picking it up, I just sling them out there with a 9-iron right into the woods. It's amazing.
I love it.
They somewhat resemble a golf ball too, which is great. When they turn white, they desiccate. It's perfect. So anyway, I think the Chiefs could be, maybe not definitely, but I feel like they're trending upwards, and I say that because they lost to the Eagles 20-17, I think, right? So played a pretty good team very well. They beat the Chargers, I feel like are really good on both sides of the ball for the most part. So they played them pretty well. And I think that once you saw them against the Ravens, it's like, okay, here we go. Here's the Chiefs again, right? Firing on all cylinders on offense. Defense was pretty solid. So I think after tonight, once they thump the Jaguars, which I think is going to happen, I don't know what the line is in that, but I would think that team has to be up there in contention for discussion.
Yeah, and you know what, Matt? Thank you for the call and talking about Doggy Doo-Doo. They get a benefit of the doubt that the Steelers don't get. You know, the Steelers, they started well last year. They started real well last year and fell on their face. Last year, the Chiefs, they're dead in the water. They're not that good. And wound up going to the Super Bowl. Now they got their butts whooped, so what? They went to the Super Bowl, and they won 15 games. And they went, 10-0 or something in one-score games. So, yeah, they get the benefit of the doubt in a way the Steelers are not going to. Have they been more impressive than Pittsburgh through 4 games, though? I would say no. And Baltimore seems to be the get-right game for everybody right now. Matt was saying that, they were clicking on all cylinders offensively, and they were, but Houston is the worst offense in the league. They just put 40 up on the road against the Ravens. So the Chiefs merely did what they were supposed to do. They took care of business against a bad opponent because the Ravens are bad. Texter, are we pretending like Penn State didn't happen? I know that you want to talk about the NFL, but we have to laugh at Penn State. Oh, we will.
We sure will.
We'll break that all down.
We sure will.
8 o'clock, we'll get into Penn State. We'll get into Pitt because there's a reason for optimism. Maybe multiple reasons for optimism if you're a Pitt fan in a huge game coming up this weekend against Florida State. What's Penn State got on their schedule this week? Are they off? I haven't even looked. That's a good
question. I didn't look either.
Penn State football schedule. A little Google action here. They got Northwestern. That's right.
Oh, yeah, that's right. James Franklin, yesterday beat Northwestern?
Yeah, we go 1-0 this week, Doran. From unrivaled to unranked, I saw a Donnie football tweet. They have yet to beat a Power 4 team, Dorn.
That's correct.
Pitt did. Pitt beat a Power 4 team. West Virginia's beat a Power 4 team. You know who else has not beat a Power 4 team? Texas.
That is correct.
A lot of people had Texas and Penn State meeting in the national championship. Now they're going to meet in the Outback Bowl or something. You hate to see it. You hate to see bad things happen to good people like James Franklin. Such a humble man. I guess we did talk about Penn State. We'll get more into them coming up at 8 o'clock. Coming up next, 2 clips from Fox. One from the greatest quarterback who has ever played, talking about the Steelers quarterback. And the other, well, it'll have you laughing so hard you spit out your coffee. That is a Crowley guarantee. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Over the weekend in college football, Pitt won over Boston College 48-7. Mason Heichel, the freshman quarterback, he went 30 for 41 passing, 323 yards and 4 touchdowns. Also, BYU beat WVU 38-24, and UCLA beat Penn State 42-37. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. And if you're like me and you love prop betting, pay close attention to this early injury list. Monday Night Football, Chiefs, Jaguars. Jaguars getting 3.5 points at home. Dare I say the Jaguars outright winning this game? I don't know. Jaguars are 3-1. They're a decent football team. Chiefs are 2-2. It's gonna be a close one. I like the Jags getting the points. Pretty clean on the injury front for the Jaguars. Chiefs wide receiver Xavier Worthy is questionable with an ankle injury. That's today's report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. Now let me tell you a little bit about what Fanatic Sportsbook brings to the table. Fanatic Sportsbook is the home of fair play, protecting all pro football player prop bets, straight bets, parlays, and same-game parlays all season long from any first-half injury. They were the first to protect your prop bets throughout the first quarter, and now they've extended that protection throughout the whole first half. That's 30 minutes. 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets, whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or even defensive players. Fanatic Sportsbook fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Why stick with the sportsbook that leaves you empty-handed when you can bet with one that has your back throughout the whole entire first half? If you want to protect your parlays from injuries, switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and second quarter for all pro football. Every single game, all season long. Fanatics Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Follow my lead and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
93.7 The Fan. You listen to him every day. Now you can watch him too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Doug. Limu and I always tell you to customize your car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. But now, we want you to feel it. Cue the emu music, Limu.
Save yourself money today. Increase your wealth. Customize and save, we say.
That may have been too much feeling.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you want to be more active and start exercising, but cannot because you know you're going to have pain or discomfort?
I'm a martial artist, a pilot, mountain biker, hiker. The thing that brings me down is my feet. When my wife finally talked me into going into the Good Feet store, the salesperson there immediately started investing himself in my problem. This is not something that you could solve online. There's got to be somebody there that can help you find that fit. You put in the arch supports and the clouds go away and it's a good life. I wear them all the time. Good Feet has saved the day.
You deserve a better life, too. Come into the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Good Feet, because you deserve comfort in your life. Good Feet products are proudly made in the USA.
LGKG, your home team. Western PA injury attorneys, born and raised in business over 90 years. Hi, I'm Dan Zangrilli with Larry Kelly and Joe George. So what exactly is the home team advantage, Larry?
You got to know Western Pennsylvania people. You have to know what makes them tick. I like to believe we have credibility with the judges. I've been doing this 40 years. Joe's been doing this 25, 30 years. And you got to earn your bones. It doesn't happen overnight. We have the benefit of our past reputation, our past credibility with the court staff, and the people of Western Pennsylvania.
Let's be honest. There's a lot of other firms. This is not where they lay their head at night. So how could they be as effective in a place that they otherwise don't know?
When you have that reputation, as we do in this area in Western Pennsylvania, that's a competitive advantage. To have that advantage on your side, it's huge. And being from Western PA, knowing the players in Western PA, believe me, it is an advantage to having folks that are right here in Western PA.
Accidents MedMel Workers Comp is at lgkg.com today.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
This October, eliminate chili drafts for good with Window Nation. Right now, when you buy 2 replacement windows, you'll get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 whole years. Hurry, sale ends October 31st. Schedule your free estimate now at windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I think at that age, there's so many other factors that come into play about how to be a great quarterback. And, you know, we all want to talk about what happens in the offseason with him. What we know about him on the field is he's a surgical passer. He's got a killer instinct. He's hyper-competitive. And I think he's brought all those things to Pittsburgh.
Tom Brady, who moonlights between being a part owner of the Las Vegas Raiders and an analyst on Fox, and I would argue isn't great at either one of them. Given the state of the Las Vegas Raiders right now, my God.
You don't like Brady as a broadcaster?
No, I don't. I like him more in the studio role that we just heard him in there.
Yeah.
And I think he's done some stuff like documentary-wise. You and I have talked about this before where he's been really good. I just don't know that the game broadcast is him at his best.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. Because you would figure it would translate. Maybe he's not comfortable doing it.
Sometimes the short amount of expressing your football knowledge and football acumen is better than the elongated version.
Yeah.
You know, whenever, like, I like personally like doing pregame shows because I can get it all in, bang, boom, 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 and then get out, and then the game is played. I can get you hyped up and tell you what you need to know without having to explain it throughout of a whole process of a game and then in and out every single play, every single series.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
It does. It makes a ton of sense. Like Peyton Manning, when he does the Manning cast, he got time.
Right.
You can talk about whatever the hell you want, however the hell you want to talk about it. You can have the guest that you want to have on, and you can just ooze your football knowledge. If you're Brady and you're a color commentary guy, you got to squeeze it in to like 15 seconds of analysis. And that is absolutely a different skill set. To the point of the comment, Brady really impressed with what he's seen out of Aaron Rodgers so far. And I think, okay, you played a quarter-ish of the season. I think the Steelers absolutely made the right call at quarterback. It's not just about what Rodgers has done, and I think he's been very good. I don't care what Pro Football Focus says. Justin Fields is 0-5. I don't think he was the reason they lost yesterday. The Jets have a lot of problems, and they are all great. Russell Wilson got benched. People were talking about Jackson Dart yesterday, and then he completely imploded. He threw 2 picks. They turned the ball over on 5 consecutive drives, did the Giants, against a not good football team. And then Sam Darnold's been pretty good, but do you want to tie up $30-some-odd million in Sam Darnold? I don't think so. He was great yesterday until the end of the game, and you know what happened on back-to-back series? He was seeing ghosts again. So you could have had any of those guys, or you could have had Aaron Rodgers. Rubber stamp this sucker, dude. They made the right call. For the price? You kidding me? Now, look, Jackson Dart may well wind up being a great player in the NFL. He was really good week 1 and 1. I thought there were some nice moments in week 2, but more bad than good. It's a 2-game sample size. I have no idea if he's going to wind up being a great player in the NFL. But I'm okay with the logic of we'll skip quarterback draft last year. We'll give ourselves a chance to win with Rodgers. We'll see what the draft looks like next year. If the draft is as bad as it looks right now, because I ain't taking Drew Aller, just to name one again. Maybe Rodgers comes back for next year. Would anybody say no to that right now? I wouldn't. If he stays healthy, come on. So I think, that's real quick, you look at all these quarterbacks in the NFL that you could have had, the one you do have, I think he's playing the best ball out of any of them.
Yep, so far.
And I know Bengals fans are asking for them to trade for Russell Wilson. Let me tell you something. Russell Wilson behind that offensive line, please do it. Please do it. That guy's going to get sacked 10 times a game. I don't think Browning's been good. In fact, far from it. But he knows the offense.
Exactly. Russell Wilson wouldn't be able to come in and pick up the offense that quick to go and be anywhat of effective. And the way that he likes to hold on to the ball, it's a recipe for disaster. There's no way I think that the Bengals trade for him.
He'd hit some big plays to those great wide receivers they have. He would also get sacked a million times.
Mm-hmm.
And he wouldn't make it through the season, man. That offensive line's as bad as there is in the NFL. So that was Brady on Rodgers. How about Rob Gronkowski? Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State playing with Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield might win the MVP. And Emeka Egbuka would be a huge reason why. They're banged up at wide receiver. That guy's been a stud. Rob Gronkowski on the young Ohio State Buckeye.
You got to give credit to this rookie sensation wide receiver out of Ohio State, Emeka Egbegbue, going for over 100 yards. Emeka Egbuka. I'm getting confused.
There you go.
What do you mean you get confused?
I saw that live, and I screamed laughing. Oh, my goodness, that was so funny. Only he can make that mistake, and everybody laugh. He's Charles Barkley of the NFL. Like, a big boo.
Somebody forgot to plug him in overnight. Like,
the funny thing about it was he was like, oh, I was getting confused. Confused with who and what?
Confused by having to speak English.
Emeka Egbegbue. Go. Emeka Egbegbue. Emeka Egbegbue. Go.
He didn't even say his first name right.
He went 0 for 2.
Emeka Egbegbue going for over.
He was dead serious too.
Oh, he was hardcore in his analysis.
Yep.
He had the teleprompter in front of him. He's all locked in, and in Gronk fashion, this is what comes out.
Emeka Egbegbue.
That reminds me, John Travolta. He was up there at the Oscars or one of those big award shows talking about Idina Menzel, and he called her Adele Dazeem. Like, you can't screw it up any worse.
Oh, man.
Emeka Egbegbue going for over 100 yards. Emeka Egbuka. I'm getting confused.
There you go. I'm getting confused.
Did he even get it right the second time?
Emeka Egbuka.
Emeka.
All right, one more time. It's too good.
Emeka Egbegbue. Emeka Egbegbue.
Oh, jeez.
Would you have rather the Steelers drafted Jackson Dart or signed Aaron Rodgers? 412-928-9370. Top of the hour, we make fun of Penn State. We talk about Pitt's impressive victory with a freshman quarterback. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they begin the regular season tomorrow against the New York Rangers on the road. Remember, Mike Sullivan now coaching for the New York Rangers. Dan Muse make his debut coaching appearance in the regular season with the Pittsburgh Penguins. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems with accidents. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. Crew still on the scene of an earlier accident tying up Route 51 Sawmill Run Boulevard at the intersection with Bowsman Street. We have word that they have just cleared from that accident, but you still have delays all the way back to Maytide Street. Also in Ross Township, an accident in the 2900 block of Babcock Boulevard near the ramps to McKnight Road. Parkway North, you are jammed around the bend at Bellevue Westview down toward Perrysville, then again approaching McKnight Road, stop and go down toward the Veterans Bridge. Route 28 stacks at the Route 8 on-ramp while the Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg, Parkway West over the top of Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. The proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. And none of us want to admit the following, but we all know the song. We all do. You're yes, then you're no, you're hot, then cold, up, then you're down, etc. I think we all know how that generally goes. That is our team right now, currently. One week they look like they're contenders, the next you're kind of sitting there wondering exactly what you just watched. And the inconsistency is frustrating, bordering on maddening. But that's what made Awaken 180 so different and so much better for me. I dropped 35 pounds. There weren't any ups and downs to speak of. It was consistency. I dropped an average of 5 pounds every single week. I wasn't yo-yoing. I wasn't going back and forth. It was week after week after week of dropping the weight, and now it's been year after year of keeping it off. And you've probably heard me talking about my golf game lately. Yeah, I would say Awaken 180 helped a lot with that as well. Reap the benefits. Find out more about the consistent long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap from my great friends at Schultz Ford and schultzford.com. Be sure to check everything out. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it's going to get cold. So you better get a vehicle to get ready for that cold. Get in that Explorer. Get in that Expedition. How about that F-150? Get you geared up for that cold weather. Listen, there's so much happening. Great people at Schultz Ford. All those spectacular locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Again, always online at schultzford.com. They got mobile service, too. You need anything done to your vehicle? Come right to your driveway. Get it done there. Pick up and delivery. If it's a little bit more extensive, they'll grab it, take it to the dealer, bring it right back. So there is that. And again, it's going to get a little bit cold. So be sure to be prepared for this winter. Richard Bazzi and his staff will treat you well. All those great locations and always online. schultzford.com.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
schultzford.com. 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 schultzford.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Finn Morning Show.
I seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Imika Egbegbu.
Sounds like baby talk.
Imika Egbegbu.
All right, that's enough. That's enough, Doran. 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Coming up in 10 minutes, Pitt victorious. Penn State, in my personal record book, lost by 30.5 points.
Mm-hmm.
And James Franklin was making excuses out of his backside. We'll get into all that. Who had a worse weekend, James Franklin or Mark Sanchez?
Oof.
Probably the guy who got arrested.
Yeah, what kind of question is that?
Yeah. More than arrested.
Stabbed and arrested.
Yep.
Stabbed, goes to the hospital, gets all fixed up. Now, as I understand it, I saw a story from last night, in jail.
Yep.
He's going to get fired.
Yep.
Because you can't be out on the town the night before a game that you're supposed to call and assault a delivery driver and then get arrested. That cannot happen.
Stabbed.
And then he got stabbed, yeah. Yep. That's a tough one.
That is very, very tough.
He's okay, though, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So we can make the joke that...
No. 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 Don't.
But the Raiders and Mark Sanchez both got diced up by Indy? I mean, I can't make that joke. He's fine. If he wasn't fine, we couldn't laugh about it.
I don't know if you can say that.
Oh. Did.
So maybe...
Said it.
I thought about hitting the dump button.
Own it. Stand by it.
You can't. No, you can't say that. It's too late for the dump button. You can't say that. Don't do it
Well,
again.
then, by all means, keep drawing attention to it. Also, Kyler Murray had a bad weekend. I have, in all my years watching football, not found it funnier to see a team implode than the way the Cardinals imploded yesterday against the winless Tennessee Titans. There was a play where Kyler Murray didn't know that the ball was going to get snapped, and it got snapped off his helmet. You're telling me he then had to go into the blue tent?
Well, I think they took him to the locker room, to get checked out.
The ball hits him in the face mask, and he fell backwards like he got punched in the head like Mike Tyson.
Yep.
So that was hilarious. You had a running back for the Cardinals when they were up big, take like a 70-yard touchdown to the house, except in his celebration, in his lackadaisical ways, drop the ball at the goal line, and then it wound up being a touchback. If he scores, their game's over, they win.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got Cam Ward driving down the field, throws a red zone interception that is subsequently fumbled by an Arizona Cardinals defender, kicked into the end zone, and recovered for a touchdown. I have never seen a team steal defeat from the jaws of victory the way that we saw the Arizona Cardinals steal a defeat from the jaws of victory yesterday. I couldn't stop laughing watching the game on Red Zone.
Terrible.
So those are the biggest losers from the weekend. I think if we were power ranking them, we would probably go Mark Sanchez, biggest loser. Sizable gap. James Franklin. Sizable gap. Arizona Cardinals.
Arch is in there somewhere.
Oh, boy, did he stink it up again.
He's in there somewhere.
Yeah, those would probably be the 4, right?
Yep.
Man, Arch Manning's no good.
What about the Ravens? They're in there somewhere. I mean, if you want to go 5.
We could go 5. Should we do this every Monday?
Yeah, we should. Biggest losers.
Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. We should do that every single Monday. The 5 biggest losers of the weekend. So we're going Mark Sanchez.
Oh, I got to go one too. New York City. Yankees. Jets. Giants.
Did you see the Vlad Guerrero Jr. Grand Slam? That was the most violent home run we've seen since Jose Bautista did the same thing in the same building. That thing was tatered. That plate, I don't know anybody's beating him there. That place is raucous. You got all 38 million people in Canada rooting for them Blue Jays. That place is wild. So what, we got Mark Sanchez, gap. James Franklin, probably a gap. Arizona Cardinals. Arch Manning, he might be higher. Baltimore Ravens.
New York City.
And New York City. Our top 6 biggest losers. Anybody to add, Harry?
No, I'm just sad about the Yankees. That's tough.
Oh, yeah, good point. I forgot that you are a Yankees fan. Coming up next, we'll talk about that big loser, James Franklin. Someone texted in at 412-928-9370 and said it's big loser energy that you only talk about Penn State when they lose. Well, they're 2.5 hours away. They're a national story right now.
We talked about Drew Aller in a nice slate a lot.
You wanted the Steelers to draft him.
Right. So I don't know what they're talking about.
They're a national story because of their ineptitude.
There's no doubt.
That might be the worst loss in program history. So, yeah, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about Pitt's win and what they might have found in their freshman quarterback coming up as well. First, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, hot one. High at 82, low of 56, clear skies. I don't know how to dress. It's cold in the morning. It's hot in the afternoon. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, schly.company.com, schly.company.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
51 northbound, an earlier accident near Bousman Street, still causing delays just about back to Maytide. Meanwhile, the Parkway West jammed inbound near the top of Green Tree Hill, outbound heavy approaching Parkway Center. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 stop and go for the Route 8 at the bypass down to the north side. While the Parkway North, that is stacked around the bend at Bellevue Westview all the way down past Venture Street. A second delay approaching the Veterans Bridge across the span, then jammed from there over towards Center Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did your doctor just add another medication to the list? Maybe for blood pressure, cholesterol, type 2 diabetes? Ask them how you'll get off of it. Losing weight will be the answer, but you already knew that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At the 7. Iamaleava scans the field. Nico's going to take off. Nico to the end zone. Touchdown.
Obviously, that question at this moment, I mean, how am I supposed to answer that? When we lose the last two games, then obviously, that's all that matters. We didn't win the last two games, but yeah, obviously I felt that way, or I wouldn't have said it. But after two losses, it's hard for me to answer that question and say that that's the case.
James Franklin there after Penn State loses to UCLA. He was asked, you said before the season that this was the best collection of talent and coaches that you've ever had. Do you still feel the same way now? And he did not like that question very much. Sports Talk on the Fan presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much. You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. That was a CBS game. The Penn State loss to UCLA. The one thing you could always count on with James Franklin was he would lose the big games. He would win the games he was supposed to win. If you lose the game you're supposed to win, all of a sudden it was a big game.
Mm-hmm.
And they peed down their leg. They were not ready to play. Nico Iamaleava, he drives down the field. They score a touchdown on the first drive. Then it's an onside kick. You're down 10-0 before Drew Aller ever touches the football. And now it's game on.
Yeah.
You spot a team 10 points. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you're playing. But you're going to have to roll that boulder uphill. And UCLA never ceded the momentum.
Did they ever not have the lead?
Nope. They led the entire game. Oh, and here's a stat. They never led prior to the game. UCLA never led for a minute of football played this year until they played Penn State, and they never relinquished the lead in that game. If James Franklin wasn't going to be owed $56 million if he got fired, he'd have been left on the tarmac.
Yep.
And Penn State fans, you can call up and you can be defensive at 412-928-9370. But I think Penn State fans are going to agree with us neutral observers. That was as bad a loss as you're ever going to suffer as a program because the expectations coming in were we're going to win the national championship.
I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot of reason why that it's probably one of the worst losses of the program. And just like you said, the expectation, I think, coming into the season and the pressure, I think, got to everybody in Happy Valley. And, not only has Drew Aller not played great, but their NFL running backs haven't played great too.
Great point.
Like, it's not all on Aller. It's not all on Franklin, in my opinion. I mean, you have two running backs that are potentially going to get drafted, would have gotten drafted in this past draft, but chose to stay. They haven't done anything.
They brought everybody back.
All
the important guys back with the exception of
Tyler Warren.
And their pass rusher.
Yeah, and Abdul Carter.
Yep.
The reason why I think it's one of the worst losses in program history for Penn State is because of what UCLA has gone through.
Exactly right.
They just fired their head coach. They just fired their offensive coordinator. There's 12 people at the game. Nobody expected them to win this. I mean, not even come close. They were probably hoping that they would at least just cover.
I bet on them to cover because of the travel. James Franklin seemed to think that the travel was an issue as well. That was one of the excuses he made after the game. You're right.
That's why, because of the turmoil that has gone on with UCLA and how bad of a football team they are.
We were comparing it prior to the show to 13-9. And Pitt didn't have a good record that year, but they were a punchy bunch. You guys were a punchy bunch. You were competitive in football games. There were a lot of good players on that team.
We didn't just fire our staff.
And you didn't just fire your staff. They had Rick Neuheisel's kid, who looks like he's 7 years old, who looks like he shampoos 3 times a day, who didn't know and admitted so much after the game how to use the coaching headset. There were 2 plays where he didn't have his finger on the right button, and so Nico couldn't get the play call. One was a 4th down, and Nico just had to go out there and make chicken salad out of chicken you-know-what, and you still lost. You went out and you spent more money on a defensive coordinator in Jim Knowles than any college football team has ever spent on a coordinator. You've got one of the highest priced offensive coordinators in Andy Kotelnicki, and you've got a head coach that says every week you got to go 1-0, and you went 0-1 against a team that I thought coming in, and I'm not sure it's any different now, one of the worst, if not the worst, in all of Power 5. And you got another one coming in Northwestern. Like, they're on a short list, man. UCLA didn't have a DC, didn't have an OC, didn't have an HC.
Right.
And they shoved it up your ASS.
What you always want to see from a team that has a loss, and it's almost, it wasn't a bad loss in Happy Valley last weekend against Oregon, because Oregon's a really good team, but it was it's a loss that kind of hits you in your stomach. It's like, all right, we need to respond. You want to see your team respond. And that's what you were kind of hanging on if you were a Penn State fan. And this is the response you get.
Yeah, at least losing to Oregon that fits within the narrative.
Right.
Oh, James Franklin can't win the big one. We've seen that before. You know what they're going to do? They're going to beat everybody. They're going to lose to Ohio State. They're going to go 10-2. They're going to make the playoff. And then you see what happens. You roll the dice. They ain't making the playoff. They got Iowa left. They got Indiana left. They got Ohio State left. The way they're playing now, they ain't going to beat any of those teams. They still could go 10-2. And if you do, you make the playoff. I ain't betting on that.
No, I think they definitely lose to Indiana.
Indiana's good. Indiana's got a big game this weekend.
And clearly Ohio State.
Ohio State, this wasn't supposed to be their year. Still a great team, but Penn State was the prohibitive favorite in the Big Ten. Penn State was everyone's trendy national championship pick. Them and Texas opened the season at 1-2 in the AP poll. Neither one of them is ranked right now. Penn State doesn't have a win against a Power 4 program. They're 0-2 in games against teams with a pulse. Congratulations on beating Villanova in Nevada and whatever the other school was that they played. And then you have your whiteout, and you begged, you pleaded, you bitched and moaned on the internet to make sure you get a whiteout at night in a big-time game instead of having your whiteout at noon. You got exactly what you wanted, and you lost. And Oregon runs down the field and taunts your student section. They need to fire James Franklin. Now, I said they should have left him on the tarmac, $56 million, keeping him from doing that. Even if it would be free to fire him, like my tongue was firmly planted in my cheek, you don't fire him mid-season because there's always the chance, because of how much talent they have, that you do run the table because you're good enough to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get rid of him until the end of the season. But look, Penn State's got cash, right? $56 million is a lot of cheddar, especially in today's day and age when you got $20 million to spend on your programs. And I know they just spent a lot of money to fix up Beaver Stadium, but they will never win a national championship with James Franklin.
No, they won't. But who would they? I mean, like, who's?
It's a great question.
Where do you go?
Neil Brown.
Because you got to think about recruits. I mean, they get to 5 to 4 stars, and a lot of them are committed. Even the kid out of McKeesport's committed. Like, what happens in that scenario?
He's as good a recruiter as there is in the country.
Right.
But he can't coach on game day. Has never been able to coach on game day. You go back to year 1, he couldn't coach on game day. Now, he took the program from a bad place, and Bill O'Brien deserves some credit too.
Yeah.
But he made them Penn State again. But even at their apex, they've been a cut below Ohio State. They've been a cut below Michigan. And now you're losing on the road to UCLA. I don't know who you hire.
To me, there's no coming back to that. Why would he want to take that
I
job?
wouldn't.
I mean, he's comfortable at Indiana.
The
expectation at Indiana isn't as high every year. If what you're doing now is like astronomically insane for Indiana to be as good as they are. The expectation will always be that way with Indiana. They'll never be like, oh man, Indiana has to win, so many games every single year in order to make the playoffs and make the national championship. You go to Penn State and you have, the expectation is going to be insane.
You go 8-4 in 4 out of 5 years at Indiana. You're getting a statue.
Yes.
And they're paying him too.
Absolutely.
He's
making
not about money. A lot of money.
I would not want to take that Penn State job.
And he seems to me, Signetti that is, the kind of guy who would want to hang out there because it is challenging. And you're doing something that's never been done before. Just the arrogance of that guy, and I mean that in the most positive way possible, makes me feel like he wants to continue to do what he's doing there. If I'm Penn State, I'd try to throw a bunch of cash, but I don't know where you turn. But that's not even really the point. You can't keep going forward with James Franklin. This was the team.
The team. Everybody chose to come back from the offensive coordinator. You got a new defensive coordinator, the quarterback, the running backs.
And you're right about those running backs. Katron Allen had 1 carry for 8 yards in that game. And they've been underwhelming all season long. Where's Bo Perbula? Get him back.
He's playing pretty good right now, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Hey, maybe Pitt was playing the wrong quarterback, too. Heinzel played good ball on Saturday.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
He played really good ball.
Mm-hmm.
Kate Bell's offense. Interesting, huh?
He fits the offense. Fits exactly what K-Bell wants to do. And If you look around, I mean, the ball was going to the places it was supposed to go to. There's been a lot of times throughout Eli's career as a starting quarterback where, he's played very well, but still didn't play to even another level where he could have played because there's a lot of guys that were always wide open, and he would just miss them, unfortunately.
You go back, you watch the West Virginia tape, there's guys open all over the field.
All over the field.
All day long.
This kid, Heinzel, he finds those guys.
You just got to play within the system. And Eli's incredibly talented, and I happen to think he's a very nice kid. But a lot of his big plays throughout his career so far have been when the play breaks down and he's making something out of nothing. Like big play, boom or bust, a lot of turnover-worthy plays. We'll paint the optimistic picture for Pitt. They got a huge game coming up against Florida State. We'll do that when we come back. If you want to weigh in on Penn State's loss, on Pitt's win, give us a ring at 412-928-9370 on the fan hotline. Presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We've got Eric Carlson joining us at 8:45. Right now, it's a Nicholas Ericalis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Over the weekend, all three AFC North teams that played lost. The Browns lost to the Vikings, Ravens lost to the Texans, and the Bengals lost to the Lions. Browns and Ravens, they're 1-4. Bengals 2-3 after Week 5 of the NFL season. Steelers at 3-1 in first place after their bye week. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you so much, Air. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? Well, then you haven't been listening to me because the obvious choice, I've been telling you for years, is to call the pickle at 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles. All their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. So do not wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Or online at callthepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Week 6 in college football, and the upsets kept coming. Starting with previously winless UCLA, stunning Penn State 42-37 in the shocker of the year thus far. Meantime, unranked Florida toppled number 9 Texas 29-21, while number 2 Miami knocked off Florida State. And don't forget about top-ranked Ohio State. They were a ho-hum 42-3 winner over Minnesota. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking. With an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start October 15th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy, stains, cracks, bad epoxy job, you know who to call. Comer and Cross Concrete Floors. That number's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer and Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement ever. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every night. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And they make it so easy. They're all uniformed, pros, no subcontractors. They're going to be in and out in one day. That's all it takes. They'll fix the cracks and pits perfectly before applying your new floor. They even take your stuff out for you. How about that? So call Comer and Cross now for your best price of the year, starting with $750 off. Even their number's easy. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Call that now. Or go to COMERcross.com. Comer and Cross Concrete Floor Coatings.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HEAT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident now. The outbound Boulevard of the Allies. This is just off the Liberty Bridge and the Boulevard of the Allies ramps. Also an accident at the Kerwin Heights interchange on Washington Pike Route 50 at the I-79 ramps. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North heavy past Venture Street. Then jammed approaching East Street across the Veterans Bridge and onto the crosstown overpass Center Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. NC11-1. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Texter writes in that there is now a GoFundMe account trying to get Matt Rule to leave Nebraska and to come to Penn State. Matt Rule played at Penn State.
He did?
He did. Was an assistant coach at Penn State.
He played at Penn State? I thought he was 5'6". Didn't we talk about this?
No, that was the coach of Arizona State.
And Matt Rule.
I'm on it. He's 5'6", Dorn. I mean, back then.
Hold on.
Probably a walk-on.
Played linebacker. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How about that?
Oh.
Yeah.
Did not know that. That's actually a good call. I don't know how well he's done really with Nebraska. How well has he really done?
It takes time.
May I ask what a GoFundMe does, by the way, for bringing somebody somewhere? Are they going to get a GoFundMe to pay him?
Yes, they raise money to buy out Franklin to pay him.
That's crazy.
What's hard to understand about that?
Yeah, I don't.
No, I mean usually people.
That's the case. You know, like that's what it is.
The first step is I think you'd sign a petition, right? Usually you hear about petitions, not hey, we're going to raise money so we can get.
Petition means nothing. You need that cash.
Money.
Cold hard cash. $56 million big ones to get James Franklin out of town. Will they do it? I don't know, because that is a lot of money. But they're never going to win a national championship with that guy.
Yeah, I don't know what you do.
You just keep winning 10 games until you don't.
I think Matt Rule
And they might not now.
is a good college head coach.
Me too. I think he's a potentially great college head coach.
He's a really good college head coach. Now, I don't know. I think before he got there in Nebraska, what were they?
Not good.
They weren't good. So, they're decent now.
They lost every one-score game pretty much that they played in when they had the guy, Scott Frost, who's now back at UCF.
You know what? He would be the guy. Matt Rule. Now I think about it. That's such a good call.
That's a really good call. Nebraska fans probably rooting for Penn State the rest of the way. How about Pitt? How about Heinzel? How do I say it? Heinzel. I made it a T instead of an N. They got Florida State coming up next weekend, but he was really good.
There's a T.
Well. Silent T.
He's a kid that I saw in the spring and I saw in training camp, and from my estimation, he looked the best out of all the quarterbacks. Now, college football's different clearly now, where if you're paying somebody, you have to play him. That's just the case. And he is a freshman. He's 18 years old, but he came in and he has a characteristic immediately when he first got here in the spring. He had a characteristic that usually takes time for a quarterback, and that was the anticipation. And that's what I saw that was different between him, between even the Duggar kid who transferred, and Eli. Heinzel always knew where he wanted to go with the football, and it was always the correct place. And if it wasn't where he wanted to go with the football, he was going through his reads, and he would know exactly where he wanted to end up with the ball. And you saw that on Saturday. And he did it every single day in practice, every single day. And that's something that you have to grow into as a young quarterback usually. But he has that, kind of part of his game already, which is insane for the maturity to have that. He knows how to run this offense very well, clearly, and he gave them an opportunity to regain that confidence. So whether it's on the field and from off the field standpoint, he gets guys together. He's meeting with all of his teammates. He's the first one in the building type of guy. Like, he's in there at 6 a.m. watching film by himself. Then he brings guys in to watch film with him. Like, he has that maturity leadership at 18 years old. It's exactly what you wanted to see, and it's really, at least for this past game, it's panned out for Pat Narduzzi to make that decision to go to him, and I know that was a tough decision.
Absolutely, it's a tough decision. One guy's getting paid a lot of money, and they should have paid him a lot of money.
Right.
Like, it's easy to say hindsight now. I can't believe that they were paying the wrong guy. How do you not, when you're 7-0 with Eli Holstein last year, not pay him? You have to pay him. Other teams were trying to pay him too. That's a fact. Also a fact, this isn't just revisionist history from you. You were telling me this offseason that this is a guy.
Yeah.
That Mason Heintzel's a guy. You were telling me before this game, if he plays, and you may or may not have known some things, that he's a guy. You watch. And that it was a crisp week of practice. I think the Florida State game is fascinating because I don't know. I think Miami's really good. I think this is a real Miami team. Like, I think they are really good. Like, national championship good. I don't know if Florida State's good. They beat Bama. I don't know that Bama's good. I'm not sure. And they lost to Virginia. Virginia looks pretty good. I don't know. What I know is that Pitt's got to go on the road to take on a team that they're a 9.5-point underdog against. I think Pitt fans should be really optimistic right now because you got a quarterback that knows where to go with the ball, who understands the offense, who has the anticipation that you're saying, who has moxie. You might get Desmond Reed back. We don't know that. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But if you do, he's transformative. He's one of the best all-purpose players in the country. And it's not like Florida State's unbeatable. I'll say that.
Mm-hmm. They've lost 2 in a row.
Exactly.
You know Tommy Castellanos. You played against him, 2 years ago? He didn't play last year because he left the team or whatever, but 2 years ago here in Pittsburgh, you did play against him, so you kind of know what he's about.
He could put 40 points on your ass, or he could turn the ball over 4 times.
Exactly.
So if I'm a Pitt fan, based on what happened with Penn State too, I'm feeling pretty good today. And I'll worry about Florida State at the end of the week, but I think that's a massive prove-it game. If you go in there and you win that game, you were where you want to be, you just got there in a weird way. Oh, wow, our quarterback's playing well. Oh, maybe we got Desmond Reed back. Oh, we just beat Florida State, top 25 team on the road. Now you're 4-2. You're going against Syracuse. You're probably going to be favored in that one if you win 2 in a row, and all of a sudden things fall into place. So I can't wait to watch that game.
It's going to be fascinating.
In Tallahassee, where they do the tomahawk chop. Oh, I had to mute the game. Them in Oklahoma. Oklahoma makes a play anytime. They could be down 40 points, incomplete pass. They'll play their damn fights on. Florida State, anything can happen. Quarterback throws one away and he doesn't take a sack. Oh, it's like, oh my God.
I will say this: I do like Pitt's corners in this matchup against that tall wide receiver that Florida State has, and like this is where those corners show up because
look at you.
Because Pitt's corners are 6'3". Rashad Battle, Lynham, sorry, if he's healthy, that's a good matchup that you want to have your 6'3" corners against that number 0. I forget his name, the wide receiver for Florida State.
He's good.
He's really good.
Texter writes in, is this going to be the next Keaton Slovis, Phil Jerkovic, or Eli Holstein? Listen, it's time for optimism. Totally fair. It's one game against a bad BC team. But you're not only going off just the BC game.
It's not going to be another one of those guys. You want to know why? Because those guys transferred in. This kid is homegrown. This kid committed out of high school, and he's a freshman. And he's not a transfer from another school like every other guy that you just named.
He also didn't have a ton of Power 4 offers. He had a lot of MAC offers, and so he's going to have a loyalty, you would think, to the Pitt program. If he plays well this year, you guys believed in me. Nobody else believed in me. Other people come a-calling. If it were to go that way, it's way too early for that conversation.
It is, but I just love the consistency from March, April, all the way through August from him. Like there wasn't like a day where it's like, oh, he had a bad day. Never heard anything like that. It was always consistent. Bang, bang, bang. I think he threw like one pick in training camp.
If he can play the way you thought Holstein would play, then the season you still have a shot this season. Because it's not like the playmakers weren't there. All of a sudden, Kenny Johnson, whoa, 8 catches in the first half? Like, okay, this is the way it's supposed to look, regardless of who the quarterback is. There's playmakers, and again, no Desmond Reed, and you still put up 48 points or whatever it was.
Now look how well the defense played because of that, too. I mean, they create turnovers. That's their MO. They created a bunch of turnovers, but they got off the field. They were on the field a lot the last 2 games before this game. Asking to make being asked to make plays and to keep Pitt in the game. Now they could actually play defense with the offense actually taking care of business. I mean, they're very balanced. I know he had 323 yards passing, but he had 28 yards rushing. And the running backs, Jules Goff and Turner, they both, together were over 100 yards. Like, it was a very balanced football game for the Pitt Panthers. And that's how it's supposed to look.
Yes. I am worried still about the Pitt offensive line, which is banged up and taking on more water there. And I think that you look at what Florida State can do just to look at this upcoming game, rushing the passer. They have, it's not a great pass rush. I think Miami's offensive line's really good. Might be the best in the country. Yeah. But they have 11 sacks on the season. I think that'll be a matchup to watch. You got to keep the young quarterback clean. You want to weigh in on this or Penn State? 412-928-9370. The phone lines have exploded. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, personalized law firm, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. 15 minutes, Eric Carlson going to join the show. Right now, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
College football had some interesting developments this weekend. Pitt beat Boston College 48-7. New freshman quarterback 30 of 41. Pass completions, 323 yards, passing 4 touchdowns. He was the one that started over Eli Holstein. UCLA beat Penn State 42-37, and BYU beat WVU 38-24. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. As the days get shorter and the air gets crisper, football is back across the area. And we want to encourage young players out there with our youth football showcase. All season long, we're taking our hosts on the road to fields across the area. And we want to be part of your team. Go to 937thefan.com and sign up your league and let us come out and show our appreciation for all the youth players and coaches. Brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Bowman Electric, Keystone Custom Apparel, Living Treasures, and Saloni's Italian Bread. From Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
At Giant Eagle, we're here because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better to bring you the best. Because it matters.
Kennywood's Phantom Fall Fest is back with the all-new Haunt Detached. One of 6 haunted houses, 4 scare zones, and over 30 thrilling rides. Select days through November 1st. Buy a 2026 season pass. Get Phantom Fall Fest free now.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old house new again? New siding from Weather Seal Home Services is the makeover you need. Choose from hundreds of colors, and through the end of the month, save 25% off your whole house siding job with 60 months zero-interest financing. That's until 2030. And your new siding purchase includes Polar Wrap for great energy savings. So save 25% on your whole house siding job, including Polar Wrap, plus 60-month zero-interest financing. Just call 877-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Hey everyone, Bob Pompiani here. Let me tell you about the great work that Pittsburgh Garage does. I needed a new garage makeover. The floor was covered with salt and cracks, living there for 37 years, so I called Pittsburgh Garage. Boy, in just a couple of days, the transformation was amazing. The floor coating beautiful, easy to maintain. Cabinets are on their way to make everything organized. I work with Elijah and Josh, both very professional. All of their team members are full-time. Go to pittsburghgarage.com and you'll find over 400 5-star reviews. They've got long-lasting products designed to be functional, heavy-duty, and look great. For your free estimate, go to pittsburghgarage.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Buy 2 replacement windows from Window Nation. Get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. WindowNation.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Penguins defenseman Erik Karlsson going to be joining us in about 7 minutes on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Penn State lost this weekend. We've talked about James Franklin and his maybe eventual replacement, Matt Rule. Pitt obliterates Boston College behind the play of a freshman quarterback. And maybe they'll get Desmond Reed back this weekend. Haven't been told that. That would be big, going on the road to play Florida State. And people want to talk about it, Doran. Troy, our guy from Mount Washington, next up. Hi, Troy.
Crowley, what's going on, brother? What's up, Doran?
What's up?
What up?
Hey, so, just let me touch a little bit on the Pitt and the Penn State. I kind of got into like a tweet war with someone on Doran's post about Penn State when they were done. And it's like, I hate when, like, Penn State loses games like this, and then they start comparing themselves to Pitt.
Right.
First off, they don't want to play Pitt. Second off, we don't claim to be what Penn State claims to be.
Exactly.
So when you're in a situation where you're supposed to be one of the best teams in the nation, like year in and year out, and you don't perform, you can't look at Pitt and be like, oh, well, you lost to Syracuse. Like that doesn't match up. Like our expectations are a lot different. If we're winning 8 or 9 games in a year, we are happy with that. And then in terms of the freshman quarterback, I did like him. I was a little surprised on how bad they beat BC, to be honest with you. So I think that kind of like made me feel like he's a little bit better than he is because they beat down the team so bad. So I can't really gauge him yet. I want to see him in another game, kind of in a big time situation, and I can judge him over Eli.
Yeah, Saturday.
Thank you, Troy.
Saturday. I mean, you said it too, Crowley. Like Saturday's big.
Yeah, and to take nothing away from what he did.
Great.
I don't care who you play.
It's your first game.
It's your first game against a Power 4 team.
That wasn't like this is like I'm not like Boston College wasn't out there getting blown out all season. They were in every single game that they played. They just ended up obviously on the wrong side. If you go back and look at their schedule, they lost by maybe 10 points one game, I think, 3 points, and then maybe 7 points in another game. It's not like they were getting blown out by the teams that they lost to. So, like, they have been playing decently. That's just Pitt just had their number on Saturday. And Heinkel, he deserves a lot of credit for that.
No doubt.
But we'll see Saturday how he stacks up on the road against the Florida State team that is desperate for a win.
To touch quickly on Troy's first point, Penn State, it's always unrivaled. And even I tweeted out something negative about Penn State, which everyone should because it was a disastrous loss. And my mentions flooded with, well, West Virginia sucks. Okay, good. You're comparing yourselves to West Virginia and you're one of a head coach. Congratulations to you. You are now rivaled now that you are paying attention to my school and you're paying attention to Doran's school. Maybe you should have paid attention to UCLA and not whether or not the seats reclined on the plane flying out to the West Coast. We'll put a pin in this. Mark Caboli going to join us from 9 o'clock until 10. But coming up next, Penguins season. They're dropping the puck tomorrow. Dan Muse makes his debut against Mike Sullivan. And Erik Karlsson, Penguins defenseman, going to join us next to get into it. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All 3 AFC North teams that played yesterday lost. The Browns lost to the Minnesota Vikings. The Baltimore Ravens lost to the Houston Texans. And the Cincinnati Bengals lost to the Detroit Lions. That makes the Browns and Ravens 1-4, the Bengals 2-3. So after Week 5 of the NFL season, the Steelers are still at the top of the AFC North, and the only team with a record over 500 right now. They are 3-1. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accidents affecting your morning commute. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The latest one in Marshall Township on Wexford Run Road. This is between Neely School Road and Strawberry Lane. Also, an earlier accident cleared from the outbound boulevard of the Allies, just off of the crosstown, still causing delays on the crosstown, back across the Veterans Bridge and onto the Parkway North where you're jammed before McKnight Road. Route 28 also affected. You're stacked just about back to the Route 8 at the bypass. Stop and go to the ramps leading up onto the Veterans Bridge. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill and the Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did your doctor just add another medication to the list? Maybe for blood pressure, cholesterol, type 2 diabetes? Ask them how you'll get off of it. Losing weight will be the answer, but you already knew that. Awaken180weightloss.com. Prime Rib Night every Monday at Hofstad's in Oakmont, 4 to 9. Be there.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Join the Riverhounds this Saturday at 7 p.m. for Kick Out Cancer Night and a post-game fireworks show as they battle Indy 11 and push toward a playoff position. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets.
What's up, black and gold fans? At Schlage Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly-company.com.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. They drop the puck on the Penguins season tomorrow. Penguins, Rangers. Mike Sullivan on the opposing bench, and we're joined now to get into all of it by Penguins defenseman, future Hall of Famer, two-time Norris Trophy winning Erik Karlsson. Erik, we really appreciate you making the time to join us today, man. How's it going?
Oh, it's good, thanks. How are you guys?
Oh, we are doing fabulous. I understand you had to pick your kid up from school. I think because of the how long it's been, I feel like I can bring this up. I happened to see you, and we chatted for a couple of moments last year at a Paw Patrol live show. Eric, are you a big Paw Patrol guy?
No, I mean, I don't think it's horrible. It's actually pretty decent to watch. But my kids, they used to be really into it. I think they kind of fallen out of it now and moved on. But I did enjoy it.
Have you gone into the Bluey phase yet? Are you guys Bluey fans?
Yeah, we've been in Bluey for a bit. I can't say that it's their number one show, but it is frequently showing up on our TVs at home.
So 4 Bluey episodes is 28 minutes, which is probably how much you're going to average ice time per game this year. At least that's the way it went under Mike Sullivan. What have you seen? What do you like with Dan Muse now at the helm?
No, I think it's been good. Obviously, it's been a long camp. We've had a lot of bodies here, and I feel like the coaching staff has been extremely busy trying to see and get the feel for everyone that was there. But I think in general it was a well-handled camp. It was a fun camp. It was really hard, but I feel like everybody is ready to go for tomorrow. And I've had nothing but good interactions, and the things that we've done throughout the camp has been positive, and looking forward to keep building on that throughout the year here.
Eric, you're 35 years old now. A lot of younger guys that you're going against night in and night out in the NHL. How's your body feeling, and are you still having fun playing hockey?
Yeah, no, everything is great. Body feels awesome. Had a really good summer. Dealt with some minor things by the end of last year, and it's all cleared up. Feel ready to go, and having the younger guys around is always fun. Remember being one of those back a while back, and you know what they bring, and it just makes you feel a little bit younger as well. So like I said, I think it's been a really good camp in that aspect, that we had a lot of bodies around, and you get to see a lot of different things.
One of those young guys, Harrison Brunick, who scored a beautiful goal the other day, kind of reminiscent of yourself. Is this a guy you take under your wing? Does he pick your brain asking you questions? Is this something Dan Muse has asked to some of you veteran guys to take these guys under your wing, or is it just something that sort of happens naturally? And what are you seeing out of the youngster?
No, I think that's one of the organic things in our sport. Obviously, we've all been in the same positions that a lot of these young guys are. He's one of them. I think obviously he's had a really good camp. He's really shown that he wants to be here, and he's done everything that's been asked of him. And hopefully he can keep playing at a high enough level where he can stick around and keep progressing along the way. So looking forward to getting to spend some more time around him and get to know him on a personal and professional level, and hopefully from what it looks like, it seems like a guy that is determined to be a good player in this league.
Eric Carlson, our guest here on the Fan Morning Show. What are some of the differences between Mike Sullivan's system and what Dan Muse is asking of you guys?
I think it's changed quite a bit. Obviously when someone's been at one place for a very long time, it's it gets a little bit easier every year to understand and kind of know what is expected of you and what they want to accomplish. Whereas this year everything is new, and it's probably going to take a little bit of time before it becomes automatic again. And guys are just playing on instincts and kind of know what's going on around you. But I think they've done a good job in explaining to everyone on what they kind of want and how they kind of want us to play moving forward. So I think there's been a lot of healthy discussions, and I think they're going to keep going for a little bit, until, like I said, everything becomes the new normal again.
This is your third season with the Penguins, Eric. Is the city of Pittsburgh and the Penguins organization everything that you expected it to be whenever you first got here? From the outside looking in, obviously you know about Crosby throughout your career and them winning cups. But whenever you first got here until right now, has this organization and the city been everything you expected it to be?
Yes and no. I think it's a lot more beautiful than from what I remember. Staying at a hotel and only moving, a couple of blocks at a time. Being able to explore everything about Pittsburgh, around Pittsburgh, I think has been a pleasant surprise. We enjoy living here. Our kids enjoy their schools. I think the school systems are fantastic. And as for the organization, I knew it was one of the better ones, but it's been world class since the day we came here, and even though we haven't performed the way we were all hoping for, it can make things a lot more difficult. But I think that they've handled everything on a personal level extremely well, and professionally, I feel like it's finally starting to move forward again.
And it seems, Eric, like the expectations, whether by design, from management, or just the way that you guys are viewed from the outside, are probably lower than we're used to seeing around here. I'm sure that's not something that you guys have internalized in the dressing room. I mean, guys like you, Sid, Gino, Letang, Rust, Raquel, you're going out there trying to win every night. Do you pay attention to the expectations at all?
Not really. I mean, I think it's can't really say that you don't see or hear about, what other people are talking about or what they're feeling about us. And at the same time, I feel like, it's been a really good camp. There's a lot of new things happening around here, and a lot of things are kind of changing. And I think it's been an exciting time for everybody. And I think everybody is excited to get started. And I don't think we've talked or thought too much about, where we're going to be at Christmas and where we're going to be, in March and come April. I think we're going to start this off by a day-to-day basis, which is, not always the worst thing to do. So I think that, again, everybody's going to be really excited to get going tomorrow at MSG, playing against a good team. And we'll take it from there.
Eric, who's your favorite teammate?
My favorite teammate, that's hard to single out just, one. But I mean, it's hard to overlook my fellow Swedish companion, Raquel. We spent all the time together. It's nice and homey to speak some Swedish every once in a while, too. So I think I would have to say him.
I would imagine that you're looking forward to the Olympics. I mean, you played at such a high level in the Four Nations face-off, which was just a great showcase for the game of hockey. What's your anticipation level for that? I know it's a long way away and you're probably focused on the season, but I'm sure that's something that gets your blood going every time you get a chance.
Yeah, obviously that's a big motivator for a lot of things that we do, and it's been a long time since we had that opportunity. Yeah. Four Nations kind of gave you a little bit of a feel again for what it's like to play against the best, and Olympics is obviously one of the best moments and experiences that I have had in my career. So I'm very excited for that to be coming up. And at the same time, you try and not look too far ahead and you stay in the moment as much as you can. But I think as it starts leading, but hopefully, everything is going as you expect and you're healthy and, pick for the team.
Season starts tomorrow. Penguins at MSG taking on the Rangers, and it's going to be weird with Mike Sullivan on the other bench. Eric, I hate the Rangers. Please beat the Rangers. Is it going to be weird for you looking across and seeing Sully?
Yes and no. I think once the puck drops tomorrow, I think that will kind of go out of your head a little bit, and you'll just focus at the task at hand. But obviously, when someone, like I said, has been somewhere and has had tremendous success for as long as he did, it's going to feel a little unnatural at first, I think. But I think come tomorrow, we're just going to be focused on, playing the best that we can and like you said, trying to beat the Rangers.
Yeah, I hate the Rangers. Eric, appreciate your time, man. Continued success. Hopefully you and your teammates stay healthy this season, and we'll talk to you down the road here. Seriously, appreciate it.
Sounds good, guys. Thank you.
All right, take care now.
Thanks. Bye.
Eric Carlson, Penguins defenseman, two-time Norris Trophy winner, a professional lad.
Yes.
A nice man.
Yes.
It's so weird, man. Like, they need to be bottom 5 in the league.
I just don't think that they're going to be.
I think they're like tweeners. I think they're worse than they've been, but I also don't think they're bad enough to be a bottom 5 team in the league.
Nope.
And I want them to win tomorrow. It's so hard watching your team. Okay, what's better for the greater good of the organization? What's the most important thing? Probably getting another elite player in the upcoming draft and building that way. But when the puck drops tomorrow, I want Sidney Crosby to hurt the Rangers.
Yes.
And I want...
And they will.
You got Kindle, you got Brunick, who he had a lot of good things to say. It's going to be fun. We haven't had this since the X generation, where even when it's like Heinzel the other day.
Yeah.
Okay, and Pitt season's not over. I'm not saying that, but okay, if you lose the game, how's he developing? And there's going to be a lot of that going on this year too. Thanks to the Penguins for setting that up, Evan Shaw and the fine folks over in Penguins Public Relations, and thanks to Eric Carlson. Not a huge Bluey family. Don't you shake your head.
No.
Bluey's the GOAT.
Yeah, we'll see.
You know who's not? James Franklin.
Oh, yeah.
Can I do one more for you?
Yep.
I saw Mulsey tweet this out, and it got 1.7 thousand retweets. UCLA interim head coach Tim Skipper now is tied with James Franklin with one career top 10 win against the Big Ten opponent. Holy bird milk. Mark Cabali joins us next. First Fan Weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Hot this afternoon and sunny, high at 82, low of 56. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur? At Twin Peaks, they're proud to offer an exclusive collection of rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Don't miss out on Twin Peaks Barrel Selects, handpicked by their team and bottled just for you. Supply is limited, so check with your favorite location to see what's pouring. And when it's game day, football and Fireball is a match made in heaven. Spice things up with a shot of cinnamon whiskey. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
This weekend only, it's the RV Liquidation Super Sale at the David Lawrence Convention Center with free admission, compliments of rain, roofing, and solar. Huge discounts on travel trailers, motorhomes, and more. The RV Liquidation Sale. Don't miss the deals.
Hey, who's that girl helping you with your draft picks?
Oh, that's my Clearview expert, Jen. What do you always say, Jen?
Diversify your lineup, just like your investment portfolio.
Yes! She's a genius!
Financial advice is closer than you think. Clearview, clearly different.
Attention sewer techs. If you got jetting and cammering skills, we want you. Join our family-run plumbing company. Competitive pay, full benefits, company vehicle, and no on-call. Apply now at metsplumbingandsewerlining.com.
At Skechers, comfort is a technology. That's right. You don't just make a shoe and hope it comes out comfortable. It takes research, innovations, compounds, engineering, and so much more. You feel so comfortable you'd swear you're wearing pillows on your feet. We have features like Skechers Air-Cooled Memory Foam and fits like Relax Fit, Stretch Fit, Wide Fit, Arch Fit, and so many more to make the shoe feel like it was custom-made just for your foot. Plus, we have hands-free Skechers Slip-ins technology. Just step in and go. Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo? Absolutely not.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Eliminate your ED issues long-term. Call NewFlow at 412-784-9000. Be that guy again.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
An earlier accident blocking a lane at the outbound boulevard of the Allies just off the crosstown. That is still jamming traffic on the crosstown back across the Veterans Bridge and onto the Parkway North. Your delays all the way back to McKnight Road. Route 28 also stacking in the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks, and then again past the 40th Street Bridge up onto the Veterans Bridge. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's time for Mark Cabali.
Holy moly! Mark Cabali! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling!
That's right. Steelers insider, Mark Cabali. He of the Pat McAfee Show joining us now. He's brought to you by Icy Light. Mark, you and I almost had words this weekend because, and I love Icy Light as well, you were taking a big old poo all over Guinness, and then you had yourself one this weekend, and you tell me you didn't like it.
Yeah, it wasn't my favorite.
That's it?
Yeah. Why wasn't it your favorite?
It tasted like poo.
Oh. Respectfully disagree. So do 5.8 million Irish people and Doran Dickerson.
And did you know that you just called Eric Carlson a lad?
He is a lad. I've adopted that. I'll be calling people lads and blokes for as long as I last.
And you just came from the loo.
I did come from the loo. They call it the toilet there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. You don't say, hey, can I use the restroom or the bathroom? You say, hey, where's the toilet? And a lot of them are unisex, which made the stomach situation that I had over there all the worse.
Perfect for you.
I call it the commode.
That's because you're an 800-year-old guy. If you were a woman and had a purse, you'd call it a pocketbook. How about this weekend for the Steelers, though, Mark?
Browning with protection this time, and it's intercepted by Anzalone. Anzalone works around Chase and out of bounds inside the 30.
Jake Browning stinks. At one point, Jamar Chase had 4 catches and 3 tackles. Did you see that, Dickerson?
Uh-huh.
That's one of my favorite stats of the weekend. 4 catches and 3 tackles. Meanwhile, the Ravens are terrible.
Shotgun, fake the pitch, soft toss, it's handled. Noel is in for the touchdown. The Texans have got their groove back.
And the Browns were game, but they did what the Browns always seemingly do, that's lose.
Wentz, 2nd and 5. Addison, he's got it. Touchdown.
So a simple question to lead you off here, Mark. Do the Steelers win the AFC North?
Wow, it looks like it's a slam dunk right about now, right after this weekend. They picked up a game on everybody. There's no team in the NFL that has fewer losses than the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they got 2 easily winnable games. Not want to say easily winnable, but winnable games coming up against divisional opponents. And my goodness, you can say all you want to say about Lamar Jackson in Baltimore. They gave up 44 points to a team that was not even averaging 20 points per game.
They weren't even averaging 17, Mark.
I mean, I understand they're missing Humphrey. They were missing Roquan. They were missing a couple other people. But that team just looks like it is just a total disaster right now. And I mean, you look at it, Cleveland looked the best out of them all.
They
Yes.
did. Yeah.
The best out of them all.
Are you confident that the Steelers go 2-0 in their next two?
No. Well, you know what? Maybe not confident, but I think I can see it happening. Put it that way.
Happening, they're favored in both games.
Well, yeah, but if this game was in Cleveland this week, then I think that it's different. Since it's here, Steelers pretty much own Cleveland here in Pittsburgh for the most part over the past 25 years or so. And Cincinnati's just so bad right now. I just can't see how they, first of all, can stop anybody, and second of all, continue to put up any sort of semblance of an offense with that quarterback to be able to be in that game. And Steelers historically play well in Cincinnati. I mean, if you look at it, you're looking at 5-1. I mean, with the real schedule starting, right? So you got the Packers after that,
and the Colts.
And I like their chances against the Colts, even though the Colts are playing extremely well right now. You don't want to get too far ahead of you here. They just missed. Not only did they go to Ireland and had their schedule thrown off, they didn't practice at all last week. It's going to be quite interesting to see how they get back on track. They practiced for over 2 hours today, I think 11 to 1:15. It's going to be key how they approach this Browns game, because I could see them being a little bit sluggish coming out of here. But you look at Cleveland, they're coming from London, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
If they win these next two games, Mark, what does it look like? Is it ugly? Do they come out and guns blazing? Are they throwing, or are they using the extra lineman? Are they using Spencer Anderson and just trying to run the football? Like, how do you think it looks in these next two games, one being on Thursday night after the Cleveland game?
I don't think you're going to see the nipple rubbers anymore.
Really?
Or at least to the degree we saw them against Minnesota. That was just game plan specific, which they felt can work right there with the extra tight end and the extra linebacker. I think they obviously want to continue to get better running the ball, even if it is a more traditional way, because I think they had by far their best push of their season with that front five, and I think they need to keep that up. I think Warren probably should be back. He looked good when they were out on the field a little bit last Tuesday, just like stretching, and Warren looked fine right there. So I wouldn't anticipate him missing another one. So I think they need to get to that second level of offense where they want to get back to where they were, with the more tight ends, more running the ball, and have Aaron Rodgers, convert when he needs to convert.
How do you divvy up the carries with Warren and Gainwell if Warren's back this week? I mean, Gainwell was great.
Yeah, that's tough. I would still think if everybody's healthy, if Warren is healthy, I would still think he would still get 70, 75% of the snaps. I mean, I hate to poo-poo over Gainwell, but he got a lot of help. He got a lot of push. He got a lot of open spots, but he did what he had to do as well. I think they want to see him more as a change of pace, which would be nice, and that third down back, and the guy that can, pick up blitzes and stuff like that. So I think that's ultimately where they want to go. It will definitely depend on the health of Warren, but if it's everything's equal, I still think Warren's your guy.
How long for Calvin Austin?
Probably going to be, I would imagine, a couple weeks. I would imagine till after the Bengals game. What are we looking at? That would be 2-3 weeks. You have 2 games coming up in here in 4 days. Then you have 10 days off. So if I was a guessing man, it would be after that Cincinnati game. But they're going to have to start making decisions on some of these other guys too. Will Howard, that clock can be started at any time now too. What do you do there? They've only been going with 2 quarterbacks active, which is very unusual for them.
Did you happen to get any details on what happened to Skylar Thompson?
So he was I think a lot of people were snooping around, but I think they were trying to keep that kind of DL.
Yeah.
Maybe it was, I don't know. You were there.
I felt fine.
Did you see anything?
Totally safe.
Did you see anything?
You can only speculate, but it'll only get you in trouble, so I'm not going to do it. Cleveland ran the ball really well on Minnesota, and they picked up on what the Steelers picked up on. They threw a bunch of tight ends out there, and Njoku's a dude, man.
Dog.
And they had the extra offensive lineman. So do you think that that is more a function of who they are playing, or do you think that the extra offensive lineman is something that they want to continue to keep in the offense?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to totally disband it, not use it, but I think that's very specific to what Minnesota wasn't able to do. They felt from the beginning that they could push him around, even though they had some big defensive linemen, man. They were able to do that, and
I thought Cleveland had their way with them.
I'm just wondering if it hurt Minnesota just staying over there for a week rather than helping them from coming back.
I mean, I did see those guys out at a couple of pubs.
Yeah,
specifically
Addison.
The defense.
Wasn't that why Addison got suspended? Or?
Oh yeah, he did miss the first quarter. They sat him down for the first quarter. I don't know.
He was out exploring London on his own.
Yeah, getting a little fish and
reportedly.
chips.
Really?
Maybe get a Boddington's.
Man, thinking of coming off of.
I know.
Man,
can't be doing that.
You better be bringing a couple of your heavies with you.
Exactly right. That was the thing with Skylar Thompson, not to like pile on the guy, but like don't go out all by yourself in a foreign country, pal. Bring a couple offensive linemen with you. Bring Spencer Anderson. He's always eligible.
I'm just wondering if somebody saw him. Oh, that's Skylar Thompson. He's a professional football player.
Let's go beat him up.
I think that was just bad place at the bad timing, right?
Meanwhile, Mark Sanchez seemed to seek his out on his own. You're double parked, sir. And he tried climbing in allegedly through the window, I guess. That's not good. He got maced and then stabbed. That's a bad day, man. All right, moving on.
Then arrested. That's even worse.
And then
in
arrested.
The hospital.
Yeah.
In the hospital. Hey, you're good. You're discharged. But by the way, you're going to jail.
You get cuffed in the hospital is never a good day. All right, coming up next, you mentioned Calvin Austin being out for a couple of weeks. So who replaces him? Will we finally see Roman Wilson make a play or two? JPJ, Ramsey, what's the health status on those guys? We'll get into it all with Mark Cabala. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The NHL regular season begins tomorrow for the Penguins. They have a game on the road against the New York Rangers. Mike Sullivan, now their head coach. Game time is at 8 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Adam Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. It is Crowley here for Window Nation. October is here. Ooh, spooky. That scare you, Doran? If you've got old windows, that means you're back to dealing with chilly air seeping into your home, particularly in the morning time. It's a little chilly out there. You can eliminate annoying drafts once and for all with Window Nation. And this month, how about this? You buy 2 windows, you get 2 for free, plus you pay nothing for 2 years. Holidays coming up, that's a big deal. Plus, you can celebrate your upgraded home with 2 free tickets to an upcoming Pittsburgh Penguins game. Don't miss out on free windows. 0 payments for 2 years with Window Nation. They've got the best customer service. They'll install a house full of windows in a day. They'll tell you that. They're professional. They'll come in. Your house is looking great. And like I said, you buy 2 windows this month, you get 2 for free. Plus, you'll pay nothing for 2 years. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Hall of Famer Richard Seymour. Last year, the 46-year-old former New England and Oakland defensive end bought a minority stake in the Raiders. As for his ultimate ambition to be a majority owner of a franchise, Seymour said it's better to navigate from the inside instead of trying to fight from the outside to grow and get more. Happy birthday, Richard. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this pro football season unforgettable. Shoot your shot with same-game parlays, call your plays like a pro with live betting, or bet on a market you didn't know existed. thanks to BetMGM Originals. You'll be on the edge of your seat from the very first snap, no matter what type of fan you are. Earn BetMGM rewards points on every bet. Take advantage of football offers found nowhere else, like a second chance on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for the ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLE.
Never Ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart. 90s hits and X-Miss riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray. Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra. And Emerson Hart of Tonic. If you kid a night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has two 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
Hey guys, Precision Pointing, an amazing company, amazing crew of workers, amazing craftsmanship. I've been talking about them for quite some time now, and I'm not going to stop talking about them because they're that good. If you've got a masonry project that you need done, like brick pointing, chimney repair, anything else, well, I can't say enough good things about them after I saw them work their magic on my own home. No down payment required. That's crazy. A guarantee on all of their work. Who does that? Precision Pointing does. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Catch every game at Shiloh, Plate and Pour, food, drinks, and football on Mount Washington.
O'Reilly! Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic still suffering from an earlier accident on the outbound boulevard of the Allies just off the crosstown. Leftover delays still on the crosstown, across the Veterans Bridge and onto the Parkway North. They're still jammed back right around that East Street off-ramp. Parkway West, you're stacking. You're near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East, heavy at Edgewood Twistvale. And Route 28 suffering from that earlier accident as well. You have delays back to the 40th Street Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Book us. 2 men and a junk
JunkTruck.com. At twomeninajunkTruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Someone on the YouTube chat writes in, Bills were an 8.5-point favorite, lost last night. The Rams were a 7.5-point favorite against a MASH unit in San Fran Thursday and lost. It's the NFL. You can't just count on the Steelers going 2-0 these next couple of weeks, and that's true.
You're right.
True.
That being said, I like their chances, and I really don't like the chances of Baltimore beating the Rams. I mean, holy cow. Even if they got Lamar back, which they won't, I think it would be short-sighted by them to bring Lamar back, because if you do and you tweak the hamstring and now you're done.
Well, they have a bye week after that too, so they won't.
Exactly. Give him 2 more weeks to rest, so he'll have had 4 total weeks of rest, come back healthy, and then see if you can outscore people to victories, because I don't see that defense getting any better.
Yeah, what would they be, 1-5 though?
Yep.
I'm not.
Only 4 teams have ever been 1-5 made the playoffs.
I was going to say there can't be too many of those.
Nope. Meanwhile, in Cincinnati, there's a big outcry to trade for Russell Wilson. Your thoughts on that, Mark?
They need to trade for somebody. I've been saying this for weeks now. If it's him, if it's Jameis, I mean, neither one of them are doing the Giants any good right now. And I don't think. I mean, Browning's not your ultimate problem there in Cincinnati.
No, and that's the thing about Russ. If they traded for Russ, he would get sacked 10 times a game, Mark. He wouldn't know the offense. He takes sacks anyhow. I just don't think that would be smart for them. So go ahead. Go ahead, do it.
Oh, you're for the Steelers. You would love to have him traded just for the fact that get some snap counts and maybe get that, what do you call that, compensatory pick. I don't even know where that compensatory pick lies at right now. It doesn't look like it's going to be good.
Do you think the Browns are the second best team in the division right now?
They could be, but that's not saying much.
It's not.
Yeah, because Gabriel's okay, but
he's better than what they've been playing.
I don't know what your thoughts on left-handed quarterbacks. They just don't seem like they're, to me, maybe just because we don't see them a lot, they just don't seem accurate. They don't seem like they can throw the ball hard.
Yeah, the ball tails off.
It's just like
said
slides.
that 1,000 times. Yeah,
it's just
Steve Young pretty good.
Well, he's
Michael Vick pretty good.
Jim Zorn.
Jim Zorn.
Pat
White. Nico Marchiol.
You talking about Pat White?
Pat White was a lefty.
Was he?
Yes.
I don't think so. Was he?
Yes, 100%.
Pat White was a lefty.
Yes.
I'm going to say yes because he was a baseball player.
You could just say yes because he was a lefty.
I can't remember.
The internet confirms.
Ooh, we didn't need that.
Wow.
Like, I don't know Pat White.
Tyler Palko.
Lefty. Are you sure about that? Google it.
I'm sure about that.
Yeah. What about JPJ? He going to be back and healthy?
I thought he would be back for the Minnesota game, so he gets another couple of weeks off. He should be. I think that should help out a lot of people. I think who needs more help than we're probably letting on is Slay. I don't think he's played particularly well.
I thought he was good. I thought he was good at moments in the Vikings game.
Moments. I think if you throw JPJ in there, especially with Ramsey potentially being out, and you have Echols, I think that will do nothing but help.
Ramsey will be out this week.
You would assume.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, when did he get hurt?
I think he got hurt whenever he was faking like he got hurt and actually did get hurt.
I thought he was giving it to Justin Jefferson on that.
When he got hurt, the move he pulled, like when he actually reached back for his hamstring, it looked exactly like him faking it earlier.
Right.
I mean, he's a great actor because it looked exactly the same.
I think he did tweak it.
No, he didn't tweak it on the celly.
Yes, he did.
Because I think Jefferson do that earlier.
He did.
A couple years ago.
He did.
He did. But I think he actually did tweak it.
That's kind of karma-ish, isn't it? You fake a hamstring pull, and then you have a hamstring pull later in the game. Or if you pulled the hamstring, faking a hamstring pull, no good. What about Highsmith?
Yeah. I haven't talked to him. I mean, like I said, they were totally off the grid last week, so we'll find out more this week here, starting today. He seems to take longer than some of the other guys.
Well, it's always a soft tissue groin, and you got to give that time.
Not only him, though, man. I mean, I would
It's
love
his ankle
to.
this time, though, right?
I mean, what is the list over the past couple of years of soft tissue injuries with these guys? It's out of control. I mean, it's since they brought in their new staff. I mean, I don't know. They seem to be doing everything right, but something must not be right if they're continuously getting soft tissue injuries.
It's a great point, and the way that Tomlin talked about the staff at the end of the year, I thought guys were going to get fired. You had the Boston College staff, and they're all back, and guys are getting hurt left and right. They're not quite Ravens level injuries, but I mean, the Steelers have been pretty banged up too. That's another thing. You're sitting here at 3-1, and you have not been close to healthy all season long. All right, let's play it out though and say Alex Highsmith is healthy. What do you do with the distribution there? Because Herbig, Doran said this last week, and I'm inclined to agree with him. I think they're better with him than they are with Highsmith.
I'm just a big Highsmith
I
guy.
know.
I mean, I like how he plays the game. I think there's enough room to find all three of those guys on the field at the same time. That's where we will see, instead of Watt moving around, maybe we'll see Herbig moving around more than anything else. Have those two guys on the outside. But it's tough because Herbig, I agree with you. I mean, first of all, he's not exposed as you might think he would be in the running game, but he always has the nose for the ball. Always. I mean, at some point you have to say, okay, it's not luck anymore. It's just how he is. And that's it's extremely important for a guy like that to get his opportunities, because a turnover here and there obviously changes the outcomes of games here. So you have to find a way to get him on the field. And I don't know quite sure how they're going to go about that, but I wouldn't be taking Highsmith off. Maybe early on, maybe wean him into the game a little bit because of the injury a little bit. Maybe just, and you don't want to take Watt off the field at all either.
Right. But Watt's going to pull himself out too.
But it's not that much. It's an average. I figured out. It's an average of about, over his career, about 7 snaps per game. People think he sits out constantly. It's just not true. So it's not like he comes out of the game a lot.
Nick Herbig, 7 career starts, 7 career forced fumbles.
Plus he's like 23, isn't he?
Yes.
He's as good at that as anybody in football. He really is. I mean, him and Watt, they separate man from ball all the time.
But, he is a big, and I hate to take anything away from him.
Don't do it.
He's a big benefactor of being that one-on-one cover.
Okay,
one-on-one.
but so would Highsmith be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Highsmith, too.
Yeah, he's a big benefactor. And at some point, you have to say, okay, do I have to watch this guy on 3rd and long? Probably not. He's probably your number 3 option of who you're going to commit people to. I mean, you see Watt in Minnesota getting triple teamed.
You're going to do it with Watt. You're going to do it with Hayward, and he's going to eat.
I'm still liking my chances if your team's running away from T.J. Watt to run it into Alex Highsmith over Herbig.
You think over time that's going to wind up costing them?
Yeah.
The
The
opposition.
Jets did that. Look what they did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Everyone did it until, well, everyone's been doing it, I guess. They
Can I
haven't
do my
stopped doing
coach talk? It's a good problem to have.
It is a good problem to have.
Mm-hmm. Not so sure I agree with that with wide receiver, which we'll get into coming up next. Also, the Bills lost last night. I mean, can you make an argument that apart from Indianapolis of all teams, the Steelers have been as impressive as anybody in the AFC? We'll ask Mark about that when we return. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All 3 AFC North teams lost yesterday in their games, making the Steelers 3-1 and clear top position right now in the AFC North. There's Monday Night Football tonight between the Kansas City Chiefs and the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. We've got coverage through Westwood 1. Chiefs and Jaguars at 8:15. Coverage on The Fan starts at 7:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. Crowley here for Bet Parks, where there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app. It's the only app I ever recommend. Bet Parks has your favorite classic casino games right on your phone, so you make your downtime a fun time. You can play blackjack, craps, roulette, plus bet all your favorite sports like playoff baseball right there on your phone. How about college football this weekend? Pitt coming off an impressive victory with a freshman quarterback, taking on Florida State, 9.5-point dogs on the road. And like I mentioned, all these baseball games, you have a football game tonight as well, and hundreds of hot online slots games. Join me on the BetParks app. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. BetParks.com has the details, so whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Michigan. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Digging in on an off-the-radar market on Monday night in Duval. Xavier Worthy caught this bettor's eye, not receptions or receiving yards or touchdowns, but rush yards. Deployed often on jet sweeps, he's a strong candidate cash in the category for the 13th time since week 1 of last year. Give me the over on 3.5 rush yards at -115. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
How long have you had sharp pains in your heel or that burning sensation on the bottom of your feet? Do you want to lose weight and exercise, but cannot because of foot, ankle, knee, or low back pain? Many people come to the Good Feet store and talk about these same issues. The Good Feet store has helped thousands of customers.
The pain in my foot was so bad I could not walk for any length of time. I walked in the Good Feet store in pain, and I walked out pain-free.
Good Feet arch supports fit in all your own shoes. Ladies, you can now be comfortable in your favorite high heels. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
No shots, no surgery, and no medication. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
This weekend only, it's the RV Liquidation Super Sale at the David Lawrence Convention Center with free admission, compliments of rain, roofing, and solar. Huge discounts on travel trailers, motorhomes, and more. The RV Liquidation Sale. Don't miss the deals.
Kennywood's Phantom Fall Fest is back with the all-new Haunt Detached. One of 6 haunted houses, 4 scare zones, and over 30 thrilling rides. Select days through November 1st. Save up to 50% on tickets at kennywood.com.
Hey, it's Doran. You've heard me talk about my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel for a while now. They, of course, are the premier uniform and spirit wear supplier for area sports teams. But did you know Keystone Custom Apparel is the place for business, restaurants, and other nonprofits? It's not all about sports. They're all about serving the community. Get your company or organization outfitted and looking sharp with Keystone Custom Apparel. The holiday rush is coming, so act fast. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free quote. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
I heard you got the job. Congratulations.
Thanks. And I just got my first paycheck early.
How did that happen?
I opened an everything checking account at Dollar Bank and got my pay direct deposited 2 days early.
Ooh, that's a nice perk.
And a $300 welcome bonus, plus a great savings rate and card controls to turn my card on or off, and real-time card activity alerts.
All that plus $300? Sounds like I need to get an everything checking account.
You sure do. The $300 welcome bonus is a limited time offer, though. Open your account now.
I'm doing it.
Open your account online in less than 5 minutes at dollar.bank/300 or visit your local Dollar Bank office today. Dollar Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. $300 offer for new customers only and may end without notice. Certain requirements apply in the first year. 0.10% annual percentage yield. Account opening is subject to approval and accounts are available only to consumers residing in Dollar Bank's markets. Early pay is not a guarantee you will receive your direct deposit earlier than your scheduled pay date. Certain requirements apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy, stains, cracks, bad epoxy job, you know who to call. Comer and Cross Concrete Floors. That number's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer and Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement ever. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every night. Comer and Cross Garage Floors, the gold standard. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And they make it so easy. They're all uniformed pros, no subcontractors. They're going to be in and out in one day. That's all it takes. They'll fix the cracks and pits perfectly before applying your new floor. They even take your stuff out for you. How about that? So call Comer and Cross now for your best price of the year, starting with $750 off. Even their number's easy. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Call that now. Or go to COMERcross.com. Comer and Cross Concrete Floor Coatings.
Hey, what's up, Flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
So your Patriots are 3-2. Quality win for the Steelers now in retrospect, no? The Buffalo Bills lose their first game of the season. Nobody undefeated anymore. The Steelers get to see all the AFC North foes go down while they're sitting on their couch. And now they're a half game back of the number one seed in the AFC. The Indianapolis Colts currently reside in that spot. And I think they have been the most impressive team in the AFC. When they beat you, they beat the snot out of you. Just ask Pete Carroll. Apart from Indy, though, Mark Caboli, who joins us until 10, could you not put the Steelers up there? I mean, every single team in the AFC's got warts.
Yeah, everybody definitely has warts. Who would be the top teams? I mean, the Chargers, they tend to find a ways to lose. As my favorite saying now goes, is was Justin Herbert ever won? Nothing.
I mean, Justin Herbert has more interceptions now this year than he did all last season.
And we know Jacksonville. There's a bunch of 3-1 and 3-2 and 4-1 teams in the AFC, but like you said, is Indianapolis has played well, yeah, but they haven't really had the toughest of schedule either. I mean, you can make that same argument for the Steelers as well, but when you're beating Miami, Tennessee, and the Raiders, I mean, that's not the murderer's row right there, but you got to give them credit. They play in a bad division, and they play probably fourth place schedule from last year as well. I mean, it's right there for the Steelers to take, man. But a team that you have to love now after yesterday, Dorn, is New England. That team looks like that team's going to continue to get better as the season comes on, and we're going to get to November and December and say, you know what, this team is pretty doggone good. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't anticipating that, even though everybody else might have been with Vrabel and May and all those guys. I can really see this team being a tough out in this playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, don't they have a lot of salary cap room next year too?
Yep.
Yeah, they may have the most.
Yeah, they may have the most.
Drake May looked really good too.
He's only going to get better and better. I mean, we kind of always like the makeup of Vrabel, Drake May, what they have going on there, but going into Buffalo last night and beating them like that.
Plus that defense is solid. That front seven's solid. Gonzalez is solid. Somehow they're making Robert Spillane look like an all-pro again.
Yeah, we may look back in about 2 months from now and be like, man, that was a good win by the Steelers.
And if the Steelers don't win the AFC North, it might be a necessary win for tiebreakers. But I'm taking a look at the Patriots' schedule. They were favored in 11 of their games before the year started. They're going to New Orleans. I know New Orleans was spunky and they just won, but that's not a good football team. Then they play the Titans. So arguably the worst two teams back-to-back. I know the Titans won, but Arizona.
No.
That's
one of your five biggest losers, the Cardinals, how they lost that game. Oh, my goodness.
The Titans, I hate doing this, but the Titans didn't win that game. Damn Cardinals lost it 3 times. And then they play the Browns, the Patriots do, in Foxborough, the Falcons. You'll take on the Buccaneers, and then the Jets. So
Look at that threesome: Jets, Bengals, Giants.
Buddy, they got a chance to stack some wins here, and you go into Buffalo in what could it be their last ever Sunday night football game when they got the whiteout going and the goofy, stupid ass uniforms. Like, that's a huge win, huge win. And look, don't count out the Broncos either, because they have a tried and true formula. J.K. Dobbins running the ball real well. We're Bo Nix believers, and that pass rush is as elite as it gets.
Plus, their offensive line's pretty solid.
That's two young quarterbacks, too. If they win this year, it's not like they're going to revert backwards. You're going to see a lot of them for a lot of years.
Yes.
So, I mean, the teams that we thought were going to be good aren't, and the teams that we didn't think that were good are.
I just don't think the Ravens are fixable. Like you talk about.
I think it's too late. It's getting to that point where it might get too late. They could put together a run here. I mean, they could get healthy.
Their defense is just so bad, even if they get healthy.
They'll have to go 10-1 if they lose next week, and I think we all think that they will. I mean, look what they just did against the Rams. If they're 1-5, you got to go 11-1, or 10-1, excuse me, to get to 11-6. I think the Steelers get to 11-6, and they're not going 10-1 down the stretch. I just don't see it. Yeah. Even if when they were healthy, their defense was terrible.
Yeah, but what was the narrative all throughout the offseason of how all the coaching staff changes in Baltimore and all the players they brought in? They brought in Alexander. They brought in a bunch of other people. They brought in some offensive linemen. They look like a team that was just putting those final touches on a Super Bowl run.
I bet you the Ravens start Huntley next week. He's the third-string quarterback.
Yeah, Rush stinks.
And he's just not a fit.
Yeah, right, you have to start Huntley.
He took a sack when it was 10-3, and I almost turned the game off. I was like, that's it. Like, they're not winning with this guy. He broke out of a sack, had a chance to throw it away, and then ran himself into another sack. I was like, oh, yeah, they might not score 10 points. This one's probably over. He's just not a fit for what they do.
And you know what? Back to the Steelers real quick. We talk about these next two games or, potentially going to 5-1. I mean, they got a tough stretch here right after that. I mean, let's not sleep on Packers, Colts, and Chargers now.
But you know what? And you guys can maybe laugh at me given the team that they're going to play first in that stretch, which is Green Bay. I think those are like teams to the Steelers. I don't think any of them are elite. I think Indianapolis has played at an elite level thus far. But I put them all in that, hey, we're pretty good but not great category. How could I put Green Bay in anything above that right now? They lost to Cleveland, and then they tied
the
Cowboys in hilarious fashion. Like, that was a win in Jerry Jones's book. Jerry Jones was doing cartwheels. We tied! How about that? Micah Parsons, we tied! Like, the Steelers could win 2 of those 3 games.
Did you see him flip off a fan yesterday?
I did, yeah.
Could you imagine Art Rooney flipping off a fan from the press box? I couldn't see that.
Twitter poll. Has Art Rooney ever flipped somebody off in his entire life?
Probably not.
I don't think he has.
No. He swore.
Have you flipped anyone off today on the way in here?
Probably, yeah. Maybe you when I walked in. Typically, I just text you the middle finger.
How many people do you flip off a week?
A couple dozen. The problem is I got to start I got to be a little bit more careful when I'm driving because there is a bunch of wackos out there.
Yeah, you'll get stabbed by a former NFL USC quarterback.
So I got to think, when you anticipate somebody's going to cut you off and you see it coming like 2 seconds beforehand, I mean, the right hand's up and is ready to flip.
See, I usually go the other way. If I see it coming, I'm not going to flip them off. If you get me by surprise, I'm still probably not going to flip you off. Depends on what kind of day I'm having.
You a horn beeper?
I'm a horn beeper.
Now you lay on the horn or?
I didn't digest your question. No, I don't beep. I don't usually beep. I'm scared of people.
Dorian, do you beep?
Sometimes.
Yeah. Only at old ladies.
Yeah. Right.
If I can see the beehive peeking out from the driver's side, I'm like, I got her.
What would Harry say? Well, there, ma'am, could you please speed up your process?
Pardon me, madam, you didn't have your clicker on. Blinker on.
I don't think Mark's heard this story, but I told this a while ago when I was in Baltimore visiting my sister. I accidentally cut a guy off, and then he was staring at me, so I stared back. Then he rolled down his window and started saying bad words and things, and I thought he was going to follow us back to her apartment. I was very scared. Baltimore, of all places, probably shouldn't do that.
Bad words and things.
I was tired, though, and I was just I beat my chest first. I said, my bad. And then he just kept staring at me, and I'm like...
Never lock eyes and try the stare down.
In Baltimore. And one of the classic ones of all time is the great Mike Byers of the Beaver County Times. We were parking in Baltimore, and somebody came up and knocked on his window, and he rolled down the window and wanted to know who it was, and they threw a beer in his face. Just because he had a Pennsylvania license plate.
We finally get around to the Steelers wide receiver 2 conversation when we come back. Right now, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Crowley just gave me the bird, and the YouTube live stream saw it. Oh. Monday Night Football's tonight, and 93.7 The Fan has Westwood One's coverage of primetime feature football all season. You can listen on the radio, listen on the free Odyssey app. Tonight's feature is Chiefs and Jaguars. It's at 8:15. Westwood One's coverage on The Fan begins at 7:30. Listen on the radio, listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Schley Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Harrison Township crews now on the scene of a vehicle fire in the 6,000 block of Freeport Road. This is near the intersection with Logan Lane. We also have delays left over from the earlier accident, now cleared on the outbound Boulevard of the Allies, just off the crosstown. Traffic just a little slow exiting off onto the Boulevard of the Allies. Parkway West, you are jammed approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East lines up at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Need birthday or anniversary flowers fast? Order today at oliverflowers.com.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Schley Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Schley Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, schly.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Gurgling noises from sink drains, recurring clogs, backups, and bad odors from your main line drain shouldn't be ignored. These can be a sign you have a problem in your sewer line. You need to call the honest sewer and drain experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. McVeigh fixes your problems fast and fixes it right. Already know you have a sewer problem? Call McVeigh for a free second opinion or any sewer line repair or installation. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today. That's McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, or visit callmcveigh.com.
Big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Now open Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture design-forward solutions, 2 great divisions, 1 unstoppable company. Make your appointment to visit our new showroom in the heart of Pittsburgh's Cultural District. Call 412-771-0760 to schedule today. Tri-State Office Interiors, elevating the everyday.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. So no Calvin Austin for the next couple of weeks. Does Roman Wilson make some plays here? Caboli.
I think he's going to get the opportunity, yes.
Yes!
I do believe that one of the reasons why he did not come in against Minnesota was because it was an injury in-game, and they weren't comfortable with him just jumping in at that spot right there. Now, leading up to
That's
this...
insane.
Well...
It's year 2 in a system.
Well, you're throwing it. He has 7 career snaps.
So and he's not going to get any more. Right. Thank you, Doran.
Well, now he's going to practice Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday walkthrough in preparation for Sunday's game. I think he'll be a little bit more in tune with what they're looking for out of him. So I think if he doesn't get his shot now, he ain't going to get a shot this year.
That's it. That's where I was going. Like, now's the chance, man. And if you're seeing Ben Skowronek and Scotty Miller getting the lion's share of the snaps at wide receiver, too.
I think they will, though.
Although there's nothing wrong with Ben Skowronek.
No, I think he's fine. And we know the Arthur Smith offense, and you want to get the tight ends involved. And I really can't complain about the offense so far. So I'm not going to. But they don't play 3 a lot. They will play 2. If the 2 is not Roman Wilson more than the other guys, and I don't think it will be, like you're saying, Doran, I mean, I'm flushing that guy.
But didn't we talk all summer about Jonnu Smith being that de facto too?
Yeah,
so this would be that time
this
too,
is the
right?
time to do that. Yeah. That's probably what's going to happen, and I think that Ben Skowronek will be the next guy up as a receiver, and then Scotty Miller will fill in, and I think Roman Wilson will see 10 plays.
I'm inclined to agree with you on that, and I don't like it, but I'm inclined to agree with you.
I think Roman's going to get his shot.
One last goofy thing before we end our show. This from Ross Martin, who covers the college football programs in the Carolina area. According to sources inside the UNC football program, it's a directive from the staff, Bill Belichick, not to tweet, retweet anything Patriots related. So UNC has not posted anything about Drake May. Oh, boy.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't allow the scouts to show up.
Right. Correct. One and done for Bill?
No. He'll end up turning that. If he has enough patience, he'll turn that into a winner.
More patience.
Well, I'm talking about the school having patience with him.
I don't know. He already knew it was going to be a circus just because he was there. Now he has a little girl with him.
Yeah. I saw a meme of her going up to him on the sideline and ask her for money for concessions.
All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Thank you, Kaboli. Good stuff today, Callis. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Hot one today, but the last one maybe of the year. High at 82, low of 56, clear skies. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar, Waterworks and Collier locations. Cold beer, hot wings, tonight's game live at Rival.
Hey everyone, Bob Pompiani here. Let me tell you about the great work that Pittsburgh Garage does. I needed a new garage makeover. The floor was covered with salt and cracks, living there for 37 years, so I called Pittsburgh Garage. Boy, in just a couple of days, the transformation was amazing. The floor coating beautiful, easy to maintain. Cabinets are on their way to make everything organized. I work with Elijah and Josh, both very professional. All of their team members are full-time. Go to PittsburghGarage.com and you'll find over 400 five-star reviews. They've got long-lasting products designed to be functional, heavy-duty, and look great. For your free estimate, go to PittsburghGarage.com.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big-picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company Incorporated, member SIPC.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East jamming at Edgewood Twistvale. And just a reminder that Coal Valley Road is closed through the end of the month. This is due to some work on the Montfayette Expressway, and that means that it's shut down between Route 885 in Jefferson Hills Borough and Route 837 in Clairton. It's about a 4-mile detour to get around that closure. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Take your banquet to a higher level at Lamont. Celebrations, holiday parties, fundraisers, and weddings. Lamont accommodates 250 guests. No room fees. Call Bill Laughlin, Lamont's banquet manager, to reserve dates for your special occasions. 412-431-3100.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, it was a pretty good weekend for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they didn't even play. As the Vikings beat the Browns, they come back in the final minutes to be able to defeat Cleveland 21-17 in London. So the Browns will come back from London now currently with Dylan Gabriel at 1-4 overall. Gabriel making his first start, went 19-33, 190 yards and 2 touchdowns. Baltimore was clobbered by the Texans, 44-10. Lamar Jackson did not play. Multiple Ravens did not play, really banged up due to injury, and Houston ran away with it from the get-go. Cincinnati crushed by the Lions, 37-24 in Cincy, and it really wasn't that close. Bengals scored 21 points in the fourth quarter to make it a little bit more respectable. So the Steelers on their bye week, currently sitting comfortable at 3-1. Cincinnati's 2-3. The Ravens and the Browns are both 1-4. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. We are all reunited again on Pump and Joe.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Pump and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Thanks. Off the play fake. And that ball's up in the air and taken away by Petrie. Jalen Petrie has done it again. Henry going on this drive. Play action, rush, safety valve is Henry, and it's intercepted. The anticipation of Petrie. Turnover. Henry the intended target, and Petrie jumps the route.
Browning with protection this time, and it's intercepted by Anzalone. Anzalone works around Chase and out of bounds inside the 30.
Wentz, 2nd and 5. Addison, he's got it! Touchdown!
Thanks to CBS, Fox, and the NFL Network for all of that. The AFC North imploding like Three River Stadium, Bob, at the moment. And how does that change things for the Steelers? It's good to be back here. We're going to be getting into all of that. I wanted to mention off the top here, I've been gone for a week or so, and then intermittently before that. And what happened was that both my parents passed in a matter of 6 days. And man, I mean, it was Bob. And I appreciate your support and Limits and everybody here, right from the top, SPAC and Craig Riley and everybody else. John Starkey, Evelyn Starkey, both were approaching 93 years old, and everything happened so quickly. He had a stroke the night after the Bills-Ravens game. That's not what caused it, but he did have one. And that was just, 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago?
Yeah, the opener.
Not even a month ago, really. And prior to that, like the night before that, he was my mom's caretaker. She had short-term memory issues, and he was still driving and going to the supermarket and cooking. And then with that, everything started to devolve after that. And sort of the good thing about all of it was that they went quickly and peacefully. Once things went south, my dad didn't have to live with the debilitating effects of a stroke. He likely would have been wheelchair bound. And then my mom, I think, just couldn't bear life without him. And to get 24-hour care, she needed to go into a facility near my sister in Fredonia, New York, and she only spent 2 nights there. So the big surprise really was that she passed before him. I think internally she must have just said, I'm out here. This is not what I want. And she was gone on September 25th, and then less than 6 days later, this past Wednesday, he was gone. So I don't even know what I'm feeling now. Obviously, there was enormous grief and all of that, but also peace. I'd never been around like up close with anybody who passed before, let alone my mom. And I was there for that. You and I talked about that, Bob. And then my brother was there when my dad passed overnight. So there's all kinds of things that are brewing. But, mostly right now, at least, today, it's gratitude for the lives they lived and for what they bestowed upon us, their 5 kids, and that they lived long, good lives and that they didn't have to suffer greatly at the end. It was peaceful. I saw Rob Rossi yesterday. You know him, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I was telling him the story, and yeah, they almost made it. I said they were all, both. One was 93, one 92, and he said, "Well, they won then." And then I said they almost made it to 70 years of marriage, and he said, "Well, that's just running up the score." So there's a lot, but I appreciate everybody's support and concern. I'm really, really glad to be back here today. I know my mom and dad were happy that I found a vocation in life. If you saw me when I was 7 years old, I was, pretending I was Dave Parker on the wiffle ball field and things like that. So a lot, Bob, but glad to be back.
Well, we're glad to have you back, and I know how trying that is. You went through it, and I got to believe at some point they were so tightly bonded together as a husband and wife that this was something that when one went, the other goes. I've seen too many examples of it, and it seems to be, you're right, internally they just say this is the time. And in one way, it's a beautiful moment. For you to be there, for the final breath, I went through that. I know how tough that is. But it's something you'll remember forever. So,
man, that's for sure.
That
is for sure.
I know you went through a lot, but I know you have a lot of family support. So
thank you, Bob.
And you'll need that moving forward. Too many things, you have to go through all this stuff afterwards, and it just brings home the fact they're no longer here.
Thank you. And thank you, Limits, too. You were checking in regularly. So many people from the station were.
Yeah, Joe, and a lot of people for the show that were chiming in, calling in about your well-being and everything. And we love you, Joe. And we wish everything the best moving forward as well.
I appreciate it, buddy. And like I said, I know my parents were really, if I would guess if they could have picked a vocation for me when I was a little kid running around, it would have been, a professional athlete. But that ended very quickly, Bob.
No, you're doing the next best thing.
The next best thing, talking about sports for a living.
Making it a living. And they were very proud of you, I'm sure. So there's that. There's something about making them proud because they made you proud.
Exactly. That's exactly it. And it almost feels like all the emotions were just poured out. And now it's just, I don't even know how I feel other than happy to be here with you.
We're glad to have you back.
Thanks,
and it's,
man.
Obviously, tough times. Every time I see somebody go through it, I remember what it's like. So
yeah, I hear you. And your check-ins were much needed when they came. So, speaking of sad things, Bob, shall we move on to the AFC North at the moment?
It's a happy thing. You're the Steelers.
In the state of it.
Who would have thought it'd be the worst division in football, but it's heading in that direction.
Oh, my God.
Never would have thought that.
Not me. I mean, I think the Micah Parsons trade was probably the biggest story early in the NFL. The biggest story right now is the demise of the Baltimore Ravens. That's the biggest story in the league. They're sitting here at 1-4. They've got Madubuike's out for the year. I don't know how long Lamar is out. However long he's out, they're going to lose almost every game. Their defense has given up 177 points in 5 games, which is the most in a 5-game stretch in the history of the franchise. They are horrible. They're facing a pretty darn good Rams team coming up. I think they're going to drop to 1-5. Certainly if Lamar doesn't play, I think that's going to happen. And that then, I think, Bob, changes everything for the Steelers. The bar has been raised here to the point, I never thought I would say this. Are we at it? Yeah, we're out of September. It's October 5th. October 6th even.
Day after Mary Lemieux's birthday. How about that?
60
he joined
years
the 60
old.
Club.
Wow. I never, ever thought I would say this, but this division has been gift-wrapped for the Steelers 3 months before Christmas to the point where, and I think this is fair, you tell me if you guys disagree, it's going to be a massive disappointment and failure if they don't win this division. My God, the other quarterbacks are Cooper Rush, Jake Browning, and Dylan Gabriel, who actually looked okay, but he's still Dylan Gabriel, and he's still making his second start next week against the Steelers, or this week, coming up on Sunday. It's their division to take, and they better take it. They can't afford the home losses to Bailey Zappi types or Zach Wilson types, or the road losses to Dorian, what's his name? Thompson Robinson.
One of 9 quarterbacks Cleveland has used since they said bye-bye to
They're
Baker
on
Mayfield.
41 now. Or Jameis Winston. Bob, do you agree or disagree? If they don't win the division now, this is a failure,
No, I agree.
assuming decent health.
I mean, yeah, the health. They've not been healthy either, totally. So they haven't been hit the way the Ravens have been hit. But I think it's going to be, especially if they lose this week with the Rams. It's a home game. If you're watching that team, what makes you think they can beat the Rams? Because they're going to have the defense has been hit harder than the offense, and the offense is losing its MVP. So, yeah, if you go to 1-5, I don't think there's any way to dig out from that. You'd have to go all the rest of the way with almost run the table.
Almost.
And, Cincinnati's in worse shape, believe it or not, with Jake Browning. I'm surprised they haven't made a move, since this first happened, because they need more quarterback help. As far as Dylan Gabriel's concerned, I was pretty impressed with him. But that team just has, for whatever reason, the ability to blow games and not complete games. Yesterday it was their 80-yard drive at the end. Their defense is all this pounding on the chest defense, and yet they couldn't stop Carson Wentz from going 80 yards when he needed a touchdown. So, yes, it's there for the taking, and I would be highly disappointed if they didn't win the division now.
I would as well. I mean, considering the way that they've started this season, the rubber's going to meet the road when they play the Lions, when they play the Bills, when they play Green Bay. That will be the first real test, that Green Bay game in prime time. The Ravens are statistically the worst defense in the NFL. Who possibly would have thought that?
Packers don't look much better, though.
No.
Yeah, I mean, they're struggling, too.
Like Roquan Smith's hurt.
Yep.
Kyle Hamilton's hurt.
Madubuike's out for the year.
I remember when we had Rob Long on, and I checked in with him earlier this week. Like, what's going on? He was talking about Harbaugh, the defensive coordinator, or they wanted to fire him last year as a first-year defensive coordinator. Now, I mean, he's probably on the chopping block in the next few weeks if they don't get this fixed.
Biggest story in the league.
By far.
They were a popular, really popular Super Bowl pick. The Bengals had decent Super Bowl odds, and now they have Jake Browning. I mean, the division leader is -2 in point differential. That's the Steelers right now. But it's not just the division. There's also a bigger story, Bob. It's the AFC. I've watched every minute of every Steeler game and every minute of every Bills game, and I think the Steelers are a better football team. You might think I'm crazy. The Bills have obviously a great, great quarterback who could win them any game. Other than that, they have James Cook, Deion Dawkins, and maybe Ed Oliver on defense as guys other teams would crave. After that, almost nobody. That roster, up and down, is almost embarrassing. There's nobody on that defense outside of Oliver who's hurt that you'd even think of double teaming or game planning around. And there's no receivers. They have just a bunch of guys out there running around for Josh Allen. You saw how much they missed Stephon Diggs last night. So the Bills, trust me, are extremely vulnerable. I don't think they're going to win that division. Then you had the Ravens and Bengals, especially the Ravens were another team. It was Ravens, Bills, and Chiefs. We know the Chiefs have taken a step back.
Maybe.
I think so. You don't?
They don't have Rasheed Rice when they get him back. I think they're going to have a lot of weapons for Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, they could go to the Super Bowl. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think they're the Chiefs. I don't think they're going to win 14 or 15 games.
It's hard to be at that same level the way they've been.
The whole AFC has blown wide open here a month into the season.
But
that's the story.
There are replacement teams. Indianapolis, I think, is for real. New England, what we saw last night, the fact they went into Buffalo and won that game, and they have a schedule that's very, very doable coming up. They could be for real. And that game against the Steelers, Steelers have checked off a lot of tie-breaking potentials, which is also a good thing in the AFC right now.
And the Broncos just went into Philly and won. And they should be 5-0. They lost on 2 last-second field goals.
And one was a leverage play that should never have counted.
They should absolutely be 4-1. I think they're very good, but those teams aren't. The Colts, maybe the Jags are for real, but by for real, you don't mean they are what we thought the Ravens, Bills, and Chiefs would be. They could be for real, but the AFC is just wide open, Bob.
It is, and what you're describing is a league conference that doesn't have many top to bottom sure bets. There are a lot of problems each of these teams has, and as the year goes on, we'll see probably a lot more of them. It'll change the dynamic of what we're talking about here. But at the same time, when you have Cleveland coming into your place, you have Cincinnati on a short week. I don't care it's Thursday night. I don't care it's a short week. They have a bad team right there, and they're missing their by far best player. The Steelers need to win these 2 games. They have to win them, in my view. They don't want to go 4-2 because after that comes.
No, you have to win these 2 games.
They're just at this time. These 2 teams are really reeling.
It's
Cleveland
time.
Flies back all the way across the country.
Right.
You have to win this game.
It's time not to lose one of these games this year. It's time to not do that. And they should be 5-1 with Green Bay coming in here, and then the next weekend Indy. And let's say those are 2 home games. You split and you're 6-2. You go out to the Chargers, who are banged up. Okay, you still lose that game. 6-3. Then you have Cincy at home. They're an expansion team without Burrow. They're horrible.
Bad. Especially defensively. They knew that going in anyway with Burrow, and now it's being really put to light.
I don't know what's going to become of the Ravens or when Lamar's coming back, but then you have the Bears, who actually that looks to be a tough game, and then Buffalo at home. Bob, I think it's entirely possible that the Steelers may be fighting, and this will sound crazy, for the top seed at some point.
They might be.
Whoa, how about that one?
Why wouldn't they? At least fighting for it. They were last year, right? It came down to that Christmas tournament.
When they were 10-3, they were right in position to do it, yes.
Absolutely. With Kansas City coming here with a game against Baltimore, they were in position. Yep. I think they've gotten some incredible breaks here, and they've also played good enough. I thought the Minnesota game was very interesting, Bob. I never had a chance to comment on that. I thought, for one thing, even though Mike Tomlin coached the Vikings back into the game and turned what should have been a blowout into a 1-score win, listen, we all said, at least I did, and it felt like a lot of the football world, including Ben, said that they were going to be outcoached in that game, and they decidedly were not. Arthur Smith, Mike Tomlin, completely outcoached. I was going to say
Kevin
Mike Zimmer, Kevin O'Connell, and Brian Flores, completely outcoached them. And that was the first time. They had the turnovers the week before, but this was the first time I saw a Steeler defense that looked violent and destructive, even though they have some injuries. And Aaron Rodgers has just flat out been better than I thought. I was wrong. He's just been, I think, good. I don't care what his PFF grades are. He's been good making winning plays when they need to be made. I don't think they're a juggernaut by any means. Part of me still believes, a big part of me, that it will wind up with another first playoff game, first loss scenario. I'm just saying that they're a little better than I thought. Rodgers is definitely better than I thought. And everything else has fallen into place because the division and the AFC have basically fallen to pieces. They could be fighting for a top seed.
They could be, but they're also, the way this league works, as you know, every week, you could arguably say that they should have lost to the Jets and the Patriots both. They were outgained and outplayed for large portions of some of those games. And, you know, they won, and that's the bottom line. That's the only stat in the end that matters. But they were that close. They were walking a tightrope to being maybe 1-3 instead of 3-1. But that's the NFL at large. That's how close these games come. And that's why week to week you never know what you're going to see. And we saw that yesterday with 4 fourth-quarter comebacks of double digits. Crazy things you never, ever see in a game. So that's why they have to just do their thing. And I agree with you about Rodgers. He's been just very professional about it. He hasn't gone for crazy numbers, but what he does is he makes accurate throws. And in that game in Dublin, the one to DK Metcalf, the only reason that turned into an 80-yard touchdown was because the ball was exactly where it had to be, and he didn't lose stride. If you're going to do that, you better make it exactly in that spot. He did, and as a result, they get a big play out of it. So he's shrewd enough. He's been around enough where that's a big asset. And who would have thought that 4 weeks into this, he'd be the only man standing of all the quarterbacks in the AFC North?
Just incredible. And again, watching Buffalo, for example, everybody saw it last night. They were unmasked. Their defense isn't good. And anything they get, James Cook is really good. I don't know if I mentioned him earlier as a guy every team would want.
Could be good. You said they don't.
Could be, but nobody really worries about Keon Coleman or any of their receivers. And they have sometimes leaks on the offensive line that Josh Allen masks. But look at Aaron Rodgers, Bob. You want to look at passer rating. He's top 10 in that. You want to look at touchdowns. He is top 10 in that. You want to look at completion percentage. He's 12th in that. And then he's had 3 picks. One of them was sort of a desperation situation. I just think he's looked better than I projected he would look.
But you know what's better than at any time in the last 3 years? Their red zone efficiency.
Red zone,
and he's the reason for that, too. He was good at that in New York, even though they were 5-12 last year. He's been excellent this year. And if you look at the red zone numbers, they got to be at the top of the list. The other thing, they're making the ball go away from the other team. They're one of the top teams in takeaways, and they don't make penalties. These are all little things, but they add up, and they're adding up right now to 3-1.
And I don't even know how much of what I'm saying is about the Steelers. I am saying they're better than I thought they would be, I think. But so much of this is about what's happening around them and has just presented them with a gift horse, Bob.
It is. I don't think you ever can expect all these key players to be out for the teams that you thought were going to be the best teams in the AFC. But that's pretty much where it is right now. And depth is always an issue in the NFL. And right now the Ravens have depth issues they probably never thought they'd get to. So many reserves playing, so many Pro Bowl players who were not in their lineup.
I don't see how it gets better, do you? Like, appreciably better.
No.
Their schedule will soften. That's a fact. And Lamar presumably will be back at some point. But if he's not back for the Rams, I don't see a path to winning that game with Cooper Rush. I don't even know who else is on their team.
Tyler Huntley would be the guy. He's there always, and he's more of a Lamar Jackson. He's a, I don't know what kind of version of him, but he can at least do the things that I think are required to play that offense. Cooper Rush's was terrible yesterday. He had a better opportunity coming to Baltimore if he got in, because what I saw in Dallas was some actual quarterback play when he got in there. He was decent. Wasn't great, decent. He's been terrible since he's gotten in there this time.
The whole landscape reminds me yet again that when you have the best team, when you have your best chances, you best cash in. 2 years ago, Baltimore was the best team. They had the AFC Championship game on their home field. They blew it. Last year, I thought you could make an argument they were the best team. Derrick Henry and Jackson
I thought they
together.
were better than that previous team you mentioned. Yeah,
They blew it.
They blew it.
The Bills, I think 2 or 3 times have had the best team. This is by far not their best team around Josh Allen. They couldn't finish the deal, even with a lead and 13 seconds left in Kansas City. Cincinnati, with a healthy Joe Burrow, had a chance. They got all the way to the Super Bowl. I think they got back to an AFC title game, didn't they, in Kansas City, or was that a divisional game?
No, that was a title game. I think it was a title game.
And I'm starting to wonder if we'll ever see them around like that again with his injuries piling up. When you have those chances, When you're the best team or one of a couple and you got the games at home or you're in the Super Bowl, you get to the AFC title game, you better cash in. We may see a situation where 3 great quarterbacks, 3 Hall of Famers in Lamar, Josh, and Joe Burrow, none of them may ever win a Super Bowl.
Which tells you how tough it is to do. It is very difficult. Everything has to go your way. You've got to have mostly injury-free roster. You're going to have bumps and bruises along the way, but when you have massive losses, it's almost impossible to compete. Another team you could put in that category, maybe missing an opportunity, was Detroit. They had
maybe, although they look like a juggernaut.
They
right
do,
now.
but I mean, they when he gambled out in San Francisco, the way he did, those were opportunities that knock on the door, and they don't knock that frequently. So you better take advantage of it. Yeah, they look really good right now. So they got everything working for them on offense.
And then everybody's had to contend with that Mahomes guy. And you might be right, Bob. Maybe as I talk out loud here about the landscape in the AFC, is this just shaping up for the Arrowhead Invitational again? Are we going through Kansas City in the AFC again?
I don't know if you're going to go through Kansas City, but I think they're going to be a player here. You know, the way he's starting to warm up, and like I said, no Rashee Rice. He'll be back at some point. They have a huge game coming up here against Detroit on Sunday night, I think.
Yeah.
That is going to be one of the more entertaining games, much like I thought Baltimore-Buffalo was in Week 1. But they could very easily lose that game and go to 2-3.
You tell me next who you think the 2 best teams in all of football are. And Limits, I want you to do a little brainstorming on that as well. It's Pomp and Joe. Happy to be reunited here, Bob. I worked all night to catch up on things and had a giant piece of paper. It was like a Bruce Arians play sheet. I had my Penguins, Pirates, Steelers, Penn State, which Limits is going to go off on.
Oh, I'm waiting for that moment.
Oh, this will be fun.
The new quarterback at Pitt, the college football landscape,
so
all my notes, and it's all gone. I remember stuffing it in here, and it's gone,
It's
Bob.
in there somewhere. You'll find it when you least expect to find it. That's how it normally works. So, Austin, look at this stuff in front. This is what was in his briefcase. So this is old school. This is what I do, and this is hoard stuff and all these papers.
Look at this
He likes to write
crap.
stuff out like I do.
Here's
you stuff them into a briefcase, and then all of a sudden you have no idea what's in there.
This is a Jim Shorkey auto.
There's probably a rotten banana in there. You probably had from about 2 years ago.
Here's my car registration from 2017. Bob is in there. Another Jim Shorkey thing. An old checkbook.
This is what I do. This is
happy birthday.
I can understand what you're doing.
I don't know
but
what this is. Who's this from? I don't even know this person. It says, wishing you the most incrinculant 60th birthday. But I don't know the person who sent it. There's maps. Remember when we used actual road maps,
man.
Bob?
Yes, and I couldn't understand them anyway. I had to stop at every gas station on my way to whatever destination it was.
Incredible.
It's in there somewhere.
All right.
Either that or you misplaced it outside in the lobby.
How much have things changed in the AFC North and the AFC at large? But the question could be crystallized to this. Suddenly, if the Steelers do not win the AFC North, that's a massive failure, right? 412-928-9370 off the top, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding. JP's been under the weather a little bit lately, so here's wishing him good health, Joe Potocznik. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Well, as we just spent the whole first segment talking about, the NFL has gotten a little crazy here in recent days, and there's all kinds of things happening. And there's a pretty good Monday night game, isn't there, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, every week there's these marquee games, and there's another one tonight, yes.
So,
who do you like in that game?
Who do you like? I'll ask you first.
Do you know the point spread, first of all? Because if you do, I'm going to answer 2 different ways.
I thought it was Kansas City 3.5. I'll confirm.
Could be a Super Bowl preview.
It is Kansas City 3.5 in Jacksonville. Ooh.
So,
well, no, that's an AFC Championship game preview. Next week is Lions and Chiefs. Am I right about that?
It's still a good game because I think Jacksonville is better than people think. Although Trevor Lawrence still has to kick on up a notch. I'm going to take Jacksonville in that game.
You know what? I'm going to be really annoyed if the Chiefs become really good again.
I think they will. So they probably
That's
should
really
win.
going to, Then we're going to have to see Taylor Swift with her new album, Bob. FanDuel Sportsbook app in partnership with Valley Forge is your home for all your favorite NFL bets from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% PBTs. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% PBTs this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/promo code to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is your home for the NFL on Westwood One tonight. Monday Night Football between Kansas City and Jacksonville, as Donnie Football will walk you up to the coverage that we have right here on the Fan. The NFL on Westwood One will take over at 7 o'clock. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The 3-1 Jags host the 2-2 Chiefs in the biggest game in Jacksonville in some time. Are Liam Cohen's Jags for real? The defense has played well. Now, meantime, the availability of Xavier Worthy, now questionable, makes a difference for Kansas City for sure. It should be close, and that swings the advantage back to Patrick Mahomes. I do like the Chiefs, 27-23. Enjoy the games, everyone. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults focused on the future. Classes start October 15th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
At Shooters Golf in Wexford, golf season is never over. Shooters Golf's 16 outdoor heated bays let you tee off in comfort all year long. Looking for a fun night out? Shooters is the perfect spot for guys' night, girls' night, or even a date night. Pair your game with great food, cold drinks, and catch every big play on over 30 TVs. And don't miss their bay specials. Half price every Tuesday from 10 to 4 and Sunday nights after 6. Shooters Golf in Wexford is more than golf. It's your go-to destination for sports, food, friends, and fun. Book your heated bay today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old house new again? New siding from Weather Seal Home Services is the makeover you need. Choose from hundreds of colors, and through the end of the month, save 25% off your whole house siding job with 60 months zero-interest financing. That's until 2030. And your new siding purchase includes Polar Wrap for great energy savings. So save 25% on your whole house siding job, including Polar Wrap, plus 60-month zero-interest financing. Just call 877-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's third grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
This weekend only, it's the RV Liquidation Super Sale at the David Lawrence Convention Center with free admission, compliments of rain, roofing, and solar. Huge discounts on travel trailers, motorhomes, and more. The RV Liquidation Sale. Don't miss the deals.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all low Febreze car clips right on your bed. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now, promo code RADIO.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Bump and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Man, speaking of the Ravens, Bob, I see they're talking on ESPN right now. Do you like Cam Newton's hats? I enjoy them on a day-to-day basis.
Yes and no. Some of them are okay. Some of them aren't okay. This one looks like a big pie. Like there's a pie on his head.
Well, their topic is how much trouble should Harbaugh be in right now? I'm more interested in how much trouble is he going to be in if this continues this season. Do you think they'll move on from John Harbaugh? I think they may be getting to that point now.
They almost did once before.
He at least wins playoff games. Not a ton of them, but they were just in the AFC title game 2 years ago. And they were maybe a drop pass away from getting there last year. Having said that, The opener against the Bills this year, when the Ravens were perfectly healthy, was a freaking disaster, coaching disaster.
Closing out games, he has trouble doing it.
And they, at this point, you could accurately say they've underachieved in the Lamar era. You could accurately say that to have is he a 3-time or 2-time?
Two-time.
MVP? Could be a 3-time. Could be a 4-time.
Yeah, he could have been. I mean, every year he's going to be in the conversation.
What do you think will happen if they just go off the tracks this year and finish with 6, 7, 8 wins? I think they may move on from Harbaugh.
I think they might too, just because they've been down this road before. Now, the injuries are the injuries, and certainly they play a role in this. But that first game you mentioned was the one that stands out to me. When you have that big of a lead with 4 minutes left in the game and you can't close it out, the win probability was 99.1%. All you had to do, but then again, there's a fumble in there by Derrick Henry, who fumbled 3 straight games. You don't count on that. They were trying to run the ball, which is the right call. That changed the game. But it's other decisions he made throughout the course of that fourth quarter that led to this ending. So he's responsible for that before the injuries start happening. So,
and that wasn't the first time. He has a big problem closing games with double-digit leads.
Yeah, there was a stat out there that was very telling about that he's had one of the worst records, double-digit leads in the second half of games. So that comes down to him as well. So my bet would be if they don't make the playoffs, let's say they don't make the playoffs this year, regardless of the circumstances, they will move on from him, knowing that he's been good enough to get them on the brink. It's sort of like James Franklin in Penn State. I'm not going to bring that up now because limits will go off and he'll have a filibuster that may take us through the rest of the 3 hours there.
Plus, they're
but it's the same situation.
Yeah, I mean,
you get to a certain level and then, boom, you got to get through that.
The defensive coordinator situation is a disaster. He's 63 years old now. I certainly won't call that old.
No.
Because I'm headed in that direction, and you may be too, Bob. I know you're only 39
I'm past
today.
that direction, so
But he's been there forever, and I think there just comes a time. I thought last year after the Ravens debacle was the right time for Mike Tomlin. I could be proven very wrong on that, but it sure feels like Harbaugh's time might be after this season. It really does.
Well, again, it comes down to whether or not if they somehow get into the playoffs with all these injuries and the way they do it, and you find that they win some games that you didn't expect them to win down the stretch here into the second half of the season, then I would say that's a different situation, and they may just stand pat. But if they don't, even prior to these injuries, there were games they could have won and they didn't. So to me, that comes back to him too. He's been there a long time, just like Mike Tomlin. And anytime you get there long, you wonder about just a need for a new change. That's how it's always been in sports. It was that way with Mike Sullivan, and that's why he's in New York right now. So,
would you guys agree that the Ravens right now are the biggest story in the league?
I think the Colts are the biggest story in the league.
Yeah.
I think the Ravens are because negativity travels a lot faster and higher than positivity does. So the Ravens, yes, because the Colts, I just think at some point they're going to come back to earth. The Ravens, I'm significantly concerned.
I can't be that. I'm shocked that the Ravens are where they are, despite their schedule. I mean, if you would have told me that Indy, who opened the season at home against Miami and Denver and then faced Tennessee, the Raiders, and the Rams, were going to be 3-2 or 4-1, I don't think I could have been shocked at that. They're better than I thought. They got lucky against Denver with a crap call that won them a game. They're a good story, Bob. I'm not so sure about their staying power. And they might go to 5-1 because they got Arizona at home. They have a little more Tennessee coming their way. They have a nice little schedule.
That was one of the reasons why I kind of liked them anyway, and I thought that Daniel Jones was going to be the guy who would take them to a different place other than Anthony Richardson. So coming into the season, it was Richardson. A lot of people thought they were going to be very good because of that. Jones comes in and takes over the job and now won't give it back. So and he's been really good. He's an MVP candidate right now.
Well, Bob, I'm
Danny
surprised.
Dimes.
Yeah, he is.
He has to be.
Indisputably. I'm surprised you didn't bring this up, so I'm going to bring it up for you. I'm very proud of you, I might add, for two things in your preseason predictions. One was Baker Mayfield as MVP as we look at the league at large. That was a great pick, Bob.
Well, he was outstanding. So was Sam Darnold. That was a fun game to watch. That's one of those games you just sit back there and watch and say, these two quarterbacks, and what's the lesson there? They were discarded by how many teams? In fact, they were together in Carolina not too recently, not too long ago, right? They were both on that roster and both just, put to the curb, picked up, and now look, maybe it's just an indication that you need some time to let some of these guys, even though they come in as high picks, You got to let him understand the game a little bit more, fast pace.
How great for the Steelers.
But I like him as an MVP winner. I do. I think
yeah, Baker.
I
mean, how great would it have been if the Steelers got him when he was gettable?
They could have.
A couple different times.
Yeah.
But the other thing, Bob, and you should have mentioned this earlier, but you're not the type to toot your own horn. Although Mike Tomlin says if you won't toot your own horn, who will? Remember our preseason time capsule limits when Bob said this?
Rodgers, again, so many things involved there. If he's healthy, whatever. If he's there healthy, I'll say yes, they'll win one playoff game, maybe two. If he's healthy and they're going on. In fact, I'll say that. They're going to win 2 playoff games.
Wow, Bob. You might have been on it.
But that can be changed dramatically. All it takes is a few injuries to keep people.
Let's give you credit, and I want you to take the compliment here.
Well, thank you.
With no qualifiers.
There are some other ones that are not very good if you look deeper into that time capsule, but we're all going to swing and miss sometime.
You may be proven right on that.
We'll see.
You might be. Who are the 2 best teams in the NFL right now?
Detroit.
Mm-hmm. Could be an NFC team too, by the way.
That is one of them. The Detroit.
I mean, it could be 2 NFC teams if you want. I think Detroit is absolutely one of them, and you might be surprised at who I think is the other best team in the league, Bob.
Well, I'm going to say Tampa Bay because I've been on them from the beginning, and I like they're playing without Evans still and putting up big numbers. Their defense has some work to be done, but I think they're pretty much up there. I'm missing something.
I mean, you thought Indy, maybe Philly, even though they lost a game at home.
They haven't been good though. They've been outgained in every single game. So
the 2 best teams in the NFL so far, in my opinion, have been Detroit and the Denver Broncos, who should be 5-0 and absolutely should be 4-1. They got ripped off. They won in Indy and got ripped off at the end. Then they lose at the Chargers. They hammered the Bengals. They beat Tennessee, and they went into Philly and beat the Beast.
They did, and they had to come back from a 17-3 deficit to do it.
And Bo Nix was pretty darn good in the fourth quarter.
I tell you what, those quarterbacks, the AFC has always had quarterback problems for the Steelers. All the best quarterbacks seem to reside in the AFC. Many of them do. Now you can add maybe Bo Nix and maybe Drake May. Can you do me a favor? My computer's stuck.
Please.
Look at the Patriots' upcoming schedule. They're 3-2 right now. They should have been 4-1.
The Patriots are going to win a lot of games.
They are.
They have New Orleans, Tennessee, Cleveland, Atlanta. Then they go into Tampa, the Jets, the Bengals, the Giants.
That's what I'm saying. They're set up for big things, and
then after
they could end up being the team that has they're close to a number 1. They win the division. They could win the division over Buffalo.
They are going to win the division over Buffalo.
Ooh, that's one for the time capsule.
Yeah, they're going to sweep Buffalo and win the division. I think Drake May is a guy. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think Mike Vrabel has instituted some sort of a culture there that works for them. They're young guys. They got a defense that has made average players look better than that, and I'll include Rob Spillane in that.
Christian Gonzalez
back,
when he comes back, he makes a huge difference.
He made some good plays last night against Buffalo, against Keon Coleman, I believe, specifically, where he was all over him.
Do you wish the Steelers had drafted him instead of Broderick Jones? I'll answer that for you, yes.
Well, yes, so far, yes. But Broderick Jones has gotten better. I'll say this about the Steelers. In their first couple of games, they allowed 22 pressures. In their last 2, 11. If you look at sacks allowed, first 2, I think it was 6. Last 2, 1 or none. They've gotten better that way. So at time may be the cure thing for this offensive line. They've gotten better. They've decided to run first a lot of times. I think that helps them in their development stages. So I'm not going to give up on Broderick Jones, but yes, I'd rather have Gonzalez.
The other thing about the Broncos, before yesterday, they were the only team in the NFL that had not trailed once in the fourth quarter all season. They lost at the buzzer, so technically they never trailed in the fourth quarter, Bob. Did you know that?
No, but I know you're on. You have 2 quarterbacks that you really ballyhooed. One of them is Bo Nix. The other is Jackson Dart, who got in.
Who?
Jackson Dart.
I never heard of him.
Who's that, Bob? Jackson Dart?
Jackson Dart. Limits, who do you think the 2 best teams in the NFL are?
In the NFL, I would say the Lions are number 1.
Yeah.
And I would still probably say Philadelphia 2, with Buffalo right around 3. I still think the Bills are the team to beat in the AFC.
I cannot believe I walked away from that game thinking it was over. The Philly was just sort of, I won't say dominating, but defensively they were. There's something wrong with that offense this year? Saquon Barkley can't get out of the gates at all. A.J. Brown is unhappy. Their downfield passing game looks strange. But still, they were in total control of that game. And then the Broncos scored 18 fourth-quarter points, Bob.
And they did it when you never thought it was possible. I didn't think they'd have enough time to pull that off, but they did. They were very poised. And you can say that, they got some good coaching with some good young quarterbacks. Those two guys have been working well together ever since he drafted him. I think I think their defense is what's going to make them difficult to play against because Bo Nix is capable of doing some good things. I still think there's more to his game. We'll see more as he goes, but I also think their defense is locked down, man. They make it difficult.
So do I. They have a pass rush. Yep. They have a secondary. As long as he plays well, they're going to be trouble. Listen to the Pop and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937fan.com contesting page. 50-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township Limits. Let's finish off the hour with a couple calls. We started with the question. The bar has so suddenly and dramatically changed in the AFC North in particular. Is it suddenly a case of the Steelers, if they don't win this division, have massively failed? I think we all agree on yes to that answer. I know I did.
Yes.
Who do we got?
Does Emmanuel and Carnegie agree?
Hello, Emmanuel.
Hello, Joe. My condolences to you and your family. I hate to harp on it. Sports can be used as like a getaway, but thoughts and prayers. I've been thinking about you for the last. The Steelers are going to win the AFC North. You can just write it in the sand, write it in paint. It's happening. I think even with Lamar Jackson coming back, their defense, like we spoke about, is not going to be enough to, put them on an 11-1 run. Like they're gonna have to win a lot of games. I think we're splitting with Baltimore to begin with. So, yeah,
I'm with you.
It will be a failure. And I just want to approach on this one more time. This is why I don't believe in tanking. This is why I don't believe in giving up on the season until you're mathematically eliminated. I know y'all are going to talk about college football, but we see the quarterbacks are not living up to the expectations. We can win by getting, quote-unquote, the Baker Mayfields or Sam Darnolds. In this case, Aaron Rodgers. I think we can win a playoff game. And that's my prediction in the offseason. I'm standing with it.
Bob, here's my prediction. Appreciate the call and the condolences. I appreciate that, Emmanuel. I think Buffalo's going to come here for a playoff game. I think Josh Allen is coming back. I think the Steelers will beat the Bills here this year, and that Josh Allen, as a wild card team, will come here to play the Steelers. How do you like that?
And the result would be?
Questionable. Highly questionable in that case.
I would love to see that. I think that'd be a spectacular playoff game, as long as the Steelers come out in the first quarter and play unlike they've done in the last 7 first quarters of playoff games. But, the one thing about building with a quarterback, and you have a lot of money being spent on quarterbacks, we see this in Cincinnati. Because they went all in on their 2 wide receivers and their quarterback, they don't have a lot of money to spend anywhere else. And their defense needed help, a lot of help. You can certainly mask your problems with a good quarterback, and I think they did that largely last year. They were giving up so many points, but they had to outscore teams. It's unrealistic to think a guy can lead you to 45 points a game, but it seems that's what it takes for Cincinnati to win. So the Steelers have moved their money around, and a lot of people are critical of all the money on defense, and I was one of them. I thought it was maybe too much. They needed some offensive help and still do. But when you have money spent in different directions, you can still win with less than elite quarterback play. I don't think you can win a championship, but you can win games and get to a playoff. So I think it's interesting how this is all going to play out next year. Rodgers may want to come back. We had this discussion last week.
Yeah.
If he wanted to come back, would you be okay with him coming back?
Yeah.
Would that change your draft plans for that season?
Wouldn't change it at all. If I thought I could get my guy, I think it'd be great to have a guy sit for a year. I think that's been forgotten in the league about the Aaron Rodgers as an example, by the way. So is Patrick Mahomes. Yeah. Bob, I have some other questions for you, Steeler-related, coming up later, such as if they're not going to use Pat Freiermuth, what about trading him and getting receiving help? And also Alex Highsmith. What does his future hold now that Nick Herbig looks like a high-impact type of player? But first, top of the hour. This is where I was thinking about leading earlier in the like Saturday night when I thought ahead to the show. I thought, you know what? We're going to have to lead with 2 words on Monday. James and Franklin. We have 2 local, if you want to call Penn State local, and Limit certainly would, 2 local football stories that are pretty big. One is a quarterback emergence at Pitt, and the other is Penn State. Oh, my God. What happened, and what does the future hold for James Franklin and this program? We're going to talk about that next. I know Limits has a soliloquy prepared as a Penn State fan. Sunny today and a high of John Stallworth at 82, a low of Zach Frazier at 54. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Here's a solution for foot pain, maybe low back pain, whatever is keeping you from starting an exercise regimen, holding a regimen, keeping it, especially the foot pain part is related here. And it's the Good Feet store. And it's the Good Feet foot arch support system designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. All customized to your feet, your shoes. You don't have to go out and get new shoes, anything like that. They fit right in. Whether it's tennis shoes, basketball shoes, dress shoes, dance shoes, whatever you got. My problem was the joints of my big toes, chronically in pain that was exacerbated by exercise. And then I discovered the Good Feet foot arch support system. Available in a wide range of flexibilities, extra firm to soft to promote maximum performance and versatility for every foot, every lifestyle. So if you're having whatever kind of pain it might be, needles in your heel, plantar fasciitis, pain and burning in the balls of your feet, this worked for me. It could work for you. Check out one of the stores. There's one at Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. That's where I went. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North, next to Walgreens. There's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. All of those, or you can go to goodfeet.com. Come on in, try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Penguins season will officially begin tomorrow in New York against the Rangers, 8 o'clock. Penguins continue to get their roster ready for opening night, what could be the final season for Evgeny Malkin. It will be the debut of Dan Muse behind the bench as the Penguins head coach. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are proper Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Fine Kepler-Coriac, Cranberry Dental Studio, EJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, EGT Truck, NSS Live, Lot 17, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
At twomeninajunktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, "You like the price?" Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Now open, Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, design-forward solutions, 2 great divisions, 1 unstoppable company. Make your appointment to visit our new showroom in the heart of Pittsburgh's Cultural District. Call 412-771-0760 to schedule today. Tri-State Office Interiors, elevating the everyday.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, fights, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Eliminate your ED issues long-term. Call NewFlow at 412-784-9000. Be that guy again.
Hey, guys, Chris Muller here. And none of us want to admit the following, but we all know the song. We all do. You're yes, then you're no, you're hot, then cold, up, then you're down, etc. I think we all know how that generally goes. That is our team right now, currently. 1 week, they look like they're contenders. The next, you're kind of sitting there wondering exactly what you just watched. And the inconsistency is frustrating, bordering on maddening. But that's what made Awaken 180 so different and so much better for me. I dropped 35 pounds. There weren't any ups and downs to speak of. It was consistency. I dropped an average of 5 pounds every single week. I wasn't yo-yoing. I wasn't going back and forth. It was week after week after week of dropping the weight. And now it's been year after year of keeping it off. And you've probably heard me talking about my golf game lately. Yeah, I would say Awaken 180 helped a lot with that as well. Reap the benefits. Find out more about the consistent long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Brides love Lamont's Simple Elegance Wedding Package. $99 per person till December. $109 for 2026. Select 4 appetizers, soup or salad, 3 entrees, wedding cake, and 3-hour bar. Lamont, 412-431-3100.
Never-Ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart. 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray. Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra. And Emerson Hart of Tonic. If you kid only a night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
Hey, it's Crowley. When sewer problems strike, you need a hero, Sullivan Super Service. If you notice water pooling in your yard or foul odor throughout your home, it's possible your sewer line needs repairing. With our trenchless pipelining, we repair underground pipes without tearing up your yard or driveway. It's faster, cleaner, and built to last. And with free estimates, you'll know exactly what it takes before the work begins. Save money, skip the mess, and call or visit sullivanservice.com today. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. From tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon lineup to top-shelf spirits served over ice balls. Plus local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. Twin Peaks' drink menu is second to none. And don't forget about those legendary 29-degree drafts. Why wait for the weekend? They're serving scratch food and pouring quality cocktails every night after dark. Come experience the best late night in the league at your local Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Black and Gold fans at Schley.Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.Company.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey everyone, Bob Pompiani here. Let me tell you about the great work that Pittsburgh Garage does. I needed a new garage makeover. The floor was covered with salt and cracks, living there for 37 years, so I called Pittsburgh Garage. Boy, in just a couple of days, the transformation was amazing. The floor coating beautiful, easy to maintain. Cabinets are on their way to make everything organized. I work with Elijah and Josh, both very professional. All of their team members are full-time. Go to PittsburghGarage.com and you'll find over 400 5-star reviews. They've got long-lasting products designed to be functional, heavy-duty, and look great. For your free estimate, go to PittsburghGarage.com.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
What a performance by Mason Heinchel. He makes his Pitt debut in a 48-7 victory against Boston College as Eli Holstein went to the bench, and Heinchel, the young quarterback, threw for 323 yards, had a 171.5 rating and 4 touchdowns as Pitt dominates Boston College and will play next week against Florida State, ranked the 25th team in the country in the AP poll. Our coverage will begin at 9 o'clock right here on The Fan. You can listen on Saturday on your Odyssey app. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right. It was now many years ago, after I believe a crushing loss to Ohio State, if I'm not mistaken, that James Franklin told the world we're a great football program, but not one of the elite programs, and intimated that he needed more university support. Well, all these years later, here we are, and Franklin said before the season, this is the best staff he's had. Clearly, the university has stepped up. They made their coordinators, I believe, combined the highest paid coordinators ever. Certainly Jim Knowles on the defensive end. They got him stolen, basically, although he made himself available. The highest paid defensive coordinator ever, Andy Kotelnicki, on the offensive end. You have a quarterback that people thought was going to play his way into a high first-round status. You had a schedule that seemed to lend itself to a giant year. And now this. It's one thing to lose to Oregon, although that, again, followed a similar pattern of James Franklin in big games where they seem unprepared early and then are scrambling late and lose the game. But, man, if you're not going to win those games, the biggest of games, you better win all the little games. And he did. He literally won all of them in recent years, except for Saturday. This was an epic disaster, Bob. You could have made a case for firing him at halftime, especially after the way the final 2 minutes went in the first half. Was it Nessler doing the game?
Yeah, Brad Nessler.
He said he hadn't seen anything this weird in 10 years.
No, it was terrible.
And I agreed. So the question becomes now, should James Franklin have been fired? And I know the buyout's huge. It's over $50 million right now. It'll be something like 46, 48 after the season. It's gigantic. Let's take that out of the equation right now. Should he have been fired, all things being equal, right after that game? We've seen coaches in college football left on the tarmac. And if things keep going this way, let's say they don't make the playoff. Let's say they win 9 games or something. Should he be fired after the season?
I would go with after the season, only because there's enough consternation in the middle of the season. They still have potential in front of them. They have to run the table, I think. But I also think that if you did it now, it costs you more. Plus, I think it just throws everything in disarray because there's no margin for error right now. And you have more proof if you wait. If he beats Ohio State and Indiana back-to-back, which is highly unlikely, but if he does, that's his reprieve, and that's what will get him into a playoff again.
Will it?
I think so. If they got to run the table, though. 2 losses. And
I'm not so sure that it would, but I do agree with your premise that I think James Franklin has done enough right, and I'm not a huge Franklin backer, but he's done enough right to where he didn't deserve to be fired after that game.
I know one guy who disagrees with you.
He deserves a chance to coach the rest of this season, but if they don't make the playoff, Bob, I think they need to move on.
They need to win out. If they win out, then he continues to coach. If they don't, he doesn't. But I wouldn't do it now for a lot of reasons.
Limits. You're a Penn State guy. The floor is yours.
Guys, this is the most embarrassing loss in the 138-year history of Penn State football. It was that bad. And this is rock bottom for the James Franklin era, by far.
Was it worse than West Virginia's 13-9, 28-point spread?
25.5 in this one.
Yeah, so 25.5. It's similar, but this was for a national championship.
The first top 10 team to lose to an 0-4 team in 40 years.
Yeah, I saw that. It was stunning.
Limits was
BYU in 85.
You were minus 17 years old at that point.
I was. And the fact of the matter that what drove me absolutely insane in this game is that Penn State and James Franklin were out-coached by a team with no coaches.
No coaches.
No coaches.
The guy who never called a game plan. New guys who never called a game plan, and here he is calling a game plan.
They fired their head coach weeks ago. They fired the defensive coordinator 2 weeks ago.
Their offensive coordinator looks like Rapunzel.
Tino Sinceri was their offensive coordinator. He was fired this week. Neuheisel had 2 days to put together a game plan, and he ran circles around Jim Knowles, all $3 million of Jim Knowles' defense.
That's the
all
most
$3 million.
So what's your bottom line here?
Down their mouth.
They really did. That's the other thing, Bob. This was not fluky. Let me make sure I have this right. 446 total yards to 357 for Penn State. There was nothing fluky about it.
Tremendous.
They were grotesquely outcoached in the game. And the end of that half, I'm not sure that I could make a huge argument for them firing him after that game, honestly, and leaving him in California. Yeah. I don't know that I'd have a great argument. It just happens to be my belief that he's done enough to be able to coach the rest of the season. That was a fireable offense, what happened at the end of the first half. You can't even argue at the end of the game. What the hell were they doing with 2 minutes left in the half? What are they doing? They're letting time run.
Right.
They lose 40 seconds.
101 stuff there.
Yeah, they're still at like the 40-yard line, and it's down under 40 seconds with 3 timeouts.
Yeah.
And then they're disorganized, and they're finally calling a timeout after 30 seconds run off the clock. And the announcers of Danielson and Nessler were like, "What are they doing?"
Yeah, it was very obvious that they had no idea what they were doing. And that's the thing. This is a highly paid coaching staff that should know these things, especially against, what was UCLA, 0-12 in their previous 12 games?
Yes.
Here's a number.
They hadn't led all season, not even for a second. And they led the entirety of the game.
So I saw this stat coming in. This will support everything you're saying. Coming into that game, they were out of 136 FBS teams. They were 134th in scoring, 119th in offense, 119th in defense, 133rd in rushing defense, 129th in sacks, 136th in opponent third down rate. If you look at all the things that happened in that game, it made UCLA look like they were the best in this category. Every single one of them.
If you're almost never going to win big games, you have to win every single one of them. So
and even if it's ugly, just win the game.
Yes. What's your bottom line here?
The bottom line for me, this is rock bottom. There's legitimately no coming back from this for James.
But would you do it now?
I would not do it now because, look, you still do have Ohio State. You still do have Indiana. I don't think anybody logical thinks that they're going to win those
You're
games.
saying this is that they've hit rock bottom. You're absolutely ripping him to shreds. Why not just fire him now then?
I would be completely fine if they just said, you know what?
I thought that's what you were going to say.
I want them to fire him. I don't think they ultimately will at the moment. They have to find all this $56 million. It's $48 at the end of January or whatever. If they do want to buy him out, I would have fired him personally myself. There's no doubt about it. Be done with it.
No,
but I still have a little bit of me that does say, if they find a way to beat Ohio State, beat Indiana, which nobody logical.
But this is the last straw.
They could get in.
They have every reason. They'll have the evidence. They already do. If you look at his numbers against top 10 teams, they have the evidence. But this will be the nail in the coffin. If he goes through the rest of the season and wins these games, including Ohio State and Indiana, then you'll say, okay, we're not going to make that move. But if he doesn't, if he loses one of them or another game along the way, then I think the move is made at the end of the season.
And this is the most turned the fan base has ever been. Like, disgust and frustration has turned to complete anger And the stadium on Saturday, even alumni, like former players of Franklin, are coming out and calling out all this BS. It's gotten bad.
Well, one thing to think about is who would you make the head coach? Certainly not either of the coordinators.
No, I threw out there.
Problem.
What if Clemson moves on from Dabo Swinney?
They're in the same boat.
You consider that? I know Dabo hasn't really embraced NIL. He doesn't like the portal. Well, Dabo, you're going to have to.
Recently, he has. Recently, he's brought in some players.
You're going to need to, but that's the type of guy that has won a national championship, has proven it, and has got the job done, basically everything that Franklin hasn't been able to.
What are the chances they make the playoff if they run the table? What
I think
percent would you put on that?
I think they're good. I saw last year what happened with even Ohio State last year. There are a lot of people
there were several two-loss teams that got in.
So I think because there's 12, and if they beat Ohio State and Indiana, both ranked teams, Ohio State could be number 1 by then.
Clemson lost 3, but they won the ACC championship game. Do you get into the Big Ten championship game
if you're on the table?
If you have 2 conference losses, do you think?
I highly doubt it because Ohio State's going to probably just have one. Like, let's say Penn State does beat them, and Oregon's going to get in there. Oregon's schedule the rest of the way other than Indiana this week is pretty soft.
But if they beat Ohio State and Indiana.
So that's what I'm saying. Are they going to be an at-large 2-loss team to get in?
I think they can be, but I put it right around 65, 75%. And here's another thing that drives me absolutely insane. The non-conference schedule. If you would schedule one Power 4 opponent, them in Texas don't have a Power 4 win this year.
No, that's why they're both out of the rankings, despite being highly ranked to start the season.
Ranked teams at the start of the year have not won a Power 4 game.
Pitt fans,
how's that possible?
Pitt fans have to be reveling.
There's no doubt.
This is a 5-alarm fire here with Penn State.
It is.
This is a disaster.
And I just, for the life of me, I just don't understand how they can start the game the way they started the game and the first half the way it ended the game. It's almost as if they just, even the coaching staff, did not take this seriously enough.
No.
You know, they came into it and they let UCLA, a team that you should have gone right for their jugular right after the beginning of the game. They also take too long to warm up to their offense. What about coming out and just becoming aggressive?
What about
right
letting
off the bat?
Drew Aller
Drew
play?
Aller,
well, what's the
our
deal
guy.
with that?
Let him throw the ball all over the place.
They don't trust him even at the end.
No.
They call for a keeper. When are they going to trust this kid's arm? And just now they have nothing to lose. Now, if I'm Penn State, if I'm Franklin, I'm ordering this from Kotelnicki to implement an offense where let's live and die on Drew Aller's arm and let him cut it loose. Let's go here.
Well, in Kotelnicki's offense, they're not catering to Drew Aller. It's, all right, here's another read option. Here's another jet sweep to make Matt Canada
That's
proud.
what I'm saying.
They should just let Aller go around and sling it around the yard. And I thought that this was going to be the game that they do it against a UCLA defense.
Right. If you're ever
not that
going to
good.
do it this week. Build up some confidence in that department moving forward. And I was totally shocked the way they handled that game offensively.
My stepson Michael, Penn State guy, tweeted me or texted me this from Tyler Donahue, whoever that is. Maybe he's related to Phil Donahue.
He's a reporter.
Remember that show?
Yes.
Covers the team.
Is he the best talk show host ever, do you think? Television talk show?
I liked his
Is
hair.
it Oprah? Is it him? Is it Johnny Carson? Who is it?
Johnny Carson.
It's not really a talk show.
Johnny Carson was the best, I thought.
Yeah.
He really was. That was when the Tonight Show was back, and it was just pure fun every night.
Limits, do you even know who Phil Donahue is?
No.
That's okay. Here's the tweet from Tyler Donahue. This is unbelievable, by the way. Penn State's last 3 recruiting classes, 2023 to 25, included 8 wide receivers. Only 1 owns a catch in a college game, and that's 4 for current redshirt freshman Tyseer Denmark. Injuries play a role, and PSU added 6 transfers, but those are rough results for, quote, homegrown talent. What about that?
It's 100% true. And they've tried, whether it be the 26, 27 recruiting class, basically to go out full stop and full stop, period. I sound like Travis Williams
full
now.
stop. That word is going to come back to haunt him.
You know what we
To try and recruit
underestimated?
receivers.
You know what we underestimated, Limits?
What's that?
That in their own ways, Tyler Warren and Abdul Carter were kind of, I won't say generational, but transformational players. Tyler Warren, they showed clips from last year. He did everything for them.
He's 7th in the Heisman voting.
I mean, I think we all underestimated the gravity of those 2 losses.
No doubt.
No question. They are generational people. By the way, Brandon Nichols tweets, for what it's worth, Penn State is plus 600 to make the playoffs, minus 900 to miss. So.
Oh, I mean,
well,
I wouldn't bet them.
Well, that's because we're talking about if they run the table. They got to go into Columbus.
When's the last time
this guy's not going to beat Ohio State. He's already been out-coached for that game, and they haven't even started game planning yet.
Unless they go into it with a completely ride Aller approach. We're just going to go throw the ball as much as we can on that team, shock them with a no-huddle, quick, boom.
They have no idea what to do with this score. Is it more on the quarterback or the scheme?
I think it's more the scheme. Like, sure, Aller has not played well.
I don't think he was used enough in that game.
I don't know that it's totally that's letting him off the hook. He's thrown some really bad interceptions at the ends of big games. And here's the thing about him. And who was I comparing him to? Now I can't remember. But it was someone who had more of a freedom and looseness to the game. Maybe it was Drake May. But it's unfair because he's in the pros right now. But here's a dude who exudes a certain confidence and has a certain limberness or looseness or freedom to his game. And Aller, and it could be because of the coaching, I acknowledge that, has a certain stiffness and lack of confidence to his game. It's the opposite. You know what I mean? There's nothing about him that says, I'm here, I'm the man, we're going to cut it loose, I'm a gunslinger, and here we go. There's nothing about him that has ever screamed that at Penn State.
A coach could put you into that pigeonholed area where don't make mistakes, keep this good, just hand the ball off.
For sure.
And then all of a sudden, if you do have that swagger, you can't do it the way you want to do it because he's telling you something differently.
Yeah.
I thought their game plan sucked going into that game offensively. I would have expected unleash against all those numbers I told you. Their passing defense is rotten. UCLA hasn't stopped anyone, and you go in there and just sort of warm up to the task. Terrible.
You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with the juicy Week 6 matchup between the Cleveland Browns and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. So, all right, that's one story. The other one is Mason, and I keep saying his name wrong. I want to say Heinzel. But it's Heinzel.
Like Tommy Heinsohn.
Heinzel. But Bob, how do you say it? Heinzel. This kid's unbelievable. Now, he's only played one game and it was against Boston College. Limits, I want your input on this as well. Where are you going? Why did Limits get up and walk away, Bob?
Because he has to man the organ over there.
That didn't sound right, but yes, he does. What does he have to do?
Man the organ.
I know.
It just looks like an organ in there. He's like a maestro.
So I don't want to go crazy here. I don't want to lose my mind at all because that would be as unfair as, writing the final word on Drew Aller. This kid's played one game. He was a surprise starter. But he was spectacular. He's throwing balls off platform all day long. He does have a certain cockiness, and I mean that in a good way, a good sports way about him. He reminded me, in this game at least, again, please, Bob, I don't want to be painted as someone who's lost his mind and gone overboard. I saw some Johnny Football there. He's 2 inches taller than Johnny Football. But this kid was wildly exciting to watch. What did you think of him? I think they may have a guy here.
I think now, after watching him, and apparently he was good in training camp all the way, I think they were in a tough spot because they had given all the NIL money to Eli Holstein, and they were going to ride him until they didn't have to ride him anymore. And this kid was making himself available in practice with very good reviews that people who watched his practices during the training camp and early in the season are saying, hey, he can handle this. And so I guess Pat Narduzzi, when he sensed an opportunity, because one thing Eli Holstein has done is made bad throws in critical situations, mostly the red zone, that he wanted to make the change. It's a gutsy move because of all the preseason hype about Holstein, the money they're paying him. But now, all of a sudden, that ends. And I don't know if he's ever going to get his job back. He might. I mean, this kid might go through.
I don't think so.
Well,
I really don't think so.
Once you make a commitment to a true freshman, I think he's your commitment moving forward. And so that then leads to this question. What happens at the end of the year when Eli Holstein, and I suppose these are one-year NIL deals, does he move on and go to the transfer portal? Or how many people come after Heinzel? How many people say, hey, we got to, because this is wide open?
That's the question. That's the question. If this kid looks as electric. And again, it's against Boston College.
Right, and it's early. And
he's going to have some major tests coming up.
Right, especially this week at Florida State, where it's a nasty environment down there.
There's no question about that. We're going to find out about him. But there seemed to be something about him. He had 323 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks. He's the first ACC freshman, according to ESPN, to hit those benchmarks in his first career start since Deshaun Watson did it 11 years ago against North Carolina. I was just dumbfounded watching this kid. I guess one of my questions was, and I know Holstein has been pretty good at times. He's even thrown for 300 yards a couple times this year, was how could you keep this under wraps? Well, like, why weren't, and maybe this is one of those guys who does it when the lights are on, but he seems like he's been a secret since he got there. Bob, he was fun to watch, man. Some of the scrambles he made, he's ducking under people. He's running over people. Yep. He's throwing on the run. He's throwing against his body. He's going crazy after plays. Limits, I love this guy. At least one game in.
He played great. It's nice to see a coach be able to give a quarterback some freedom to be able to go out there and make some plays. What the story about the whole entire thing for me is Eli Holstein. I mean, you are paying this guy a lot of money now to sit on the bench, but you have to.
Isn't the bigger story?
Has to be
isn't the bigger story Heinzel and teams trying to poach him, like Bob says? That to me is the way bigger story.
If he shows that he's really good as a true freshman, he'll have offers from everybody.
Oh,
and then what? So that's why Pitt.
If he comes up with the Johnny Football money sign after a touchdown, that's going to be great.
Yeah, I heard you talk about that on the showdown last night, Bob. Like, could you transfer the money that Holstein was going to get for next year?
Yeah, we looked into that.
If you bring him back,
Holstein goes to his bank account, all the money's gone.
You can't.
They went to it was transferred into an account. Last name is Heinzel or Heinzel. You're going to have to check on that. This is great stuff, though, Bob. Not for Holstein, of course. But I didn't think I was going to be perked up on Pitt football at all this season. Now I am riveted to their next game.
And I think Pat Narduzzi, looked at it and said, well, this is the time to do it. They came off a terrible loss to Louisville where they blew a 17-0 lead at home, and mistakes were a big part of it. And so he has seen Heinzel in practice. He's seen him in training camp. I think he knew what he was capable of. The question was, when do you pull the trigger on that move? And he did. And now, once you do, I guess whenever you make a move like this, you're telling the other guy, Eli Holstein, that this is our quarterback now moving forward. Unless he's so bad, then you have to go back and bring him in.
That could always happen.
Absolutely.
It could. But from what I saw, I don't think so.
They were going to make a change. I thought they brought in this Marco Gonzalez guy to be, he was a Cade Bell guy at Western Carolina. He was supposed to be a guy who, and I thought if they're going to make a change, they'd go to him. But again, those who cover the team had thought all along that Heinzel was going to get a chance at some point.
Heinzel. At Florida State at noon, high noon this Saturday, and then later in the year, Pitt finishes off home against Notre Dame, at number 13, Georgia Tech, and then home against maybe the best team in the country in Miami. So we're going to find out about this kid. We may find out a lot more this week, and the bubble might burst, Bob. Midnight might hit, but my eyes told me there could be something special here. That was fun. That was a fun watch.
And if it does play out that he's really good in his freshman year, then you would say to yourself, this is why it's difficult to be a coach in college athletics right now in football, because now you have to worry about, you recruited him to come here.
Right.
You made commitments to him to come here. He made commitments to you. And what happens? Now you got to recommit all of that and make sure he doesn't go someplace else.
Oh, well.
That's
either get in the game or get out of the game, as they say.
Yeah.
Right? If Pitt is not in a position to step up and match that, then what are we doing here?
Well, you can take the money you gave Eli Holstein next year and give it to him if that's
and more
if
necessary. If it looks like he's going to be,
but it's only one game, so we should keep that in mind. We'll see.
There's
some really big games coming up for them.
I know. 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Your thoughts on those two college football stories. What would you do if you're Penn State with James Franklin? Now, Corey Geiger, I enjoy his coverage. He feels like at the end of the year, you come to a financial agreement, a settlement with James Franklin.
Yes.
Or does he go the Kevin Stallings route and say, You're going to give me every penny of that $46 million
I would bet he goes
buyout.
that way.
Yeah. Well,
wouldn't call it great.
No. Down 27-7 at the half to UCLA, I wouldn't call that great.
Regardless, he's got to be gone by the end of the year. He has to be gone.
Unless he runs the table, right?
And wins like the national championship?
No.
I mean, if he beats Ohio State and Indiana and gets into the playoff, I think he's going to be safe and probably should be, unless they get destroyed in the first round.
He will be safe. He should not be safe. This is never going to get over the hump.
But you're also expecting a next coach to come in and recruit the way he recruits and do.
I mean, Limits, he got to the semi. Sorry, Bob.
Yeah,
Go
he
ahead.
did. That's what my point is. I think sometimes you can get greedy here with your expectations. And I understand they haven't won significant games. They haven't won Ohio State. They haven't beaten Michigan on a regular basis.
Playoff games are significant. He won 2 of them.
He won 2. And if they do get in this year, I don't see any way they would move on from him.
Well, they should. This is never. They've plateaued. They've reached basically rock bottom in my mind with this UCLA game. He always would lose to the good teams.
If you don't believe that there's any hope, then why not fire him now?
Because I feel like that would do even more damage where players are just going to start entering the transfer portal and there'll be opt-outs and say, you know what, well, then if we're just conceding the season at this point, then we're just not going to play. And that's going to create an even bigger problem.
Or maybe they'll be girded for the rest of the season. I wouldn't right now, but I figured that Limits, when he came in here for the soliloquy, was ready to fire James Franklin, Bob. Didn't you?
Yes. I mean, he came in here, he sat in that chair very
authoritatively. He was loaded for bear.
He had his – I thought for sure he was going to do that. You have softened 24 hours later.
Well, I do want him fired at the end of the year regardless of what happens unless they win a national championship.
Well, what if they get to the national championship and lose in overtime to Alabama?
I still would want him gone.
Oh, come on.
No,
and we've had this conversation before.
That's ridiculous.
But again, you're expecting the next guy to come in and win a national championship immediately then.
Maybe not immediately, but I think that there would be a better chance. I don't think the next coach is going to go 4-21 against top 20 opponents.
I hear Paul Christ is available.
You can also make this
Nick
move.
Saban, you want to come off the couch and coach again? Off the game day
Michael
set?
Haywood is on the market now. You want him?
Maybe they'll poach.
Remember him, Bob?
Oh, yes. Ding, ding, ding. I have a little breaking news here.
What?
This is interesting to me because I've been following this case. Marion County Prosecutor Ryan Mears says his office has now filed a felony charge of battery against Mark Sanchez for his alleged role in an attack on a 69-year-old man over the weekend. Did you see the pictures of that man who's in the hospital?
What happened? Does Mark Sanchez have like an inner Hannibal Lecter? That was such a it's like a frightening story.
When I first heard it, I thought somebody jumped him and wanted his money or something like that. Didn't know it was going to turn out like this, and now they're going after him in a felony way.
I mean, you don't know what really happened until all
the video.
The everything's in, but there is video. There is video, correct?
Yeah, and that's what put him over the top.
And the other guy, yes, I saw the shots of his horrible injuries. What is going on?
I don't know. He had to be extremely intoxicated, I would imagine, or like you say, Hannibal Lecter. I don't know.
And you thought the butt fumble was going to be the worst thing that ever happened, Bob. Limits, did you see that story?
I mean, I don't think you could miss the story. It was ridiculous.
What happened? I'm stunned. He seems like a laid-back dude, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he had a great gig going. You know, you make choices, there are consequences, and I think that's what happened. You better know what you're doing. But again, if you're intoxicated, it still falls on you. You can't walk around and beating people up, especially 70-year-old men.
It's
just ridiculous.
Crazy. It's disturbing.
It is disturbing.
Depending, I guess we have to wait until every fact is in here, but it certainly is trending, and it's regardless, it's disturbing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't
just
ever want to be in that
those
situation.
shots of that guy. All right, Bob, we'll take calls on that. What do you do with Franklin, and how about Pitt's new quarterback? And as a Pitt fan, you're right about that, Bob. It's like as soon as you see somebody who might be a star at a place like Pitt, but honestly, anywhere, just about anywhere, your mind can't help but go to, oh no, how long is he going to be here? That's that's living in reality in college sports these days.
You never would have thought that originally. Now you do. And he has every decision to make that. If he wants to move on, he can move on. I mean, look at the quarterbacks who were involved in Pitt's game on Saturday. Both were Alabama guys, and they got out of there, and they got deals elsewhere. So Boy,
Exactly.
Austin, your friend Dom DiTomaso says John Gruden should be Penn State's head coach.
Get back to the drawing board there,
I didn't
intern
insult
Dom.
Bob. I didn't insult Bob.
I didn't insult Bob.
Do you have that? I miss Dom.
You miss Dom?
He shouldn't be allowed to weigh in when he's still at Syracuse. Not till he gets back to the station. That kid is a legend, Bob.
I didn't insult Bob. I didn't insult Bob. I didn't insult Bob.
So let's take calls on that. 412-928-9370. I am suddenly perked up for Pitt football going into this game at Florida State. This kid was wildly exciting. But we're also going to jump into some Penguin stuff. There's some interesting stories brewing there as they get ready to face the Fighting Sullys tomorrow night at the world's most famous arena.
2 of their first 3 against Mike Sullivan. And Mike Sullivan seemed not to want young guys in his lineup as the years went on. Well, he's going to see a Penguin team that has some young guys in their lineup.
I'll say. We'll talk about that for a little while. We'll get back to tons of Steeler talk. Pat Freiermuth, what would you do with him if you're not going to use him, as they really don't?
And what about George Pickens?
You're looking right. Bob, you had a great preseason. You made some really good predictions. Baker Mayfield MVP, Steelers AFC title game, and George Pickens was gonna wake up and have a huge year. He made a great catch.
That is
yesterday.
the reason why I would have signed. I would not have re-signed him after this year. I would have signed him just because I would have bet that his motivation for money would have put all that other stuff on the back burner.
In the meantime, FanDuel Sportsbook app in partnership with Valley Forge is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% PBTs. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% PBTs this Monday night. It's a great matchup. Chiefs, Jags. We'll see if the Chiefs really have taken a step back and if the Jags really have taken a step forward. I mean, that's what this game is about to me in the AFC. I kind of like the Chiefs myself. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/promo code to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Fan is your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Tonight, Monday Night Football, Kansas City and Jacksonville at 8:15. 7 o'clock is when Westwood One's coverage will begin, and you can also listen on your Odyssey app. Playoff baseball tonight. Phillies host the Dodgers in Game 2. Dodgers up in the series 1-0. In the best of 5, Milwaukee hosts the Cubs at 9:08. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Slide Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Pete Carroll was hired to raise the Raiders' floor and bring stability, but after a 40-6 loss to the Colts, it's clear this team looks no better than past regimes. Now they're 1-4, the worst start of Carroll's coaching career. Pete Carroll had hoped for a fresh start, but the Raiders are stuck in the same old struggles. I'm Maggie Gray.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening, because health is a long game and it's yours to win. Now, here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi? Learn more at depend.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. And none of us want to admit the following, but we all know the song. We all do. You're yes, then you're no, you're hot, then cold, up, then you're down, etc. I think we all know how that generally goes. That is our team right now, currently. 1 week, they look like they're contenders. The next, you're kind of sitting there wondering exactly what you just watched. And the inconsistency is frustrating, bordering on maddening. But that's what made Awaken 180 so different and so much better for me. I dropped 35 pounds. There weren't any ups and downs to speak of. It was consistency. I dropped an average of 5 pounds every single week. I wasn't yo-yoing. I wasn't going back and forth. It was week after week after week of dropping the weight, and now it's been year after year of keeping it off. And you've probably heard me talking about my golf game lately. Yeah, I would say Awaken 180 helped a lot with that as well. Reap the benefits. Find out more about the consistent long-term solution for weight loss online at Awaken180weightloss.com.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-485-7220. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-485-7220 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-485-7220 to see if you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
This is Pat Bostic. Pittsburgh was built by hardworking people, and no one has shaped our city more than P.J. Dick, Trumbull, and the Lindy Group. From our skyline to our bridges and roads, their craftsmanship stands strong. Now, they're looking for local talent to help build the future. Join an award-winning team that values quality, safety, and attention to detail. Ready to be part of something bigger? Join the team where hard work meets passion. Start your career today. Visit pjdick.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
This Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, you can get a great deal on a new foot spa, transforming you into the queen of kicking it.
Wait, this has bubble jets. Okay.
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This weekend only, it's the RV Liquidation Super Sale at the David Lawrence Convention Center with free admission, compliments of rain, roofing, and solar. Huge discounts on travel trailers, motorhomes, and more. The RV Liquidation Sale. Don't miss the deals.
Sunny skies this afternoon, the high 84.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Limits, why don't we hit the phone lines if you don't mind? We had some heavy discussion there on James Franklin and his future, and also on Pitt and their new quarterback, Mason Heinchel. I can say that now.
Heinchel.
Who do we got?
I would love to, Joe. Let's start with Marty. He's in Frick Park. He wants to talk about our friend James Franklin.
Hey, Marty.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Hey, Austin, I just had a spirited debate. He's a great kid. Hey, I agree with Bob. There's no way they're firing James Franklin. He has too good of a resume. Now, does he have a great resume? Joe's ready to say, of course not. He's lost too many big games. But he's been in 8 major bowls and/or playoff games in the last 11 years. As the CEO of Penn State football business, he's highly successful. But it's a second-tier program. I've been watching Penn State for 60 years, guys. I've had a lot of disappointing games. Bob, do you remember when they couldn't get in from the 1-yard line against Alabama?
Oh, I remember a lot of things that didn't go right in those situations,
right.
Yes.
Who made that tackle for Alabama?
It's going to be an awful year.
Who made the tackle?
Now, if they go 6-6 next year, then we have something to talk about.
No. Okay, now we're talking about something different. If James Franklin doesn't make the playoff, and especially if he really goes off the rails here at like 7-5, I truly believe he's going to be fired and should be fired. You disagree with that?
No, totally disagree.
Based on what? Isn't the idea here, based on Franklin's own words, to get this program to a, quote, elite level, and hasn't the university gone to great lengths to give him the highest paid coordinators, certainly defensively, that we've ever seen? What's the excuse now? How can you justify keeping him?
Next year, Joe, let me finish here. He'll be on the clock next year for sure. He's not getting fired off one bad year. They were in the college semis last year. He's not getting fired off a bad year.
I disagree, but we can agree to disagree. What do you think, Bob?
Oh, I said what I said. I don't.
Do you think he would be fired
if they don't
make the playoff?
I know. I think they'll approach him and say, "We need to make a change, and how are you wanting to do this?" And he'll say, "I want all my money, and that's it. We'll form our company that way." I do think they will, just because and the caller's right here too. I mean, it is a business, and they do rake in a lot of money based on that business. However, the business at its very best has to include a national championship at some point. He's been there a long time. I appreciate the recruiting and what he's been able to do, but on the field coaching leaves a lot to be desired at times. And I think we saw that against UCLA. If somehow they don't get into the playoff this year, I think they will make a change.
See, he frames
if they do get in the playoff, I think they won't make a change.
He frames it as one bad year. Some people would frame it as one bad loss. But when you're almost never winning the biggest games, then that one bad year and that one bad loss carry enormous weight, don't they?
Well, just look at the pressure that even a guy like Ryan Day, he was on the verge of being fired had he not won a national championship this year. That's how much the expectations are there. I think James Franklin is a victim of his own success in that he has created a recruiting machine. They bring in some really high-end talent. Then the next level is getting that talent to win major games. And last year, yes, they won 2 playoff games, and that's a step in the right direction. Given all the hype of this year, though, so far what we've seen is massively underachieving.
I mean, I would like to ask someone who's more educated on this than me, but I have to imagine if they miss the playoff, and especially if they wind up losing to Ohio State and Indiana and going something like 8-4 or 7-5, that the donor pressure, that the outside pressure would be enormous to fire James Franklin. Am I wrong about that?
No, I think it will be enormous. Yes, you're right.
It's enormous now. Like, there's been a lot of, like, the student section, every big game will chant fire Franklin and all that. But from even what I've seen in the media, this is the most heat. Like, it is a burning skillet right now of people basically all in agreement that this guy has to go.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Next.
All right, let's go to Scott. He's in Oakland.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, Scott?
Okay. So let me just go on my rant here. First of all, Joe Starkey, condolences to you, sir. I went through the same thing. I lost both my parents back in 2014. I get what you're going through. Again, my condolences. And
I appreciate that.
Your family.
Thank you.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. Okay, let me go on my rant. How can you not prepare for a team in any level of football, regardless of how bad they were coming into this game? How can you not be prepared to play a team on the road like UCLA? I do not understand it. It is absolutely disgusting. Now, let me get into this a little further. The 3 games they had to open the season, all of them cupcake games. They did not cover the spread in any of those 3 games. I went to a game a couple years ago up at Penn State when they played Rutgers. They were struggling in that game before they pulled away late. When they were struggling, they made some horrible offensive calls. I started ranting and screaming in the stands how every year is the same thing. We start off 6-0, 7-0. We wind up losing to Ohio State and Michigan, and we get a wonderful consolation gift of a trip to Florida during the holidays to basically play a nothing game. And right now, and I thought of this while I was waiting on hold, James Franklin is college football's version of Mike Tomlin. He lives in his fears. The play call that he made on 4th down when they had the opportunity to tie the game at the end of regulation against UCLA. There are teams here in the WPIAL who could do a
well.
better
That's another example. That's another example of them not believing in Aller. I mean, I realize he's the one who ran the ball. Not more specifically, not in his arm talent, his ability to pass the ball. Maybe they have reasons for that. But, Bob, when you have a guy like that, if you're not going to put the ball in his hands and let him throw it around and wing it around, what are you doing?
Yeah, and I know they have great running backs, but there's a way to utilize them in the passing game also.
Yeah.
I want to see more. You know, we were told that this offense was going to be dynamic. Well, what have we seen from it so far? Yeah, they have nice players at a lot of positions, an offensive line that should be stud. If that's not a reason to utilize your quarterback, I don't know what is. You have to trust him. You have to make plays down the field. They seem very reluctant to do it. And as a result, it may have affected him and how he handles his own position now. So, I don't know. The whole thing is just ridiculous to think that they lost that game. I could not believe watching it. I said I was going to watch it for a half. It'd be over. Well, at the half, it was 27-7, and I watched the debacle at the end of the first half, and I thought, these guys are being outcoached by guys who haven't done what they're supposed to on the other side. Who haven't been in another position.
It was a fireable offense.
It was awful.
It really was. I think he's done just enough to earn the rest of the season reprieve, and I'm sure that the buyout is obviously factoring in here. But that game was a fireable offense.
For a team that was favored to win by almost 4 touchdowns, yes, and had just come off a loss to a Big Ten team that they should have beaten, actually. It was. But, again, this decision normally doesn't happen midway through a season. It happens at the end. He has a chance here, and if he doesn't redeem himself and win out, then he's probably going to be gone.
Sunny today and a high of John Stallworth, 82, a low of Marv Kellum, 54. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Way off the topic, I sure am enjoying the Toronto Blue Jays, absolutely hammering the Yankees. Are you, Bob?
I was interested in watching Cam. How do you say his name?
Be very careful.
Cam Schlittler.
Bob,
that didn't come out right.
That didn't come out right. No, but my point was
the New York Post had to have had a headline that said, "Holy Schlittler."
Holy Schlittler.
Yeah,
he was great in that game against Boston, but yeah, they're getting outclassed by Toronto, which is a team that didn't even have Bo Bichette in their lineup, and yet they scored how many runs in the last 2 games?
I don't know, 17, 20, something like that.
They're a very good team. It could be Milwaukee and Toronto in the World Series. Would you like that, Joe?
No, I would love that, Bob, and thank you for asking. Coming up. Wait, is there a Pitt call, did you say? I'm curious what that person has to say. Heinchel.
Yes, we do have a Pitt call.
From who?
Could you just give us a moment for the system to reboot for a moment, as I wanted to make sure that if Bob said something improper, we had it off the airwaves.
Oh, my God.
Thank you. I didn't know I said something improper. I was just trying to say the guy's name.
It sounded precarious.
It sounded very close, and, you want to be safe than sorry.
Are we back?
No.
We don't have to go to the
We have about 15 seconds, 20 seconds.
We're also going to talk about the Steelers, but at the top of the hour, Bob, I want to talk a little Penguins. They are about to embark on a very interesting journey here. Is it going to be a Titanic-like journey from the beginning? Are they going to be better than we think, like the Capitals? Why did Kyle Dubas tell us he was going to choose the best goalie and then not choose the best goalie? There's a lot of questions about this team. And all of it, to me anyway, is happening in the context of what Pat Brisson said. It's happening in the Sidney Crosby sort of vortex here. That, to me, is coloring the beginning of the season. I'm going to ask you about all of that next, but first, Limits, can we finally take the Pitt caller?
Well, let's take the Pitt caller. What does he think about Mason Heinchel?
Who is he?
This is Kevin. Kevin is in the North Hills, and he would like to talk about Pitt.
Hey, Kevin.
Hello, Kevin.
Hello, Kevin.
And now Kevin's not there.
And no.
After all of
it. There we go. There's
What's
Kevin.
up?
Yes. Thank you for taking my call. Hey, that last call is a perfect segue for Heinchel. Short 4th down plays. Cade Bell puts the ball in his hands, gets him out of the pocket. He can either run or make a short pass. They did it twice. This kid has mobility. He can see downfield. Obviously, it's against Boston College. Has good, quick feet, doesn't throw off of his back foot. And
he throws off any foot. That kid was unbelievable off platform. Let me ask you a question, Dr. Kornfeder. As a Pitt fan, are you suddenly, when you see a performance like that and you think, wow, this kid could be really good, is that accompanied, as Bob mentioned, by a fear of him getting poached after the season?
No, I think this kid came to Pitt early. He's from Ohio. I think he'll stay. I mean, I think especially if the program has success, I think he will stay. And those are my thoughts. I mean, I really think this kid is here to stay. He's going to resurrect this program as long as he doesn't get hurt, because he's all over the place on the field. And
I
definitely think
out of the goodness of his heart, or why do you think he'll stay? Because people are going to be waving checks in front of him.
Yeah, obviously they'll give him some money, but he's from Ohio. He graduated high school.
What does that have to do with anything? People from Ohio like money too.
That's true, but he came here early. I think given the proximity of where he kind of grew up,
You never know. But if this team has success with him, and it looks like they're going to have more success with him next year, I think they'll stay.
It's only one game now. I want to see a lot more. As Joe said, there are a bunch of tough games coming up at tough facilities. We'll see what he has. But if he is this good, if you're painting a picture that he's going to be somebody who's going to be tremendous for them moving forward, and he might be, that's going to come at a major cost. And Pitt has to come up with more NIL money. They will have to do this, or else somebody else will come in. And I don't care who it is. I remember talking to Eli once about this. The money was good.
Eli Manning?
No, Eli Holstein.
I know.
Just about, because he was down in Alabama. All these guys who go there, a lot of guys down there, but they also know they're not going to play half of them, and they have to figure out what's next. But if you're recruited by Alabama, then all of a sudden people think, hey, this guy has potential. Why would they recruit you and then give you some money to go elsewhere? So money's always going to be an issue with this.
Coming up, let's do a Penguins vibe check on the eve of their season opener. Do they have the right goalie? I want to start there. And then they do have some teenagers in the lineup, which I absolutely love. Let's talk about this. Coming up next, you know you're doing something right when you have repeat customers, and Michelle has worked with Gina 3 times now. In her 5-star review, Michelle said that with help from Gina, she recently sold her home in North Hills for over $400,000. Michelle said that this was her 3rd transaction of buying or selling a home with Gina, and that once again, everything went smoothly. Michelle said it's true. Gina does move Pittsburgh, and she'll work with her again in the future whenever she needs to sell a home or buy one. Here's the thing with Gina, you can't lose. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes, home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. If you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell your home or buy a home, call my friend Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina at 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt's official depth chart is out for this week against Florida State, and Mason Heinschel is listed as the starter. Eli Holstein as the backup. Panthers at 3-2. Are 10.5-point underdogs at number 25 Florida State at noon. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage will begin at 9, led by Bob. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Brides love Lamont's Simple Elegance Wedding Package. $99 per person till December. $109 for 2026. Select 4 appetizers, soup or salad, 3 entrees, wedding cake, and 3-hour bar. Lamont, 412-431-3100.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Neofis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance for more than 60 years. The team at the Neofis Insurance Group knows that finding the right protection for you and your family's needs is important. That's why they partnered with Nationwide, offering protection for you, your family, your business, and your future. Call the Neofis Insurance Group at 412-364-3388 for an on-your-side review. That's 412-364-3388 or online at neofisinsurance.com. That's Neofes Insurance.com.
Hey everyone, Dan Zangrilli here for Comcast Business. I want to tell you about Comcast Business and how it can help turn around your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. If you own a retail shop, well, you can become a constantly connecting must-visit shop. If you run or own a restaurant, well, you can become a reliably up-and-running neighborhood favorite. Healthcare offices, become a data-protecting caregiver that we in Pittsburgh can all depend on. It's how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, your business, regardless of size, can stay connected and get threat-ready in this ever-changing landscape with Comcast Business. Powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities. So call today and learn more about Comcast Business's great offer.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with cherry berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this direct.
Hey everyone, Bob Pompiani here. Let me tell you about the great work that Pittsburgh Garage does. I needed a new garage makeover. The floor was covered with salt and cracks, living there for 37 years, so I called Pittsburgh Garage. Boy, in just a couple of days, the transformation was amazing. The floor coating beautiful, easy to maintain. Cabinets are on their way to make everything organized. I work with Elijah and Josh, both very professional. All of their team members are full-time. Go to PittsburghGarage.com and you'll find over 400 five-star reviews. They've got long-lasting products designed to be functional, heavy duty, and look great. For your free estimate, go to PittsburghGarage.com.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. Over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057 to get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com today.
Black and Gold fan, that's Slide.com Company. We're intercepting all the high prices. Slide.company.com.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, the Steelers are in first place in the AFC North, Bob, and you will be conducting the Mike Tomlin press conference tomorrow at noon. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan, as we will hear it and react as they'll be playing against the Cleveland Browns, who lost in London, Friends reference, on Sunday, 1 o'clock, back home, Acrisure Stadium. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Limits, who's had the worst whiteout over the past few weeks? The Bills or Penn State?
I think it's got to be Penn State, right? Because that loss really is signaled the beginning of the end.
I don't know, man.
But the Bills, oh boy.
That was a disaster, Bob. I'll tell you what,
Well,
Drake
but
May.
that's a good team, though. I mean, up and coming.
I was wrong about the Patriots. I've been wrong about a lot at the start of the NFL season. You've been right about a lot, Bob. And I commend you for that.
And that's why we pay you the big bucks.
For now, and it'll probably change because it always does. But
Baker Mayfield might very well be the MVP right now. Are you aware of that, Bob?
I am aware. That's why I thought he would be, because he has this thing. You're talking about swagger. We've been talking about what Drew Aller doesn't have and should, is the swagger. Baker Mayfield.
Or as Ron Cook said, swagger. Remember he said that?
Yeah.
Were you there for that?
Talk radio, my man.
No, I did not hear the
I remember
swagger
that,
comment.
Swagger. But we got what he was making, what his reference was.
We got what he was putting down.
But
I'll tell you who else is an MVP candidate that nobody talks about.
Danny Dimes.
Well, him, but I think people are starting to talk about him. Matthew Stafford has 11 touchdowns, 2 picks, and a 107.3 rating.
It's pretty good.
He is really good, and they're really good.
How about Puka Nacua? Maybe
and I was wrong
all
about
sorts of records.
He might be an MVP candidate.
Yeah, he might be.
I was wrong about them too.
He's on pace to destroy the reception record and the yardage record.
I quit.
So
I think I'm going to quit.
No, I mean, it is fun and games. That's all we're doing. By the way, you have I shouldn't say this word too loud because people out there who play golf know this word. It starts with an S, and you're having one of those problems right
What's
now.
that? I thought it started with a Y, called the Yips.
No, Shanks.
Shanks.
The Shanks. Shankopotamus.
What happened? I was at the range yesterday hitting the ball
I'm gonna
great.
show you.
And then I started hitting little chips like 10 yards, 20 yards, and the ball went directly to my right on the ground, and then I couldn't get out of it. I hit 20 in a row, and none of I don't know what happened.
Well, on my computer, I have PGA Shanks on YouTube because I saw this the other day. You'll see guys who make a lot of money do what you just did. And they're here. So in the break, you come over and look at this, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
But theirs are only one shot.
So sometimes it's multiple.
Mine was
One could
20
lead
in
to
a row
another.
at the range, and I left in a rage. I couldn't get out of it.
But the point is, Joe, it happens to everybody.
I quit that, too. I'm quitting everything. I have an NFL quiz for you before we get into the Penguins, if you guys don't mind. Would you like
Go
that,
right
Limits,
ahead.
about a quarter of a way into
Please.
the season? Who has been intercepted the most in the NFL so far this season?
I would say Geno Smith because he's been ugly.
I was going to say wrong, but right, Bob.
Oh.
Geno Smith.
I've watched enough of their games because that's one of the picks I did not have right. I thought they were going to be a wild card team, and right now they look anything but.
I was going to say Jake Browning, and he's played 2 fewer games.
Oh, my God, is he horrific. Who's been sacked the most, Limits? Wrong.
Wait.
Matthew Stafford.
Wrong.
I would say Joe Burrow if he was still healthy. He might be getting sacked in his sleep the way things go over there. You know,
Cam Ward, 19 times. That is incredible. 19 times for 136 yards.
That's on David Carr.
Yeah.
Rate.
Yeah. Who leads the league in completion percentage among quarterbacks, Bob?
Sam Darnold?
Nope, but that's close. Very close, and I commend you for that.
Wrong.
Limits?
Mac Jones.
Wrong. Jared, well, you can't. It has to be someone who qualifies. Jared Goff at 75.2. How about average yards per attempt? In other words, the guy who's getting the ball down the field the most.
Baker Mayfield.
Wrong. Limits? Wrong.
I'm going to say Josh Allen.
Sam Darnold.
Oh, Sammy.
You should have stuck with your Sam Darnold guns. Really.
You did. You jumped off that ship.
You jumped off the SS Darnold too early. Limits.
I didn't jump off him.
You jumped off.
I jumped off him to the Steelers, and I should have never jumped off that.
Who leads the NFL in passer rating, Bob? Wrong. Lamar Jackson. Did you know that?
Okay, but he missed a game. Did he qualify?
He still qualifies at 130.5, even when this guy's playing not his best. Look at the numbers for him.
No,
he has 10 touchdowns, 1 interception, and 130 passer rating. He completes 71% of his passes, and he's probably run for a couple hundred yards. He is just ridiculous. And yet here they sit at 1-4. And yet this wasn't what we were supposed to talk about at the top of the hour.
But it's always good.
Bob, I have more questions for you in Limits, and I think this is informative for our
we're going to take a trip?
Loyal listeners.
We haven't taken a trip for a while.
Who has the longest reception in the NFL this season? Wrong.
Puka Nacua.
No.
Wrong. DK Metcalf, 80 yards.
Tutu Atwell, 88 yards.
Ooh. 2-2.
Stick that in your 2-2 and smoke it, Bob. Who has the most touchdown receptions in the league this season?
George Pickens.
No, but he's tied for second with 5.
Puka Nacua?
No.
Jackson Smith and Jigba?
Think Lions.
Amon-Ra.
Amon-Ra, Sun Brown. Yep.
You're both right. Who's been targeted the most in the NFL all season long?
Puka Nacua.
Yes, sir. 62 times. You did that better than Limits did, Bob. Who leads the whole league in average yards per catch? The biggest big play guy of them all, Bob. Wrong.
This might be George Pickens.
No, it's not. It's close. Bob? Jameson?
DK Metcalf? No.
He's up there. DK Metcalf leads the league in yak. Did you know that,
Yeah,
Bob?
yak. And most of it was on that one play in Dublin.
Well, he's had a couple of others that he's taken a decent distance.
But 80 yards, whatever it was, because the pass was like, 15 yards, 10 yards down the field.
Jameson Williams at 20.3. Who has had the most big play catches, which I believe is 20 yards or more? Wrong.
Puka Nacua.
Very close, but no. Limits?
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Very good, with 10 of them. And Egbuka, who looks like he's going to be the offensive rookie of the year.
By far.
Oh, my God, is he good?
Baker Mayfield trusts him a lot and puts him in, and he doesn't drop anything. He's really good.
Holy
when Mike
horse
Evans
milk.
gets back, watch out. They're going to hit you with 3 wide receivers, and the way they play defense, although yesterday was not a good example of that, they're still capable.
This is helpful to us all, Bob. It helps me, you, Limits, and all our listeners get up to date on the NFL a quarter of the way through, because some of this I wasn't aware of. Who leads the NFL in sacks?
Oh.
Wrong. Nick Bonito from Denver. No relation to Nick Bonino.
Bonino.
With 7. Who leads the league in tackles for loss? 2 familiar faces.
Nick Herbig.
No. Miles Garrett and Max Crosby are tied at 8. Who leads the league in passes defensed? Wrong.
Cameron Hayward.
Drew Phillips from the New York Giants.
Never would have guessed that.
And now we're getting to the point where nobody cares. Who leads the league in tackles? Wrong. Jordan Brooks from the Miami Dolphins.
I would never have guessed that either.
No, I would have guessed Devin Bush.
And now we've hit rock bottom. So let's move on to the Penguins, shall we? This is an interesting time for the franchise. It's an interesting time for Kyle Dubas. We don't know if there are going to be new owners very shortly. It seems like a time of wild uncertainty. Are they in it to win at the beginning of this year? Are they in it to try to get the top pick and Gavin McKenna, who we have to go see play, Bob? Are you going to go see him play?
I watched his games at Arizona State this weekend, and his one-timer from the right circle was as nasty as any shot. Top shelf. I mean, right over – the goalie had no shot, and it was as quick a release as you're going to find.
So really we see a couple young guys on the roster. I like that. A couple teenagers. We see them basically move on from Ryan Graves, and thank God for that. I mean, the 2 contracts that Kyle Dubas signed worth over $50 million to Tristan Jarry and Ryan Graves were just somewhere in a land far beyond disastrous. But my big disappointment to open the season is in goal, where Sergei Murashov should be the guy. Because Kyle Dubas said, and he put in a little qualifier, I'll give him that, but it wasn't much of one. At the beginning of camp, he said, and I quote, the best 2 goalies, the way they perform in camp, and we deem as best for their development. And I guess that's the little qualifier. But he added, but notably the way they perform at camp and preseason will determine who the goalies are that start with the Penguins, their contract situations. None of that matters. That was Dubas sort of talking tough before the season, like, hey, the best players are going to play around here. Young, old, contract, no contract. And he sort of lived up to that, except in the goalie competition where the guy who was clearly the best day-to-day, you read and listen to Josh Yohe and anyone else who covers that team or anyone else who's over there. They'll tell you that Murashov was the best guy, and then we all saw it in the preseason when he had a .935 save percentage. Imagine the drama at the beginning of this season when you walk into the Garden, the world's most famous arena, and it's Murashov at one end and his countryman Igor Shesterkin at the other, and it's Mike Sullivan against the Penguins. I feel like we've been robbed of a dramatic moment to start the season. There have been other guys. I know that Murashov only has, I think, 17 games of AHL experience, but he is 21. There have been many, many goalies younger than him and with scant AHL experience who have played and performed well in the NHL. Tommy Barrasso won a Vezina right out of high school.
Yeah, he did.
Now, he was a phenom.
In Buffalo.
But that's my point. Who's to say this kid isn't? I wanted him to be the goalie, Bob. I'm disappointed in that decision.
Me too, but I regardless of what he said there, I think the money certainly came into play. There's no reason that Tristan Jarry, based on everything we've seen, because he looked lazy and not as good in the last time we saw him in the preseason. If it's strictly on performance, then he shouldn't be there, but he's there because of a reason.
Bob, he exudes the countenance of Eeyore on Quaaludes. I mean, it's just
don't you think that's the reason? It has to be the reason. He's paid, and they want to try to figure out a way to get him out of here.
I thought we were beyond that. And when the GM talks so tough about the best guys are going to play no matter what, we've got to look at that again?
No, and Artur Shilovs was his trade. He's not going to not let him on the roster. He's 24. They like him. He was in Vancouver. So those 2 predicaments made it almost impossible for Sergei Murashov to be up here. And I agree with you. I'd rather have the guy.
Nothing's impossible. The Shilovs, can you send him to the minors?
I just think because they traded for him, he was going to have a spot on this roster as a backup.
I just want the best guys to play. I mean,
is Blomqvist injured? Is that why we don't hear his name anymore?
I just think that the way things went last season, they sort of soured a little bit, it would appear. Which
but he's still young, and he's still a guy they brought up here. And
I just never took him seriously as one of the candidates.
No, but I think Murashov earned the right. I think you're right. The save percentage tells it all. The way he plays with confidence, you can tell he's up for it. But for whatever reason, that's not. Now, if things don't go well to start the season, that may give them more reason not to bring him up here. You know?
Well, sometimes
or maybe
I also
they say, you know what, we depends on how they play.
Sometimes these guys are better off at the highest level and not at AAA, so to speak. Look at Bubba Chandler. I think he got bored and angry.
That's what I said.
And he started to struggle, and then he came to the majors, and except for one start, he was great.
Right.
This guy should be at the highest level now.
I think Connor Griffin's going to be in that same boat. He's going to be ready whenever they tell him. So, yeah. I agree. I thought he was going to be the starting goaltender based on what we saw in the preseason, but that did not happen. So,
and I hate to get on the let's see if Jarry can play well so we can trade him train. How about we just play the best guys and see where I want to see Sid and the kids, and I want it to be the most deserving kids and see where it goes.
But why do you think he's there, Tristan Jarry?
Probably because of the money,
right?
Or because they want to see if he gets off to a good start, so they can get rid of that money. Yep. And that's, to me, at some point you got to be beyond that. You made a horrible mistake that you're not getting out.
Well, they did it with Ryan Graves. They went beyond it.
They did.
And I thought because I saw that, it would lead to Jarry in the same boat. I still think Jarry can play at a level that some teams would want to have. I still think there's a trade partner out there at some point for him. They may have to eat some of the money, but I think they'll be okay with that. Just take some of it and clear the way because Murashov has to play here at some point.
Yeah, and poor Murashov. He's now stuck where Ryan Graves is going to be playing in front of him in Wilkes-Barre. What
all
else
of a sudden
stands
the
out?
goals against goes up. So does the save
Yeah,
percentage.
that's the thing. You know,
goes
we
down.
went through this with Fleury all those years ago. And I also hear the argument, oh, he comes up to the NHL too soon and he gets hammered and you send him down and you crush the guy's confidence. If that's what crushes his confidence, then he wasn't the guy anyway. And Fleury was on a shuttle from Wilkes-Barre to Pittsburgh early in his career, mostly for financial reasons. And everybody used to worry, including me. Oh, my God, what's this going to do to this guy? Nothing, as it turned out. He turned out pretty good. If Murashov is the guy you think he is, then bring him up here and put him between the pipes no matter what you have to do. And let's blank and go here, Bob. Let's go.
Well, I mean, they've done that with Ben Kindle, who's 18. They have him up here. They have Harrison Brunick up here. He's 19. Two guys who were drafted in the last 2 years. The question there is how much will they play? I'm going to be very curious how they get in this lineup and how much, because you might remember when Jordan Stahl was first here in Pittsburgh, they had the same thing. He had an impressive camp. He was 18 years old. They brought him up, and you can play 9 games, and if you don't like what they see, they can send him to his junior team. Well, in Jordan's case, he was...
Or they have to keep him the whole year.
Or they have to keep him the whole year. So in Jordan's case, they kept him the whole year because he forced that move.
Yeah.
Maybe one of these guys will do the same, or you can find out in those games that maybe they need more time. So,
I think Dubas has to be careful because it's a sensitive time for the franchise and the fans right now. They could be really bad. And you need to be able to believe the GM when he's telling you things like, and I know he threw in the qualifier, but he basically intimated that the best goalie was going to leave camp and be the starter. You got to be careful with that, I think, with fans.
Oh, I think absolutely. I mean, they're in a situation where they haven't made the playoffs for 3 straight years. I think people want to be told the truth. Just keep it transparent. There's nothing wrong with knowing that you're in a rebuild.
Just don't address the goalies. Just say, yeah, I mean, we obviously have 2 guys that we like. We have maybe some developmental guys. We'll see where it goes. You don't have to come out and say what he said, which is basically we'll take the best guy. What if they get off to a rotten start, Bob? If you're Dubas, what's your move? Do you trade Raquel, Rust, who's hurt again, Carlson, and that's the risk, by the way?
I'm surprised that hasn't happened yet. I really am. I thought this offseason would result in those trades.
Is the Pat Brisson sound-off part and parcel of keeping those guys? Because I have to believe if he made his feelings public that A, Sid would have known about it, and B, Dubas says him and Brisson talk all the time. I'm sure that was relayed to Kyle Dubas, basically that we want to win sooner rather than later, and we're really not looking forward to trading Sid's line mates, basically, right? Don't you think that that's been conveyed in so many words?
In other words, they want, as an agency, Sidney Crosby to perform in big stakes games. And they cannot watch another year, I don't think, of him missing the playoffs. He wants to get that opportunity. I think the Penguins, I think everybody wants that opportunity. I hope we haven't seen the last time Sidney Crosby.
So how do you handle it? How do you handle it if they start 3-10?
Well, it may be something involving Sidney. I mean, it's up to him if he doesn't like what's going on around him. And, if they do trade a Raquel or Carlson or any of those guys, it's going to indicate what we all know, and that they're trying to further build the rebuild. So, therefore, if that's the case, then I wonder if Sidney Crosby wants to hang around for it. He may still think this team is good enough to compete for a playoff spot. That's what he wants. He wants to be in the playoffs where he can do his magic. But it may not get to that point.
Man, it's a very hard line to walk.
What would you have done?
If you're Kyle Dubas.
Would you have traded Raquel by now or Carlson by now?
I would have traded Raquel at last year's deadline when he was the premium asset before he goes back to his up and down nature through his whole career. Trade him while it's up. Trade Russ before he gets hurt again, like he already has. The fact that Carlson here is nothing less than mind-blowing that he's still here. And, by the way, I was surprised in the preseason that Malkin didn't completely shut the door on going to another team. Like, I thought he was going to say, no, this is it. Or if I'm going to play after this year, it's going to be with Pittsburgh. He seemed to be open to ideas of playing elsewhere. So,
well, Miami being one of the places down in Sunrise, Florida, that could be, and with Barkov off, a lot of people have intimated that could be a place for him. They've signed all of their guys through the year 20 and 30. All the key guys in Florida are signed, and that includes Brad Marchand to the year 2031.
He might be a perfect guy for them.
If that's what they're looking to get.
So on one hand, and this is what I mean with Dubas, it's a very difficult position, especially with the background of a looming ownership change. Do you still want to pay premium money for the Penguins if you think Sidney Crosby's not going to be here? I don't know. But then how do you handle the team in the meantime? With that, is that pressure weighing on you if you're Dubas? And Sid lets it be known that hey, this might not work for me. Let's say they've traded Raquel and Rust, which they should do. If it doesn't appear they're going to be like last year's Capitals where they surprise people.
And how about if they are?
Well, then
how about
you
if
have
the
a whole
coach makes
different.
that big of a difference,
Yeah.
and Dan Muse comes in here and has a system that they work with and they thrive in, and that includes not just the elite players, but the other ones.
I wouldn't write off that possibility. I'm not predicting it or expecting
What percentage
it.
would you give it? I'd
20?
say 20, yeah. 20%. I mean, because it can happen. If it does, it would be very, very interesting to see what happens after that.
I mean, I just wonder, though.
Then if you come at the trade deadline, you want to bring people in.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, the rebuild's on the hold for a little bit.
It's a very, very strange situation that they're in, and it's very complicated because you have this great all-time legend on your team who's still at the top of his game.
Right. And that's the thing. He can make everybody around him better, too. Koivunen's going to play with him, I think, or at least should. If he doesn't, I would be surprised. With Rust out, he's a guy who he understands Sidney Crosby. You could tell the way when they're on the ice together, there's some sort of chemistry there.
Is Kyle Dubas giving this team its best chance to win with Jari and Shilovs as the goaltending combo? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I would rather have Shilovs and Murashov, but he's not made that decision. So that contract still weighs heavily in this, and we'll see. I wouldn't even, to me, it would be Murashov starting against Shesterkin, and he would be my primary guy, and I would go to Shilovs, although I think Shilovs has the potential to become a good.
Maybe. He might.
You never know.
4-1-2.
It's nice to have a whole bunch of them. By the way, did you see Philip Gustafson, the contract he got from Billy Guerin?
No, what did he get?
This is after they gave a ridiculous amount of money to Kirill Kaprizov, $17 million a year. And then Guerin turns around, and Gustafson was here in this system in Pittsburgh until he was traded for Derek Brassard. And now he's the number one goalie, signed for, I think, $6 or $7 million a year.
Yeah. Well, let's do a mini time capsule next, why don't we, Bob, on the NHL? I mean, the season's starting.
Here's another good question.
And we're not going to see Bob tomorrow, so we need to do a time capsule limits. And by the way, did you save our baseball time capsule by any chance? That's why they call it. They don't call it a time capsule for nothing.
I don't know if I want to hear this.
I'm going to dig it up from underground, and we'll have it shortly.
Oh, boy. We'll do that in the 1 o'clock hour.
That's always laughable.
What did you say, Bob?
It's always
you saw
laughable.
something?
No, I said $17 million for Kaprizov, and then Gustafson, who could have been the goalie here right now. You know, he was that good, and he was that well thought of. It took him a while, but now he's established himself as one of the best in the game.
Well, that makes me think of Sid, too. Isn't this so tricky? Because Crosby has given the franchise back millions and millions of dollars to enable it to put a team around him. So if you're him and the team is torn down around you, don't you also feel sort of betrayed in a way, fairly or unfairly?
Yeah, I think it's not something by design. It kind of happens when you have a team that was.
I'm talking if they trade Raquel and Rust.
Oh, well then yes. You know, if that's the case, and you have a bunch of kids, and you're not going to get to that level you want to get to in the playoffs, that's what maybe Pat Brisson was intimating. And if it doesn't happen, if they trade, that's a tough position to be in. There's no question, and it will depend on how the season goes, I think. But I'm hoping they play competitive. I want to see competitive hockey. I want to see guys like the Washington Capitals shock the world here. Come out and play with names that you haven't heard of who contribute.
Let's do our predictions on the Penguins and around the league. Next on Pomp and Joe Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The Fan will showcase a different community each Saturday through the Youth Football Showcase with a special visit from members of the Fan staff. Do you want the Fan to visit your game? Email usports@937thefan.com with your group name, your group's main contact info, and potential dates. Details at 937thefan.com now. Brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Saloni's Italian Bread, and Pellman Electric, and Keystone Custom Apparel. All right, Bob. We got a ball game tonight. We opened the show today talking about the landscape of the AFC and how things have blown wide open. And it looks like the Steelers could absolutely just put themselves way in the driver's seat in the AFC North. But what about the conference at large? Who's for real and who's not? Have the Chiefs really taken a step back? Have the Jags taken a step forward? We'll find out more tonight. I like the Chiefs in this one. FanDuel Sportsbook app in partnership with Valley Forge is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% PBTs. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% PBTs this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguin season will begin tomorrow, 8 o'clock in New York against old friend Mike Sullivan, now coaching the Rangers. As we'll see who the Penguins ultimately go with in goal. Could be Tristan Jarry. Igor Shesterkin is expected to go for the Rangers. As the first Penguin game under Dan Muse will begin. More headlines. 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. 2 top 10 teams fell Saturday. Florida over Texas was a stunner, but UCLA's upset of Penn State was wild. The Bruins were 0-4 and under an interim coach. Shock number 7 Penn State 42-37. College football chaos at its finest. I'm Maggie Gray.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Want to make your old house new again? New siding from Weather Seal Home Services is the makeover you need. Choose from hundreds of colors, and through the end of the month, save 25% off your whole house siding job with 60 months zero-interest financing. That's until 2030. And your new siding purchase includes Polar Wrap for great energy savings. So save 25% on your whole house siding job, including Polar Wrap, plus 60-month zero-interest financing. Just call 877-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Looking for the perfect spot to eat, drink, and take in the best view of the city? Head up to Shiloh Plate and Pour on Mount Washington. From craft cocktails to local brews, juicy burgers to chef-inspired entrees, Shiloh Plate and Pour has something for everyone. Whether it's brunch with friends, date night, or happy hour, you'll love the food, the atmosphere, and, of course, that unbeatable Pittsburgh skyline. So grab your crew and pour on the fun, only at Shiloh Plate and Pour, right on Shiloh Street.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. So many TVs, every seat feels like the front row at Rival.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
All right, Bob. I think top of the hour, we may look back at our baseball capsule now that the regular season is officially concluded. Long concluded, but we weren't together for a bit there. I absolutely am fearful, dreading what limits might dredge up from our preseason predictions.
Yes, I brought out the shovel,
Did
and we
you
have
listen
it
already? Do you know?
I've listened to parts of it, and I also have a document that lists off our picks too.
So give our picks when the time comes, and then just do little clips on things good and bad. I don't know if I predicted anything good. I think I had the Pirates at 79 wins. What did you have, Bob?
Probably similar. Challenging for the last wild card, I think. I don't remember.
All right. We'll do all that. In the meantime, we're setting sail here on an NHL season. You can listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, and the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Limits, did you open the time capsule? We're ready to go.
We have opened up the vault, gentlemen. The baseball vault is opened.
No, the hockey vault. That's where we're
the
going.
hockey vault is open.
Yeah.
The hockey vault is currently opened.
Bob, are the Penguins going to make the playoffs?
I'm going to surprise you here and say yes.
Oh, my God. I'm not going to question you because you had some great football predictions. And who am I? Who am I to predict or to question your predictions? I'm going to say no. Limits, are they a playoff team?
No, they're not a playoff team. There's a better chance they're a bottom 5 team.
Bob, why do you predict them to be a playoff team?
I just think there's something around Sidney Crosby right now that makes me think that they're going to still come out, play better. And I guess maybe I'm looking at the Washington Capitals. I spent time last night looking at what happened with them when people thought they were dead and done, and they got together and put together a team that was as good as any team in the league point-wise. So I'm thinking that some of these young kids are going to come up and make a difference. I don't know why I feel this way. I don't. But I want to see. Maybe it's my heart telling me I want to see playoff hockey in Pittsburgh again. So I hope they get in. It won't be as a division winner, of course, but I think somehow they'll sneak in.
Okay. How many points will the Penguins get this season, Bob? That's a good question,
isn't it? That is a good
question. You must think over 90.
No, I think it's going to be less than that, but I think they're going to get in barely. So I'll say 86.
All right. The last 2 years, they got 80, 88 did not get them in, and 91 didn't get them in, Bob. So you think a down year in the East here or what?
In the East, yes.
I think the Penguins are going to sink back into the 70s with 77 points this season.
Okay.
Limits, what say you?
I think they're only going to have 71 points to honor Evgeny Malkin.
We'll have that on the last day of the season. All right, Sidney Crosby, Bob. Let me read you some numbers with him in recent years. The man is still he's incredible. You don't need me to tell you that. Last 3 years, let's see. 91, 94. He's a metronome is what he is, Bob. Right? They should call it the metronome division after him.
That would be good, actually. I like that.
91, 94, 93. Goals, 33, 42, 33. Assists, 58, 52. It's ridiculous what this man does. So let me ask you, Bob, points over, under 89.5.
I'm going to say over.
I'm going to say over, and I hope, because, and knock on wood, it's been a good string of good health for Sid. When you get up there in
that's
age,
true.
that's not always
Those
the
guys
case.
have both, he and Malkin have played a lot of hockey the last several years.
Yeah, well, he's played 82, 82, and 80.
Yeah.
I'm going to say over 89.5 points. Limits?
I agree. I do think that Crosby will get over that mark.
40 goals is a benchmark he's reached only 3 times, I believe. The most recently was just 2 years ago when he had 42. That's sandwiched around 2 33-goal seasons. So let me ask you, Bob, 33.5 goals over under.
I'm going over. I think he's going to be a shoot-first player this year because of the people he has around him. He'll get his share of assists, but I think he'll have over.
Holy ostrich milk. Limits?
That's a lot of goals, but to be able to reach that 90-point total, I do think he does it. He will be shy of 40, though.
Okay, Evgeny Malkin. Let me tell you what he's done recently, Bob. He took a dip last year. We all know that. He only played 68 games. He only had 50 points. The 2 years before that, 67 and 83 points. So I think a fair number for Evgeny Malkin is 67.5 points over under.
Barely over.
Limits?
Barely over.
I'm going to say under. He only played 68 last year. It feels like the body is wearing out. He's still capable of moments of greatness. I'm going to be surprised if he plays 70 games or so. And given that, I'm going to have to go under. He just turned 39. I love that guy. I just feel like Father Time, as with everybody, has caught up with him. Not so much with Sid, but with Gino. So, yeah.
Could I butt in with a bell ringer for you?
Oh, what do we have,
huge
Limits?
Huge NHL breaking
What do we
news.
have,
This
Bob?
must be Connor McDavid.
Connor McDavid has agreed to a contract extension with the Oilers. He announced on social media. How about that?
Yeah,
So all
but
the
no
talk
terms
after
yet.
last year.
No terms yet, and from what I've led to believe, it's going to be less than what Kirill Kaprizov got, which makes me give an appreciation sound off to Sidney Crosby. For all these years, he makes $8.7 million. He doesn't go off that number.
Phenomenal.
What a discount that is, because I guarantee you McDavid will be around $15 million then. Kaprizov's too much money. I think that's awesome that he does that every single year for the Penguins.
I mean, his whole career, he's done it. It's amazing. That is huge, huge news. I thought for sure he was
Is it
going
a
to go out
long
and
term?
test the
See,
market.
I can't imagine it'd be a long-term deal.
Does it say?
No, we don't know the official terms yet.
All right.
Hasn't been reported, but I'm just stunned that he's going to stay. After all the talks about a potential trade or walking in free agency,
Well, they
he
are
can
a
never
good
get over the
team.
top. They are, but can they get over the hump and win a championship for him? I really thought they were
Well, we're
going to
going to
win
make our prediction on that in just a moment. Oh, Limitless Wonder. All right, Bob. Let's go to the goaltending situation. Who plays the most games in goal for the Penguins this year?
I'm going to say Artur Shilovs.
Holy bird follicles. I'm going to say Miroshov. I think he gets here, and once he gets here, he ain't giving up the pipes.
Okay.
Limits?
I'm going to go with our national nightmare that continues every season. Tristan Jarry.
You dog, you. How about
And
this?
we're sitting here again.
Oh,
we're sitting here again.
Talking about
Take
the same
this
things.
anymore. How much longer? He's 30. He just turned 30, Bob. Is he going to justify the contract at some point? I can't take it anymore.
The Edmonton Oilers have just put this out. It's a 2-year deal, $12.5 million a year.
Oh, wow.
Which
Then
is
that
$5
sort
million
of-
less than Kaprizov. I keep going back to that, but I'm just stunned.
Yeah, that's...
Unless he wants to leave, he's taking a page out of Sidney Crosby's book.
Are you watching that Harry Potter movie behind you, Bob?
I don't watch that.
I do.
You like Harry Potter?
Yeah. And the snake is what really is standing out to me. I don't like snakes to the point where if one were ever found on my property, I would move out of my house.
My neighbor's a snake killer, and I employ him every now and then because I cannot stand snakes, as innocent as some of them may be. You know, the garden variety snake that doesn't.
They're not innocent, Bob.
No,
they kill.
They look. I can't stand. But John, my neighbor, he comes out and he goes right after it. I mean, so he's my designated snake killer.
If one were found in my house, I would move out immediately. You? Like if there was a snake in the basement? Yes, I would never sleep in that house again. Never. Ever.
Joe, it happens. It sneaks in there. What are you going to do? Afraid that he has baby snakes and they're soon going to...
Yes, precisely. That he's part of a family.
No.
Bob,
you can't move out.
Limits, I'm a little shocked to learn that Bob doesn't like the Harry Potter series. And you, please, if I was going to try to look in my reverse crystal ball, and I see a 7-year-old Limits all over this stuff, reading the books and watching the movies. Am I right?
I have not read one page of Harry Potter or watched more than maybe 2 minutes of a Harry Potter movie. No.
Bob, I'm shocked because he looks like the kid from Harry Potter, doesn't he? What's that kid's name?
I don't watch the movie, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, Harry Potter is his name, I guess, right? In real life, what's his name, Bob?
I have no idea.
Okay. All right, Limits, let's move on.
I was too busy watching sports.
How about Pat McAfee on that other channel?
What about
just
him?
predicted the Indianapolis Colts will win the Super Bowl in 2025.
That's ridiculous.
Think there's any homerism going involved there, Bob?
Ricard Raquel, does he make it past the trade deadline here? Silence is bad
Yeah, I
radio,
know, so
Bob.
I'm going to say yes.
I say no.
I say hopefully not.
Brian Rust, does he make it past the trade deadline? I say yes. Maybe because he's hurt.
I say
Nobody
yes,
will
too.
want to pick him up.
I say yes.
Limits?
Yes, I think he'll be here.
Eric Carlson, I say he's going to be dealt. I have a feeling that Eric Carlson, because he's really determined to play and play well for the Swedish national team, is going to get off to a good start and play some responsible hockey and be pretty good. But I think that will make him more marketable. I think he's going to be gone.
And it will take some team needing an injury and address a speed need back there.
Yeah.
Somebody good quarterback, a power play, all that stuff. I would say yes on that one because I thought it should have been done already. But he does have final say on a lot of this stuff, so it's up to him.
You think yes that they will trade him, or yes he'll be here?
They will trade him.
Yes, they will trade him, Limits. And thank you for asking.
I hope that they trade him, but ultimately I don't think that they're going to end up getting a taker with the salaries. I think that, yes, he will be here past the deadline.
Are Letang and Malkin guaranteed to be here for the whole season, Bob?
Silence is bad, but I'm thinking about this because of Malkin in Florida. I still think that's potentially something that could happen.
Would he waive his no
to
movement
go there?
for
I
that?
bet.
Yeah.
I bet that he has a house down there, from what we understand, right? Or at least he goes there quite a bit.
I don't know.
So I think. What was the question? Will he be gone?
Will Letang and Malkin be here at the end of the season?
One
Guaranteed,
will.
both of them.
I'm going to say one will, one won't. I think Malkin will ultimately be dealt.
See, I think what we're maybe overlooking is if this whole thing completely falls apart. Do you want to any of a chance? Let's say Montreal's really good and they want Chris Letang back in his hometown. Sometimes we underestimate the effect, the impact that losing and losing and losing has on great, proud athletes. I think we've already seen that with Pat Brisson's comments, on Sidney Crosby.
Right.
It's easy to say going into a semi-rebuild or whatever the hell the Penguins are doing, oh, Sid will be fine. Yeah, 200 losses and no playoff appearances later, it takes a toll. It wears on a guy. And I think if the Penguins are horrible this season, come trade deadline, the previously unthinkable for a guy like Chris Letang to leave Pittsburgh, if he has a chance to go to Montreal and chase a cup, suddenly becomes very thinkable.
Yeah.
The previous unthinkable for Gino, oh my God, never, that could never happen. Suddenly, with all the wear of losing, becomes very thinkable.
And same goes true for franchises who haven't had a chance to compete. Montreal's one of them. They've built up a good young core of young players who are going to be good for them, I think, this year. And that's why that franchise and that city right now would like more. They're talking about Crosby, but like Letang would be of help. They got some good young defensemen there, so I don't know how much need they need there. But if you get desperate enough, you'll make an offer that maybe the Penguins can't refuse. So
Limits?
I think ultimately both will be here. I don't see them trading Malkin, and I think a big reason why is that final game of the year against Washington at home.
I think one's going to be gone. One of the two. I agree with Bob. Sunny today with a high of John Stallworth, 82, low of 54. Marv Kellum, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. 50-minute mark on the fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. All right, gentlemen, who's going to play in the Stanley Cup final and who's going to win? Bob?
I'm going to say the Los Angeles Kings will play from the Western Conference. I like their team, and I think they're getting better as they go. I feel like I always want to say Carolina, but they always disappoint me year in and year out. So instead, I'm going to go for. I haven't looked deeply into these other teams, though. So
you want my prediction, Bob?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to say I like the Kings. I don't know about the East yet.
How about this, big boy? How about an all-Canadian Stanley Cup final?
Don't say Toronto.
The Montreal Canadiens.
Oh.
The Montreal Canadiens and the Edmonton Oilers. And the Oilers, fortified by this little extension that Connor McDavid just got, finally get over the hump. Wonder Twin?
I like that pick, Joe.
Thank you.
I am ultimately going to go with the Edmonton Oilers losing to the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Wow. A lot of people picking the Lightning.
I don't know about Tampa this year. It's easy to say Florida, too, because they're just loaded and they have the same team. But at some point, that magic runs out a little bit, too. So I like your pick about Montreal. They could be a team that sneaks up on you.
Thank you, Bob.
Very good pick.
How about the Fighting Sullys? Where do they finish? The New York Rangers. Put this in your time capsule and smoke it, Limits. Where do the Rangers finish in the Metro? Do they win it, Bob?
No, they don't win it, but they get into the playoffs.
And how far do they get?
I have no idea. It depends on
none of us do, because it's going to happen 8 months from now.
I know that. Okay, so I'll say they get eliminated in the first round.
I say they don't even make the playoffs. I think Mike Sullivan's going to go there and discover he's working for one of the worst owners in sports, for a GM who has no idea what he's doing, and some other issues there in New York. That's going to be a problem that Sully may regret, except, of course, when he checks his bank account. Limits?
I think they'll be fourth in the Metro, make it into the wild card, but ultimately nothing amounts from it.
All right. Have we all done our prediction? Oh.
Bob, what was your Stanley Cup final?
Bob, what was your Stanley Cup final?
I'm going to say LA Kings, and I'm going to do what no one wants to do and say Toronto Maple Leafs.
Who's going to win?
LA.
Percent chance that Sidney Crosby gets traded by the trade deadline.
10%?
I say 2%. Twin Cities?
I say 5%.
All right, let's do that.
But how about if they really are bad?
Well, I don't think they're going to be very good. I'm the one who picked them to miss the playoffs. I still think if it's going to happen, it may happen next offseason.
That makes sense. 10% is pretty low. That's what I said. I still think it's 90% he's here. But I still think they're going to have a decent year. I think it's going to surprise some people.
Fair enough. Close the vault, Limits, if you'd be so kind.
The vault.
Coming up next, we're going to open our baseball vault from before the season. Who did we think would be the Pirates' surprise player? MVP, LVP, final season record. Who do we think was going to be in the World Series? Who did we pick to win the divisions? We'll take a look at all that, but also a trip around the NFL on an absolutely insane Sunday. We're going to do all that next on Pomp and Joe. But first, let's talk a little bit about the Good Feet store. This worked for me. Joints in my big toes, misdiagnosed with arthritis. It wasn't that. Or maybe it was. I reached the point where I didn't care. And now I really don't care because they felt better for a long time because I got introduced to the Good Feet foot arch support system. Somebody else said it was gout. Is that a form of arthritis? I don't even know what gout is. I just know if you eat and drink too much, you could get it. I was eating and drinking too much at that time, but that wasn't it either. Or maybe it was. I don't care. My feet feel better. I don't get stuck in the beginning of an exercise regimen saying, I don't want to do this anymore because my feet hurt. This worked for me. This could work for you, whether it's plantar fasciitis, sharp pain in your heel, pain and burning in the balls of your feet. All kinds of things can go wrong with your feet. This is customized to your feet, your shoes. You got dance shoes, golf shoes, basketball shoes, dress shoes, whatever. It's so simple, the Good Feet foot arch support system. Designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort, available in a wide range of flexibilities, extra firm to soft. Go to a store, try it out. That's what I did. I went to the store at Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North, next to Walgreens. And there's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. You can check it all out at goodfeet.com. Come on in, try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
HD1 Pittsburgh
in Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is your home for the NFL on Westwood 1. And tonight, Monday Night Football can be right here. In a matchup between the Kansas City Chiefs and the Jacksonville Jaguars, coverage begins at 7 o'clock. Game in Jacksonville. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Never-ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart. 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray. Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra. And Emerson Hart of Tonic. A night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. You need a new roof on a budget? Choose the Atlas Pro Lam Shingle Package, 130 mph wind rating, lifetime warranty. Call the Pickle. Need more protection, more color options with the Pinnacle Pristine Shingle with 3M Scotch Guard guarantee? Call the Pickle. Want the ultimate protection? Get the Stormmaster Shake Package, 150 mph wind rating, lifetime pipe boots, 50-year non-prorated warranty. Call the Pickle at Gherkin Roofing, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey everyone, Dan Zangrilli here for Comcast Business. I want to tell you about Comcast Business and how it can help turn around your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. If you own a retail shop, well, you can become a constantly connecting must-visit shop. If you run or own a restaurant, well, you can become a reliably up-and-running neighborhood favorite. Healthcare offices, become a data-protecting caregiver that we in Pittsburgh can all depend on. It's how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, your business, regardless of size, can stay connected and get threat ready in this ever-changing landscape with Comcast Business. Powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities. So call today and learn more about Comcast Business's great offers.
It used to be the sole function for a kitchen was food preparation. We cooked in the kitchen and we dined in the dining room. But times have changed. And although today the kitchen is still where we cook, it's also where we share meals, have an important family conversation, and even help the kids with their homework.
That's right. Today's kitchens are multi-use areas and should be designed accordingly. And that's where we come in. Petite Kitchen and Bath will make your new kitchen a warm and inviting place for family and guests alike. We'll make it supremely functional and beautiful.
You know, they say the heart of any home is the family kitchen. Make your kitchen great. Discover why generations of satisfied customers have chosen Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
Visit our showroom on Route 50 or call us at 412-279-2222. Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
The Neofis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance for more than 60 years. The team at the Neofis Insurance Group knows that finding the right protection for you and your family's needs is important. That's why they partnered with Nationwide, offering protection for you, your family, your business, and your future. Call the Neofis Insurance Group at 412-364-3388 for an on-your-side review. That's 412-364-3388 or online at neofisinsurance.com. That's Neofes insurance.com.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to corriganmoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the big pirate news of last week. Donnie Kelly is back. He signs an extension. Ben Cherington is back for year 7. The MLB postseason rolls along as the Dodgers and Phillies will play tonight at 6:08. Dodgers up 1-0 in the best of 5 in the NLDS. NLDS other series is Milwaukee and the Cubs, and it's an NL Central rivalry. 9:08 first pitch from Milwaukee. Brewers lead the series 1-0. More headlines. 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are proper Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Papa Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob, it's been a rough year for predictions for me.
For me, too.
No, you're always smart on
For me,
predictions. And the irony is that you don't even like making predictions. You
I
always
don't like
argue
making
against
predictions.
it. You always say, how can we know? To which I say, that's why it's a prediction. We don't know. And yet you're better at it than me, and I'm ashamed. And I have a feeling I'm about to become more ashamed.
I don't know about that.
Because we're going to listen to our Pirates time capsule. I believe this was recorded, well, let's see. It would have had to have been the end of March. Isn't that when the season started in Miami?
March 27th is when
the time capsule?
The time capsule was officially closed for the year.
Oh, my God. Well, Limits, I'm going to hand this over to you. I've forgotten. I think I know approximately what my season win total was. Everything else I've forgotten, who I picked to be their breakout player, all that crap. And I'm dreading the revelation here. I'm absolutely dreading it. Why don't you take over here, give some of our picks, play some clips from that time capsule. We shouldn't talk or laugh over these because it becomes very confusing for the listener whether it's the actual time capsule or us live. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you tell us how this will go. Please, the floor is yours.
I'll play a couple of clips, but I'll mostly just read off some of our predictions and we can banter on it. And I want to start with this. Biggest surprise for the Pirates this year.
Bob?
Henry Davis emerges as a regular player by the end of the year.
Oh, Bob!
I thought it would happen.
Joe is just weeping.
Well, I will say this. His
Davis.
defense got better. His defense got better. Now the offense needs to follow.
I take back everything I said. Plus, I broke my own rule of laughing live during something that got taped.
I can't wait to hear yours.
All right.
Oh, my gosh. If you thought that was interesting, listen to the reaction to that. Ooh.
Biggest surprise for the Pirates, I'm going to say that G1 Bay becomes a very, very important regular contributor for the Pirates. Give me a hand. Give me a hand on that one, Bob.
That's going to the Freezing Cold Takes Hall of Fame.
That was 10 times worse than yours.
At least Henry's still here. Is G1 here? He coming up at the end of the year.
I don't know. Why did I think that? What was I thinking? Are you sure that wasn't the year before?
No, I'm sure. 2025.
Oh, my God.
Exclamation
Was
point.
he even on the roster?
He started the year on the roster, yeah.
Why did I think that?
And then they demoted him after like 4 games. Remember when he tried to steal a base like 4 different times?
Yeah, because he can't play baseball. What got into me?
At least
he stopped and started about 4 times, and then eventually was thrown out on the base.
Oh my God! I'm humiliated in front of the whole city.
I didn't expect that one at all.
All right. Even Ron's laughing at me from Fort Myers.
Yes, even Ron is laughing at you. I also was just really dumb. What I ultimately thought was going to be my biggest surprise, because I said that Paul Skeens would throw a no-hitter, and then, Joe, you made fun of me for picking that, so I ended up picking Colin Holderman would lead the team in saves.
No. Oh, no.
No.
Colin Holderman would lead the team in saves.
Oh, we forgive you, Limits. What's next?
Yeah, that was really bad. Biggest disappointment, I think we hit on it pretty well. Joe, you said that Mitch Keller would be bad again late in the season. He was up and down.
He was up and down.
Okay.
No, wait a second. That was a good prediction, Bob. He was bad again late in the season.
Is that what you said? Late in the season?
That's exactly what I said. I said Mitch Keller would be bad again late in the season. Let me read you his ERAs for...
Well, it got worse as the year went on, that's for sure.
August was 6.52. And then it was down to about 4, which isn't bad in September. But from the trade deadline on, his ERA was near 5.
Yep, not good.
Thank you, Limits.
So you're right.
I'm just trying to make up for the G1 Bay disaster, Bob.
Bob, you said the biggest disappointment. You hit this one right on the head. Brian Hayes for the Pirates would be the biggest disappointment.
I did hit that one on the head.
Anybody could have said that.
Oh,
yeah,
you
but they traded him.
I mean, he stinks.
You could have. You didn't. That was
what
a good
did you
pick.
say, Limits?
Dog, you.
I said that Andrew Heaney would be a flat disappointment for them. Andrew Heaney.
I forgot he existed. Wait, who is he?
Remember he had like a great month of
he was
April?
a pitcher.
Yeah, he was really good in April.
He ERA like 2.5, and everybody's like, whoa, a steal that Ben Cherington got here.
He was horrifying. All right, next.
Infielder who would hit the most home runs after that number, Joe, that last year they had like 32 home runs combined from their infield.
Yes.
Joe, you picked Nick Gonzalez. Bob and I both ended up picking Spencer Horwitz. Spencer Horwitz had 11. Nick Gonzalez had 5.
Good prediction, gentlemen. Didn't we predict their overall home run over-under for the starting infield?
We did for the starting
infield.
Yes.
At 30, it was 32 and a half, and I think we all said under.
And I think we were right.
Yeah, I think so.
If you have Hayes, IKF, Gonzalez, and Horowitz. It was under 30.
32,
Yeah, it was under.
That was right.
Pathetic.
Unbelievable. The next one was most home runs. We all went with O'Neal Cruz. We were all correct. O'Neal Cruz led the team with 20 home runs.
I'm proud of us, Bob.
Most steals. Bob and I both went with O'Neal Cruz. O'Neal Cruz did lead the team with 38 stolen bases.
Joe went with G1 Bay, didn't he?
Joe went with G1 Bay.
You love that G1 Bay. You just a big impact player.
He was. No, forget it. There's no coming back from that one,
That's
Bob.
funny.
All right. Next.
All right. The next one was who would lead the team in average. Joe and I both went with Brian Reynolds. The player that led the Pirates in average was
Spencer Horwitz.
Spencer Horwitz. It was not Brian Reynolds.
My God,
But
on
Bob,
this team, that guy's Mickey Mantle on this team.
You're
Bob.
saving this up for me. I did something.
Bob, would you like to guess who you picked to lead the Pirates in
Probably,
average?
I don't know. Is it Henry Davis again?
No.
My version of
Bob, you're in the right area of the field. You picked Joey Bart to lead the Pirates in average.
At least it's not G1 Bay twice.
Actually, that wasn't that bad now that I look at it. Joey Bart. 1, 2, 3, 4. He was fifth.
I want to say Joey Bart.
He was fifth.
I'm going to say Brian Reynolds as well. Joey Bart, Bob. No further explanation was given.
What did
Bob,
Joe
that's
give?
not that bad. I said G1 Bay.
Joe gave Brian Reynolds.
Oh,
Here we go again.
a
Saves,
disaster.
though. Joe and Bob, you both said David Bednar would lead the team in saves.
Yeah.
I picked Colin Holderman to lead the team in
Nobody
saves.
had Dennis Santana.
That one hurts.
The saves leader was Dennis Santana with 19. Colin Holderman had 3 saves. How many games will Henry Davis play? Over, under 81 games.
Mm-hmm.
Joe says under. Bob, by the end of the year, you said over, and I also said over. Henry Davis this season played 87 games. He hit the over.
Barely over.
Yeah, but we
barely
had it.
over.
G1 Bay, how many did he play? Did you pick him
No.
for that too?
No, the next category was how many games will Jack Sawinski play over under?
Oh, no.
81 games. Joe said over. Joe said under. Bob and I both said over. Jack Sawinski did not nearly play that many games, and at the moment, he played 59.
He should have not played that many.
No.
He shouldn't have played any. Next.
How many games will Key Brian Hayes play? Over under 95 games. This was being with the Pirates. Joe and I both said under. Bob, you said over. Key Brian Hayes, before he was ultimately traded to the Cincinnati Reds, and remember that did happen at the deadline, with the Buccos this past year, played an even 100 games.
Good for you, Bob. Nice
But
prediction.
I knew he would be bad.
And how about that number at 95? Vegas gave us a great number. Vegas Bechtold picking it there.
I gave us the numbers limits. Or did you?
I think we collaborated on it.
Okay.
How many errors will O'Neal Cruz have in the outfield? Joe, you said over, thinking that O'Neal Cruz might have 5.5 in one game. Bob said under. I said over. How many errors did O'Neal Cruz end up with in the field this past year?
Wait, what was the number? Over under what?
5.5.
Okay. And he had, how many did he have? 11, I think, right?
He had a lot.
I think he had 11, though.
Yeah, he did. I'm looking at it right now.
That's
So-
hard to make 11 errors in the outfield, I think.
Very, very hard. I think he got better, too. I think he became a much better outfielder, which is saying something when you still make 11 errors. That is incredible. Aren't there guys who go through a season with like 1 or 2?
I mean, the Pirates had Tommy Pham out there. I don't think he made. How many did he make? He was actually good defensively for them.
Tommy Pham.
Yeah, errors.
Did we pick an over-under on how many ushers would beat a fan with a belt, Bob?
Or how many advertisements
Or how
would
many
need to be
fricks
changed?
would be crushed in, or how long the bobblehead line would be, resulting in.
I didn't get my bobblehead that day, Bob, for the Mac Miller bobblehead.
All right, what else we got?
Thank you to my friend Alex for giving me one, though.
Thank you, Alex.
Here's this. Next up, who are the Pirates All-Stars or singular All-Star?
Tommy Pham for me. That's going to be Paul Skeens and Paul Skeens. Just Paul Skeens.
So, Joe, you went with just Paul Skeens.
Yes.
I'm going to say it's going to be Paul Skeens and Joey Bart.
Oh, my God.
More Joey Bart. But just wait. It gets worse.
Oh.
It gets worse. I have Paul Skeens, O'Neal Cruz, and an unnamed reliever. A reliever that we're not sure who will break out yet.
Wow.
That will be the one that helps them to also get a third All-Star in. 3 All-Stars! I said they'd have 3 All-Stars!
Unnamed reliever?
Yeah, Dennis Santana could have been unnamed reliever. Just somebody that appeared out of the abyss.
Bob, you were high on Joey Bart.
I don't know why. Well, he had 14 home runs.
He was good
I
last
thought
year.
he was going to be better.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I thought the catching situation
You're talking to a
would be
guy who thought
improved.
G1 Bay was their breakout player. Next.
All right, we also did a little bit of some other topics, including players who will drive us the happiest. We all picked Skeens. Players that'll drive us the most insane. David Bednar made the cut for us. When would Jared Jones debut for the team? We all picked June. I don't even think Jared Jones ended up pitching in a game this year, correct?
No,
to that
that's
injury.
right.
No, because they said originally it was just they're going to take some time, and I thought he'd get back, but that was wrong.
When will Bubba Chandler get here? Late May was the overall consensus. Bubba Chandler was not here until
That's what
late
made him,
August.
That's what made him the numbers dip in AAA.
dipped.
He just I guarantee he was messed up by that. He thought he'd be up here well before then.
Who will have more wins, Derek Shelton or Terry Francona?
Oh no.
We did not pick Derek Shelton, and he did not have more wins.
Good picks by us. Anything else?
More home runs, Brian De La Cruz or Jack Sawinski is what we ended up
It
going
was
with.
Sawinski. Did De La Cruz even play in the majors?
I think he played like 20 games, and he maybe hit 1 home run.
And
Our
Sawinski
final-
at 3 or something
Our
like that.
final win totals, Joe, you picked 79 and 83. Bob went with 80 and 82. I went with 78 and 84. The 2025 Pirates won 71 games.
Oh, wow.
Went backwards after 2 years of 76.
Who did we have in the World Series limits? Do you have any national picks?
I'm glad
that
you
we made?
asked, because the worst pick of them all came from your friend, the savvy young newshound. Joe, you picked the Phillies to beat the Orioles in the World Series. Good pick there with the Phillies.
Orioles went backwards 100 miles an hour. It's unbelievable.
For some reason, I had Bob having the Yankees and the Pirates in the World Series. I don't think you actually picked that, Bob.
No, I didn't pick
but I think you jokingly said the Pirates, but you had the Yankees winning the World Series. Are you ready for this one, fellas?
Yes.
Your friend Limits picks the Baltimore Orioles to beat the Atlanta Braves in the World Series. Neither team went over 500. Neither team made the playoffs.
I don't blame you. Injuries were a huge factor.
Atlanta
both
was a
those
team coming into this game. You thought for sure they'd be in the playoffs.
Are you ready for an even worse prediction by the savvy young newshound?
Please.
Joe and Bob both picked Tarek Skubal to win the American League Cy Young. Your friend Limits picked Shane Bieber, who ended up getting traded at the deadline and didn't do much of anything.
Justin Bieber got more votes than him, Limits.
Yes. NL Cy Young, we all picked Paul Skeens. AL MVP, Bob went with Gunnar Henderson. Joe and I both went with Bobby Witt. It should be Cal Raleigh. It might end up being Judge. NL MVP, I went with Mookie Betts. Joe, you had the correct pick with Ohtani. Bob went with Juan Soto of the Fleeting Mets, who fell apart
Not a
late
bad
in the
He
year.
did okay. He had 44 home runs, I think, but they just...
I'm going to pick Ohtani till the end of time.
Yeah, you should. He should win it hands down.
Joe, you were right with the Phillies winning the NL East. Bob and I both went with the Braves. We all went with the Dodgers in the West, and we're correct with that. I picked the Cubs. Joe, you picked the Cubs to win the Central. Bob with the Reds. None of us had the Brewers winning that division. We all picked the Orioles to win the AL East. So much for Toronto. They weren't in our rearview mirrors. And in the AL Central, I did pick the Guardians. Bob, you picked the Royals, and Joe, you picked the Tigers, who ended up getting the best of the
That was a good
Guardians
pick.
in the playoffs.
Yeah, they lost a 10.5 game lead in September, Bob, or I would have been right.
But that was still a good pick. They were the dominant team for a long time.
And we all picked Paul Skeens to win the NL Cy Young, which you will.
Well, that's pretty good. Some good
not too
laughs,
bad.
some good times were had by all. I can't wait till next year.
The time capsule officially stays open for all to judge and see.
I love that, Bob.
It's funny when you think about it at the beginning of how things change. G1.
G1 Bay.
G1 Bay and Joey Bart. And an unnamed reliever. What a story. All right. Coming up, there were great stories around the NFL yesterday. Oh, my God. What a day. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with a juicy Week 5 matchup between the Cleveland Browns and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Yeah, let's take a look at some crazy endings, some huge comebacks. We have one team that still hasn't won a game. We have none who are unbeaten. The crazy world of the NFL. We'll talk about it next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Fan is your home for the NFL on Westwood One tonight. Kansas City is in Jacksonville. It's Monday Night Football. Listen right here on the Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. And the Penguins, they'll begin their season tomorrow, 8 o'clock in New York.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. As the days get shorter and the air gets crisper, football is back across the area. And we want to encourage the young players out there with our youth football showcase. All season long, we're taking our hosts on the road to fields across the area. And we want to be part of your team. Go to 937thefan.com and sign up your league and let us come out and show our appreciation for all the youth players and coaches. Brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Helmet Electric, Keystone Custom Apparel, Living Treasures, and Saloni's Italian Bread. From Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. The Philadelphia Eagles blew a 17-3 lead to the Broncos on Sunday. The stunning part was they only gave the ball to star running back Saquon Barkley 6 times, just once in the second half. Receiver A.J. Brown had been complaining they don't pass enough. Apparently the team listened, but it might have cost them the game. I'm Andrew Perloff.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. Monday Night Football, really good game. Chiefs and Jaguars down in Jacksonville. And tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers 30% PBTs. That's short for Profit Boost Tokens. So get in on the action and up that profit boost with FanDuel. I like Jacksonville here, getting points at home. Jacksonville's defense, they've already forced more turnovers than last year through 4 games. That's one of my favorite stats in the entire NFL. And, hey, kudos to Kansas City for getting the offense going at home. But Baltimore's defense we know is bad. Jacksonville's been much better. So I think the play tonight is to take Jacksonville with the points, getting more than a field goal at home against the Chiefs. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get in on it. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now drawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's your anniversary, and she's been with you a lot of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, it's Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we will take our time to help make this anniversary a lasting memory at a price you can afford. Stop in today for a free consultation at our Peters Township location. Urbanowitz Jewelers, like having a jeweler in the family.
Hey everyone, Bob Pompiani here. Let me tell you about the great work that Pittsburgh Garage does. I needed a new garage makeover. The floor was covered with salt and cracks, living there for 37 years, so I called Pittsburgh Garage. Boy, in just a couple of days, the transformation was amazing. The floor coating beautiful, easy to maintain. Cabinets are on their way to make everything organized. I work with Elijah and Josh, both very professional. All of their team members are full-time. Go to PittsburghGarage.com and you'll find over 400 5-star reviews. They've got long long-lasting products designed to be functional, heavy-duty, and look great. For your free estimate, go to PittsburghGarage.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Tired of looking at your ugly, old, slippery bathtub? You don't have to any longer. Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar, Rival, Fox Chapel Waterworks, and Collier Town Square.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cybersecurity guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Sildana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Giant Eagle, we're here because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better to bring you the best. Because it matters.
Eliminate your ED issues long term. Call Newflow at 412-784-9000. Be that guy again.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. This is What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly, Bob. We've had some, I don't know if I remember, like the NFL's wild all the time. But back-to-back weeks like this with these crazy comebacks and endings, or was it 2 weeks ago where all the blocked field goals happened?
Yeah, that was a couple of weeks ago.
That was insane. And now yesterday, I mean, my best example is I'm watching the Eagles and the Broncos. My daughter-in-law being a huge Eagles fan, she's happy, everybody's happy. We leave. I never turned the game back on. It just seemed like it was over, like Denver couldn't get anything done. They score 18 unanswered fourth-quarter points. Are you kidding me? And then Philly almost wins it, by the way, on a Hail Mary. Yep. But Denver comes out with a win. Just a crazy day. Let's get your thoughts on some of these games, if you would, Bob. Are you ready?
Let's go.
Vikings 21, Browns 17. Your thought on that?
I thought was Dylan Gabriel played better than I thought he would. Their defense in Cleveland was supposed to be the strong suit, but they allowed an 80-yard touchdown drive to win the game. So
my thoughts, Carson Wentz, he's had some rough moments, but, man, he's tough. He takes a beating and keeps coming back. He almost beat the Steelers late, and he did beat the Browns late. Good for Carson Wentz. Seems like a decent chap, and he's back in the NFL, and I think he's playing okay. Colts 40, Raiders 6. My thought on that game is, Pete Carroll, what have you gotten yourself into?
Yeah. Especially because his quarterbacks throw more interception than anyone else in the game right now, and they thought he was going to be a massive increase in their production. I also think that Indianapolis is legit, and it starts with their run game. Jonathan Taylor is so good, and because of it, Daniel Jones hasn't made mistakes. He just relies on that. He'll make accurate throws when need be. They're a very good team.
Next game is Saints 26. And the Fighting Jackson Darts 14. And I blame Donnie Football for this, Bob. Jackson Dart started like 9 for 9 with 2 touchdowns. He was running all over the place. And at 1:43 p.m., Donnie Football sent me a text that said, "Your boy looking sharp," with 3 exclamation points. I said, "Dartboard," in response to that. And then 2 hours later, almost to the dot, Donnie texts back, "He's been terrible since I sent that text." Bob, he crumbled. He fumbled when nobody was around him. And he threw 2 interceptions, and it was a blanking disaster after that.
It's just part of the ups and downs of coming being a first-year quarterback. You know, and the first game was so good, people expected that to be the same thing moving forward. You're going to have some, and even teams like New Orleans, Joe, there are teams out there that are good football teams, have good players on them, I should say. They're not a good football team, but they have players who can make it tough on you, and he learned that yesterday.
Cowboys 37, Jets 22. Your thought?
George Pickens, 5 touchdowns, stepping up as I thought he might. And again, it's only 1 year. I've said from the beginning, I would have kept him here, but then I would never have signed him, no matter what, at the end of this year. But I would have used his motivation to get that bling at the end of the season.
My
so
thought
far, that's happening.
Is the Jets are the most pathetic franchise in the NFL. Dolphins lose to the Panthers 27-24. My thought is how long are we going to go with Mike McDaniel here?
I think soon, the way it's going. That's a game they had to win. They had the lead. They had a 17-0 lead in that game.
44-10 Texans at Ravens. My thought is I enjoyed the end of it. J.J. Watt was saying the Texans didn't like some things that happened with the Ravens in a playoff game they had and also in a regular season they had in recent years. And they were still going for the jugular when they were up like 34-10 late. It was rather enjoyable, Bob.
Did you know the Ravens are still, at this point, favored to win the AFC North, even though they're
That's crazy.
That's what it is. Kay Adams put it on her Twitter site. Baltimore's at -105. The Steelers are +130.
That makes no sense.
No, because they don't have these guys are going to be out for longer than just this week.
Madubuike's out for the year. I don't know when Lamar's coming back. Roquan Smith, Kyle Hamilton, Ronnie Stanley. It's a disaster. Titans 22, Cardinals 21.
Oh,
I didn't catch any of this. You were just catching me up on it. What a crazy finish. And what the Cardinals are just never going to get it.
No, and I know you like their team, and I did too. I thought they had some people on it, but when you make the kind of mistakes, they have this guy named Amari DuMarcado, and he had a 72-yard touchdown. They were leading 21-6 at the time. That would have made it 28-6, except he gets to the goal line and then decides to flip the ball out before he crosses the goal line. How many examples have there been?
Why do people do that?
I don't know, but that changed everything. And then they had a crazy interception, fumble turned into a touchdown, plays I've never seen.
Including recovering an onside kick, which nobody ever sees anymore.
And then getting the game-winning touchdown.
The Fighting Baker,
Baker
Mayfield, and Sam Darnold. And all I could think about is what might have been with the Steelers getting one of those guys and having him be a 10-year quarterback for them.
There were guys available. Both were available. Both were in Carolina's roster. Both put on a show yesterday. Never before have you seen what they put up, which was over 350 yards passing and less than 10 incompletions.
Lions 37, Bungles 24. You could make an argument that the Lions are the best team in the league and the Bungles are the worst. I don't know that Cincinnati wins another game without Joe Burrow.
Unless they make a trade and get a quarterback. Then again, who do you get? Who would be that person? So they're stuck with what they have, and they're going to be a bad team.
Commanders 27, Chargers 10. A lot of people really liked the Chargers or liked them, me included, but the injuries are adding up. The bookends on their offensive line are gone. They don't look like the same team, and this was Justin Herbert's worst game. And Washington, that's a big win to go into L.A. and come out of it 3-2.
Steelers got to go there later in the year, and that is a tough place to play. Washington's getting it together, and you can see their quarterback now, Jalen Daniels, is really ramping up his play.
Deebo Samuel looked like the Deebo from about 4 years ago, too. He was great in that game. And last and very much least, the whiteout in Buffalo. And as I asked Limits earlier, who had the worst whiteout, Penn State 2 weeks ago or the Bills last night? I went into a Bills apparel store 2 days ago, Bob. 3 days ago. It was a weekday, whatever day it was. And I'm thinking, it's 2:30. I'm out in this little town called Depew. And there are people lined up outside of this place. Why? And then I go in, and it still didn't register. It was the whiteout, all the jerseys for the whiteout. I still didn't get it upon leaving. Like, why was everybody in there? It was for whiteout stuff. It didn't work. The Patriots are actually a better team than the Bills. The Bills were unmasked last night. They have a great quarterback and not much else.
Well, New England has a great quarterback and a defense that, even though you may not know many of their names, they deliver. So that's going to be a team with their schedule that's going to win some football games. By far, one of the most underrated teams, I think, coming into this season, and they've lived up to it. They could be 4-1.
They really could. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Sunny today with a high of John Stallworth, 82. And a low of 54. Zach Frazier, fan weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Really glad to be back today. Open the show with my sad family news. My old elderly, I'll say, parents, both approaching 93, passed within the last couple of weeks, which was rather incredible that it happened that way, Bob. But, man, the support that I felt from you, everybody at the station, so many friends, Limits right here, just everybody was amazing. People telling me that, emotions will come in waves and things like that.
They do.
And I guess ultimately the feeling is gratitude for them having lived a long, vibrant life together, and also for everything they sort of bestowed upon us kids, and that they were able to go once my dad had a stroke and my mom was going to be put into assisted living, that they just went peacefully and without pain, at the end, or at least not a lot of it, quickly and peacefully once things really started to get bad. And I'm thankful for that. So it's mostly the feeling that I have today is gratitude, but it was just a whirlwind.
Well, you're right. They had wonderful lives. I know they were proud of you, but you had to be proud of them for all the stuff they did. It's tough to be parents. You sacrifice a lot for your kids, and we all know that now that we are. They did that, and the one thing you can know moving forward is that they were proud of you. They were proud of what you accomplished in your life, and that's all you can do as a son or daughter. You make your parents proud. You know, you have a reputation to uphold, all that stuff that matters, and you've done that well. And they knew that, and you had a chance to say goodbye in person, be there as it happened. Honestly, Joe, that's the best thing that can happen. Is if you're there, it's bitter, it's hard to go through, but then you're there for it. You have conversations that you might not have had it been a different circumstance.
Yeah, I appreciate
so condolences
that,
to you, and
Thank
we'll
you.
always be praying for your family.
Thanks, man. And I'm glad to be back. Glad to be talking sports again. We got a big football game on Sunday. Limits, thank
and
you
your
for
golf
all
game
your
will
support.
resume today, I imagine?
Yeah, it's going to resume.
Yeah, overwhelming support on Twitter, on the text line. People texting me to reach out and say to you that they're all thinking about you and sending their condolences for you and your family. And we wish you well with everything that comes next, Joe, and your family always.
Thanks, man. I think as I get older and we do some of these events on anniversaries of the station and stuff, I realize, and I'm always shocked at how many people listen, Bob. Like, if we'll say anything, and
it's almost like it's part of their day. They become part of a family in a way, you know, because
it's truly amazing to me because it's just me and you. It just feels like we're sitting at a bar right now, but we're actually on the radio.
But isn't that how it should be? It's just like you're just having a conversation like you would with anyone else.
Right.
So
it turns out a lot of people are listening.
Because of that, people feel they know you well, and they should, because what you do is how you are. You're sitting here for 4 hours telling people your feelings, your thoughts, so they understand that, and they know you well because of it.
Well, it's been great working with you guys on this show. We got many more, including Limits. It'll be you and I tomorrow. See you, buddy.
It will be.
All right, guys. Have a good day. Condolences again, Joe.
Thanks, man.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bob will conduct tomorrow's Mike Tomlin press conference as the Steelers prepare for the Cleveland Browns to come to town on Sunday after the Browns lost in London against the Vikings. The Steelers, right now, the tops of the AFC North. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team with Donnie Football next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Going to the Diamond tonight, taking the Brewers on the money line over the Cubs. Brewers offense was dominant in Game 1 of the series, hanging 9 runs. And the Cubs are starting Shota Imanaga tonight. He was great in the regular season, but in the playoffs this year has an ERA of 4.50. It'll be Aaron Ashby for the Brew Crew. He's a bullpen guy, but we expect the Brewers offense to carry them to a win. Take Milwaukee on the money line. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
I heard you got the job. Congratulations.
Thanks. And I just got my first paycheck early.
How did that happen?
I opened an everything checking account at Dollar Bank and got my pay direct deposited 2 days early.
Ooh, that's a nice perk.
And a $300 welcome bonus, plus a great savings rate and card controls to turn my card on or off, and real-time card activity alerts.
All that plus $300? Sounds like I need to get an everything checking account.
You sure do. The $300 welcome bonus is a limited time offer, though. Open your account now.
I'm doing it.
Open your account online in less than 5 minutes at $.bank/300 or visit your local Dollar Bank office today. Dollar Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC. $300 offer for new customers only and may end without notice. Certain requirements apply in the first year. 0.10% annual percentage yield. Account opening is subject to approval and accounts are available only to consumers residing in Dollar Bank's markets. Early pay is not a guarantee you will receive your direct deposit earlier than your scheduled pay date. Certain requirements apply.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-351-4596. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596. 800-351-4596.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model.
No appointment necessary.
Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance.
No appointment necessary. No phone call needed.
Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HEAT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Join the Riverhounds this Saturday at 7 p.m. for Kick Out Cancer Night and a post-game fireworks show as they battle Indy 11 and push toward a playoff position. Kickoff at 7 p.m. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com/tickets.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Oh, I forgot I had to do this top headline, Charlie. I'm not used to being in this spot. I know I switched places with Pony last week. The Steelers got a lot of help around the AFC North yesterday. Vikings beat the Browns 21-17. Texans beat the Ravens 44-10. Lions beat the Bengals 37-24. We will have Monday Night Football on the air later tonight. Pre-game coverage for the Jags and Chiefs starts at 7. Kickoff at 8:15, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood 1. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wentz, 2nd and 5. Addison, he's got it! Touchdown!
Henry going on this drive. Play action, rush,
Safety valve is Henry, and it's intercepted. The anticipation of Petrie. Turnover. Henry the intended target, and Petrie jumps the route.
Browning with protection this time, and it's intercepted by Anzalone. Anzalone works around Chase and out of bounds inside the 30.
The Steelers didn't even play yesterday, but it is a victory Monday in Pittsburgh. What a weekend of football around the NFL. Vibes are high after the first weekend in October with the home team at 3-1 and the rest of the division floundering. Some other big dogs in the league looking quite vulnerable as well. Philly, Buffalo, both losers yesterday. The teams we all viewed as elite and untouchable looked anything but on Sunday. Is there a dominant team in the NFL? I don't think so. And that is good news for the Steelers. Are they the best team? No. Are they the best team in the AFC? Still no. But how many teams are better than them right now? I don't think it's a super long list. It's Donnie Football with you on 93.7 The Fan until 7 tonight. I give you an hour of overtime leading you up to Monday Night Football on The Fan. Chiefs and Jags kickoff at 8:15, and it can be heard right here courtesy of the NFL on Westwood 1. Gorgeous Charlie Borges is here. He is behind the glass, as is intern Jack, who benefits from no class on Mondays. Some fun segments planned later with the guys. A few guests lined up as well. Nick Farabaugh usually joins me Monday nights at 6:30, but he will join me in about a half hour to talk Steelers. Brian Batko will talk about the same thing at 5:15 today. Joe Smeltzer from Nittany Sports Now hops on at 3:15 to break down the historic Penn State loss against UCLA on Saturday. By the way, Pitt won big after making a change at QB. We will get into that also. And how about this? Hockey season right around the corner. Not even right around the corner. It is here. The Penguins begin their regular season tomorrow night. Ricard Raquel, he and his 35 goals from last season, will join the show today at 4:15. Looking forward to that chat because hockey is here. I know Charlie is very excited about it. The guys took off today, so you are stuck with me on this Monday post-bye week. And what a bye week it was for your Pittsburgh Steelers. There were 3 checkpoints for Pittsburgh to have a successful bye. The Vikings had to beat the Browns. They did that 21-17 in London yesterday morning. The Texans had to beat the Ravens. They did that and then some, 44-10 yesterday in Baltimore. The Lions had to beat the Bengals. They did that. They went into Cincinnati and won that game 37-24, and it really wasn't as close as what that score would indicate. They were able to check every single one of those boxes by about 7:30 last night. And funny enough, the Browns looked like the team that had the most life of anybody. They led the Vikings until the final seconds in London. You heard that call, courtesy of the NFL on Fox, also the NFL Network. You heard the calls from the NFL on CBS with both the Texans and Ravens game, along with the Bengals and Lions game. The Browns were the only team that showed anything. Dylan Gabriel, at times, he looked like he knew what he was doing. The Ravens were lifeless. I know they had about a half dozen Pro Bowlers out due to injury, but my goodness. They allowed the Texans, a team that struggles to score 17 points per game, look like the greatest show on turf. They looked like the 2007 Patriots, the 2013 Broncos. The Bengals got some cosmetic touchdowns at the end. That game, like I said, was not as close as the 13-point difference would tell you. They never threatened the Lions at any point in that game. There was a point in which Jamar Chase had almost as many tackles as he did receptions, because that's how often Jake Browning and that Bengals offense would turn it over. And all the Steelers did was sit back on their couches and watch as the entire division lost ground on them. The Steelers will begin the divisional schedule on Sunday, and then a Thursday night trip to Cincinnati follows. But they are sitting in a pretty nice position right now. It is hard to deny. I know that I usually have praise for the Baltimore Ravens. They have begun to dominate the AFC North, and we haven't seen a division title in this town since 2020, when fans weren't even allowed to attend games. That team has some major issues. And they had some before the injury bug hit them like the plague. Lamar Jackson is among the best players in football at the game's most important position. You knew they were already fighting an uphill battle without him, but yesterday the effort was just non-existent. And that is a blight on John Harbaugh. That team in Baltimore has given up 41, 38, 37, and 44 points in their losses. The only win coming against the Browns in Week 2, a game that people have said was actually closer than the 41-17 score would indicate. The back half of their schedule is easier than what the Steelers will look at in the final 12 weeks, but they do have to count on two pretty big things within their own building. Lamar Jackson being back at 100% or close to it, and that defense figuring it out. Because even before the injuries, they could not stop anyone. They looked like the 2024 Bengals. A team that could score a lot of points, but would also always give up a ton. The betting market still is not buying into the Steelers. Kay Adams and Pony's friends at FanDuel, they currently have the AFC North odds looking like this. Baltimore at minus 105, the favorite. Pittsburgh is plus 130. Cincy is plus 1,100. Cleveland is plus 1,700. It's as if they are already counting on the collapse like we saw in 2024, because the Steelers did have a nice, healthy lead with a few games to go, and we saw what happened. The lead vanished in a flash. The same thing has happened more than once in the last decade. The Steelers have had a division lead of multiple games with not that much time left to play, and the Ravens managed to not only catch up to them, but pass them and win it. If Lamar Jackson isn't right the rest of the season, the Ravens are done. The same story goes with the Bengals. Cincy minus Joe Burrow is absolutely zero threat. They should probably try to trade for Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston before it's too late, or else it's just a white flag being waved on their season. The Browns actually seem to pose the biggest threat at this current moment, given the Ravens' injuries. And I've seen this point made by a few people, and it is true. Mike Tomlin has plenty of blemishes on his mark. But one thing about him is that his teams can still stand on their own 2 feet if the quarterback is lost for a period of time. 2019 is the prime example. Big Ben goes down in the second game of the year, and the Steelers were 0-2. They had to ride with Mason Rudolph and Duck Hodges. And at one point, the team was sitting at 8-5 until losing the final 3 games. But that team did anything but lay down and die. Zach Taylor, his record without Joe Burrow, it's almost unbelievable. And I'm counting on some Bengals blog pages here, but I did check a few of them, and they all had the same record. He is 4-31-1 without Joe Burrow. 4-31-1. Meanwhile, he is 41-17 with Joey B at QB. John Harbaugh hasn't been tied to Lamar Jackson his whole career, but in recent years, his teams have been lost without Jackson in the game. 2021, the Ravens lost Jackson for the final 6 games. They were 8-3 in full command of the AFC North. They did not win another game. They finished 8-9. They missed the playoffs. That just doesn't happen here. And that's a feather in Tomlin's cap. By the way, the Bills, the only undefeated team in the AFC, they lost at home to the Patriots last night. The 4th Bills game in 5 weeks, in case anybody else gets the same feeling as me, and that is, do the Bills just play nothing but home games? I swear I'm not going crazy. It feels like that team only plays in Buffalo. And we get to be reminded that their fans invented tailgating, they invented football, they invented snow, and they'll shovel it too. Nobody in the league looks untouchable. Philly losing at home yesterday, they blew a 2-score lead in the process to what I would say is a pretty good, not great Broncos team. And all of that being said, I'm not saying the Steelers are the best team in football. They're not really all that close to it. I'm not saying they're the best team in the AFC. But every team in the game seems to have a whole lot of warts right now. It seems more open than it has in a very long time. Now the big question becomes, is this for real? Or like 2024, is it all fool's gold? 412-928-9370. I want to get some of your thoughts on the Steelers heading into a matchup with the Cleveland Browns on Sunday, but your reaction to the rest of the AFC North losing yesterday. Where are you at with the Pittsburgh Steelers right now? Do you see this team as the one sitting in the driver's seat in the AFC North? How many teams in the AFC do you feel are better than what we have here in Pittsburgh? Or are they just fooling all of us? Is this like 2024 all over again? A good start that will eventually crumble once this team plays the back half of its schedule. 412-928-9370. I want to get the pulse of the people out there. Coming off a bye week that feels like a victory Monday because all 3 teams in the AFC North went down. 412-928-9370. You can also hit us up on the fan text line at that same number, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Your calls are next, but right now it is time for a Charlie Borges fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A little over 45 minutes ago, the Pittsburgh Penguins announced that teenagers Harrison Brunick and Ben Kindle will be making their NHL debuts tomorrow, making them the 3rd set of teenagers to make their debuts with the Pittsburgh Penguins. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Now, a message from Mr. Andrew Filipponi.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi back to talk about Comer and Cross. Guys, aren't you sick of looking at that disgusting garage floor over and over again every time you pull into your driveway? Stains, cracks, bad epoxy job gone wrong. I've got the answer for you. Comer and Cross Concrete Floors. The number's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You're going to call that by the end of this ad, and you should, because it's going to become your all-time best move ever as a homeowner. Take that horrible garage floor and make it look like you just turned your garage into a beautiful, decadent car dealership with how smooth and clean that car floor is going to look. They're the gold standards. They make it easy. They're going to get the job done in one day. If you've got a lot of stuff in there, they're going to move it all out for you. They're going to fix all the cracks and pits. And these are people that you can trust, all uniform pros, no subcontractors. So I'm going to call Comer and Cross right now. It's the best price of the year. $750 off right now. The number, so easy to remember, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Call it right now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Line Kepler-Coriac, Cranberry Dental Studio, EJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, EGT Truck, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. Only research will move us closer to a cure, faster. At the Breast Cancer Research Foundation, our mission is simple: to prevent and cure breast cancer by fueling the world's most promising research. As the world's largest private funder of breast cancer research, we are advancing the breakthroughs that save lives, unlocking the treatments that change futures, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. BCRF has helped drive a 44% drop in breast cancer deaths over the last 30 years, but there is still critical work to do. 1 in 8 is more than a statistic. Each one is a mother, a daughter, a sister, a friend, and we can change their future together. This is the moment. This is the mission. Join us until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold are perfect examples of why you can't judge young quarterbacks on bad teams. The first 2 QBs taken in the 2018 draft struggled early in their careers. Since then, they've both proved they can play. They faced off yesterday and put on a QB clinic. Baker's Bucks got the best of Sam's Seahawks in the thriller, but both QBs are having great seasons and building new legacies after a slow start. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Eliminate your ED issues long-term. Call Newflow at 412-784-9000. Be that guy again.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Mike's Beer Bar, the fan beer of the month, is Black and Gold Brewing's Black and Gold Lager and supports young adult cancer survivors. A lot of black and gold mentions in there. Speaking of the black and gold, the Steelers are 3-1. After their bye week, they were able to gain a game on everybody, or a half game on everybody in the AFC North with the bye week, because all 3 teams, the Browns, the Ravens, the Bengals, they all lost yesterday. The Browns losing to the Vikings, the Ravens getting pummeled by the Houston Texans, and then the Bengals losing at home to the Detroit Lions. How are you feeling about things coming out of the bye week? Do you feel better than you did last Sunday, now seeing what the Ravens were unable to do without Lamar Jackson, along with about 5 or 6 other key players? 412-928-9370. We will start with our buddy Seth in Long Island. What's up, Seth?
Hey, good afternoon, Donnie. Hope all's well, man. Hey, I'm feeling good. Like anything else, the biggest thing, Donnie, is that, the black and yellow, man, they got to take advantage of this right now. 3-1. If they don't, come into, if they don't beat the living heck out of the Browns on Sunday and then 3 days later go in and take down the Bengals, and it's all for naught. I mean, if they're 5-1, I'm feeling real good. And, then it's a real uphill battle for everybody else in the division, even if Lamar gets healthy. So, they've got to take advantage. And in the past, they've kind of fumbled the ball, if you will, in situations like this. And if they do it again, Donnie, then it's really a moot point. You know what I mean?
Seth, are you feeling better about them not crumbling down the stretch than you did last season after seeing it happen?
Yes, I do, because I was a big Justin Fields, believer, and I thought when we saw the 5 losses in a row last year, I didn't understand why Tomlin didn't go back to Fields just to, like a relief pitcher almost in the game against Cincinnati, because if Fields comes in and wins that game against Cincy, then we're playing the Texans in the playoff game, in the wild card game, instead of the Ravens. So to answer your question, Donnie, I do feel better. I think Rodgers is the steadying force. I wasn't sure I really wanted him to be here, but he seems to be a solid citizen and doing all the right things. So, 2 thumbs up right now.
Man, I'm glad. I appreciate the call, Seth. I'm glad the Steelers made the correct move at quarterback, and it wasn't even the one that I wanted. The Justin Fields experience in New York has been a disaster. Now, I don't think he has been the sole reason why they are as bad as they are, but his numbers are pretty cosmetic. To me, he did look good against the Steelers in Week 1. They were absolutely in that game. There was nothing phony or playing catch-up ball that was the reason why Justin Fields looked good in that game. But, man, he's just a fun player to watch, not necessarily for the end result being pretty. But he can give you that flash of brilliance. And I was attracted to the youth and the idea of, could they actually take a guy who's in his mid-20s and get a step further? It's been a disaster for him so far with the Jets. So I'm glad they did that little swap. 412-928-9370. Tom is in Monroeville. What's up, Tom?
Hey, how's it going? I hope you're having a great day.
Good. What do you got for us, Tom?
Okay, what I got for you real quick is, no, I'm not feeling great about the Steelers. I look at that defense, and I'm not sold on them thus far. Their record is 3-1. I think they have a big advantage in the AFC North because the Ravens look terrible, the Bengals look terrible, and the Browns are the Browns. But something could happen to Aaron Rodgers very easily. He's 42 years old, and, you don't know how fragile he is with that offensive line. Then what do you got? So their running game looked better. I'd like to see more of Caleb Johnson. I'd like to see more passing downfield in the middle with DK Metcalf. I don't like all the play calling, the dink and dunking. Having said that, I'm not feeling terribly optimistic, but I'm not feeling bad either.
Do you think they're going to win the AFC North, Tom?
At this point, I would say yeah. I just don't see the Ravens recovering. Without Joe Burrows, as you said, the Bengals are bad, and the Browns are the Browns. So, yeah, I do think they're going to win the AFC North. The question is, will they win a playoff game? There are some pretty good teams in the AFC, despite what happened yesterday.
Yeah, Tom, and I think it ups the pressure a little bit if they would get a home playoff game, if they win the AFC North and then they don't win in the postseason. I think that actually makes it worse. Like, yeah, it'll be nice that we get to see the Steelers host a playoff game, but then I think the added pressure of them winning the game is there. It's not just the typical Steelers get a wild card, they go on the road, and we see what happens. One of the points brought up there, though, was what if Aaron Rodgers goes down for an extended period of time? I think that takes away the Steelers as a true threat, but one of the things that I was saying earlier, and it's a notch on Mike Tomlin's belt, is that they don't have the reaction that other teams in the AFC North or around the league have. They lose their quarterback, they can still stay afloat. Will they be good? I don't know if I would go that far. We have seen them be good, though, with Mason Rudolph at quarterback, even though it was only a few games. Their season is not completely over. The Bengals can't win without Joe Burrow. Zach Taylor, his record shows that. He has 4 wins in his career without Joe Burrow in over 35 games. John Harbaugh can't win without Lamar Jackson. Now, Kevin Stefanski, it's always a revolving door at QB. He does, honestly, probably the second best work when he actually loses a QB or has to play to a carousel in that division. We have seen that even though the quarterback situation has been butchered by Mike Tomlin and the Brain Trust, the season is not completely over if they lose the guy playing that position. 412-928-9370. Paul is in Uniontown. What's up, Paul?
Hey, Donnie. Good hearing you on the radio, buddy. I think after Thursday's game, next Sunday's game, we play the Browns. If we can keep Myles Garrett off of Aaron Rodgers and he makes it through that game, I think we can win the AFC North. I ain't saying it's going to be pretty, but I think we can win. I still think we need a number 2 wide receiver. I'm just not sold on all the smallish receivers we got at number 2.
Yeah, and they seem to have nothing in Roman Wilson, or at least that's what it feels like. The guy got 3 snaps when Calvin Austin went down. That is not a good sign for a guy that was taken in the 3rd round last season. The guy can't even get on the field. Production's one thing. Lack of production is a whole other category from where we were talking about. This guy can't even get on the field. And there was an injury to a wide receiver. That is not good. 412-928-9370. Our buddy Jeff in South Park. What's up, Jeff?
Donnie, it's funny. Coming into today, I was thinking I was going to be able to listen to you do a full show for the first time ever. I've never been able to sit through a whole show that you did. And you said you're on till 7. And I'm like, oh, man, I'm not going to be listening after 6.
As long as you can get me until 6, Jeff. If you can get in before the overtime, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm going to be listening all the way to 6, and I was very excited. Good luck, my man.
Thank you.
Anyways, I would think I thought yesterday was glorious. I wish we could get this every bye week. I know it was due to some sort of weird TV scheduling quirk, but I think you would agree with me. Wasn't it great being able to see all 3 of the division opponents' games on a week where the Steelers off? I mean, usually on the bye week, I'd have to, clean the gutters or do the lawn, leaves, something like that. And I'm happy to report I didn't get a damn thing done yesterday. So,
Jeff, that is a good point. I appreciate that you called in while I was hosting. Normally, I don't get that great pleasure. But that is a good point. Every single game that was in the division yesterday, we got in Pittsburgh. Now, the Browns-Vikings game, that was national, but then we were able to get the Ravens and Texans along with the Bengals and Lions. Now, I did spend some time on Red Zone yesterday because that is something I like to take advantage of when the Steelers don't play at 1 o'clock and you can rapid-fire games around the league. But, yeah, it was nice that we had access to seeing all 3 teams in the AFC North go down. That was very nice. 412-928-9370. We'll keep taking your calls as the show goes on at 412-928-9370. You can also hit us up on Twitter at 937 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Nick Farabaugh, he joins the show in just a couple of minutes post-Steelers practice right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins season begins tomorrow night against old friend Mike Sullivan at Madison Square Garden. Puck drop scheduled for 8 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Now another message from Mr. Filipponi.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. New customers on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, are going to be able to bet just $5 and get $300 back in bonus bets if your bet wins on FanDuel. So pick a bet 5, and if it wins, you're going to unlock $300 in bonus bets to bet across the app. I'm telling you guys right now, you got to take Houston against Baltimore. Now that we know Lamar's out, Houston's got the #1 scoring defense in the entire NFL, even though 1-3. Offense has struggled. Baltimore's defense stinks. And now Lamar is out. And Houston's only a 1-point favorite on FanDuel for this game. I would love to bet them right now. 5 to get 300 in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/Andrew to download the app today. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now double bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Doran. You've heard me talk about my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel for a while now. They, of course, are the premier uniform and spirit wear supplier for area sports teams. But did you know Keystone Custom Apparel is the place for business, restaurants, and other nonprofits? It's not all about sports. They're all about serving the community. Get your company or organization outfitted and looking sharp with Keystone Custom Apparel. The holiday rush is coming, so act fast. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free quote. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar, Waterworks, and Collier locations. Cold beer, hot wings, tonight's game live at Rival.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Boney and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Donnie Football in for the guys this afternoon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Taking you up until Monday Night Football pregame coverage at 7. Jags and Chiefs at 8:15 to finish Week 5 of the NFL season. The Steelers go into a Week 6 matchup against the Cleveland Browns on Sunday. They have a 3-1 record, and they lead the AFC North after a beautiful Sunday that was the Steelers' bye week. It feels like a victory Monday. All three teams in the AFC North went down. The Browns, the Ravens, and the Bengals. Joining us now on that fan hotline is our guy, Nick Farabaugh. I normally talk to Nick Mondays at 6:30, but since I'm getting the chance to host for the guys, I asked Nick if he wanted to move that up to right now. So we are chatting with him here at just after 2:35 Eastern Time. Nick, the AFC North losses yesterday. You just as a viewer, as someone who covers the team, someone who's a fan of the team, that had to feel pretty good seeing all three of those teams go down.
Yeah, I mean, in the fashion they did, I think the Ravens getting absolutely boat raced. I think the Bengals continuing to look lifeless, to be quite honest with you. They don't really feel like they have a solution. And the Browns kind of being the same old story, a really good defense that just does not have an offense that could power them over the finish line. It just feels like the Steelers right now are in the driver's seat. And everything's not over, of course, but when you talk about a 1-4 football team in the Ravens, who I still think is the most dangerous team to potentially catch Pittsburgh, it's just historically an outlier for a team to do that, to make a playoff season, especially if they lose this week to the Rams, which is obviously a tough matchup in its own right. So, yeah, I mean, they're sitting in a really good spot right now. If they take care of business, I think that the Steelers are in a good spot.
So do you think it's nuts that the bettors in Vegas have the Ravens still as the favorite to win the North?
I mean, listen, I understand why they do. The Steelers had trouble beating an 0-5 Jets team. They haven't looked super impressive outside of really the first, 3.5 quarters in Minnesota. So I understand it. The Steelers are not a flashy team. They are not a dominant team. But they find ways to win, and I think that says something for itself. Baltimore is going to get healthy. I mean, that's going to be something that's naturally going to help them. They're not going to be missing Lamar and Kyle Hamilton, Marlon Humphrey, and all those guys every week. And the big thing is they just have such a cupcake schedule really on the back end. It's a really easy schedule. And they are talented enough, I think, to maybe not run the table completely, but like you talk about getting to 10-7, I think that's pretty doable even if they do fall to 1-5. The Steelers, on the other hand, face a tougher schedule. So that's kind of, I think, the calculus there. But, man, it's still kind of tough for me to fathom that because the Steelers are 3-1. If they beat the Browns and the Bengals twice each, which, I mean, that is saying something. That's a big if. But that's 7 wins. Miami's on the schedule. You figure they probably split with Baltimore. Can they just find one more win there and get to 10-7? They'd probably win the tiebreakers, and they're sitting in a good spot there. So the Steelers are in just a really good spot here as long as they don't kind of self-sabotage themselves in a lot of ways.
The Bills lost at home last night to the Patriots. The Bills were an 8-point favorite in that game. So we saw in 2 primetime games this week, teams that were favored by 8 or more points go down at home. The Rams losing on Thursday night to the 49ers, and then the Patriots beating the Bills last night. The Jags meet the Chiefs on Monday Night Football. That should be a fun one. The Colts have continued to impress. You want to talk about lifeless. The Las Vegas Raiders, a good example of that. But overall, Nick, how good is the AFC in 2025?
Well, I think it's probably better than it appears right now. I think we'll see some teams solidify themselves. Like, I think Buffalo will figure out some of the kinks, but their defense, it's really the issue has been defensively for a lot of these teams, like the Ravens defense, the Bills defense. A lot of these defensive cores we're seeing are kind of aging out. And, guys like Trey White and Matt Milano in Buffalo, and then you have Roquan Smith in Baltimore, those guys aren't playing at a high level. And so I do think Buffalo is probably going to be there. Kansas City, I think, is always going to be a tough one. And I think there's it's a deeper conference this year because I think you have teams like Jacksonville that I think are kind of coming up. I think Denver has kind of arrived in some respects. The Chargers are there. I think the Patriots with Drake May have kind of announced themselves as being a legitimate playoff contender now. But it's not top-heavy this year. There's not a dominant football team. And so it's a solid conference, but it's a beatable conference. And so if you're looking like, hey, could the Steelers maybe crack this playoff win drought? They draw the right team. It seems a lot more doable this year than it did, say, last year where you were going to have to go to Kansas City or Buffalo or Baltimore because those teams, they are not the same iterations that they are this year. Each of those teams has significant flaws in their own right.
Am I an idiot for not buying into the Colts just yet?
I don't buy them as Super Bowl contenders, but they are a very well-coached football team. They are very talented. I like their roster outside of the quarterback position. They're also healthy, which I think just matters a lot. We look at teams like the Ravens and the Chargers and just the Chiefs. They just keep getting battered with injuries at very key spots. So I don't think you need to buy into the Colts as anything more than a playoff contender, which I think, they probably are. I think they have a good kind of resume here using Jonathan Taylor. I think they have a good wide receiver group. I think the O-line's nice, and they really refurbished the defense nicely. But, how far is Danny Dimes really going to take you? I think that's fair to question.
Now you look at that game in Week 9, early November, Steelers-Colts. I thought that was one of the weaker games on the Steelers' schedule this year, up there with Steelers and Dolphins. Not the case anymore, Nick. That looks like one of the best games of the entire weekend, I think, outside of Chiefs-Bills.
It does. That's going to be a really good game. Really, the Steelers, after this two-game stretch here against the Browns and the Bengals, have a pretty tough stretch coming up, where it's Green Bay, then it's Indianapolis, then it's at the Chargers. And I think Baltimore starts to come into the picture. So it's not an easy schedule for them. But the Colts is going to be a really good litmus test, I think, for the Steelers, because right now where the Steelers probably are going to land, they'll probably land somewhere around, I don't know, maybe the 3, 4, 5 seed area. I think that's a fair kind of expectation to have. So you're going to probably draw a Colts, the Texans, the Jags, or some team in that respect. So I think it's going to be a really good kind of litmus test for the Steelers to see where they're at against the team like the Colts.
Talking to Nick Farabaugh here on 93.7 The Fan. He covers the Pittsburgh Steelers for PennLive.com. Nick, some injury updates, injury notes from today's practice as this team is coming off the bye week.
Yeah, it sounds like Alex Highsmith, he was back at practice today, and it sounds like I think he's going to play. Now, how much, I think that's a question. And when you have Nick Herbig, you don't need to push him as much, but I do think they'll have him at their disposal. Joey Porter Jr., I believe, will be back this week. That's what he said. Calvin Austin kind of mysteriously didn't answer anything. He said, I could go on IR. I could play this week. It was like all over the place. My level of concern for Calvin Austin is much lower than it was after the game against the Vikings. I think they got decently good news there. I've never gotten like an official diagnosis on this or anything, but I tentatively expect him to miss the next 2 games and then be back for Green Bay. And and that's kind of what I've heard with Ramsey too, is miss the next 2 games, come back against the Packers. I think about, there's probably the same timeline with Joey's hamstring injuries with Jalen's, and Jalen Ramsey got lucky because he had a bye week, so he won't miss 3 games, so he'll probably miss the next 2. But otherwise, Warren, I think, is good, and there's really no other injury notes other than that. So I think Pittsburgh is in a good spot, but I do think they'll be without Ramsey and Austin this week.
Nick, some breaking news from Adam Schefter. Now, this is not earth-shattering, but just from 5 minutes ago, Raheem Blackshear, the veteran running back and return man, signing to the practice squad. Is that something you guys got wind of down there today, or is this hitting you by surprise?
I mean, I did not know that they were going to sign Raheem Blackshear, but it's not that surprising considering what has happened with Caleb Johnson, and the Steelers probably not wanting to give him that. Trey Sermon really hasn't given a ton of juice there, and you only have so many elevations there, and if you don't want to kind of put him on the active roster, that's another question. So I'm not surprised they're bringing, a guy that's known kind of as a kick returner type to come to Pittsburgh. They kind of need one. They don't really have a natural one. Even with Kenny Gainwell, outside of that, I mean, they could, give Roman Wilson a try, maybe Scotty Miller, Dante Kent's on IR, but I kind of think someone like Blackshear makes a lot of sense, to have someone with legitimate kick return background.
The Browns coming to town on Sunday. This doesn't feel like a complete pushover game by any means, because the Browns, first off, they were the only team in the division that looked like they had a pulse yesterday, and that defense can travel, and they can actually run the football well, and it felt like Dylan Gabriel at times knew what he was doing. So they present some challenges, but I think none greater than what that defense can do, Nick.
I think that's a really good defense. I really do. It's one of the best defenses in the league, actually, by most statistics. Listen, their front is really good. They have guys now that can take advantage of the attention Myles Garrett receives. And even though Myles Garrett didn't have a great game last week, you saw guys like Alex Wright stepping up. They have a nice trio of interior guys now that can work there. They have a good secondary. Denzel Ward, in my opinion, one of the best corners in football. So they play a lot of man-to-man, and they can win with 4. It's the type of defense, I think, that could give the Steelers a lot of trouble with their quick game stuff. And so I'm kind of interested to see how that works out. The offensive side of things for this team, though, man, that is a bit of an up-and-down roller coaster. Gabriel was fine, but anytime they really got behind the sticks and he was asked to make a play, it didn't go very well. And they're a very volatile rushing attack, and that offensive line right now is beaten up and has not been very good. So the Steelers' defense should actually be able, I think, to really rattle Gabriel, get to him a little bit. But that defense is going to present some issues for Pittsburgh. It's going to really, I think, they're going to have to run the ball to a degree on this team and kind of see where that goes to maybe force them out of man-to-man and get some lanes here in the quick passing game.
Nick Farabaugh, check out his stuff. Covers these Steelers for PennLive.com. Nick, thanks for taking the time, man.
Thanks for having me on, Donnie. Appreciate it as always, man.
There we go. Nick Farabaugh from PennLive.com. 50-minute mark on the Fan. That is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Coming up, we will flip to college football for a bit here. A massive upset over the weekend that knocked one of the local teams basically out of any hope of the college football playoff. We get into that coming up next. Joe Smeltzer from Nittany Sports Now will join us after that. Donnie, football in for the guys here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. But first, a message from Mulsey.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and I want to tell you about my friends at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. It's the place to go. You're looking for the Mitsu that fits you, and you want to get your deal your way, and you want to have a great day, then you go to Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. Great selection of Mitsubishis to choose from, all of which come with that unbeatable 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, of course. All-wheel drive. Thinking about the Outlander? It's a great one. 7-passenger capable. I drive one. I speak very highly of it because I love driving it. It drives like a car, always feels safe, and it's got all the bells and whistles and the creature comforts that I have told you many times I'm a big fan of. Outlander Sport, Eclipse Cross, also great options, plus Mirage, which is the lowest priced new car on the market today. They've got the best inventory in town, and they're going to treat you right. They're going to make sure that you drive off the lot in the exact Mitsubishi that was perfect for your needs and for your budget. What's better? I don't think you can beat that. So why don't you go see them? Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
There are jewelry stores, and then there are jewelers. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you have been looking for a trusted full-service jeweler who can repair, refurbish, design, create, and appraise, give us a try. Or if you need some advice or a second opinion on a family heirloom, we are here to help. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our professional staff of trained experts have been helping Pittsburghers with their jewelry needs for well over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Peters Township. We are like having a jeweler in the family.
Hey everyone, it's Thorne Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh. Doctors Brian and Rob Claich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Now open, Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, design-forward solutions, 2 great divisions, 1 unstoppable company. Make your appointment to visit our new showroom in the heart of Pittsburgh's Cultural District. Call 412-771-0760 to schedule today. Tri-State Office Interiors, elevating the everyday.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is Attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. October is here, and if you've got old windows, that means you're back to dealing with chilly air seeping into your home. Eliminate annoying drafts once and for all with Window Nation. This month, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big deal. Plus, celebrate your upgraded home with 2 free tickets to an upcoming Pittsburgh Penguins game. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years with Window Nation. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah. And they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Gurgling noises from sink drains, recurring clogs, backups, and bad odors from your main line drain shouldn't be ignored. These can be a sign you have a problem in your sewer line. You need to call the honest sewer and drain experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. McVeigh fixes your problems fast and fixes it right. Already know you have a sewer problem? Call McVeigh for a free second opinion or any sewer line repair or installation. Don't overpay. Call McVeigh today. That's McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, or visit callmcveigh.com.
At Giant Eagle, we're focused on quality, freshness, and all your favorites. Because meals bring us together. Because recipes keep traditions alive. Because the right ingredients make it or break it. Because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better to bring you the best. Because it matters.
5 words no one wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How are you going to pay for it? It's Chris Muller, and these are all questions that run through people's minds when they hear those 5 words. But if you pick up the phone and call MHI Roofing, your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free home improvement project you'll ever do. MHI has thousands of 5-star ratings for both customer service and high-quality installation. Plus, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And since no one wants to pay these high interest rates, for a limited time, MHI is offering 5-year no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. MHI Roofing has got your back. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection to assess the exact condition of your roof and what needs to be done next. Set up your inspection today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family-owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service. It's Fire Prevention Week. Clogged air ducts and vents are a fire hazard. Dryer vents are one of the leading causes of house fires in the U.S. every year. The U.S. Fire Protection Association suggests cleaning your dryer vent pipe at least once a year. Call your friends at Zero Res today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. 92.1 FM. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hockey season begins tomorrow. The Penguins will be in New York. Puck drop against the Rangers and Mike Sullivan at 8 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
At the 7. Imaliava scans the field. Nico's going to take off. Nico to the end zone. Touchdown.
Fan weather. That is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Sunny skies today and a high of 77. Donnie football in for the guys. Andrew and Chris taking the Monday off after the bye week. They will get back at it tomorrow, all three of us, for a Tomlin Tuesday as the Steelers go into week 6 of the NFL season with a 3-1 record and a lead in the AFC North. That call was from a game on Saturday. The biggest upset in college football, one of the biggest upsets in college football in several decades. And it involved the Penn State Nittany Lions. UCLA 42, Penn State 37. And James Franklin proved all of us wrong. I saw a tweet after that game, and I thought it was pretty clever. James Franklin, he heard all of us talking about how he only loses to the big dogs. He decided to lose to one of the worst teams in Power 4 college football. UCLA is horrible. Horrible. I know they made some changes, and that seemed to pay big dividends for them, clearly. This is a team that lost 43-10 to Utah, 30-23 against UNLV, 35-10 against New Mexico, and just lost to Northwestern 17-14 last weekend. A team that lost to New Mexico by 25 points. They fired everybody. They had guys coaching their first game. Tim Skipper is now as accomplished against a top 10 team as James Franklin is in his career. Jerry Neuheisel looks like he's 15 years old. And his offense just bullied the big, bad Nittany Lions all day. Nico Iamaleava was the butt of a lot of jokes after leaving Tennessee the way that he did and for how he started the season. But if you woke somebody up from a coma on Saturday and they watched that game, they would think that he was the Heisman frontrunner and the eventual first-round pick, not the guy that plays at Penn State. 5 total touchdowns, nearly 300 total yards. They couldn't stop him, especially when they needed to most. The draft stock will continue to plummet for Drew Aller. And for Aller, the former first overall pick hopeful, he was bad in the first half. He got a little bit better in the second half, but this will be another knock on him. Drew Aller is working his way out of the first round faster than Penn State has worked its way out of the top 25. It's a worse loss on James Franklin. Let's be clear about that. By far, it is one of the worst losses in Penn State football history. The university has to find a way to buy this guy out because they will never get over the top with him. He's a good recruiter. I think locally he is a great recruiter. There are a lot of teams from schools around or a lot of players from schools around this area. And if they are the top players in the WPIAL, they get the attraction of James Franklin. He gets in his helicopter. He touches it down by their field. He recruits his ass off, there's no doubt. Great recruiter, not a good football coach. I felt that way already. But he also did something on Saturday that he never does. To his credit, he was remarkably good in games where his Lions are favored heavily. Drew Aller the same way. He tends to play well against the weak opponents. He plays poorly against anybody good. And for Franklin, his team, they never stub their toe in games like this. Not only did they stub their toe, they broke their whole foot. We heard that this was the year of Penn State football. And I fell for it too. A longtime hater of that football program. I put money on them to win a national title. I thought, hey, everybody coming back, the quarterback, the running backs, new wide receivers. They bring in the defensive coordinator from Ohio State who won a national championship last year. Strong defense, getting better coaching, a good offensive line. You think that they have a wise guy offensive coordinator, and Andy Kotelnicki's group, when the game mattered the most, the brain trust there, they called a read option for Drew Aller. When the game was on the line, that was their play. We heard this was the year. And I thought it made a lot of sense. Penn State had a great opportunity to get back to where they just were, the national semifinal in the college football playoff. They were a bad Drew Aller INT away from a possible national championship game appearance. Yeah, they lost Abdul Carter. They lost Tyler Warren. I know that those are massive losses. Warren is already one of the best tight ends in the NFL. Abdul Carter fitting in so far with the Giants. But I thought they could overcome that. They could get back to where they were. And maybe even get over the top. I thought they could afford a loss to either Oregon or Ohio State and still get a bye in the playoff. And even if they lost both Oregon and Ohio State, they could probably still get an at-large bid because those are two very strong losses. But their season is over because they ain't going to Columbus and winning that game. I'm not even sure if they can beat Indiana. And after this past Saturday, we can't be sure that any game is a victory for them. They have a better chance of playing in the Pop-Tart Bowl than the college football playoff. On Saturday, they became the first top 10 team to lose to an 0-4 or worse opponent in 40 years. 40 years. They were the second best team in the country 2 weeks ago, getting set for a showdown against Oregon. And in the span of 2 weeks, they are out of the top 25. The year of Penn State football. From unrivaled to unranked. The 2025 Penn State Nittany Lions. 412-928-9370. If you want to get in on the conversation, you can hit us at that same number on the fan text line. That is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up, we will talk to somebody that is an expert on Penn State football. Joe Smeltzer, he covers Penn State for Nittany Sports Now. I know he didn't go out to L.A. to watch that debacle. Good for him. I'm glad he saved the travel and the money, because what a disaster. How does Penn State respond to this? How does Penn State rebound from this? We will get into that with Joe coming up next. 412-928-9370 to get involved. Right now, it is an Intern Jack fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
During their bye week, the Steelers got some help in the AFC North, with the Bengals, the Ravens, and the Browns all suffering losses. The Steelers will be back at home at Acrisure Stadium 1 p.m. on Sunday to take on the Browns. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi back to talk about Comer and Cross. Guys, aren't you sick of looking at that disgusting garage floor over and over again every time you pull into your driveway? Stains, cracks, bad epoxy job gone wrong. I've got the answer for you. Comer and Cross Concrete Floors. The number's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You're going to call that by the end of this ad, and you should, because it's going to become your all-time best move ever as a homeowner. Take that horrible garage floor and make it look like you just turned your garage into a beautiful, decadent car dealership with how smooth and clean that car floor is going to look. They're the gold standards. They make it easy. They're going to get the job done in one day. If you've got a lot of stuff in there, they're going to move it all out for you. They're going to fix all the cracks and pits. And these are people that you can trust, all uniform pros, no subcontractors. So I'm going to call Comer and Cross right now. It's the best price of the year. $750 off right now. The number, so easy to remember, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Call it right now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. And none of us want to admit the following, but we all know the song. We all do. You're yes, then you're no, you're hot, then cold, up, then you're down, etc. I think we all know how that generally goes. That is our team right now, currently. 1 week, they look like they're contenders. The next, you're kind of sitting there wondering exactly what you just watched. And the inconsistency is frustrating, bordering on maddening. But that's what made Awaken 180 so different and so much better for me. I dropped 35 pounds. There weren't any ups and downs to speak of. It was consistency. I dropped an average of 5 pounds every single week. I wasn't yo-yoing. I wasn't going back and forth. It was week after week after week of dropping the weight. And now it's been year after year of keeping it off. And you've probably heard me talking about my golf game lately. Yeah, I would say Awaken 180 helped a lot with that as well. Reap the benefits. Find out more about the consistent long-term solution for weight loss online at Awaken180weightloss.com.
I heard you got the job. Congratulations.
Thanks. And I just got my first paycheck early.
How did that happen?
I opened an everything checking account at Dollar Bank and got my pay direct deposited 2 days early.
Ooh, that's a nice perk.
And a $300 welcome bonus, plus a great savings rate and card controls to turn my card on or off, and real-time card activity alerts.
All that plus $300? Sounds like I need to get an everything checking account.
You sure do. The $300 welcome bonus is a limited time offer, though. Open your account now.
I'm doing it.
Open your account online in less than 5 minutes at dollar.bank/300 or visit your local Dollar Bank office today. Dollar Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC. $300 offer for new customers only and may end without notice. Certain requirements apply in the first year. 0.10% annual percentage yield. Account opening is subject to approval and accounts are available only to consumers residing in Dollar Bank's markets. Early pay is not a guarantee you will receive your direct deposit earlier than your scheduled pay date. Certain requirements apply.
This weekend only, it's the RV Liquidation Super Sale at the David Lawrence Convention Center with free admission, compliments of rain, roofing, and solar. Huge discounts on travel trailers, motorhomes, and more. The RV Liquidation Sale. Don't miss the deals.
At Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we love to exceed our customers' expectations. It's what we've been doing for over 50 years.
Our kitchens are a combination of quality materials and master craftsmanship. And through each step of custom creation to expert installation, it's all about taking care of the details.
With a focus on the details, we make sure that the design meets your needs and that the materials and construction ensure that your kitchen will stand the test of time.
all while managing the scheduling so that your life has as little disruption as possible and your kitchen is completed without surprises.
Exceeding expectations. We'll deliver more kitchen than you expected for less money than you expect to pay.
Visit our showroom or call us at 412-279-2222.
That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Cincinnati Bengals cannot go on like this. Jake Brown isn't it, no matter what points they put on the board late in yesterday's loss to the Lions. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Trey Hendrickson deserve a better QB, whether that's Kirk Cousins or Russell Wilson or somebody else. Cincy is running out of chances to keep its season alive until Joe Burrow is back in December. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Multiple crews on the scene of an accident on 28 inbound, right between exit 2 towards the 31st Street Bridge and exit 1B towards East Ohio Street. And there is a lane restriction, so it is causing bumper-to-bumper traffic in that area. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. NC11-1. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Kicking off with a juicy Week 6 matchup between the Cleveland Browns and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Donnie, football in for the guys on this Monday post-bye week. The Steelers are 3-1, but we are talking college football right now. A massive upset loss for Penn State over the weekend against UCLA. Pitt winning big against Boston College. We will get to that next hour. Intern Jack is here. He's behind the glass. He has no classes on Mondays. Gorgeous Charlie Borges back there as well. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We go back out to that fan hotline, and that is where we find Joe Smeltzer, who covers Penn State for Nittany Sports Now. Joe, is this, without question, the worst loss of the James Franklin era?
Yes, it is, Donnie, and thank you for having me on. Their competition for this dubious title, right? Before Saturday, most people probably would have said the 9 overtime loss to Illinois for the sure embarrassment of that fiasco a few years ago, maybe the Ohio State games in 2017 and 2018 because of what winning those games would have meant for that program, and Penn State choked both away. But it's hard to get much worse than a team that went into this season as a national championship favorite, brought just about everybody that could bring back, brought them back, paid a lot to bring him back, added to the coaching staff with a big fish in Jim Knowles, the defensive coordinator. For that team to lose to an 0-4 operation that was so – I said it to Jason Mackey on the fan the night before the game. I said UCLA was worse than their 0-4 record showed, and I stand by that statement because look at the first 4 games. But somehow a team with no head coach, no real coordinators, outclassed James Franklin, Jim Knowles, and Andy Kotelnicki, and this is rock bottom. It might sound spoiled to say that, right, because there's a lot of programs that are generally worse off than Penn State, and Penn State still is ranked in one of the polls, 22nd, I think, in the coaches poll. But as far as where the expectations were at the beginning of this season, and even by comparison, the feeling after the Oregon game, this is you have to say this is rock bottom for Penn State because you just don't go into a season with this level and expectations and lose a game like that.
Who deserves the most blame, and how is the blame being divvied up 2 days after the game?
Yeah, the most blame, it's obviously James Franklin for reasons I'm not going to get into because everybody knows him, right? He's the head coach, and as Franklin would be the first to admit, he's responsible for everything. But I would like to talk about talking specifically about Saturday's game. I wrote a column that ran this morning for Indy Sports Now, bashing Jim Knowles. My title of the column was "Maybe You Do Mess Around with Jim" as a play on the classic Jim Croce song. But yeah, I think aside from Franklin, Jim Knowles is the biggest goat from Saturday's game. You have a defense that had been playing very well up to this point, even played very well against Oregon, just ran out of gas at the end, and you're going against, as I mentioned earlier, a guy who had never called plays in his life at the college football level. He's going up against Knowles, who is the highest paid assistant in the history of college football. And somehow UCLA scores 42 points. Somehow Penn State doesn't think to put a spy on Nico Iamaleava until the fourth quarter. And, I think that's where the most blame, aside from the very top, should be directed to. As far as how the blame is divvied up, it seems still that people are focused more on Andy Kotelnicki than Jim Knowles. I think that was evident in Franklin's press conference today when somebody asked Franklin to evaluate Andy Kotelnicki pretty early in the press conference, and nobody asked about the defense until later on. And even then, that question about the defense wasn't directly asking Franklin to evaluate the job Jim Knowles has done. But I think Knowles has nothing to prove as a defensive coordinator. He's won a national championship. He's done well at Duke, where it's hard to get players. He's done well in the Big 12, where it's hard to play defense. But for Saturday specifically, Jim Knowles blew it big time. And you scored 37 points against UCLA. You're supposed to win, and somehow they did that and then beat them.
What would it take for Penn State to part ways with James Franklin? I know the buyout is crazy, but there has to be something, some sort of bottom that it could hit here where people just say, you know what, we're going to find whatever money we can and get rid of him.
I don't think that's going to happen, Donnie. I think the most realistic scenario that would happen is Franklin not running Penn State's football program in 2020 for Penn State to somehow convince James Franklin that it's in his best interest to move on, right? The reasons why Penn State would fire him is obvious, is because this was what many saw as a natty or bust season, and so far it's been a big-time bust. But as you mentioned, the buyout would be the thing keeping that from happening. So I think what you're looking for here for realistic scenarios for James Franklin to go would be kind of a John Calipari situation at Kentucky, right? Calipari won a lot of Kentucky, won a championship at Kentucky. But at the end of the day, the time was right for both parties to move on, and that's what happened. Calipari got a big deal at Arkansas and did well there in his first year, and Kentucky got a pretty good coach in Mark Pope, and now it looks like they're going to be all right too. So, I don't see a scenario where James Franklin gets the axe. I think the two options are Franklin's back in 2026 or Franklin is coaching somewhere else under his own will to an extent. And if James Franklin were to leave Penn State, he would be the hottest free agent coach on the market. There's no doubt about that. So, but as far as Penn State firing Franklin, I just don't see a way that happens because of what the buyout is. Jimbo Fisher has the highest buyout ever at Texas A&M, $75 million, I think it was. Next to that, Franklin's would be the highest ever by a good $35-36 million. So, yeah, I think somehow if Penn State wants James Franklin to go, they got to tell him, like, hey, next year's team is probably going to be worse. We're losing a lot of talent. Things might be rough the next 2 years. Maybe it's best for you. Maybe it's best for us if we're going to move on because we think you've done about all you can do at Penn State.
Talking to Joe Smelter, he covers Penn State for Nittany Sports Now here on 93.7 The Fan. Joe, one of the only things plummeting about as fast as Penn State out of the top 25 is the Drew Aller draft stock. I know that he's not the guy that deserves the most blame for the game on Saturday, but
no,
it's pretty unfortunate for him. He's playing himself out of being a first-round pick very quickly.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd really go that far, to be honest, because one of the other class of 2026 quarterbacks done. Arch Manning hasn't delivered. Graham Nussmeier hasn't delivered. Cade Klubnik hasn't. So I think I would still predict Drew Aller to be a first-round pick, A, because of the upside, B, because you almost got to do it by default because who else has really done anything to jump Drew Aller on that draft board? But, yeah, the criticisms with Drew Aller are fair, and they are obvious. He hasn't been at his best when the lights have shined the brightest. And his mentality, I think, has been an issue. I don't know if he has the right mentality to lead a team like Penn State to a national championship, and that's something that NFL teams are going to call into question. So as far as Saturday's games go, yeah, Drew Aller played very well. He wasn't awesome, but he was very solid. I would say B+, maybe A- work, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, completed, I think, 19 and 26, and also got 76 yards rushing. But, yeah, nothing he could have done, even if Penn State had romped UCLA, would have silenced the doubts that people have about Drew Aller, and that's that, you know, he hasn't done well when Penn State's played in big games. But at this point, maybe one of the silver linings to losing to UCLA is that Penn State doesn't have the national championship pressure really anymore, and Drew Aller has been at its best when there's been less pressure, so maybe this allows him to play free and loose, and maybe good things will happen as a result. But, yeah, the criticisms with Drew Aller are fair, and they are obvious, and really they've been persistent since 2023 when he became a first-year starter, and that shows that the growth that you need over 3 years just hasn't really been there with him.
Yeah, Joe, what percentage do you think they have of making the playoff? They have to win out after this loss at minimum. That includes a win in Columbus on November 1st, and they would have to also beat Indiana the very next week.
0. I don't see any way it happens, you know, and I'm not laughing off your question. It's a fair question, but I would have said this after the Oregon game too. You know, how is there any belief that Penn State can go into Columbus and beat Ohio State? You know, you've had great teams play Ohio State before, and for whatever reason, they just haven't been able to deliver. Now, 2 days after they lost to UCLA, I'm not going to sit here and say that they're going to beat Ohio State or even Indiana with how they've been looking. I will say this, though, is that, you know, talking about Ohio State games specifically, the 2 best showings they have had against Ohio State since I've been on the beat are 2021 when it was a team that went 7-6 and had just lost to Illinois in that 9 overtime game the week before, and then the next year, 2022, when they were steamrolled by Michigan, I think 2 weeks before that, and they came in as 3-touchdown underdogs in Happy Valley. So I do expect Penn State to be able to compete in that game. As I mentioned earlier, they're going to be playing more loose now, and maybe that'll open some possibilities. But yeah, I don't see any way Penn State wins out, especially with how good Ohio State has been defensively and even offensively too. Even though Emeka Egbigbu is no longer there, Jeremiah Smith is the best receiver in college football, and Penn State's going to have to find a way to answer for him. So, yeah, I'm going to be blunt and just say 0% because I'm not going to say that they're going to win a game in Columbus, and now we're at the point where that is absolutely necessary for them to make the college football playoff.
In case anybody missed that quick little reference there by Joe, that wasn't him purposefully mispronouncing Emeka Egbuka's name. That was how Rob Gronkowski said it yesterday on a Fox Sports postgame show. Joe, what was up with the final call? Andy Kotelnicki gets a lot of credit for his creativity. To go with a read option there with Drew Aller, how did you feel about that being the play with the game on the line?
was a bad idea. The bigger picture, Donnie, with that is that Katron Allen wasn't on the field. And this is something I talked about. I wrote about it on Nittany Sports Now before the UCLA game. I talked about it with Jason Mackey Friday night before the game, is that Katron Allen has been not only Penn State's best running back, I think he's been Penn State's best offensive player by a wide margin. And for whatever reason, they're still treating him like the number 2 back, or at best the 1B back to Nick Singleton. Singleton got 11 carries to Allen's 8 for Penn State, and that's really been a recurrent theme throughout the season. Even though Katron Allen has put up not only better numbers, he's put up way better numbers than Nick Singleton has. So the fact that Allen wasn't on the field, that's a huge problem. The fact that they were calling a read option when, a short yardage situation, you have a great running back, you have an offensive line that should be great but isn't playing like it right now. And to really illustrate how good Katron Allen has been and how poorly Penn State has used him, he has 9 fewer carries than Nicholas Singleton does this year and 138 more yards. He's averaging 7 yards per carry to Singleton's 3.8. He has more touchdowns than Singleton. Like, any conceivable way, he's been better, and Penn State just doesn't understand it yet. And when James Franklin was asked about Allen's usage, he said that before the UCLA game, they talked about getting him more involved. And it's like, it reminded me of like the Tim Robinson sketch, like the guy in the hot dog suit. Like, we're all looking for the guy that did this. Well, you're the head coach. Nothing is stopping you from getting this guy involved. And they're just finding a way to bungle absolute common sense. So, yeah, that's about the 4th and 2 call. Calling a read option in that situation, that's just being too cute and overthinking it, which has been an Achilles heel for Andy Kotelnicki. But the bigger picture there is that Penn State's best player was not on the field for the biggest play of the game, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with him health-wise.
Joe, one more for you, and I'm asking you to dig deep a little bit here, but I know that you have an extensive sports mind. You can be a bit of a historian at times, and you have followed Penn State football and have been a fan of Penn State football for your entire life. All-time Penn State losses, where do you feel the UCLA one falls in?
Ooh, that's tough. I think for Franklin, it's number 1, right? So you have to go back. The only one I can think of off the top of my head that would compare to it would have been a game that my parents were at in 1999 when they played a pretty mediocre Minnesota team. They were number 2 in the country and ended up losing on a walk-off field goal. And that sent Penn State spiraling. They lost to Tom Brady in Michigan the next week, and then lost to Nick Saban coach Michigan State team then that season. So right now, Minnesota 99 is the only one that really compares, because that was the 1999 team that was a lot like this year's team as far as preseason goes. They had everybody coming back. They had LeVar Arrington, superstar, coming back at linebacker, and they had started the year 8-0, and then in that Minnesota game, for some reason, it just didn't work out. And that was a loss that long-term, and it's going to be hard to judge this UCLA loss before we see what Penn State football becomes over the next few years. But after that 99 season, Penn State had 4 losing seasons in 5 years, which had never had. I think that's an unprecedented feat in Happy Valley. That had never happened before. It certainly hadn't happened under Joe Paterno. But, yeah, that's the one that compares. But you got to think that at best, UCLA right now is in the top 5 for worst losses in Penn State history, because that is just an absolute pitiful operation they went against them. I guess the best way to sum it up was that UCLA had not led for a second in the first 4 games, and they led the entire 60 minutes against Penn State. So,
Joe Smeltzer, if you're a Penn State fan, check out his stuff. He covers the Nittany Lions for Nittany Sports Now. Joe, thanks for hopping on, buddy.
Yep, thanks for having me.
There we go. Joe Smeltzer from Nittany Sports Now, breaking down a monumental and embarrassing and perhaps an all-time Penn State loss on Saturday against UCLA. We're going to dive into some hockey coming up next. Charlie Borges is back there. I know he's pumped for this. Every time we work together, I like to let Charlie get going about the National Hockey League or anything else going on in the hockey world. So the season begins tomorrow. The Penguins open up against the New York Rangers at Madison Square Garden at 8 p.m. against their former head coach, Mike Sullivan. So a lot of storylines going into that one. What will the Penguins look like in the 25-26 season? We'll get into some of those predictions and NHL predictions on top of that. Ricard Raquel, Penguins winger, he joins the show in about 45 minutes. You can follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now it's time for an Intern Jack fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins open up their season tomorrow at Madison Square Garden against the New York Rangers. They'll take on their former head coach, Mike Sullivan. Puck drop there will be at 8 o'clock. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services, back to tell you about all the great things Weather Seal is offering you right now as a potential customer. That old house you're in, maybe it's 50 years old. I was in a house last weekend that was almost 100 years old. It could have used new siding from Weather Seal. It was not my decision to make, but I wish, this is an Airbnb situation, I wish I could tell the person, hey, get to Weather Seal Home Services and get the makeover you need with hundreds of colors to create any look you can imagine. And now through the end of the month, save 25% off your whole house siding job. And that's not all. You're going to get 60-month zero-interest financing with approved credit, 5 years, no interest. Don't pay a dime in interest until 2030. Your new siding's going to come with that polar wrap that they're famous for. Great energy savings on your heating and cooling bills. Weather Seal, told you about them for years. I trust them with my home, and you should too. Let them give you the peace of mind they've given me. Best siding and insulation you're going to find at a great price. So call now and save 25% off your whole house siding job. Same-day estimates are available. 877-351-SEAL. It's 877-351-SEAL. Or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pony and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend.
Tailgate.
The PM Team Friday Tailgate Party is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar, Saloni's Italian Bread, Smell Lincoln Greensburg, and Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The PM Team's Friday Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
You will hear that music in just over 24 hours as the Pittsburgh Penguins are getting set to open their 25-26 season. They will be in New York, Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena, and they will be facing their former head coach to begin this next season. Dan Muse, the first-year man on the bench for the Penguins. Mike Sullivan and his Rangers await them tomorrow night, 8 p.m. puck drop in the Big Apple. Charlie Borges is here with me today. Intern Jack is here as well. But since we are on the eve of hockey season, some big hockey news earlier today regarding the game's best player, and we have a Penguin joining us in less than 45 minutes on the show. I thought there's no better time to give my guy Charlie some shine, a Borges hockey roundup. Charles?
No. There we go.
Good job, Jack.
Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it. Donnie, once again, always a pleasure. Thank you for letting me do this. You don't have to, but I appreciate it. Obviously, the season begins tomorrow night. ESPN, real quick, had a little season preview and power rankings. The Penguins ranked 30th. And their bold prediction for the year, and I can't believe we still have to do this, was that Sidney Crosby will play in the 2026 Stanley Cup playoffs, ... somewhere. He's not going anywhere. He's not. Period. End of story. Maybe next year when he has an expiring contract, but he's not going anywhere. And Connor McDavid did sign a 2-year extension. So short term, and the salary cap's going to go up, so his next deal in 3 years is going to be the biggest deal in NHL history. It will beat Kirill Kaprizov, and I can't believe I have to say Kirill Kaprizov has the most expensive contract in the National Hockey League at $17 a year. But he took that right out of Sidney Crosby's book of taking less to stay and try to win.
Yeah, I mean, the guy is on the doorstep every single year, and really to no fault of his own, his team can't get it done. He won the Conn Smythe a couple of years ago in a losing effort.
First person to do that since when?
Oh, I'm not going to be able to get this.
J.S. Shiger with the Anaheim Ducks.
Okay, early 2000s.
2003.
Okay. I thought it would have been back further than that. Ryan Dixon from Sportsnet, he put out predictions today, Charlie, ahead of the new hockey season. He does have a Penguins legend getting traded at the deadline.
Malkin.
He says Evgeny Malkin will be traded to the Los Angeles Kings.
Ooh.
He will waive his no-movement clause and join the Kings as a top-6 winger for the stretch run. And then for one more season after this when he's 40. Because he has now expressed that, maybe I do want to play one more year after this one, and I don't think the Penguins should sign off on that. My feeling on Gino, I have loved watching the guy play now for 20 years. He and Sidney Crosby and Chris Letang have been the key parts to 3 Stanley Cup trophies coming to this city. I'm not going to feel as if Malkin has hurt his legacy if he goes to play somewhere else.
No.
Maybe I'm alone in that feeling. His legacy will not be tarnished if he goes and plays for the LA Kings or if he goes to the KHL. If he doesn't finish his career as a Penguin, I'm not going to think any less of him. He's still on the Mount Rushmore for me.
Okay, let me propose this scenario, because this is my tinfoil hat theory. What if he goes and tries to team up with Ovechkin in Washington, try to play together in the NHL before they both go over to the KHL? If him playing for the Capitals, would that kind of tarnish his legacy a little bit if he goes buddies up with Ovechkin?
For me, surprisingly, no.
I would agree.
For like the diehard Penguins fan, black and gold till I'm dead and cold, yeah, I think that would hurt them. If Gino went to play for the Caps or if he went to the Flyers, I mean, not that the Flyers are any good, but you get my point. If he went to a place that is truly viewed as a big-time rival, I think people would be upset.
I would agree. But I do think he's gone. It just makes too much sense for him to be traded this year. I don't think the Penguins are going anywhere. In fact, I have them dead last in my predictions.
How many points? Dead last in the whole league?
No, not dead last in the whole league. Definitely in the division. I think San Jose and Chicago, they're gonna duke it out for the Gavin McKenna
Chicago's
sweepstakes.
still going to be that bad?
They just don't know what they're doing. They're one of those teams that let's sign veterans to overpriced contracts and try to insulate the young guys. It just hasn't worked out. I mean, they have Spencer Knight as their new goalie. Congrats. That's still not doing it for me. And Connor Bedard, who was this generational talent that we thought was going to be this massive star, even though he's going to be a big star, he just hasn't shown that yet, where he can take a game over like Sidney Crosby did when he was 18.
He's good, he's not great.
Correct. So I still think Chicago and San Jose are going to duke it out for the Gavin McKenna sweepstakes.
Over under 75 points for the Penguins.
Under.
Over under 70 points.
Oh, I think they get 71. So over.
How many teams in the East are worse? Nobody in the East last year finished below 76. The Bruins and the Flyers both had 76 points.
See, that's the good thing about the NHL. There's a lot of parity, but as of right now,
Man, the Sharks had 52 points. Good Lord.
Yeah, they're bad. Maybe Buffalo as a worse team than Pittsburgh.
Are they still going to be that bad? They're always bad.
They're Buffalo. They just can't get it together. I have no expectations for the Sabres. And maybe when they make the playoffs this year, or if they make the playoffs, this will be clipped as a gotcha thing. But I still have no expectations for the Sabres. I think the Penguins will finish last in the Eastern Conference. That's where I have them right now. And it's sad as that is to say, but I don't trust their goaltending. I mean, you have more money in the minors than you do on your defensive core right now.
And is Sidney Crosby still great?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. He'll get his,
everybody else is just really bad.
His mid-90s to early 100-point mark, but this is the last trip around the sun for the Nostalgia Tour.
They really have to lean on that this year. I mean, they did it with Fleury in the preseason game. They have to really lean on, hey, come see Evgeny Malkin for the final time. Come see the Big Three for the final time.
Well,
because they're going to have trouble getting people into that building.
I talked about this with the guys last week. The most expensive ticket this year at PPG Paints Arena is the Washington Capitals game, which I believe is the last home game for them in April. That's the most expensive ticket, and that's because a lot of people think that this could be the last time we see Crosby versus Ovechkin because Ovechkin's contract is expiring at the end of this year.
Yep.
And that's tickets are as low as $225 or something like that. So this is it. This also could be this is it for Alex Ovechkin as well. And we could be seeing the end of an era in the National Hockey League as Crosby and Ovechkin ride off into the sunset. Or not Crosby, Malkin riding off into the sunset with Ovechkin. So
I think Sid can play until his mid-40s if he wants to.
I think he has 3 more good years. He has 1 mediocre one, and then he calls it after that. I think
he doesn't want to be mediocre.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He has that 1 year where he's like, I can't keep up anymore, and that's not going to happen for another 4 years. That 4th year. So, I can't do math off the top of my head. So this year's 2025, 26. So 29, 30, that's the year. That's going to be his last year.
He's kind of like the Shawn Michaels of the NHL. He had an injury right in his prime that took him out of what would be some legendary seasons. He comes back just as good, didn't miss a beat, wins 2 more Stanley Cups, and he doesn't want to be remembered as anything less than good. And he'll ride off there.
I'll say one thing, Sidney Crosby never lost a smile. That's a deep cut for all you wrestling folks.
What is your Stanley Cup final, Charlie?
My Stanley Cup final, I have the Vegas Golden Knights defeating the Tampa Bay Lightning. I think with Alexander Barkov being out for most of the year, the Florida Panthers captain, and pretty much the heartbeat of the back-to-back Stanley Cup champion team being out for what should be the entire year with a ACL injury, that just kind of opens the door up. You've seen it time and time again when a team goes to back-to-back Stanley Cup finals. They've been to 3 Stanley Cup finals. They lost the first one to Vegas.
Yes.
That team is just so broken and battered, but they just know what to do when the time comes, so that's how they make it. With Barkov being out, I think that opens the door in that division for the Lightning to reclaim the Atlantic Division throne. I don't think the Leafs are going to do it. The Bruins, they're going to be not the Bruins. I mean,
yeah, the Bruins were awful last year.
Yeah, and they have David Pastrnak and Charlie McAvoy. That's pretty much it.
How about this one for you?
Oh, lay it on me.
I think Edmonton finally gets it done. That's going to basically turn into my Pirates will throw a no-hitter prediction. I'll just pick them every year because I do think McDavid is going to have one in him. They beat
a reverse Florida Panthers.
Yes. They beat Mike Sullivan's New York Rangers in the Stanley Cup final, Charlie.
Ooh, I don't know about the Rangers going all the way to the final. I do have them making the playoffs as a wild card team, but not going all the way. I can't see it. I just can't. But it would be funny I don't want to say funny. No, it would be funny as Penguins fans. First year out of here, immediately wins. I just don't see it. They don't have enough depth on the back end.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Thank you, Charlie. That was a fun little hockey roundup there. We do have more hockey later on in the show. Ricard Raquel, the Penguins winger, 35 goals last season. He joins the show in less than 30 minutes. But coming up, the other major college football team in the area. A big win on Saturday. And do they have something in what they discovered, the change that was made at quarterback? Is there something there for that team going forward? We get to that coming up next. Donnie Football in for the guys on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. But first, a message from Andrew Filipponi.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Back to tell you guys about everything they've got going on for Monday Night Football, tonight's game between the Jags and Chiefs. Everybody on FanDuel is going to get a 30% profit boost token on tonight's game. Get in on the action with 30% profit boost token for Monday Night Football. You can use that bet on anything. We've got Xavier Worthy popping up with an ankle injury. I think Hollywood Brown props are now better. The Chiefs wide receiver, I could see him being very involved tonight. I like Travis Etienne. I think Travis Etienne, his rushing props, this guy's come out of really nowhere again this year, averaging over 5 yards a carry for Jacksonville. Came into week 5 as the NFL's third leading rusher. It's a renaissance season with him in this Jacksonville offense. So those are a couple props I like in this game. Ultimately, I like Kansas City to win the game and cover tonight and improve their record and really catch LA in the AFC West. FanDuel.com/Andrew to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel tonight. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now. Withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Code 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
KC in Duval for Monday Night Football. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Chiefs are 3.5-point road favorites at the Jaguars, but let's look at the total of 45.5. Yes, KC's offense exploded with the return of Worthy, but that was against a decimated Ravens defense. Under 45.5. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Consider yourself a bourbon connoisseur? At Twin Peaks, they're proud to offer an exclusive collection of rare bourbons, whiskeys, and tequilas. Don't miss out on Twin Peaks Barrel Selects, handpicked by their team and bottled just for you. Supply is limited, so check with your favorite location to see what's pouring. And when it's game day, football and Fireball is a match made in heaven. Spice things up with a shot of cinnamon whiskey. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you want to be more active and start exercising, but cannot because you know you're going to have pain or discomfort?
I'm a martial artist, a pilot, mountain biker, hiker. The thing that brings me down is my feet. When my wife finally talked me into going into the Good Feet store, the salesperson there immediately started investing himself in my problem. This is not something that you could solve online. There's got to be somebody there that can help you find that fit. You put in the arch supports and the clouds go away and it's a good life. I wear them all the time. Good Feet has saved the day.
You deserve a better life, too. Come into the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Good Feet, because you deserve comfort in your life. Good Feet products are proudly made in the USA.
Never Ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart, 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray, Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra, and Emerson Hart of Tonic. If you kid a night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Kennywood's Phantom Fall Fest is back with the all-new Haunt Detached. One of 6 haunted houses, 4 scare zones, and over 30 thrilling rides. Select days through November 1st. Find scary good deals now at kennywood.com.
Prime Rib Night, every Monday at Hofstad's in Oakmont, 4 to 9. Be there.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170. BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary free. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Buy more, save more at Scandinavian Designs Furniture. For a limited time, save $200 instantly for every $800 you spend in our showroom. It's the perfect way to complete your look for less or splurge on your dream piece for your living room, dining room, outdoor space, home office, or bedroom. Stop by your local showroom today or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College class of 2006. Westminster College means a lot to me. I learned from great professors and received hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. At Westminster College, every student accepted for fall 2026 is guaranteed a scholarship, making exceptional education genuinely affordable. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more and to find out if you're eligible for a $1,000 visit grant.
This evening, mostly clear with temperatures in the low 60s. Cloudy start to Tuesday, then rain showers arrive late morning into the afternoon with highs in the low 70s. Rain showers Tuesday night through early Wednesday with temperatures in the low 50s, then sunny Wednesday with high temperatures into the upper 60s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Did your doctor just add another medication to the list? Maybe for blood pressure, cholesterol, type 2 diabetes? Ask them how you'll get off of it. Losing weight will be the answer, but you already knew that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Jags and Chiefs Monday Night Football to finish up Week 5 of the NFL season. You can hear that game right here on 93.7 The Fan, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Pre-game coverage at 7, kickoff at 8:15. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's time for more PM Team.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The clock under 10 seconds. And the Panthers wallop the Boston College Eagles here at Acrisure Stadium, and now Pitt goes on the road successive weeks to Florida State and then to Syracuse. Final score, Pitt 48, Boston College 7.
Fan weather. That's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Sunny skies, high of 77. I do think in some parts it gets up to 80 today. It should be the final day above 80 degrees for quite some time, maybe the last time of 2025. Donnie football in for the guys on this Monday post-Steelers bye week. They will be back tomorrow for a Tomlin Tuesday. Gorgeous Charlie Borges is here. Intern Jack is here as well. He's on the board for the middle innings here of this Monday PM team. And that was the final call from the Pitt Panthers radio network, which is 93.7 The Fan, from Saturday, a 48-7 win for Pitt over Boston College in a game that Boston College was only about a touchdown underdog. In fact, just under that. It was 5.5, I believe, going into the game because the Panthers were making a change at quarterback. No Eli Holstein in that game. We found that out late Friday night. Pony and Chris were actually going back and forth with each other about that news before it was made official. It came out on Saturday morning that Pitt would not be playing Eli Holstein in the game, and Mason Heinschel, the freshman, would be getting the start, and he was phenomenal. 30 of 41, 323 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. What a difference a year makes. The Pitt Panthers were on their way to 7-0 this time last season, and Eli Holstein was playing so well that the big worry in town was that Pitt would lose him to a bigger school. Now he is the backup quarterback, and he should get pretty comfortable on the sideline because the freshman just took his job. I get it. Boston College, not a good football program. They haven't been good in years, probably since Matt Ryan was the quarterback in the late 2000s. I understand. We also saw what happened when the other notable team in this area took on one of the worst Power 4 teams in the country on Saturday. It didn't look like this. The Panthers' offense was sputtering for weeks, and then a freshman quarterback stepped in and made Cade Bell's offense go and go and go without Desmond Reed, by the way. Kenny Johnson was the big beneficiary, 9 receptions, 115 yards, and a touchdown. Does this guy give you some hope about Pitt going forward? Jack, I think you're a good guy to have on the board and in front of a microphone because you are a Pitt diehard. You are a Pitt student currently. You happen to be with us every single Monday because your schedule allows it. You're watching this game on Saturday. You're leaving Acrisure Stadium on Saturday. Pitt just beat somebody 48-7. What are you feeling? How are you feeling? Does this have the season for you in a complete 180? Like, hey, I think Pitt can go to Tallahassee next week and win. I think Pitt can end up getting to 7 wins, maybe 8. Because going into this game, the big fear was they better take care of business against these bad teams or else they won't be bowl eligible. How did you feel leaving that stadium after seeing that game?
Yeah, Mason Heinschel definitely revived any sort of hope that I had for the season. He was kind of the only reason I was somewhat looking forward to watching the game. And yeah, he had the offense humming better than Holstein had since before he got concussed last year. And I thought the 2 losses could have been best attributed to both Holstein and Narduzzi the first 3 weeks of the season, or first 4 weeks of the season. And with a good quarterback, I think the team is talented enough to be one of the better teams in the ACC, but I guess the road test in Tallahassee will definitely tell us a lot more.
Pitt does not have, I wish they did. I think we all wish they did at this point. They don't have UNC on their schedule. That would have been fun because it has been you want to talk about disaster, that's what it's been for Bill Belichick at UNC. They're at Florida State on Saturday, a noon kick. It is now a 7:30 kick against Syracuse on the 18th. Then it's NC State and Stanford. They got to collect some wins in these next 4 games because then you get that stretch at the end of the year. Notre Dame, Georgia Tech, Miami. Man, Jack, it could be Thanksgiving weekend, and there is a possibility that Miami yet again is a top team in the country, and Pitt is coming at them with a freshman quarterback.
Yeah, I do remember what happened the last time Pitt took on a top 5 Miami team with a true freshman quarterback at home over Thanksgiving break.
And you were just a young lad then. You were only like 10 or 11 years old, I think.
I think I was like 11 when that game happened. That's how long ago it was. But yeah, I think now with the quarterback switch and how good the offense looked, I know Boston College is not at all a good football team, but that's what you're supposed to do to bad football teams, and Pitt usually doesn't do that. So it now gives me somewhat of a hope that we can maybe pull out a win against one of those 3 teams that we're definitely not supposed to beat.
This was a statement of sorts. And if I'm going to knock Pat Narduzzi for mistakes or pulling on the wrong strings, I have to credit him for hitting the right button here. Because he made a change when he felt like, hey, we can still save the season. We can go forward with a different quarterback, and it paid off in a big way. I think they have a real find here. I think that Heinschel can play a little bit. It took him 0 time to get things going. Now, I'm not going to put them atop the ACC or anything like that, but the team needed a jolt, and sometimes you get that with a change at QB, and he gave them a surge. Pitt needs to take care of their business against the teams that are on their level or below their level, like a Boston College. I think a lot of people would go back and say, well, if he started against Louisville, that's another win for Pitt. Pitt started, they were up 17-0 in that game. They led by 10 at halftime. There's now going to be hope going into Saturday that Pitt can knock off Florida State, and maybe they can, because the Seminoles, after the big early season win against Alabama, are fluttering a little bit. Then it's 3 unranked teams, then 3 ranked teams to finish things up, and Pitt could give itself a chance in any one of those. That matchup against Miami that we just mentioned, that's looming to be a pretty fun one, and I do feel like Pitt will pull off that typical upset against one of the 4 ranked teams that are left on their schedule. So the upcoming games, noon kick against Florida State in Tallahassee on Saturday. Pre-game coverage on the Fan will begin at 9. Then a Syracuse game on the 18th. 7:30 kick. Pre-game coverage on the Fan starts at 4:30. 412-928-9370 to join the conversation. You can give us a call, shoot us a text. The Fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up, Penguins winger Ricard Raquel joins the show. On the eve of the Penguins opening their season against the New York Rangers, we will talk some hockey with a man that scored 35 goals last season. That is next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers moved further into first place in the AFC North this week without even playing. All 3 of the Browns, Bengals, and Ravens took losses this week during the Steelers' bye week. Steelers will be back against the Cleveland Browns at home at 1 p.m. on Sunday. They sit in first place in the AFC North with 2 less losses than any other team in the division. Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Know that nobody wants to hear these 5 words. You need a new roof. That would be a stressful thing for anyone to hear, but with MHI involved, it doesn't have to be. You call MHI, and then your new roof, well, it'll be the easiest home improvement project you ever do because MHI is all about customer service. They're all about great communication, and of course, they're all about high-quality installation. That's how they're able to offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Yes, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. When Xavier from MHI came to look at my roof just to check up on it, I could not imagine how much detail was in that process. But there was, and he was kind of like the roofing nerd. He was like a graduate-level nerd in all things roofing, and frankly, that's who you want working on your roof. The entire process, by the way, starts with their free 21-point roof inspection. You can set yours up today at 412-998-8864 or online, mhiroof.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game, and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at Depend.com.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. North Carolina football shared a Drake May Sunday Night Football highlight this morning, right after a report surfaced that Bill Belichick told staffers they could not post any Patriots-related material on social media. Was the report wrong? Did Bill get overruled today? The way the Tar Heels are playing, Belichick shouldn't have any time or energy for such pettiness. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Pittsburgh, you might recognize my name from the football field or my face from television, but now I want you to become familiar with my family. I'm Johnny J.P. Patrician, and in 1955, my grandfather opened Nick Chevrolet right off of Route 28. We have been family owned and operated for 70 years. The number one priority of our standalone dealership is to treat customers like friends. Whether you're looking for a new Chevy or a pre-owned vehicle of any make or model, stop in and see my family. Before you buy, give Nick Chevrolet a try. 724-224-2700 or nickchevrolet.com.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company Incorporated, member SIPC.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to become clogged on the major roadways, starting with the Parkway East on the inbound. Traffic starts around Edgewood, Swissvale, and on the outbound, it slows you down as you approach the bend at Bates. The Parkway West is also seeing some heavy delays as you make your way towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
Brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Donnie in for the guys this afternoon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. And hockey season is upon us. The Penguins open up tomorrow night in New York. They take on the Rangers. They take on their former coach in the Big Apple. And we are joined right now by Ricard Raquel, coming off a 35-goal season, a career high for Raquel in the 24-25 campaign. Ricard, thanks for hopping on, man. The excitement level that you have for another season of NHL action in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm really excited to get things going. I feel like we had a really good training camp here and had some good preseason games. And, we're ready to put it to the test and, see what we can do out there.
I know that you weren't here for the Marc-Andre Fleury time in Pittsburgh, but that had to be pretty cool seeing, Fleury come back and play in that preseason game last weekend. What was that like for you to watch from afar?
yeah, that was just awesome. Just to see how loved he is among fans and, you know, in the organization and his teammates, and just playing against him for pretty much my whole NHL career. It was awesome to, you know, just watch it and see it and just be a small part of it, and just see it ended the right way.
You've been in the league for over a decade now. Have you ever seen a preseason hockey game with that attendance level?
No, I think that was the first time, and it was loud, and it almost felt like a playoff game. But yeah, I mean, he deserves everything. I mean, what he's done throughout his career and what he's done here in Pittsburgh. I mean, it was just so much fun.
Dan Muse in his first season as Penguins head coach here in the 25-26 season. Ricard, what has the working relationship been like with him since his arrival?
I mean, it's been great. He works really closely with us players and wants to get our view on our playing and what we like on the ice and what we don't like on the ice. So I feel like we're all working together to have the same goal. And no, it's been really good so far, and I think that that's going to help us all through the lineup as we go here.
What are some of the big differences between Mike Sullivan's style, who was here in Pittsburgh for so long? You played under him during the first portion of your time here, and now switching over to Dan Muse.
It's hard to point out just certain things, but I mean, they've both been very successful coaches, and but I think we'll play a little bit more with possession with the Muse, and we'll see how it goes. I feel very good about it. I feel like it's been really good throughout camp, and it's been feeling really good in the games here that we played. And now the real test starts with the game tomorrow.
Penguins play the Rangers tomorrow in New York. They will get to see Mike Sullivan and his new team tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Ricard Raquel is our guest right now on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Ricard, a 35-goal season in 24-25. Now, you've had some seasons where you've gone over 30 goals, but that was a new career high for you. Where do you give the credit to how good you were last season?
Well, I think just the mindset coming into training camp with obviously the year before, it wasn't my best year, and it was I put into the work in the summer, and then just a fresh mindset. I just tried to come in and think that I was going to come in and make the team, and just play my game and do what I think that I'm good at, and it worked out. So nothing has changed for this year except for just trying to become a little bit better, work on the things that I think I can improve on, and just set the bar higher. Just push for the next opportunity, and just try to be better than the day before.
What's it like playing alongside Sidney Crosby, and how does he make your life easier when you're out on the ice?
Well, I think obviously he's one of the best players who's ever played this game, and it's I try to learn from him every day, and just small things, but I think he really pushes you to, every shift not take anything lightly. He expects us to go out there and every puck battle, every situation to try to score goals or do something good for our team. So I think that's the leadership that he provides, and he just tries to get the best out of everybody because that's how he's always played, and that's why he's such a good leader.
It's been highly speculated that this is the final season for Evgeny Malkin in Pittsburgh. Is that something that's on the team's mind, or do you try to keep that away when it comes down to the games?
No, it's nothing that it's being talked about among us. I mean, we're here right now, and I think Gino's looked really, really good. throughout this camp. So I'm really excited to see that what he's going to do under this new systems, and I think he's going to thrive in it.
Kind of going along those same lines, Ricard, last season with the team where it was going into the trade deadline and as things heated up, your name got thrown out there a ton. Is it difficult to focus game by game, night by night when your name gets thrown around in trade rumors around that part of the season?
Obviously, you try to not read everything and all that, but it's kind of impossible with the world that we're living in. But nothing really changes for me. You can get traded if you're not playing good enough. Your name is going to be thrown out there if you're playing really well. So I guess if you don't hear anything, if you're just mediocre. So I'm not trying to go for that. I'm going to try to just play my game, play the best hockey that I can, and then try to do everything I can for the Penguins to win as many hockey games as we can.
As we venture into this next season, and you're coming off 35 goals last season, did you change anything with your off-season prep, your workouts, or did you try to keep those the same?
No, it was pretty much the same. I think the biggest thing for me was just maintaining what I did last summer throughout last season, so I can try to even take another step in my physique and all that for this year. So I think it's going to be the same mindset coming into this year. It's just try to maintain it and just get better for every year.
The Penguins will play a pair of games against the Nashville Predators in Sweden this season. Is that something as a native to the country that you get a little bit more excited about?
Oh, for sure. It feels to me like that's a once in a lifetime, and for my friends and family that's never gotten the chance to come over and see me play in the National Hockey League, it's going to be an opportunity for them to see me and for me to have them all there to cheer us on. And it's a city that I grew up in, and it really means a lot. So it's a really big year for me in those regards, and those games going to mean a lot to me. So it's probably something. It's going to be one of my highlights after I'm done with my career, to just look back at these two games that I was fortunate enough to play in front of my close friends and family.
To go along those same lines, the National Hockey League brought in the Four Nations face-off last season, right around where the All-Star break or Olympic break would normally be. That seemed like a huge success for the league. You got to participate in that as part of Team Sweden. What was that whole experience like, and would you prefer if the NHL had more international play in the middle of the season than just the traditional All-Star activities?
Yeah, I mean, that tournament, just having all the best players at the same spot and just play against the best players, you can't ask for anything more. It was so exciting. It was something special. That first game in Montreal against Canada, just they calling out the lineup on the ice and the national anthem and Mario coming out. I've never been in a environment like that before, so that was so cool. And obviously the games were probably really fun to watch, but they were so much fun to play too, with a high pace and tempo and skill and just everything that went on in every game. And it was really exciting, really cool to be a part of, and huge motivation too during the season to try to make that team. And it's kind of the same this year for the Olympics coming up.
Ricard, a fun one here to finish us off. What is your favorite thing or some of your favorite things about Pittsburgh?
I think just just all the sports that are going on in Pittsburgh. It's college football or the Steelers. I really come to enjoy watching the Steelers play a lot. So just the amount of sports going on and the excitement for all the sports team here is it's fun to watch.
You got a favorite Steeler in mind, or you just like the whole team?
I like the whole team, but I gotta say Alex Highsmith. He's my neighbor.
Oh, that's awesome. He's a good dude. He's a really good dude. So that's a good one to pick.
Yeah, he's awesome. Yeah, no, he's great.
Ricard, this was awesome, man. I appreciate you taking the time. Good luck tomorrow night, and good luck this season, man. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Listen to the PM Team on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Another thank you to Ricard Raquel for joining the show. Ricard and the Penguins open up the season tomorrow night against the Rangers, 8 p.m. A nationally televised game, by the way, ESPN, as Dan Muse makes his Penguins coaching debut against former Penguins head coach, two-time Stanley Cup champion Mike Sullivan. That is tomorrow at 8 p.m. So another thank you to the Penguins and Ricard Raquel for making that happen. Follow us on Twitter at 937 The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Coming up in about 1 minute, a debrief, but it will be led by Intern Jack. That is next. Right now, it's an Intern Jack fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins open their season tomorrow at Madison Square Garden against the Rangers, where they'll take on their former head coach, Mike Sullivan. Puck drop, 8 p.m. on ESPN. Fan headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, guys, Chris Muller, and it's a big Monday with BetParks Casino and Sportsbook app, and there's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app, the only sports betting app that I ever recommend and that I use. BetParks, they've got your favorite classic casino games right on your phone, so you can take your downtime and you can make it fun time. Games like blackjack, craps, and roulette. Plus, you can bet your favorite sports. Pro football tonight. You've got baseball going in their playoffs right now. College football when it comes to Saturdays. Plus, you can play hundreds of hot online slots like Cash Eruption and Huff and even more Puff. Join me on the BetParks app right now. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in your first 24 hours. BetParks.com for details. So whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Michigan. A gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. As the days get shorter and the air gets crisper, football is back across the area. And we want to encourage the young players out there with our youth football showcase. All season long, we're taking our hosts on the road to fields across the area. And we want to be part of your team. Go to 937thefan.com and sign up your league and let us come out and show our appreciation for all the youth players and coaches. Brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Helmet Electric, Keystone Custom Apparel, Living Treasures, and Saloni's Italian Bread. From Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Prime Rib Night, every Monday at Hofstad's in Oakmont, 4 to 9. Be there.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Donnie Football Debrief is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company. Over 100 years of baking experience. Donnie Football in for the guys. I am here until 7. Monday Night Football coverage on The Fan begins then, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood 1. Jags and Chiefs. It should be a pretty good one tonight. 8:15 kickoff. So an hour of overtime for me already. Intern Jack is on the board right now. He is back there helping gorgeous Charlie Borges. But it is debrief time, and it will be run by our pal, Intern Jack.
The debrief October 6th, 2025. In my one fantasy league, we also do a survivor pool to help split out money. And this week, my survivor pool choice was the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, what a tough beat on that one.
And it had me thinking, can you think of a worse way to lose a survivor pool than this game yesterday?
Probably not. It is funny. I was in a survivor poll this year for the first time in a long time, probably since high school. And I was out after last week because I picked the Green Bay Packers, who tied the Dallas Cowboys. So I was a loser in that one. Anybody who picked either Green Bay or Dallas was a loser. Man, that game yesterday, though, it looked so well in the bag. And what was it, DeMercado?
Yes,
Is that the
Amari DeMercado.
Yeah, so funny thing about him in fantasy football, I picked him up because I had Trey Benson on my team already. James Conner already out. Benson goes on IR. I pick up this guy. I'm watching Red Zone, and I know somebody asked earlier on the YouTube chat if I stream East Red Zone. I have NFL Plus, so I normally just cast it from my phone to the TV, which is nice. I see DeMercado going like 80 yards for a touchdown, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man. I knew this was going to happen. I don't put the guy in. I just pick him up to stash him, and here we go. And then I'm seeing the replays, and here we go again. Guy that fumbles the football or merely lets go of the football before he passes the goal line. And this happened just a week ago as well. I do not understand how this keeps happening. We do see it a couple of times per season. We have now seen it in back-to-back weeks. I just don't get how this happens. You have the touchdown, and you fail to make sure that you have crossed into the end zone with the football in your possession. I could not imagine being a guy, especially in DeMercado's case, who I don't think has ever scored a touchdown in the NFL. Imagine that being, hey, I'm going to have my first ever touchdown here. Going to be a 75 or 80-yard run. Puts the game away. Puts us up like 28-6. And you don't make sure that you still have that football in your grasp as you cross the goal line. I mean, I would carry that thing through the back of the end zone, and then I would, like, toss it to the official or whatever.
It's so bad. And also, he slowed down at around, like, the 10-yard line and almost got the ball punched out before he could even drop it. Like, he almost got hawked because he slowed down and stopped running at, like, the 10. It was a really weird one. And I think the worst part about this, back to the Survivor thing, is that might not have even been the stupidest play that happened. The Cardinals picked off Cam Ward at, like, their own 10-yard line, and the guy that picked it off fell over without being touched and lost the ball. And then two other Cardinals players proceeded to kick it back into their own end zone, to which it was recovered by Tyler Lockett for a touchdown for the Titans. It was the goofiest play I've seen all year. And the fact that you combine that with the drop ball before crossing the goal line, and then you lose on a game-winning field goal, being the first NFL team to ever lose on a game-winning field goal 3 straight games. It was just a sequence of events, and it was just ridiculous.
So that game was full of, like, they could make a whole episode of Football Follies just off that game. You had the interception you just brought up of Cam Ward late in the game, the touchdown run that wasn't by Amari DeMercado, and then I don't know if you were paying attention to the whole game, Jack, or if you just saw the highlights. This was earlier in the second half, and I don't believe it led to points. But Kyler Murray took a snap right off his face because he wasn't paying attention, and there was some miscommunication between the center and quarterback. And he goes to, like, the locker room or the blue tent. He was the first guy in league history to get a concussion off a bad snap. The Titans recovered. I don't remember if they scored a touchdown, but it was just that type of game. I am happy for Tennessee that, like, they finally got a win, and it's always cool when a rookie quarterback gets his first win. What a way to do it. I mean, there are teams that find ways to lose, and then there's whatever the Cardinals did yesterday. Like, it was that on steroids, the way that game went.
Yeah, I think those 4 just absurd mistakes combined with the fact that the team they were playing was 0-3 and had not shown, or 0-4 and not shown any life yet in those 4 games. And the fact that they lost by 1 on a game-winning field goal, I think it just makes it the most ludicrous way to lose in a Survivor Pool.
The funny thing about the Titans comeback, too, I do know they scored their first touchdown, made it 21-12, and I agreed with Brian Callahan at the time. He's saying, let's just kick the extra point. Let's make it an 8-point game. Let's give us hope to, just score and tie it up on our next possession. They missed the extra point. So then they're still down by 2 scores. They still managed to come back and win the game.
Yeah, that was the point where I was like, okay, like there's literally no chance the Cardinals lose this game after the missed extra point. It's still a 2-possession game, and the Titans don't look like they can move the ball at all. I could not believe what I was watching.
I do love those Survivor polls. Like they're fun, and they're also tough. I mean, think about how quickly into a season you see it go down the tubes. Like, I can't imagine that there are many people still going through a Survivor poll because all it takes is a couple of big upsets and you're done for. I mean, yesterday may have been one. I'm sure you weren't the only guy to pick Arizona. I'm sure plenty of people like me picked Green Bay a week before. How about the week that the Chargers lost to the Giants, which was also last week? I'm sure that L.A. was a very popular pick, and Jackson Dart beats them in his debut. So it normally doesn't even come close to lasting the full season.
Yeah, in mine, there were like 7 guys left going into last week, and 5 of them took the Cardinals. So it's down to 2 after that one.
Who was the player last week that dropped?
A.D. Mitchell.
That's who it was.
Which is even worse because he struggled to get it going like at all after being a somewhat highly touted prospect, and like he finally makes like the play of his career and does the unthinkable and drops the ball before he gets into the end zone.
I just don't get how that keeps happening. Like,
it makes no sense.
I don't get how that happens at any level of football, especially the NFL. And for a young guy, for young players, I think it's almost even worse. You should have so much excitement about getting to score perhaps your first touchdown. The last thing you want to do is let go of the football. I mean, I don't know what the coaches would want to do drill-wise to just make sure that doesn't happen. Just make the guy run the length of the field with the football in his hand, and if he lets go of it before he reaches the goal line, he has to do another rep. Some sort of punishment, because I just don't understand how it keeps happening.
I agree with that, too, and the fact that it's more ridiculous when it's lesser-known guys that haven't proven themselves, and you'd think, like, their just only thought is to get into the end zone without messing around at all. Like, I think last year, didn't Jonathan Taylor do it?
Yeah, that sounds right. I mean, we get a couple of them every year, and I just never understand it.
Not that I'm excusing dropping the ball before you score a touchdown in any stretch of the imagination, but it would make more sense that a guy like Jonathan Taylor would do it rather than the other 3 guys. The last 3 guys to do it that weren't named Jonathan Taylor, I think, were Amari DiMercado, A.D. Mitchell, and Malachi Corley. And these guys probably in the NFL have like 2 career combined touchdowns.
Yeah, it will forever be odd to me. Now, it's not the same as guy diving for the pylon trying to make a play. He loses possession, it goes out of the end zone, and it's a touchback. These are players that have easy touchdowns. All they have to do is finish their trot into the end zone with the football in their possession, and they let it go before it gets there. And it happens every year. We see multiple examples of it every single year. And I used to despise the touchback rule, but I've come around on that big time because the league is so slanted in favor of the offenses that you need something to help out the defense, and you need something to throw a bone to those guys. I don't know if they would ever want to alter the rule, but something like that helps out the defense, bails out the defense, really. I think it's all right because so many things favor offensive play in football in 2025. Thank you, Jack. That was a fun one there, to make fun of guys who cannot complete touchdowns. Just baffles me. 412-928-9370 to join the conversation. 50-minute mark on the Fan. We're about 10 minutes away from that. That is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Coming up, Are the Steelers in the driver's seat of the AFC North? What happened yesterday? Why is it that the Steelers were big winners on a day that they did not even play? We get into that coming up next. Brian Batko from the Post-Gazette, he will join us around 5:15. Hodgepodge comes up at the end of the show, and then I have an hour of overtime with you. In for the guys right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. But first, a message from Mulsey.
Hey guys, Mulsey here for Awaken 180 Weight Loss. You know my story, 35 pounds down in 6 weeks, and I've kept it off for 3 years, and I owe it all to the amazing support and just the variety of things that Awaken 180 provides to you to help you keep a consistent focus on healthy eating and on that healthy lifestyle that Awaken 180 is all about. They give you a recipe portal on the app. You can check in on your scale. Make sure that just everything is feeling right. Even if maybe the clothes fit a little bit more snug, you can see if it's your imagination or not. If you put a pound or two back on, Awaken 180, of course, gives you the tools to get right back to where you want to be. And it's just not the number on the scale either. It's other important body measurements that scale helps you with. And then, of course, there's the coaching and the support that you get with Awaken 180. That is free for life, even after you reach your goal weight. Awaken 180 helped me have a full lifestyle change when it came to eating. It wasn't some quick fix. I wasn't putting something in my body that I didn't really know anything about. Awaken 180 is the long-term solution for weight loss. Find out more for yourself at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Schley Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar. Man, we got tons of baseball playoff action. I know our team's not in it, but get together with your buddies and go watch the games over at Mike's. Live vicariously through the former Buccos who are still in the playoffs and take advantage of the best beer menu in all of town. 80 rotating taps, local beer, Oktoberfest beers, pumpkin beers are all there. Great dining options, steak on a stone. You gotta try that at least once. The Yinzer wrap is another big hit. What's in it? Go there to Mike's and find out for yourself. Meet me at Mike's Beer Bar.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah. And they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Testosterone, peptides, powerful ED meds. There's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
Think about it. You take thousands of steps every day. Shouldn't every single one of them feel amazing? Well, with Arch Fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins, they can. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists to design a shoe that provides amazing arch support for all-day comfort. And best of all, you get all this comfort, stability, and support with the ease of Skechers slip-ins technology. Just slip them on. There's no bending down and no struggling to tie your shoes. Just step in and go. Try Arch Fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top-quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career, and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Now open, Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, design-forward solutions, 2 great divisions, 1 unstoppable company. Make your appointment to visit our new showroom in the heart of Pittsburgh's Cultural District. Call 412-771-0760 to schedule today. Tri-State Office Interiors, elevating the everyday.
Buy 2 replacement windows from Window Nation. Get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. WindowNation.com.
This weekend only, it's the RV Liquidation Super Sale at the David Lawrence Convention Center with free admission, compliments of rain, roofing, and solar. Huge discounts on travel trailers, motorhomes, and more. The RV Liquidation Sale. Don't miss the deals.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Tonight, cloudy with a late shower, the low 63.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Winter is here before you know it. That's the bad news. The good news is there's still just enough time to get that last-minute masonry project complete with precision pointing. So if you procrastinated this summer and you can't make it through another winter, well, then you have to act right now, and I mean right now. The window is closing. If you wait any longer, precision pointing may not be able to accommodate you. I'm glad I used them, so I don't have the problems that you do because I didn't procrastinate. They did wonders on my all-brick home. So use them, call them. I can't recommend them enough. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
At Giant Eagle, we're here because being part of the neighborhood matters. Because what we pick up at the store is what we bring into our lives. At Giant Eagle, we're always going for better to bring you the best. Because it matters.
At Columbia Gas, safety is their #1 priority. Remember, if you smell the rotten egg sulfur-like odor of natural gas, or see or hear any sign of a natural gas problem, leave the area immediately and call 911 from a safe location. Never try to find a leak yourself, light a match or candle, or operate anything that could cause a spark, including cell phones, light switches, or garage door openers. Learn more at ColumbiaGasPA.com.
Hey, who's that girl helping you with your draft picks?
Oh, that's my Clearview expert, Jen. What do you always say, Jen?
Diversify your lineup, just like your investment portfolio.
Yes! She's a genius!
Financial advice is closer than you think. Clearview, clearly different.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Don't just unclog your sewer, clean it. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining offers hydro jetting for only $299, complete with camera inspection. For details, visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Hey guys, if you suffer from ED, low T, there's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Heavy delays are starting to back up all of the major roadways, starting with the Parkway West. Heavy congestion starts around the county jail as you head into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. And on the Parkway East outbound, slow-moving traffic backs up the route from Technology Drive as you head into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel.
Did your doctor just add another medication to the list? Maybe for blood pressure, cholesterol, type 2 diabetes? Ask them how you'll get off of it. Losing weight will be the answer, but you already knew that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins open up their season tomorrow night in New York.